Chapter 1 Reborn, Embarking on the Path of a Warrior. In the year 2221, in a dimly lit alley in Nanzhou City, Jiangnan Province, Dragon Country, I lay in a pool of blood, my lower limbs already torn to shreds by a massive black omen hound. The pain had long since faded. Damn beast! I cursed through gritted teeth, the sound of its slow chewing still audible in my ears. Outside the alley, chaotic footsteps and screams continued without end. At that moment, an emergency broadcast came from the phone lying nearby. The beast tide has breached the urban areas of Dragon Nation. Citizens are advised not to venture outside. Please wait for military and warrior reinforcements and evacuate to designated shelters. My pupils dilated as I cursed under my breath. Warriors? They fled long ago. Screw it, just let me die already. My name is MOCI. I just turned 20 last month. I used to be a genius warrior with an S-tier supernatural ability, Beast Master, but now I'm nothing but street trash. Just because my vital energy level was unbelievably low, even though I had the S-grade ability to contract fierce beasts, I couldn't even subdue a level 1 Kabuto Mushi. Throughout my 3 years of high school, I endured endless ridicule and oppression, forced to abandon the martial arts exam, and from then on, I completely gave up on myself. Staring at the black specter hound gnawing on the flesh of my thigh before me, tears of regret streamed down my face. I regret it now. Oof, if only I hadn't abandoned the path of a martial artist, you would have been skinned and dismembered by now. If only I could start over. My voice grew fainter until my eyes completely dimmed. Flies crawled across my pupils. I died. MOCI. A roar sounded as I suddenly opened my eyes. A bald middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood on the podium, glaring down at me as he shouted, even though you've awakened the S-grade ability, Beast Mastery, your vital energy is only 3 carats, you can't contract a single dire beast. Going for the martial exam would be suicide. Jiang Yang? I froze for a moment, dazedly pushing aside the dazzling strands of hair as I swiftly scanned my surroundings. My classmates' mocking gazes turned toward me, their loud jeers ringing out, MOCI? Going to take the martial exam with just 3 points of vital energy? Now that's a novel way to commit suicide, first time I've seen this. Damn, MOCI, you're legendary. I've got your back. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that I ignored him and even dared to call him by his full name, Jiang Yang slammed the podium angrily to silence the jeering crowd and roared, MOCI, I order you to withdraw from the martial exam. In that instant, it hit me, I had been reborn, transported back to the year 2218, the exact moment when I'd chosen to abandon the martial examination. Beep, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening the beast taming mutation system. Immediately, a blue panel popped up before his eyes. Host, MOCI. Prime Beast, none. Cultivation method, transparent technique. Combat skills, none. Vital energy, 3 cal strength, 1 speed, 1 endurance, 1. Combat assessment, trash, confirmed as utter garbage, even a stray dog on the street could bark insults at you. System? Having read countless web novels, I naturally understood what this meant. But when I saw the combat power evaluation, my smile vanished. Just then, another panel popped up. Beginner mission, establish a contract, time limit, 59 minutes 59 seconds, reward, 200 attribute points, 1 beast taming mutation. Only 1 hour remained. Though I desperately wanted to study this beast taming mutation system, I was currently in class surrounded by prying eyes. I'd have to wait until I got home. Jiang Yang looked at my dazed expression and, thinking I was frightened into silence, changed his tone to a gentler one. MOCI, the teacher knows very well that some things can't be forced. Tomorrow is the martial arts entrance exam, but you only trained for 2.5 years before being expelled from the martial arts class. How could you possibly pass and enter a martial arts university? In truth, I knew he didn't care about me at all, he just wanted to recruit me into some third-rate university run by his acquaintance to pocket the referral fee. With a long sigh, I muttered to myself, teacher, it seems this is fate. Here's my written pledge to withdraw from the exam. Slowly, I pulled the document from my pocket and handed it to him. Jiang Yang grinned and said, MOCI, glad you've come around. He slowly unfolded the crumpled paper, but his smiling face instantly darkened into an extremely awkward expression. Voluntary withdrawal from the academy entrance exam? Written pledge? He looked up at me in shock and anger, but by then I'd already shouldered my packed bag and darted out of the classroom. In my previous life, my greatest regret was not personally handing this exam withdrawal pledge to Jiang Yang in front of everyone. I'd fantasized about this scene countless times, and now it was finally happening. Jiang Yang rushed out of the classroom, staring at my retreating figure as he cursed loudly, MOCI, you filthy bacteria of society. You worthless parasite. Your future is ruined. Not long after, I pushed open the weathered door of my old home and gazed at this empty yet incredibly warm little house, overwhelmed with countless thoughts. How nostalgic. It's been 3 years since I last returned. My parents were martial artists who sacrificed their lives when I was 10, leaving only this house and 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins behind. I once dreamed of following in my parents' footsteps to become a martial artist, but my dreams were shattered due to my low vital energy levels. I began to abandon myself to despaired gambling, squandering the family's money, selling the house at a bargain price, and idling about the streets waiting to die. For money, I even became a treacherous villain. I walked into the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face, and stared at my determined reflection in the mirror. I vowed, for my dreams, and to survive the apocalyptic beast tide in 3 years, I must become a martial artist. With a focused thought, I summoned the system interface. Staring at the newbie mission requirements, I fell into deep contemplation. Form a contract. What the hell can I even contract with just 3 chi units? This is just bullying me. Even the weakest ghost beetle requires 10 chi units to contract, and the mission only gives me 1 hour. I knew perfectly well, going from 3 chi units to 10 within an hour was impossible. After all, after 2.5 years of training in the school's martial arts class, I'd only progressed from 1 to 3 units. Staring at the taskbar, I seemed to realize something. It only mentions making a contract. What if I don't contract a ferocious beast? In this modern era, a century ago when spiritual energy revived on Blue Star, ancient sacred beasts awakened from slumber, ruins emerged, mountains grew taller, rivers changed course, the entire planet expanded several times over. All living beings nourished by spiritual energy mutated and evolved into man-eating ferocious beasts. Nowadays, even stray dogs by the roadside qualify as ferocious beasts. Suddenly, inspiration struck me. My eyes darted toward the foul-smelling toilet I hadn't cleaned in years. Swallowing hard, I muttered under my breath, "What about microorganisms?" Microorganisms aren't nourished by spiritual energy and can't evolve. They pose no threat to modern neo-humans, and bacterial infections no longer cause diseases among mankind. I slowly walked up to the toilet, recalling how bacteria had once brought plagues like the Black Death and cholera to humanity. I remained silent for a long while. Suddenly, I resolved, time to take the plunge. No more hesitation. These tiny organisms seemed enormous in my eyes, every detail rendered with terrifying clarity, making my stomach churn with reflux. That stubby rod-shaped bacterium with blunt ends, I recognized it instantly. It was Escherichia coli, the most common resident of public toilets. I gritted my teeth against the nausea, spread my arms wide, and shouted, "Initiate contract with E. coli." In an instant, a blinding blue light erupted from the toilet bowl. To my astonishment, I could now control the bacterial colony with incredible precision. It felt as if my senses had merged with the E. coli in the toilet. I became like a tiny E. coli myself, bathing in that foul, yellowish sewage water. "Fuck!" I yelled, unable to hold back any longer, and immediately threw up into the toilet. But I'd apparently forgotten that my senses were still linked to the E. coli inside. As the vomit splashed into the toilet water, it felt like someone had dumped it directly over my head. The more I vomited, the worse the sensation became. Beep! The system suddenly popped up a notification, announcing loudly, "Congratulations, host, for completing the novice mission. Reward, 200 attribute points and 1 chance for the origin-tamed beast to mutate." Whoosh! I pressed the flush button, shakily stood up, wiped the corner of my mouth, and said wearily, "I'll claim the attribute points later, system. First, mutate the origin-tamed beast, E. coli." Beep! Mutation in progress. Spiritual energy condensed out of thin air, pouring into my 7 orifices like a torrent. Every meridians in my body felt like parched land receiving sweet rain, as the nourishment of spiritual energy brought an indescribable pleasure. The energy coursed through my channels, making my blood surge. To my astonishment, I realized my connection with the E. coli was gradually fading, while a small blue bacterial colony materialized inexplicably in my palm. After staring intently for a long moment, the system suddenly announced, "Primordial beast mutation complete. New bacteria obtained, corrosive bacteria." Is this bacteria nourished by spiritual energy? I murmured, mesmerized by the deep blue spots emitting faint wisps of deathly aura in my palm, my mind wandering in disbelief. Recalling the bacteria that once brought plagues to humanity, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Beep! Another blue panel popped up. I glanced at it. It was the archive entry for corrosive bacteria, offensive type bacteria. Its transmission method is contact-based, heat-resistant, capable of surviving 72 hours at room temperature. Once inside a living organism, it devours flesh and blood, causing conditions like necrotizing fasciitis within an extremely short period. The infection manifests as blue spots appearing all over the skin and the eyes turning blue. Reading the description of the corrosive bacteria, a bead of sweat the size of a pea rolled down my forehead as I swallowed hard again. This is terrifying bacteria. I can freely control the reproduction rate of corrosive bacteria. I can infect enemies 3 days in advance for assassination purposes or, during combat, make physical contact to rapidly infect them. These corrosion bacteria behave like a swarm of nanorobots obediently following my commands. If only their transmission method could be more overpowered. With that thought, I absorbed the corrosion bacteria into my palm and pressed the return key, going back to the previous level's illustrated menu. but complete mutation encyclopedia unfolded before my eyes. The top displayed 0-level bacterial mutation encyclopedia, while 3 bacteria were shown below. Only the corrosion bacteria were illuminated, marked as unlocked, while the blood fusion bacteria appeared grayed out. There was also a completely black bacterial silhouette whose name remained invisible. This stage must be the first realm of martial artists. I cupped my chin, recalling the realm divisions. Every time a martial artist's vital energy breaks through 999 calories, their strength surges dramatically, but the difficulty of cultivation also increases significantly. Based on this, humanity has classified the realms from Tier 0 to Tier 9, with each 100 calories of vital energy further divided into one level. This complex realm system was simplified into easily understandable levels 1 to 99, representing 100 calories to 9,999 calories of vital energy. Putting aside my memories, I began pondering. 3 calories of vital energy means I'm currently at Tier 0 level 0, still far from becoming a true martial artist. Speaking to myself, I turned my gaze back to the blood merge bacteria, my eyes filled with intense interest. Blood merge bacteria? Could it possibly synthesize vital energy? I laughed self-mockingly. How could something so ridiculously powerful exist in this world? Shaking my head, I clicked on the image of blood merge bacteria. Blood symbiont, functional bacteria, transmission route, none. The blood symbiont has only one host and can symbiotically coexist within the host's body, automatically absorbing spiritual energy from the world and converting it into vitality points. Note, the amount of vitality gained per hour depends on the density of spiritual energy. Insufficient density will result in no increase. Infection characteristics, none. Obtainment method, when corrosive bacteria devour plant-type ferocious beasts, they can mutate into this form. Holy lightning, this is insane. I stared at the effects of the blood symbiont, dumbfounded, and exclaimed in shock, providing vitality points? This is practically an automatic cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques are methods that use special breathing patterns to guide one's spiritual veins in absorbing spiritual energy from the world and converting it into personal vitality. These techniques require practitioners to actively channel their energy and are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. In Dragon Country, every student in martial arts classes learns the most basic yellow-tier cultivation technique, the penetration method. It was through this very penetration method that I spent 2.5 years raising my vitality points from 1 calorie to a grand total of 3 calories. This technique is utterly pathetic. A living plant-type monster beast. I might as well try my luck at Wodafa. I walked back to my room and pulled a bank card from under the desk. It contained the 200,000 Dragon Kingdom currency my parents had left for me. I intended to use this money to find a plant-type monster beast at Wodafa and, while I was there, pick out a decent weapon for myself. The Dragon Kingdom's Martial Examination Bureau stipulates that for fairness, all martial arts examinees must use weapons with steel uniformly graded as F-class. Violations will result in disqualification with 0 marks. With the exception of firearms, candidates may use various weapon types: blades, spears, staffs, axes, dagger axes, hooks, forks, etc., as long as the materials remain within the same F-grade steel classification. Tomorrow is the martial exam, and my time is extremely limited. I've decided to set off now. I muttered to myself, after choosing the right weapon, I'll need to visit the martial arts hall. Then I suddenly remembered something and fell silent. Taking off my clothes, I looked at my once symmetrical physique before the period of decline and nodded in satisfaction. My fighting talent shouldn't have disappeared. With these words, I changed into a clean black outfit and stepped out of my home. Beep! A blue-on-white taxi departed from the suburbs of Nanzhou City, heading toward the most bustling and lively district in the city, Warrior Avenue. The taxi gradually slowed down and stopped in front of a grand marketplace with a touch of Dragon Kingdom architectural flair. 3 bold characters, Wadefa, hung prominently on the signboard, exuding an undeniable sense of prestige. As the car door opened, I slowly leaned out, smoothed the wrinkles on my clothes, and stepped onto the curb. Step by step, I ascended the stairs, silently murmuring in my heart, "Oh my God, the largest superhuman marketplace in Dragon Nation. Every item related to warriors and savage beasts is right here." I followed the crowd into the building when a graceful sales assistant approached me with a beaming smile and said, "Welcome to Wordfart, sir." The salesgirl wore a practiced smile, but I could tell she inwardly looked down on this shabbily dressed young man. I watched her forced fake smile, well aware that judging people by appearances was all too common, so I spared no further words. Swaggering into the building with an unruly gait, I laid out my demands in a slightly disdainful tone. I want a cultivation chamber worth 90,000, and a fresh corpse of a plant-type beast. Then I abruptly changed tack, but first, I'll check out the F-grade steel weapons in the equipment section. Get the chamber and the beast ready in the meantime. The salesperson froze for a moment, momentarily unable to keep up with my pace. This entire set would cost no less than several 100,000 Dragon Nation currency. This was a major deal. The kind of savings ordinary people spend decades struggling to accumulate, yet here I was, casually spending it without batting an eye despite my young age. The salesperson was already beginning to suspect whether this plainly dressed young man before her might actually be some wealthy scion. With my fair complexion, delicate features, and good physique, I fit the typical appearance of most wealthy heirs, though my clothing wasn't quite as flashy as one might expect. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at the stunned sales assistant, impatiently saying, "Didn't you hear me? If you didn't, let's switch to someone else." She gave an awkward laugh, then immediately changed her attitude, saying respectfully, "Sir, I'll make the arrangements right away." I crossed my arms and watched her change in attitude, quite satisfied with the result. Before my rebirth, I'd learned one profound truth: money lets you do whatever the hell you want. I walked up to the counter and began admiring the exquisite weapons displayed under the glass casing, lost in my own appreciation. The counter held countless weapons, swords, spears, staffs, axes, halberds, hooks, and forks, everything one could imagine. The sheer variety dazzled me. Since F-grade steel was pure black, all the weapons in the glass case were uniformly dark, with only a few featuring minor decorative accents. The saleswoman bent down and deftly poured a cup of tea. Given the substantial amount involved in my transaction, she wanted to discuss it in detail. "Sir, your request has been arranged. Shall we sit and talk further?" I had no time for that and directly refused. "No need." My bluntness displeased her, but she maintained basic professionalism, forcing a stiff smile as she asked politely, "May I ask what kind of supernatural ability you possess? I can tailor some weapon recommendations for you." S-Tier's summoning ability. Her eyes suddenly widened with excitement. "S-Tier? Sir, you're truly extraordinary. May I ask what realm you've reached currently?" Her words were mere flattery. There's no way she actually believed a martial artist with S-Tier abilities would come alone to buy weapons. What could a warrior of that caliber possibly lack? I picked up a black long sword, examining it carefully before replying coldly, "That's private." There was no chance I'd reveal my pathetic 3-card vitality value. She became even more convinced of her idea, but still spoke respectfully. "If one has summoning creatures to assist, a summoner could opt for some long-range attack weapons, such as spears or staffs." Her understanding of weapons was superficial at best. Knowing that spears and staffs sold well with high profit margins, she simply wanted to drain my wallet dry. But I was in a predicament. My weapon skills were mediocre at best. The last time I wielded swords or spears was 3 years ago, before being kicked out of the martial arts class. These past 3 years, to protect myself, I'd practiced fist and foot techniques against local thugs, only to get beaten badly every time. My proficiency with blades and staves had long since rusted away. And I didn't have any powerful summoned beasts under contract either, only invisible bacteria as my companions. Blunt weapons couldn't cause obvious external injuries, making it impossible for corrosive bacteria to quickly invade the enemy's body. Supporting my chin in thought for a long time, I finally asked, "Why aren't there any arm guards or claw gauntlets?" Her eyes widened as she asked, "Claw-type weapons? Sir, this." Even with her superficial knowledge of weapons, she knew claw-type weapons required extremely high martial arts skills from the wielder. Claws and fist weapons offer flexibility but require extreme agility to compensate for their short attack range. A single mistake could prove fatal. Moreover, fewer warriors purchase claw-type weapons, making them significantly cheaper than popular sword varieties. That's why there aren't any arm-guard weapons displayed in the glass case. "Sir, fist weapons demand exceptionally high martial arts skills from their wielders. Are you certain about this?" I cast her a cold glance, frost gleaming in my eyes. "Do you think I don't appear to possess superior martial prowess?" No. Sir's aura is incredibly formidable." I knew she was just flattering me. What kind of aura could a useless waste with 3 units of chi blood possibly have? Still, I did have some talent in physical techniques. Before getting kicked out of the martial arts class, my fist and footwork could be considered among the best. With utmost deference, she led me to the corner where fist and claw weapons were displayed. In the unnoticed corner stood an imposing tiered mahogany counter, arranged from high to low with all manner of fist and claw weapons in various shapes. The top tier consists of weapons made from S-grade steel, with such dense material that low-level martial artists simply can't lift them. At the very bottom lies a row of black weapons, gauntlets, arm guards, brass knuckles, claw sets, you name it, making my head spin with choices. After much deliberation, I thought, gauntlets and arm guards would make causing obvious external injuries somewhat difficult, so I'll rule those out first. My gaze lingered on the brass knuckles and claw sets, refusing to look away. Seeing me struggle with my decision, she took the initiative to explain the features of brass knuckles and claw sets to me. She handed me the brass knuckles and said, "These knuckles are called wolf sculp, forged entirely from F-grade black refined iron, extremely lightweight. The tip mimics the fangs of an iron-fanged wolf, razor sharp." I tested them out, throwing a couple of punches into the air, hearing whispers of wind resistance. They felt quick and responsive. Taking off the knuckles, I pointed to the claw gauntlet and asked, "Impressive. What about this claw set?" This gauntlet is named Abyssal Tide, she replied. Also crafted from black refined iron, its claw tips are designed with poison fangs from the thousand-eyed spider. It's well balanced, suited for both offense and defense. I took the pitch black Xianxiao and put it on, feeling an immediate comfort in both hands. The back of its gauntlet was uneven, covered with sharp protrusions and wave-like blades. The material was thick yet breathable with hollowed-out joints, and the iron arm guards extending to the forearms could deflect some weapons. The claw tips were razor-sharp, capable of cutting at the slightest touch. Though entirely black, it reflected faint blue glimmers, and from afar, its patterns resembled dark tidal waves, mysterious and dangerous. I love it so much. This mystical tide pairs perfectly with my corrosion bacteria, capable of causing significant external injuries. Moreover, the bacteria require close contact to spread, making it simply perfect. I decided on these claw gauntlets and asked, "These iron claws are truly excellent. How much do they cost?" She secretly shook her head, never expecting I'd actually choose this weapon. The profit margin was too low. Wanting to dissuade me, she said, "Sir, to be honest, these claw-type weapons are second-hand." Second-hand? That's right, we have the transaction record here. The original owner urgently needed money at the time, which is why he sold this weapon to us. She spoke while pulling out a certificate from beneath the counter. Though I knew it was second-hand, I truly adored it, so I took the certificate to examine. The seller was Xiao He, with a cultivation level of Tier 1 martial artist, level 13. They originally didn't want to accept it, she said hesitantly, but he even offered an A-grade combat skill sphere along with it. "I'll take this claw set." I immediately pressed urgently. Her mouth fell open in shock. I'd never seen anyone take an interest in these shabby second-hand claw gauntlets. Thinking to herself that she'd still make decent profit with a combat skill orb thrown in, she swayed her hips as she went to fetch one. These combat skill orbs were spherical capsules capable of storing memory-infused spiritual energy. Creators could preserve their original combat techniques as memories within the spiritual energy, allowing those who absorbed it to inherit the creator's muscle memory and perfectly replicate the techniques. My method for absorbing combat skill capsules was simple. Just shatter the capsule, then use cultivation techniques to absorb the escaping memory-infused energy. However, the acquired combat skill was at a beginner level and required training to improve proficiency. After a while, the sales assistant returned with a red and white orb, saying, "Sir, this is the seller's combat skill orb. The skill is called Phantom Void Claw Technique." I clutched the combat skill orb in my palm, my very first one, and I was especially thrilled. The sales assistant couldn't comprehend why I would buy a second-hand weapon and an unknown warrior's self-created combat skill. She asked puzzled, "Sir, normally no one would choose second-hand weapons. Why would you?" I took a deep breath to calm myself and replied indifferently, "Probably because they're cheaper." "Now take me to the training room." The sales assistant nodded gently and led the way. I was someone who had been reborn once, and I knew the original owner of the Mystic Tide Claw, Xiao He, who would make a name for himself at the Dragon Nation martial arts tournament a year later. He was also from South Zhou City. Back then, when he achieved outstanding results at the martial arts tournament, the entire South Zhou City was in an uproar. He became immensely popular, and I often heard people talk about him, leaving a particularly deep impression. The sales assistant brought me to a thick, heavy black door on the second floor that exuded an intangible sense of oppressive pressure. She handed me a white card and retreated with a bow. I placed the white card on the scanning area, and after a mechanical whirring sound, the gate slowly opened. I stepped forward as the lights gradually brightened with my movement, revealing the full view of the training chamber before me. The training chamber was exquisitely elegant, imbued with Dragon Country aesthetics. A traditional painting of a dragon and tiger locked in combat adorned the wall, beneath which stood a bronze incense altar holding 3 sticks of Supreme Spirit Incense. Spirit incense is a condensation of spiritual energy. When burned, it releases dense, visible spiritual mist. Paired with cultivation techniques, it can rapidly increase blood energy levels, and Supreme Spirit Incense is an enhanced version of this incense. However, my attention wasn't on the extreme spirit incense at the moment. My gaze remained fixed on a furry ball restrained by chains at the very center of the cultivation chamber. This was an exceptionally rare plant-type savage beast, the vine monster. It had no head, face, hands, or feet, only a round body covered in highly toxic emerald green tentacles. From a distance, it resembled a green furry ball. I carefully maneuvered around the writhing tentacles, slowly lighting the spirit incense. A peculiar, refreshing fragrance wafted from the censer, filling the room as swirling mist enveloped the space. The cultivation chamber was completely airtight, its walls made of special materials that prevented even the slightest trace of spiritual energy from leaking outside. I turned and walked back toward the vine monster, my hands hanging loosely. A shimmering blue hue seeped out from the hollows of the dark tide claws like tidal waves, the gauntlets appearing as if soaked in venom, exuding a bone-chilling cold. With a wicked grin, I muttered, "Let's test the power of the corrosion bacteria first." As I spoke, I reached out to touch the vine monster, its tentacles straining to meet the tips of my claws. The moment our fingertips made contact, its tentacle split open, oozing thick green sap the size of peas. Suddenly, the emerald sap merged with the azure glow, flowing back into the wound. Blue spots sprouted across the jade-green tentacle, then its body began to tremble faintly. Indigo speckles rippled across its surface like waves, engulfing its entire form in an instant. With a soft squelch, the vine monster burst apart, spraying sapphire-colored juices in all directions. I stood frozen, eyes wide with shock, utterly speechless at the corrosive bacteria's devastating power. This ability was terrifying. Beep beep. The system alert sounded. Mutation conditions for blood-bound bacteria have been met. Blood-bound bacteria, mutation complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining new bacterium. Blood-bound bacteria, unlocked. Awarding 99 attribute points. The sound jolted me awake. I hurriedly reached out my hand and saw a streak of crimson blood oozing from the gaps of the dark-tide claw. This was the bacterial colony of the blood amalgam fungus. Success! I exclaimed aloud as a notification appeared before my eyes. The blood amalgam fungus is absorbing spiritual energy, converting it for the host into vital energy. Current increment, 0 calories. At this moment, the 3 spiritual incense sticks had already burned through 1/5, saturating the air with dense spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged, I coordinated with the effects of the blood amalgam fungus and adopted the breathing technique of the transparent method. The spiritual energy hovering near the ceiling flooded into my nostrils and mouth like tidewater. Greedily absorbing it, I felt my vital energy gradually begin to boil. 3 hours later, when the extreme spirit incense had completely burned out, I absorbed all the lingering spiritual energy, exhaled a turbid breath, and felt an endless surge of vigor throughout my body. It was as though heavy shackles had been lifted, my body lighter, my mind clearer. Beep. The system prompted. Blood symbiont is absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into vitality points for the host. 9 vitality points gained. 9 points? I exclaimed in astonishment and immediately opened my status panel. Host, MOCI. Prime-tamed beast, corrosive mold cultivation method, transparent body technique combat skills, none vitality points, 13. Originally 3 units, plus the 9 units from the blood unity bacteria. Looks like the cultivation technique only gave me an extra 1 unit of vital energy. I was speechless. Never expected this clear passage technique to be such trash. Next, I need to go to the martial arts hall to test my current combat ability. Tomorrow is the martial exam. I straightened my clothes and walked out of the training chamber. The attendant saw me emerge and greeted me with a charming smile, saying softly, "Sir, do you need any further assistance?" I waved my hand dismissively and handed her my bank card. She said, "Very well, your total comes to 146,000 Dragon Kingdom currency over here. Hold on." I frowned and interrupted her. "How much did you say?" She blinked her beautiful eyes and replied calmly, "What's wrong, sir?" She seemed to have guessed I wasn't a wealthy man. I scratched my head and said with an awkward smile, "Well, I'm a student preparing for the martial exam. Could you give me a discount?" You what? The salesgirl was stunned. She probably never expected a martial examinee to buy weapons and combat techniques just one day before the exam. Even with the discount, it still cost me 130,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, such a painful expense. I stood before the gates of Southern State Martial Hall, sighing deeply with a black backpack on my shoulders. The Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall was government-built, housing over 50 training rooms. Its architecture resembled a research institute, not ornate but entirely snow-white with an undercurrent of high-tech aesthetic. I gazed at the glass entrance before striding in. "Uncle Tang." My voice echoed through the cavernous lobby. A middle-aged man monitoring computers at the front desk jerked his head toward the door in surprise. When he saw me, his weathered, rough face froze momentarily. "ACI, what brings you here?" Tang Wei staggered toward me, his substantial belly leading the way. Tang Wei's daughter Tang Yinling and I were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, innocent and inseparable, both sharing the dream of becoming martial artists. But after testing my vital energy value, when she learned I only had 3 points, she gradually distanced herself from me. She believed I was destined never to become a martial artist, that martial artists and ordinary people inhabited different worlds, and that associating with me would make her a laughingstock. Yet Tang Wei remained kind to me. He never neglected me because of my low vital energy, often looking after me by delivering daily necessities and helping me collect poverty relief funds. Were it not for his wife's objections, he would surely have taken me, orphaned as I was, into his own home. I smiled at Uncle Tang and said, "Uncle, I've come to bring you good news this time." Uncle Tang asked, "What good news? Were you recommended for admission to a liberal arts university?" I shook my head and solemnly said, "I've given up on the liberal arts exams, and I've decided to take tomorrow's martial arts examination instead." Upon hearing this, Uncle Tang's face turned pale instantly, his eyes trembled, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "ACI, you mustn't joke with Uncle Tang like this." Uncle Tang was a retired martial artist. Though only a first-tier level 12 practitioner, he clearly understood what fate awaited someone with a mere 3K vitality level attempting the martial arts exam. The martial arts exam allows team formations, but nobody wants to carry dead weight. Truth be told, I knew Uncle Tang, despite constantly encouraging me, never genuinely believed I could get admitted to a warrior university. Uncle Tang said with visible concern, "Asai, I don't mean to lecture you, but tomorrow's the exam and your vital energy is still just 3 units. My eyes gleamed as I radiated confidence, answering, "Uncle Tang, why don't you come see my current abilities in the training room?" With that, I took out the pair of pitch-black shin-tied claws from my bag and fitted them onto my hands. Uncle Tang finally realized I was dead serious. After a while, I sat cross-legged in training room D14 with my eyes tightly shut, absorbing the spiritual energy from the shattered combat skill orb. Standing before me was a massive spirit puppet made of memory metal, adorned with black shackles. It had a humanoid shape but no facial features, appearing dull yet exuding an overwhelming oppressive aura. Uncle Tang stood behind me, his expression complicated as he shook his head inside. MOCI, this kid actually absorbed a random warrior's combat skill so casually. Most warriors wouldn't take such a risk, as their first combat skill directly affects their exam results. A surge of spiritual energy, like tidal waves, engulfed my mind along with unfamiliar memories, making me feel as if my head was about to explode. At that moment, the system announced, "Beep, host has successfully learned A-Rank combat skill, Shadow Void Claw Technique, 1/100 levels, beginner." I had successfully mastered Xiaoyi's combat skill, Shadow Void Claw Technique. Slowly opening my eyes, I stood up and said, "Uncle Tang, I'm ready." Uncle Tang reluctantly nodded and stepped outside the training arena. Facing the spirit puppet ahead, I knew that with my current strength, I wasn't qualified to engage it without at least 100 attribute points, so, I had to claim all my attribute points first. Silently, I commanded, "System, claim attribute points." Beep, all attribute points have been claimed. Host may freely distribute attribute points for Primordial Tamed Beast. Attribute values can be arbitrarily modified with no upper limit. Suddenly, a burst of static noise echoed in my mind. After pausing briefly, the system added, "Note, since your contracted, corrosive bacteria, single bacterium, does not qualify as a normal fierce beast and has a vitality value below 1, its attribute points are consequently below 1 and cannot be modified. As compensation, the system has transferred this capability to the host." A thought struck me. Attributes like strength value, speed value, and endurance value were established by the Martial Artists Association to visually assess a fighter's capabilities. Both martial artists and fierce beasts possess attribute points. Increasing vitality enhances physical fitness. For every additional 1 calorie of vitality, one could potentially gain 4 to 5 kilograms of punching power. A 5 kilograms increase in punching power equates to a +1 strength value on testing equipment, with other attributes following the same principle. Moreover, attribute points couldn't be allocated 100% to desired stats, and the process was irreversible. But I'm different. Now I can store attribute points gained from increasing my vital energy and modify them at will, freely altering my punch strength, speed, and endurance. This ability is absolutely game-breaking. I frowned, realizing this was no simple matter. Change at will, unlimited. So that means it can be altered freely during battle? Letting beast taming randomly allocate attribute points is nowhere near as good as doing it yourself. Need agility? Just max out the speed stat. Need stamina? Simply cap the endurance value. For a martial artist, this is absolutely game-changing. I decided to try this feature. System, auto-allocate all attribute points. Beep beep, attribute point allocation complete. Instantly, I felt more energetic than ever, my thoughts clearer, and a powerful aura surged out. At this moment, my attribute points far surpassed those of my fellow martial examinees. Strength, 104, speed, 104, endurance, 104. Uncle Tang furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Why does it feel like MOC's aura suddenly became more intense and formidable? My current chi blood value is still just 3 Ka. By all conventional reasoning, my attribute points should only be 13, yet they've reached a terrifying 312 points instead, equivalent to the strength of a Tier 0 Level 3 warrior. With newfound confidence, I faced the shackled training dummy and shouted, "Activate the Tier 9 Spirit Puppet," with a 60-second countdown. As the roaring vibration filled the air, the spirit puppet's eyes snapped open, glowing bloody red, while the room's announcement system blared, Tier 0 Level 9 Spirit Puppet, activated. Current 60-second record holder, Tang Yinling, score, 307 points, The screech of retracting chains echoed through the training chamber. Uncle Tang's eyes flew wide in shock as he gasped, "What tier? 9? Tang Yinling spent tremendous effort and time to create this record. Her classmates didn't even dare to look, yet someone like me with just 3 chi blood points actually dares to challenge it." Uncle Tang panicked. "ACI, have you gone mad?" I smiled faintly to reassure him. "Don't worry, Uncle Tang. Just watch." I clenched my fist, the profound tidal claws on my hand emitting a metallic creaking sound, the black cold steel flashing with lethal glimmers. Boom! The chains finished retracting as the announcement sounded. When the puppet's eyes flash green, it signifies the start of training. Good luck, warrior! The announcement finished, and my expression turned grave. Dressed in black with razor-sharp claws on my hands, I stood at a distance, facing off against the towering white spirit puppet. Beep! A strange sound rang out. The spirit puppet's eyes shifted from red to green, its entire body trembling slightly. In an instant, I sprang into action. Seizing the moment before the puppet could raise its fist, I dashed beneath its abdomen. Even I hadn't expected such speed. I couldn't help marveling. 104 agility points already feels this fast. I can't even imagine how swift those advanced superhumans must be. ACI, watch out! The spirit puppet's heavy fist was already coming straight for my face. Raising my left arm, I instantly blocked the iron-hard punch. Using the momentum, I pivoted with my back to it, planted my feet firmly on the ground, and mustering all my strength, leveraging the force of the puppet's swing, I gave it a devastating shoulder throw. Bang! With a loud noise, the announcement echoed from the training room. Beep! Spirit puppet back contusion, score increased by 46. At this moment, Uncle Tang was utterly dumbfounded by my astonishing performance. Chapter 6, You call this testing the waters? Without looking back, I saw the countdown on the wall, 55 seconds remaining, while his score stood at 46 points. Staring at the score sheet, only then did a somewhat satisfied expression appear on his face. I noticed Tang Wei standing nearby, utterly dumbfounded. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Heh, just testing the waters." Tang Wei pointed at MOCI and loudly complained, "You call this just testing the waters?" Faced with MOC's sudden surge in strength, Tang Wei's mind raced through numerous possibilities, yet every single one of them seemed utterly impractical. MOCI was most likely pretending to be weak all along, biding his time to strike. Though I can't fathom his motives, this is the only possible conclusion. After pondering for a long time, Tang Wei laughed at himself. Could it be that he actually obtained some sort of system like in those web novels? The spirit puppet dragged its cumbersome body as it slowly rose. MOCI knew full well that if this were a real ferocious beast, he wouldn't have had it so easy. This spirit puppet was like a wooden stake that had poured all its vitality points into endurance. And wooden stakes don't fight back. MOCI gathered his strength in place, watching the slowly rising spirit puppet while thinking inwardly. At the very least, I should break some kind of record while hitting this wooden dummy. He wanted to verify the feasibility of his idea. MOCI murmured softly. System, modify attributes, max out, strength. Beep beep. Attribute modification complete. Strength has reached 312 points. Suddenly, MOC's entire body erupted with limitless power. The density of his muscles and bones instantly increased more than tenfold, making his whole body seem packed with explosives ready to ignite at the slightest touch. But MOCI could sense it after his speed and endurance dropped. His reaction time had slowed considerably. Is this the consequence of having speed and endurance at zero? MOC's sword-like eyebrows furrowed tightly. He realized this heaven-defying ability would become useless in later stages, as resetting a large number of attribute points at once would inflict unimaginable damage on his body. This ability to reset attributes could only help him safely pass through the lower realms, nothing more. His left hand gripped his right wrist tightly, and as he rotated it, the metallic grinding sound of steel set the air on edge with tension. Suddenly, MOCI stepped forward with his left foot while swiftly swinging down his right palm. An incredibly fierce black gale howled as it charged toward the still unsteady spirit puppet. In that instant, MOCI unleashed the full 100% power of his Void Claw technique. The black energy transformed into 5 razor-sharp wind blades, instantly slicing toward the puppet's front. The puppet clumsily raised its arm in a futile attempt to block, but its entire limb exploded like paper meeting a scalpel, instantly shredded into blossoming fragments. The wind blades pierced through like a beast's claws, tearing open the puppet's entire chest cavity. Even the wall bore 5 shallow claw marks. All was silent as the grave. The dissipating wind blades made a mournful whistling sound, like a gentle breeze passing through a secluded valley. Beep. The training room's announcement sounded again. Mannequin thoracic cavity torn, spinal column fractured, 176 points added. MOCI and Tang Wei stared wide-eyed at the mannequin's split-open corpse. MOCI never expected the Yukong Claw technique's power to be this extraordinary. Other combat techniques, even with these 300 points of strength, wouldn't be able to shred this spirit puppet so easily. MOCI gazed at the Mystic Tide Claw, silently praising it in his heart. An S-grade combat technique, its power is truly terrifying. Xiao He's reputation is indeed well-deserved. If used against ferocious beasts, it could be combined with corrosive bacteria for even greater destructive force. Before he could finish speaking, the spirit puppet's body slowly began to reassemble. MOCI watched this somewhat eerie scene and thought to himself, the memory steel at the martial arts hall is only B-grade, perfect for using as a punching bag. Wielding his dark-tide claws, MOCI slowly approached the battered spirit puppet. In that instant, MOC's tall, black-clad figure radiated an overwhelming sinister aura. Tang Wei's gaze toward MOCI completely transformed. Click clack clack. Outside the glass door came the sound of hurried footsteps. Dad! Dad! A crisp, bell-like voice tinged with a hint of girlish defiance came through the glass door. MOCI actually gave up on the liberal arts exam, now the whole school is. The sound abruptly ceased. Standing there was a sweet-looking high school girl from Nanzhou No. 1 High, her hair tied in a high ponytail as she gripped the door handle, wearing the school uniform with a short skirt. She peeked into the hall, only to find it completely empty. Strange. At this time, he should always be waiting for me at the front desk after school. This pure and adorable high school girl was Tang Wei's daughter, Tang Yinling. Looking around, she spotted a familiar black backpack. MOC's? With that, Tang Yinling tried to find traces of the two figures and walked straight into the depths of the corridor. Clip-clop. Tang Yinling's little black leather shoes tapped briskly against the corridor floor. Though illuminated by lights, the narrow white corridor of the martial arts hall still emanated an eerie atmosphere. The spacious corridor had every training room door tightly shut, indicating they were all unoccupied. It was too quiet. Everything was far too quiet. At this hour, Southjo Martial Arts Hall should have been packed with martial artists, mostly exam candidates rushing over to train after school. At this moment, the corridor should be filled with the sounds of intense fighting. Yet the sounds of fierce combat had unexpectedly vanished without a trace, leaving only absolute silence surrounding the corridor. This shouldn't be. There's not a single person inside the training room. Tang Yinling muttered under her breath as she quickened her pace. She darted past one cultivation chamber after another, finally stopping before the door of chamber D14. Only here could some faint clamoring be heard. Tang Yinling pushed open the door, the scene before her made her round eyes widen in astonishment. Clad in black robes, MOCI crouched over the dismembered spirit puppet, donning a pair of dark, razor-sharp claws. The training chamber walls were covered in claw marks of varying depths, sending shivers down one's spine. Martial artists wielding all manner of weapons stood at the edges of the training room, animatedly discussing something. MOC's strength is actually this terrifying. But he only has 3 Kachi blood? How could? As expected of a martial artist who awakened an S-class ability, Tang Yinling's father was also here. The crowd chattered away, completely oblivious to Tang Yinling's arrival. Suddenly, the training room's broadcast sounded. Congratulations, MOCI. Successfully set a new record of 60 seconds for the level 9 puppet. Score reached 1003. Tang Yinling's scalp went numb. She immediately turned to look at the scoreboard, only to see it coldly displaying 4 digits. 1003 points. How much? 1000 points? Tang Yinling rubbed her captivating almond-shaped eyes, as if she couldn't believe the scoreboard's result. Tang Wei followed the sound and found his daughter had arrived. Tang Wei immediately pulled MOCI up and said to him joyfully, "Ah, CI, let's go outside to talk." Tang Wei led the two of them away from training room D14. The martial artists still hadn't left. They were carefully studying the terrifying wounds MOCI had inflicted on the spirit dummy. A short-haired youth clutching dual swords stood frozen in place. His face wore a look of terror, sweat pouring down his back as he captured the horrifying image of the dismembered spirit puppet. "Ah, CI, thank goodness you didn't give up on the path of a martial artist." Tang Wei sat on the sofa, speaking with heartfelt relief. "You would have regretted it for the rest of your life if you'd wasted such talent." MOCI nodded. In his previous life, he had truly regretted it deeply. Tang Wei took MOCI in Tang Yinling's hands and spoke with earnest gravity. "You two have grown up together since childhood, sharing an exceptionally close bond. Yinling, your supernatural ability is B-grade control type, Silver Vine. For tomorrow's martial examination, I want you to team up with ACI and assist him." Tang Wei had personal motives. He keenly noticed that MOC's combat strength had already far surpassed his peers. If Tang Yinling joined his team, she would surely achieve outstanding results and qualify for admission to a top-tier martial arts university. Tang Wei patted MOC's back reassuringly. "If you're short of anything, just tell Uncle Tang, though my salary isn't much either." MOCI was deeply moved. Ever since his parents passed away, Tang Wei had been supporting him continuously, and he was merely a martial arts school administrator working for the Dragon Kingdom. "Dad." Tang Yinling gazed at her father with a complex expression. Her supernatural ability was only Class B, and her vital energy had been weak initially, yet she had endured countless hardships to embark on the path of a martial artist. She never expected her father to hold MOCI in such high regard. The very MOCI whom everyone had mocked as a worthless 3-calorie vital energy weakling had now grown astonishingly formidable. She simply couldn't believe he could effortlessly break his own record. Moreover, Tang Wei remained unaware. She had long severed ties with MOCI. Tang Yinling slowly rose to her feet and spoke with slight solemnity. "Dad, I won't team up with MOCI." Chapter 7, The Martial Exam Begins. By now, MOCI had already returned home. He lay on the soft bed, eyes unfocused, his mind still preoccupied with the events of that afternoon. Tang Yinling remains as disgusting as ever. Uncle Tang really raised a fine daughter. MOCI sighed quietly to himself. Ever since MOC's vital energy was tested at a measly 3 units, Tang Yinling had deliberately distanced herself from him, publicly declaring she wasn't acquainted with this laughingstock of Nanzhou No. 1 High School. MOCI chose not to expose her hypocrisy to her face, not because he cared, but to spare Tang Wei's dignity. After all, Tang Wei had no relation whatsoever to him, yet still treated him so kindly. To set Tang Wei's mind at ease, MOCI promised he would help Tang Yinling during the martial exam. Though MOCI said this aloud, in his heart he couldn't be bothered with her. The weapons are ready, the combat techniques mastered. Now, all that's left is to relax and wait for tomorrow's martial examination. MOCI stopped overthinking. Slowly, he closed his heavy, weary eyelids and sank into deep slumber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the blazing sun rose over Nanzhou City. Wee boom, boom. A piercing PA announcement echoed through Nanzhou No. 1 High School. Damn it, the school should replace these microphones already. Every assembly assaults our eardrums. Grumbling voices rose from the sports field. The large playground of Nanzhou No. 1 High School was densely packed with martial arts examinees in black skin-tight combat uniforms. Equipped with cold iron shoulder and knee guards, they stood waiting for the exam to begin. Ahem! All martial examinees, please install the scoring device issued by your teacher into the slot on your combat uniform's chest. Hold your weapons ready, the military buses are about to arrive. Principal Cheng Nan, sporting a straight-cut mustache, stood on the elevated platform droning into the microphone. He wore a beaming smile, yet couldn't conceal the sharp aura emanating from his body. Standing beside the principal was a muscular, long-haired man dressed in camouflage military pants, black boots, and a black tank top. This was none other than Wei Wenliang, commander of the Jiangnan Province Warrior Corps. Unlike Principal Cheng Nan, his entire body emitted no discernible aura, appearing completely ordinary like any common person. Wei Wenliang nudged Cheng Nan and quietly asked, "Who do you think, from your school might get accepted by the 3 great academies?" The 3 great academies refer to Martial Arts Academy, Supernatural Academy, and Dragon Nation Military Academy. The Martial Arts Academy advocates physical techniques and cultivation. It enables extreme physical evolution, suitable for warriors with low-tier supernatural abilities. The Supernatural Academy is different. They focus on helping every warrior unlock their supernatural potential to develop combat skills, typically attracting warriors with high-tier abilities. As for the Dragon Nation Military Academy, it serves as the primary force guarding the nation's borders. Graduates directly enlist in the military to join expeditions beyond the frontier. Wei Wenliang was one of those exceptionally powerful warriors who emerged from the military academy. These 3 universities are world-renowned top-tier institutions, having produced countless high-level superhumans over the years. Hearing this, Cheng Nan fell into deep thought. The big 3 schools, huh? Did you see that white-haired examinee? Cheng Nan pointed to a particular squad and said, "That boy is named Qian Tianbai, the young master of the Qian Corporation. His vital energy measures 214 calories, with an S-grade supernatural ability, sword control." Hearing this, Wei Wenliang casually glanced at the white-haired youth. Already reached level 2 at such a young age. Impressive. Qian Tianbai stood at the forefront of the formation, cloaked in black combat attire, his hands resting on the upright sword hilt before him, exuding an air of solitary pride. His sword-like brows and starry eyes complemented a chiseled jawline, making him strikingly handsome. The crisp white short hair only accentuated his noble bearing. Wei Wenliang turned to Cheng Nan, his stern expression melting into a mischievously sly grin as he quipped, "Your Nanzhou No. 1 High truly has all the luck. Not just 1 S-grade superhuman, but 2. Cheng Nan's expression instantly turned awkward. He understood exactly what Wei Wenliang meant. "Old Cheng, I heard your high school has another S-rank special ability examinee from the arts class. Let me see for myself." MOC's incident had caused quite the stir in Nanzhou City. It's common knowledge now. AI, old Wei, quit mocking me. Cheng Nan sighed deeply, his eyes hinting in a certain direction. Wei Wenliang followed his gaze toward MOCI, standing alone at the farthest corner of the group. MOCI stood with his eyes closed, arms crossed over his chest, and on his hand, he bore the pitch-black, profoundly dark mystic-tied claws. Claw weapons? Claw-type weapons demand extremely high physical skills from the wielder. This kid actually dares to choose such an obscure weapon. Wei Wenliang stared calmly at MOCI and muttered to himself, "Lao Chang, did you see that video that went viral on the forum last night?" Cheng Nan stroked his mustache, his expression grave as he said, "The video of MOCI breaking the level 9 spirit puppet record at Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall, right? That footage only shows the puppet's wreckage, hard to analyze. We'll just have to see how he performs next." Beep. The car horn interrupted their conversation. Military green buses sped over and came to a steady stop before the crowd. The military vehicles had arrived, the martial examination was about to begin. Chang Nan stopped deliberating. He picked up the microphone again and loudly announced, "All examinees, please board the buses in an orderly manner under the guidance of your homeroom teachers." One after another, martial arts examinees stepped onto the coach buses. MOCI had faced countless storms before, yet the martial arts examination could still stir up tidal waves of emotion within his heart. Yet his expression remained as calm and still as a stagnant pond. "MOCI, get on the bus." Jiang Yang stood at the bus entrance, turning back to beckon the dazed MOCI who remained frozen in place. Never could he have imagined that as a humanities class teacher, he would get caught up in the commotion of the martial exam. Without a word, MOCI quietly boarded the vehicle. The people on the bus, hearing Jiang Yang shout the name, all turned their heads to get a good look at the big star's appearance. "So this is MOCI? That liberal arts student who's also a martial examinee. I heard he has an S-tier superpower. What if that video from last night was real?" Whispers swirled around Mosai's ears, but he paid them no mind. These sarcastic taunts had grown calluses in Mosai's ears from overexposure. Even now, Mosai still hated these people with a passion. He'd come to understand one truth deeply: only strength could silence them. Cough, cough. The bus intercom crackled to life. "Attention all martial arts examinees, I am this year's supervising examiner, Wei Wenliang." The chaotic chatter in the vehicle ceased instantly. The group of martial examinees listened nervously to the voice on the broadcast. "Now announcing the location and ferocious beasts for Nanzhou No. 1 High School's martial exam in 2218. This year's exam site is set in the Qingyi City ruins. The ferocious beasts are primarily iron fawn wolves and spine boars, with a small number of plant-type ferocious beasts. Their levels typically range from 1 to 5, with each beast worth 2 points. As soon as the announcement finished, a wave of excited cheers erupted on the bus. The examinees were all rejoicing over the simplicity of the test questions. Next comes the important part. The military has also deployed a small number of level 5 to 10 Azure Flame Tigers deep in the ruins, each worth 20 points, as well as one level 15 Storm Elephant worth 100 points. Examinees who lack confidence in their abilities, please do not venture into the depths of the ruins. There is risk of death. In case of imminent danger, firmly tap the scoring device on your chest to be teleported back to the safe zone. With that, the entire bus fell silent again. The construction of warp platforms was both time-consuming and costly, making them available only in dangerous border regions and a few designated examination sites. Although the teleportation distance wasn't particularly far, it could at least save lives in emergencies. For these examinees to require this technology meant the ferocious beasts at this Qingyi City examination site were no ordinary threat. The truth was exactly so. That Cyan Flame Tiger was extremely formidable, exceptionally fast with devastating attacks, plus it commanded fire abilities. The Storm Beast Elephant needed no introduction, nearly impenetrable hide paired with terrifying offensive power. Its fan-like ears could summon gales and thunderbolts with just a gentle flap. These two vicious beasts could truly be considered exceptionally rare. Most examinees didn't even know what abilities the Wind Thunder Elephant possessed. The examinee who had just broken into a smile now found himself unable to laugh, his expression as if he'd choked on excrement, his face turning extremely unpleasant. Bah! Yet MOCI, in this deathly quiet atmosphere, couldn't help but burst out laughing. An utterly inappropriate grin spread across his face. MOCI remembered this year's martial exams beasts with unusual clarity. Unusually clear indeed. As expected, the exam content hasn't changed from before my rebirth. This time, it's my turn to top the golden list. Chapter 8, Forming a Team? Don't drag me down. Several military green buses emerged from the abandoned highway encircled by mountains, finally coming to a steady halt in front of a derelict building. One after another, martial examinees stepped off the buses. Clad in black combat attire, they wielded blades, spears, and staffs. The air was thick with the rotting stench that plagued the entire city of Qingyi with its foul reek. The martial arts examinees faced the blood-soaked, now oxidized and blackened welcome to Qingyi City sign without a trace of fear. Their faces wore expressions of indignation more than anything else. Row upon row of abandoned yet massive buildings constantly bore witness to the former glory of human civilization. But now, humanity huddled in isolated corners of safety, or even stepping beyond national borders posed tremendous difficulty. Buzz buzz buzz. The sky became densely packed with swarms of white drones. As if sensing their targets, they locked onto the scoring devices on each candidate's chest, relentlessly following the examinees. These were live-streaming drones. This martial arts examination would be broadcast live to all citizens of Nanzhou City, and the largest drone among them emitted a familiar voice. The exam will begin in 5 minutes. Candidates may form teams freely, but the points earned will be equally divided. The duration is 2 hours, and it will be broadcast live across the entire city. With this, we wish all martial examinees success in placing high on the rankings. With that, all examinees sprang into action, beginning to form teams on their own. MOCI simply leaned casually against the bus with closed eyes, lost in unknown thoughts. MOCI had no intention of joining any team. In my past life, I remember the school's top scorer was Qian Tianbai, who achieved nearly 400 points and was finally admitted to the Supernatural Academy. 400 points, that'd mean slaughtering 200 iron-fanged wolves at the bare minimum. If one's supernatural ability isn't potent enough, relying purely on martial techniques would exhaust them to death. MOCI spread his palms open, staring intently at that shimmering azure glow in his hands as he pondered silently. With the corrosion bacteria's power, wiping out the wolf pack shouldn't pose any difficulty. Just as MOCI was deep in thought, a soft and sweet voice suddenly reached his ears. MOCI, would you like to join our team? Hearing this, MOCI was startled. He never expected that someone would actually want to recruit him. MOCI lifted his eyes and took in the sight of the person before him. This short-haired maiden wielding twin black iron swords possessed an appearance strikingly cold yet beautiful, with faint traces of disdain and scorn flashing through her sanpaku eyes. The form-fitting black combat suit clung tightly to her voluptuous figure, sketching out curves so alluring they bordered on sinful. MOCI found it nearly impossible to reconcile this ice-cold beauty with the startlingly sweet voice that had just spoken. At the same moment, MOCI also recognized the person before him. Gao Xinlan, captain of martial arts class B, with 179 calories of vital energy and possessing a B-grade special ability, freeze. Gao Xinlan, not interested. MOCI categorically refused. Everyone turned their heads in unison, their faces filled with shock. What's Gao Xinlan doing? Wait a minute, did MOCI just refuse? They were utterly astonished. The proud Gao Xinlan had actually invited MOCI to team up. What's even more surprising is that MOCI actually refused. After all, in their eyes, Gao Xinlan was one of the top students at Nanzhou No. 1 High School, while MOCI was just a worthless trash with an S-level ability that he couldn't even use. The muscular guy standing next to her immediately took offense. MOCI, Xinlan invited you to join out of pity, don't push your luck. This guy was precisely Gao Xinlan's most obsessive simp Hong Zhaoshan. Supernatural ability B class, delayed lightwave, vital energy value 161 points. He'd been pursuing her relentlessly from sophomore year through senior year, yet hadn't even held Gao Xinlan's delicate hand. Hong Zhaoshan's booming voice drew the attention of fighters who hadn't noticed the commotion initially. The crowd began whispering among themselves, all criticizing MOC's arrogance. Hearing these remarks, MOCI also grew slightly irritated. He simply brushed past the two of them and scoffed mockingly. Team up? Do you want to drag me down? MOC's words were astonishingly bold. Hong Zhaoshan's mouth twitched, while Gao Xinlan's face remained as calm as a still lake. With that, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Subtle expressions of irritation appeared on everyone's faces. Even the normally arrogant Qian Tianbai sheathed his iron sword at this moment, casting a cold glance back at MOCI. Laughter echoed cheerfully through the military bus. All the homeroom teachers from the martial arts classes were doubled over with laughter as they watched the large screen, nearly out of breath. 3 energy points, and he has the nerve to spout such nonsense. Teacher Jiang Yang, you really taught such an outstanding student, didn't you? Humorous. Jiang Yang kept bowing and scraping before the martial arts exam instructors like a dog. His face quietly vanished into the shadows, the fawning expression instantly transformed into something darker. Jiang Yang gnashed his teeth and growled. Damn it, MOCI. Inside the safe zone, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Gao Xinlan silently watched MOC's retreating figure for a long while before finally turning to Hong Zhaoshan. Her sweet voice turned icy as she spoke. Hong Zhaoshan, apologize. Ha! Hong Zhaoshan craned his neck, gaping in astonishment. 3. Xinlan, I'm avenging you. Why are you making me? 2. Hong Zhaoshan immediately hunched his ramrod straight posture and addressed MOCI solemnly. I'm sorry, MOCI. Gao Xinlan gave a faint smile and said, MOCI, I respect your choice. MOCI didn't respond, merely turning his head with an indifferent expression as his gaze fixed straight ahead toward the examination area. Gao Xinlan quickly walked away from the scene, her delicate brows tightly knitted, her face filled with complicated emotions as she silently thought. Not joining a team, choosing to be a lone wolf. So the rumors about MOCI dismembering Nanzhou Martial Arts Academy's spirit puppet must be true. If it weren't for her younger brother coincidentally meeting MOCI and personally showing her the photos, she would never have believed that MOCI, with merely 3 units of vital energy, could actually set a record at Nanzhou Martial Arts Academy. He even managed to smash the spirit puppet forged from grade B steel, memory metal, beyond recovery. Given the puppet's defensive capabilities, achieving this would require at least 300 points of strength, yet MOCI was just a worthless cripple with a measly 3-calorie vitality. She speculated that MOC's vitality level must have significantly increased, and by no small margin at that. Xinlan, 4. Shut up. Gao Xinlan glared fiercely at Hong Jiashan, cutting him off mid-sentence. Hong Jiashan immediately clamped his mouth shut. At this point, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Even the usually composed Qian Tianbai began to sweat profusely, his mind racing with wild thoughts. Gao Xinlan, why did she invite MOCI instead of me? Could it be that MOCI has already surpassed me in strength? He shook his head and muttered to himself. Impossible. I'm a warrior with 214 cards, while MOCI is only at 3. Beep. Just as Qian Tianbai was deep in thought, a notification tone suddenly rang out. The exam has officially begun. Any examinees still remaining in the safe zone after 5 minutes will be disqualified. In an instant, all martial examinees swarmed out en masse, charging in a mighty rush toward Qingni town. Oh no, I overthought it. A cloud of dust suddenly billowed up. Qian Tianbai immediately dashed out of the safety zone, overtaking everyone in an instant. Huff, good, no one can outrun me. This way I'll take the initiative first. Suddenly, a dark gust swiftly swept past Qian Tianbai. His pristine white strands were tousled by the blurringly fast figure's passage. Brushing away the swirling dust before him, he wiped his sweaty brow and gasped. I've got 85 speed points. Who on earth could be this fast? Qian Tianbai immediately turned his gaze toward that black whirlwind. As he narrowed his eyes, bean-sized drops of cold sweat rapidly dripped from his forehead. With his mouth agape, he stammered. MOCI? Chapter 9, A Lone Fight Against the Wolf Pack. Holy shit? From another military bus came an exclamation of astonishment. Wei Wenliang, who had been slumped on the sofa, suddenly sprang up like a jack-in-the-box when he saw MOC's explosive sprinting speed. Even the freshly lit cigarette slipped from his fingers and fell onto the floor. Damn, old Chang, this guy doesn't look like someone with only 3 chi points at all? Wei Wenliang spread his hands in disbelief at MOCI in the video, shouting in astonishment. Chang Nan hurriedly put on his gold-rimmed glasses, eyes widening in shock. Appearing anxious not to miss any of MOC's movements, he muttered while sweating profusely. This speed must be at least 300 speed points? Even if we calculate the speed value at the highest ratio of 1:1, it'd still be over 300 calories. 300 units of vitality, equivalent to Tier 0 Level 3. MOCI had already surpassed another, S-Rank extraordinary martial artist, Qian Tianbai, by a whole level. Ding dong! Green lights lit up on the scoring devices worn by everyone's chests as a prompt sounded. Safety zone exited. Hearing this, the crowd quickly scattered, and MOCI was no exception. But unlike the other examinees who ventured deep into the urban ruins, MOCI went contrary to their path. He sprinted toward a mountainous forest outside Qingni City. Wei Wenliang was stunned and quickly switched the screen to MOC's perspective, cursing under his breath. Where the hell is this little bastard going? The outskirts are infested with iron-fawn wolves. Even a genius wouldn't dare go there alone. How could you possibly dare? The iron-fawn wolves within Qingni town were relatively low level, while those in the mountains and forests outside the town were mostly level 5 and frequently moved in packs. Any sane person would know what choice to make. But MOCI was no sane man. His corrosive bacteria were exceptionally deadly against packs of iron-fawn wolves. He plunged straight into the mountain forest, thinking to himself, let's try my hand at the iron-fawn wolf tide first, to test the contagiousness of my corrosive bacteria. MOCI raced through the intricate mountain forests. He didn't dart around aimlessly like a headless fly. In his previous life, an examinee had come alone to this vicinity and was nearly killed by a wolf pack attack. The news report had also clearly marked the exact location of the accident site. Though MOCI had mostly forgotten the details after so many years, he remembered the incident occurred not far to the left front of the safe zone. Rustle! After running for quite some time, MOCI suddenly heard faint rustling sounds coming from the grass at his 7 o'clock direction. A dark shadow came rushing in. With a swish sound, it pounced straight at MOCI. But MOCI had maxed out his speed stat, his reflexes far surpassing those of ordinary martial examinees. He immediately reacted, rolling forward a short distance before swiftly spinning around. Bang! An utterly pitch-black, iron-fanged wolf landed heavily before MOCI. Its eyes emitted a blood-red glow as it slowly turned its head, fixing a deathly stare on the kneeling MOCI. Rustle! A series of light yet chaotic footsteps rustled through the bushes behind MOCI. Several gray-furred iron-fawn wolves emerged. MOCI was now surrounded in the heart of the mountain forest. Had this been an ordinary lone examinee in such a situation, even if they narrowly dodged the black alpha's pounce, survival would still be nearly impossible. Yet MOCI remained utterly calm, assuming a combat stance as faint spiritual energy emanated from his body, confronting the pack of wolves. This was nothing like a martial examinee facing ferocious beasts for the first time. I've seen far more savage beasts. Ymir pups aren't even worth mentioning. Compared to those green-skinned, fanged monstrosities from the Doomsday Beast tide, these iron-toothed wolves could almost be considered cute. The iron-fanged wolf resembled a Doberman in appearance, with 2 exceptionally long iron fangs protruding from its jaw. Its gray-black fur gleamed with an oily sheen, giving it the smooth appearance of a sea lion from afar. Its limbs were lean and towering, moving with agile and powerful strides. Yet these remarkably long limbs didn't hinder its lightning-fast pursuit of prey through mountainous terrain in the slightest. If MOC's vital energy value were at a normal level like an ordinary person's, if he could contract normally, he would probably choose to contract such a handsome fierce beast. Shadow Void Claw. MOCI immediately attacked, taking a big step forward with his left foot. With all his strength, he unleashed a black wind blade towards the black-maned alpha wolf. But after all, that black alpha was also a tier 4 savage beast. It swiftly leaped backward, kicked off a tree, and dodged this devastating strike. Using the momentum from its kickoff, the black wolf then lunged straight at MOCI. MOCI immediately rolled backward, planting his foot against the alpha wolf's torso and kicking it back into the pack behind him. The large tree behind the alpha wolf wasn't so fortunate. 5 beast-like claw marks, as if torn by savage fury, were carved into the thick trunk by the fierce wind. Both the claw marks on the tree trunk and MOC's dark Shinchao claws simultaneously emitted an extremely faint blue glow. Chang Nan and Wei Wenliang leaned closer to the screen, frowning as they watched intently. Their expressions were extraordinarily complex. Chang Nan murmured to himself, "This combat technique is good, but unfortunately it was dodged. Wait, look more carefully at the alpha wolf's right hind leg. The technique wasn't completely dodged after all." A drop of blood dripped from the black iron-toothed wolf's right hind leg. The iron-toothed wolf paid it no mind, shook its leg forcefully, and continued lunging towards MOCI. Chang Nan leaned forward, squinting his eyes as he retorted, "Just scratched off some fur, what difference does it make? This doesn't seem to make any difference." Wei Wenliang pointed behind MOCI and said gravely, "Right now all the wolves are concentrated directly in front of MOCI. At his speed, if he retreats backwards immediately he'll definitely escape alive." Chang Nan shook his head. He gazed at MOC's live broadcast and sighed. But it seems he doesn't intend to run away. MOCI is still too proud for his own good. When the black iron-fanged wolf pounced, MOCI didn't choose to dodge. Facing the iron-fanged wolf, a thought flashed through his mind. System, reset attributes, max out strength stat. MOCI quickly reset his attributes, allocating all 312 attribute points to maximum strength. In just an instant, MOCI no longer moved with his previous agility, but an explosive power surged through his entire body. He threw an incredibly fast straight punch with his dominant hand, smashing heavily against the hardened skull of the black iron-fanged wolf. This punch was slow, its killing intent flickering in and out of perception. The black iron-fanged wolf hastily dodged, but it was already mid-leap, forced to rely solely on its core strength to twist its body aside from this terrifyingly fearsome strike. But the iron fist still grazed its head. There was a loud boom. The iron-fanged wolf shot into the pack like a cannonball, smashing into the ground with tremendous force and kicking up a cloud of dust. MOCI widened his eyes, inwardly exclaiming, "It's over. Don't die now. I still need to test my bacteria." As the dust settled, the iron-toothed wolf shook its dizzy head and wobbled back onto its feet. That 300-calorie punch nearly knocked it out cold. His stamina had dropped drastically. Delivering such a fierce punch left him utterly winded. Misfortunes never come singly. Seeing the black iron-fanged wolf stumbling, the remaining gray-furred beasts grew restless and surged towards MOCI in a frenzied rush. Wei Wenliang took a drag from his cigarette, his expression deeply regretful. MOCI has exhausted his stamina. Looks like he'll have to forfeit the exam. The pack of wolves surged toward MOCI like a raging flood, drowning him in the suffocating aura of death. At this moment, MOCI didn't panic, nor did he consider pressing the scoring device on his chest to forfeit the exam. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he murmured to himself, "System, distribute 312 attribute points equally." Chapter 10, Alarm. The Iron-Fanged Wolf Tide. Cough cough cough. Inside Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall, violent coughing sounds suddenly erupted. Tang Wei, seated at the desk, was intently watching the live broadcast of Nanzhou City's martial arts examination. He took a sip of tea, then clasped his hands together, silently praying for Tang Yinling and MOCI. Citizens across the entire Dragon Nation were now watching live broadcasts from their respective examination districts, cheering on the new generation of martial artists. A group of degenerate gamblers had also gathered in sunless underground gambling dens, watching the martial examination score rankings with great excitement. They were only after money, praying to strike it rich overnight. The majority placed their bets on Qian Tianbai. Only a small minority, having seen MOC's video dismantling a spiritual puppet at Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall, bet on MOCI. Despite being baseless rumor, the video still made them spend heavily to bet on a waste with mere 3 units of chi blood value. These people are the real gamblers. MOCI was the first to encounter the ferocious beasts, so the live broadcast immediately focused on him. But he took an unconventional path, recklessly charging alone into the mountain forest area, a suicidal move that left him surrounded by Iron Fang wolves. A red-haired youth who had bet on MOCI cursed at him wrathfully. "Damn it, looks like this little brat is gonna cost me a pretty penny. Ha 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 ha." The crowd burst into laughter, mercilessly mocking the man without holding back. The red-haired man's face twisted with resentment, his features crumpled together in dejection. Suddenly, the martial exam's perspective abruptly shifted to Qian Tianbai, now fighting alone on the battlefield. Unlike MOCI, who was now in a dilemma, Qian Tianbai stood at the center of the town, four headless, Iron Fang wolves, lying beside him as he calmly wiped the bloodstains off his iron sword. In just 3 minutes, Qian Tianbai had already taken the lead by beheading 4 Iron Fang wolves, securing 8 points. Qian Tianbai wasn't even breathing hard. Old Wei, this Qian Tianbai is truly promising. He killed 4 Iron Fang wolves without even breaking a sweat. Changnan stared at the screen, his eyes radiating with unreserved admiration. It was clear that he thought highly of Qian Tianbai. He had already concluded that MOCI wouldn't achieve any remarkable results, so he switched one of the screens in front of him to Qian Tianbai's live broadcast perspective. You're right. Yet Wei Wenliang only responded absent-mindedly. His anxious gaze never left MOCI on the screen before him. In the scene, MOCI leaned against the tree trunk, glaring fiercely at the pack of hungry wolves before him. Wei Wenliang gradually began to realize something was off about MOCI. Every time his stamina was exhausted, MOCI would inexplicably surge with energy again, locking in another fierce battle with the Iron Fang wolves. Given MOC's strength, there were many opportunities where he could have slain the Iron Fang wolves, but he remained unmoved, as if deliberately holding back. The wolf pack never expected. This human with extremely weak spiritual energy could actually trade blows with them under their bloody fangs, holding out for several rounds. That jet-black alpha wolf with glossy fur was now staggering, shrinking behind the pack. The alpha wolf's pupils gradually turned blue, as if flooded by tides. The corrosive bacteria had swiftly invaded the alpha wolf's internal organs, sending wave after wave of needle-like pain through its body. Death was imminent. The alpha wolf lowered its head and whimpered, as if giving final instructions to the pack. Moments later it gasped heavily for breath before darting away through the smoke. "Run faster. It'll be too late if you don't run now," MOCI silently thought to himself. He currently had the impulse to chase after them, but the wolf pack encircling him left him unable to move. MOCI took a deep breath and tightened his grip around the Shin Tide Claw, which emitted a faint blue glow. Crack crack. The claw sheaths scraped, emitting intermittent grating metallic sounds. An extremely faint yet remarkably pure killing intent gradually emanated from MOC's body. The wolf pack collectively stepped backward, eyeing with slight terror this MOCI whose entire figure was engulfed in shadows. Not a single one dared approach first. "Oh whoa!" Suddenly, the alpha wolf let out a drawn-out howl from the distance. In an instant, all the Iron Fang wolves mustered their courage as if staking their lives, baring their teeth as they charged toward MOCI. MOCI raised his right hand high and swiftly swept it downward toward the oncoming wolf pack. Shadow Void Claw. Powerful black wind blades surged rapidly towards the wolf pack. The wolves, initially gathered together, immediately scattered to evade the wind blades. Now's the time. Seizing the moment when the wolves were dodging the wind blades, MOC's heart stirred, and he immediately sprang into action, dashing forward to escape. MOCI has fled, Wei Wenliang exclaimed with wide eyes. Changnan cast a glance at MOCI on the screen and sighed mournfully. Going alone without teammates is still too reckless. Wait, where is he running to? On the screen, MOCI was relentlessly chasing along the path where the alpha wolf had fled, and it was obvious that the alpha wolf was going to summon reinforcements. Changnan furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, "Is MOCI planning to slay the alpha wolf to prevent it from calling for help?" Wei Wenliang pondered for a moment before analyzing in a low voice. He could clearly catch up to this wolf, yet he's deliberately slowing down. Could he actually be planning to follow it back to the iron-fanged wolf's den? A bold conjecture suddenly enlightened Wei Wenliang, yet Changnan secretly shook his head in disagreement. MOCI followed the alpha wolf into the dense forest, and the drone struggled greatly before finally managing to keep track of his movements. In the live broadcast's perspective, the ink-black alpha wolf led the charge ahead, with MOCI chasing closely behind while being trailed by a pack of wolves at the rear. The alpha wolf's eyes had completely turned blue. Clearly exhausted, its steps grew unsteady, yet it stubbornly kept running forward. MOCI closed in step by step, thinking to himself, "Almost there. This wolf is practically running itself to death." After a while, MOC's vision suddenly cleared. An enormous pitch-black cave instantly appeared before his eyes. The bottomless cavern was emanating a foul, unbearable stench. The alpha wolf, infected by the corrosive fungus for so long, finally collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. It was just one step away from the cave when MOCI finally caught up with it. Crouching beside the alpha wolf, Mosai stroked its fur and said coldly, "If I hadn't deliberately slowed the corrosive bacteria's erosion, you'd have died long ago." With cold eyes flashing, Mosai immediately drove his claws deep into the alpha wolf's body. PFTHH. The pure deep blue pupils of the alpha wolf had completely lost their sharp gleam. A sound came from the scoring device on MOC's chest. Beep. Detection, ferocious beast, iron-fanged wolf, has been slain. MOCI's score increased by 2. Tap tap tap. A series of chaotic yet light footsteps sounded behind MOCI. He knew the wolf pack chasing him had caught up. Grabbing the alpha wolf's corpse, he slowly rose to his feet and faced the ferocious pack with a taunting smirk, as if deliberately provoking them. The pack of wolves bared their fangs, their blood-red gums fully exposed. A murderous aura overflowed. Boom! With a deafening crash, MOCI turned and hurled the wolf's corpse violently into the bottomless cave. The corpse was smashed apart by MOCI, exploding into a pulpy mass of flesh. An overpowering stench immediately assailed the nostrils. Inside the cave, continuous wails of misery echoed, as if the wolf pack was mourning the passing of their companion. From the depths of the cave came a profound restlessness. The wolf pack has been alerted. Wei Wenliang's eyes widened instantly as he cried out in shock. Alerting the wolves, is he trying to die faster? Chang Nan was utterly astonished, his interest immediately piqued. He had completely stopped paying attention to Qian Tianbai's exam footage, turning instead to Wei Wenliang's screen. Now he wanted to see what MOCI was really up to. MOCI calmly clapped his hands, shaking off a few drops of blood, before coolly surveying the pack of wolves before him. A faint spiritual energy gradually began emanating from MOC's surroundings. Though MOC's spiritual energy emanated thinly around him, an overwhelming pressure of a true powerhouse radiated from his presence, forcing the entire wolf pack to halt their advance without a single beast daring to step forward. MOC's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, watching the wolves with the cold precision of a predator eyeing its prey. He silently counted the pack while murmuring to himself, 1, 2, 3, 11 in total. As long as I exterminate them before the entire pack storms out, this should be manageable. MOCI had complete confidence in his physical combat skills. Watching the movements on the surveillance screen, Chang Nan burst into laughter. He shook his head and chuckled. Surely he doesn't intend to slaughter all those iron fang wolves. Wei Wenliang stood by, smiling without speaking. He simply lit a cigarette quietly, inhaling greedily. Old Chang, you didn't notice earlier. During those few exchanges between MOCI and the wolf pack, he displayed exceptionally skilled combat techniques. That definitely wasn't something an ordinary high school student could demonstrate. Turning his head back, he gave Chang Nan a meaningful look and said pointedly, "That kid is not as simple as he seems." Chapter 11, No Wolf Left Alive. Even if he can instantly kill the wolf pack, how will he deal with the wolf tied in that nest? Chang Nan's question left Wei Wenliang at a loss for words. He knew that even the strongest martial examinee, facing this tide of iron fawn wolves alone, would be nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Wei Wenliang narrowed his eyes and ventured a bold guess. Perhaps the savage beast he contracted can handle it? Chang Nan immediately fell silent. He knew that MOCI hadn't used his special ability even once so far. Given his current performance, it was highly likely he had recovered his vital energy and contracted some extraordinary fierce beast. The two fell silent, completely absorbed in watching MOC's examination footage. With his back to the cave, MOCI stood alone facing 11 iron-fanged wolves, his eyes filled with utter disdain. He leaned forward, focusing his mind as he declared, "Attribute reset. Max out speed. Beep. Attribute reset complete." With that, MOCI stomped his right foot heavily, sending up a cloud of dust. An immense surge of power erupted from him as he instantly launched himself forward. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he flew across the ground at blistering speed. A graceful arc of mud and debris sprayed upward in his wake. MOCI delivered a flying kick straight to the head of the lead ironfang wolf, then pressed his footwear against the beast's maw, blasting right through the center of the pack with the wolf in tow. The wolf pack was stunned. His speed was so fast that the wolves had no time to react. Boom! MOCI, clutching the ironfang wolf, flashed to a tree trunk directly ahead, instantly shattering it into spiderweb-like cracks as dust and wood splinters exploded in all directions. The pack of wolves finally regained their senses, realizing only now that this human with seemingly meager spiritual energy had still been concealing his true power. Smoke billowed thick in the air as a chilling dread crept up their spines. Just as the remaining ironfang wolves attempted to flee the engulfing smoke, a pair of black iron hands suddenly shot forth, grabbing two wolves by their tails. Before their agonized howls could even form, both beasts were violently dragged back into the swirling dust. Creak! Bah! No screams came from the smoke, only the crisp sound of bones breaking and flesh being torn apart, sending chills down the listener's spine and making their hair stand on end. It was like a butcher, skillfully using his knife to carve meat from every sheep and cow. The dust slowly cleared. MOCI was indifferently wiping the warm blood from his face. At his feet lay two iron-fanged wolves, their bodies twisted and bleeding, no longer resembling their original forms. Their tough yet razor-sharp steel fangs had been torn apart by MOC's bare hands. The iron-fanged wolf in front of the tree had its head kicked clean off, embedded into the trunk like a gemstone set in a ring. Beep. Detected 3 ferocious beasts, iron-fang wolves, eliminated. MOCI's score increased by 6 points. The military bus was enveloped in deathly silence. Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan rubbed their eyes, seemingly unable to believe what had just unfolded before them. They could tell at a glance that MOCI had not only become faster but stronger too. It wasn't just those two who were shocked, his homeroom teacher Jiang Yang, Tang Wei, his classmates watching the livestream, even all the citizens of South Zhou City, were utterly stunned by MOCI. The legendary trash with only 3 chi blood power had actually reached such terrifying heights of strength. Bang bang bang! Several dull thuds of falling bodies sounded again in the video footage. Detection, 8 ferocious beasts, iron-fang wolves, have been slain. MOCI's score increased by 16 points. Before anyone could react, MOCI flashed like black lightning once more, slaughtering the remaining 8 iron-fang wolves. It was practically an instant kill. MOCI, leveraging his ultimate skill, a tribute reset, managed to work wonders with just 312 points of spiritual energy. The stench of blood from the iron-fanged wolves permeated through the mountain forest. It endlessly provoked the frenzied tide of wolves within the nests. A pungent bloody wind howled past, accompanied by the heavy, chaotic trampling of paws tossing MOC's messy black hair wildly about. Yet MOCI stood alone before the cave entrance, one hand resting on hip, his slightly narrowed eyes radiating a coldness that belied his tender years. He was waiting for his moment, waiting for the wolf pack to come scrambling over the chunks of infected iron-fawn wolf carcass riddled with corrosion fungus that he'd hurled into the cave depths. MOC's eyes emitted a faint, eerie blue glow. In his vision, the dust-filled cave was teeming with faintly glowing, corrosive bacteria, everywhere. If the wolf pack dared to charge out of the cave, the corrosive bacteria would rapidly invade their bodies, and the wolf pack wouldn't be far from death. Here it comes. MOCI suddenly widened his eyes. A steel-fanged wolf with its bloody maw wide open was leading a dense pack of wolves, charging and leaping toward MOCI. MOCI wasn't the least bit intimidated. He reacted swiftly, planting his feet firmly on the ground. The black iron hand reflecting blue light suddenly clenched tight. The dark mystic tide claw radiated threads of ruthless cold. Mo Chen's gaze darkened as he seized the moment. Taking a large stride forward with his right foot, his left hand formed a spear hand stance and instantly thrust toward the leaping iron-fang wolf. Thunk, crack. The sound of splattering flesh was heard, accompanied by a crisp crack. The mystic tide claw pierced fiercely, sinking deep into the iron-fanged wolf's neck. With both hands gripping fiercely through the wolf's hide, MOCI grabbed the iron-fanged wolf by its neck and lifted it high with one arm as it struggled wildly. The corrosive bacteria rapidly flowed through the mystic tide claw, injecting straight into the wolf's body. The iron-toothed wolf's blood-red eyes, filled with terror, were visibly turning an eerie shade of azure. MOCI swung his arm forcefully, hurling the struggling iron-toothed wolf straight into the oncoming tide of wolves. Boom! Several iron-toothed wolves charging toward MOCI were knocked down. MOCI didn't give the wolf pack any chance to catch their breath. He crouched low and instantly launched himself forward, charging into the dark tide of wolves. Max out strength. Utilizing the momentum from his 312-point speed dash, MOCI swiftly redistributed his attribute points, maximizing his strength stat. Only by doing so could he maximize the attack range of Void Claw, causing widespread infection. His eyes gleamed with malice, his hands forming tiger-like claws. The muscle density in his arms instantly increased fivefold, taut like drawn bowstrings as they swiftly pulled back behind him. Just a little longer, just a little more time, and the corrosion bacteria will obliterate the wolf den completely. MOCI silently encouraged himself. As long as he could withstand this wave of the wolf tide's assault, victory would be his. MOC's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in determination. Another void claw strike. His taut arms instantly snapped back in front of him, unleashing 2 incredibly fierce black wind blades with a rending force. The wind blades ravaged the tide of wolves, howls rising and falling incessantly, their lingering echoes refusing to fade from the ears. Warm blood had long splattered all over MOC's body. He was drenched in sweat. There were simply too many iron-toothed wolves. These wind blades alone couldn't possibly wipe out the entire pack. The remaining iron-fanged wolves had surrounded MOCI. This is the limit. I admit MOCI has performed exceptionally well. Chang Nan clutched his chest, suppressing his agitated emotions before sighing deeply. His performance alone proves he's a genius. If MOCI is willing to repeat a year, I would devote all my energy to train him. Wei Wenliang turned his head to look at Chang Nan, his brows furrowed as he asked in a low voice. Do you mean, he should give up the exam? What else? With a pack of wolves surrounding him, is there any chance to resist? Wei Wenliang shook his head heavily and warned. You just heard it, how could you forget? MOCI still has a backup plan. Supernatural ability? Chang Nan's eyes widened abruptly as he hurriedly looked towards the screen. Surrounded by wolves, MOCI showed no trace of fear. Instead, he even arrogantly planted his hands on his hips. The feeble aura emanating from him even overpowered the murderous intent of the wolf pack. Boom! Only when a muffled explosion sounded from the midst of the wolves did the audience before the screens realize something was terribly wrong with the pack's condition. The agonized howls of the Iron Fang wolves rose and fell in an unending chorus. One after another, the Iron Fang wolves trembled violently and vomited pools of murky blood. Their blank azure eyes blinked blearily. Finally, they all collapsed in pools of blood. Beep beep. Detected that 61 ferocious beasts, Iron Fang wolves, have been slain. MOCI's score increased by 122. A single person annihilated the entire wolf pack. Chapter 12, MOCI did this? I don't believe it. What the hell? Did you see what dire beast he summoned? Changnan exclaimed at the top of his lungs, leaping up from his seat with shock written all over his sweat-beaded face. Even Wei Wenliang, who was known for his extensive knowledge, widened his eyes in disbelief as he slowly rose to his feet. He had assumed that in such a hopeless situation, MOCI would surely summon his contracted battle beast to break through the predicament. But the pack of wolves collapsed inexplicably. As if their tendons had been severed and they'd swallowed blades, they crumpled into pools of blood, vomiting thick crimson. Utterly terrifying. Suddenly enlightened, Wei Wenliang hastily extended his calloused right hand and shouted, "No! It must have been his contracted beast. It must be some kind of invisible beast." Changnan glanced at the flushed and excited Wei Wenliang, then slowly turned his head and dialed a number. "Investigate MOC's family background immediately, and remember to bring the portable vital energy detector. This is urgent." With that, Changnan let out a heavy sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Alone, MOCI slaughtered over 70 Iron Fang wolves in less than 30 minutes. Not even Qian Tianbai, who was held in such high expectations, could achieve this. Regarding the term genius, Changnan now had a much deeper understanding. That's my student. MOCI is my student. Did you all see that? I taught him. Me. At this moment, Jiang Yang was waving his arms and dancing wildly inside the bus, laughing hysterically. He had already begun fantasizing about his promoted life. Meanwhile, the martial arts class teachers beside him all darkened their expressions, looking as miserable as if they'd eaten a steaming pile of dung. MOCI single-handedly exterminated over 70 Iron Fang wolves. It's simply unimaginable. What's more, he's supposed to be a good-for-nothing with only 3 Ka of vital energy. Regardless of what methods he employed, the fact remains indisputable that he wiped out the entire wolf pack alone. Inside the bus, someone finally spoke up. MOCI, what a lad. Looks like the top scholar spot in Nanzhou City is changing hands this year. The broadcast didn't report any irregularities, which means MOCI didn't cheat. Teacher Jiang, congratulations indeed. Hearing this, Jiang Yang accepted the flattery from those around him and raised his head proudly. MOC's glorious moment at this time greatly satisfied Jiang Yang's vanity. It was as if the praise wasn't directed at MOCI, but at Jiang Yang himself. By now, MOCI had been standing amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood for far too long. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying the pungent stench of blood that rushed into MOC's nostrils, making his head spin. If not for searching for surviving Iron Fang wolves, he would never have stayed in this foul-smelling mountain of corpses. Inside the cave, he slew the remaining 5 iron-toothed wolves. After exiting the cavern, MOCI surveyed his surroundings. His attention was immediately drawn to a martial examinee standing not far away, holding a spear. The martial examinee raised a trembling finger and pointed at the scattered corpses of the iron-toothed wolves on the ground, then inquired, "Worthless." The examinee seemed to realize something and immediately fell silent, correcting himself. "MOCI, why you killed all these Iron Fang wolves?" Only then did MOCI remember. Students taking the martial exam couldn't view each other's results. MOCI ignored him, simply furrowing his brows in contemplation as he thought to himself, "That guy, could he be the examinee who nearly got bitten to death in my past life? If so, that would make me his savior." Setting aside these thoughts, MOCI began planning his next moves. The only wolf den he knew the exact location of had already been eradicated. Continuing to search for hidden wolf dens in the mountain forests would be a waste of time. As for MOCI's next objective, it was to venture deeper into the ruins and slay as many powerful beasts as possible. Each Iron Fang wolf only gives 2 points, might as well venture deeper into the more dangerous ruins and hunt those 20-point Azure Flame Tigers. MOCI completely ignored the examinee before him and stood up on his own, stroking his chin while deep in thought. The military provided exactly 100 Azure Flame Tiger demons. With our academy's 1,000 martial examinees competing for so few, I'll just take about 40 of them for myself. And that martial examinee just silently watched MOCI walk out of the forest. Coming back to his senses, he immediately stepped into the wolf pack that was beginning to emit a faint stench and secretly started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 72. His expression gradually transformed from calm to sheer terror. Beads of sweat dripped continuously from his pale face. He was drenched in perspiration. The shocking mountain of corpses and sea of blood was deeply imprinted in his mind. The martial arts examinee slowly stood up, trembling as he retreated several steps. No, I must go back and inform the team leader. With that, the examinee immediately turned around and sprinted toward an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Snort snort! A wounded and battered spiky boar was charging down the avenue beside the derelict building. It seemed to be fleeing from something terrifying. Bzzzzz. A whistling sound tore through the air as a spear pierced through its chest, firmly pinning the fleeing thorny hog in place. Its flailing limbs instantly went rigid. Beep beep. Detected that the ferocious beast, spiky boar, has been slain. Zhao Tianyi Group gains 2 points. A curvaceous girl with a high ponytail securely pinned down the spiky boar with her black boots. She then forcefully pulled out the black spear. The form-fitting black combat suit accentuated her delicate yet strikingly mature charm. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said in a coy voice, "Team leader, including these over 40 thorn boars and the 2 waves of wolf pups we killed earlier, our team has roughly accumulated around 180 points." Her name was Sumo Hong, one of the members in Zhao Tianyi's team. His ability was Grade B, Scorching Heat, and his vital energy value had reached 171 points. A gentle yet authoritative voice slowly sounded from behind Sumo Hong. "This still isn't enough. Once Linda returns, we'll head deep into the ruins to hunt the Azure Flame Tiger." A frail, long-haired youth who looked like he could be toppled by a breeze was struggling to carry a greatsword as he slowly approached. This was Zhao Tianyi. His ability is B-grade, Detection, with a vitality value of 165 points. Zhao Tianyi narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something amiss. Lin Di, who possessed the C-grade, Enhanced Endurance, still hadn't returned by now. He might have encountered some accident. Just as Zhao Tianyi grew concerned, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Leader, I saw it." The two turned around to see Linda, panting heavily with a long spear on her back, running toward them. This Linda was precisely the martial examinee MOCI had encountered in the mountains. Seeing Linda return safely, Zhao Tianyi let out a relieved sigh and said, "Let's talk while running. We need to head deep into the ruins now to hunt the Blue Flame Tiger." With that, Zhao Tianyi closed his eyes. His vision instantly plunged into complete darkness, then gradually grew bright again. His world became monochrome, yet dotted with scattered flickers of blue light. This was his special ability, Detection. It could detect all spiritual energy-bearing creatures within a 3-kilometer radius. The brighter the light point, the denser the creature's spiritual energy. Cooldown period around 30 minutes. Zhao Tianyi scanned his surroundings, spotting countless faint glimmers of light. He frowned and said, "Just some minor beasts, nothing to worry about." Suddenly, a dazzling blue glow brimming with dense spiritual energy burst into Zhao Tianyi's field of vision. Zhao Tianyi slowly opened his eyes and pointed ahead, saying, "Let's head that way. That bright glow must be the Cyan Flame Tiger." With that, the trio immediately dashed toward the indicated direction. It was precisely by harnessing the power of Detection that Zhao Tianyi had become the leader of the two, and through this ability, he had also discovered the peculiarities within MOC's mountainous forest. The dense clusters of light points that had filled the mountain forest were instantly extinguished in the blink of an eye. Only a single, extremely faint glow remained. For this reason, he permitted Linda to go investigate. Zhao Tianyi turned to Linda behind him and asked, "Why did the Iron Fawn wolf tide perish in an instant?" Sumo Hong, standing nearby, asked, "Did they encounter some ferocious beast, or perhaps a squad?" "It wasn't a beast, it was a person, just one man." Linda shook his head and spoke with utmost seriousness. "A good-for-nothing with only 3 calories of vital energy, MOCI. Sumo Hong pouted and questioned, "Lindy, are your eyes working properly, MOCI? I don't believe it." Chapter 13. Who threw the drone? Do I look like I'm lying to you? Linda gasped heavily, his expression extremely agitated. The wolf tide the team leader just detected was instantly wiped out. I rushed over immediately, and when I arrived, MOCI was just emerging from the cave. Sumo Hong remained skeptical yet intrigued by Linda's visible excitement. Zhao Tianyi said nothing. He simply walked ahead in silence, navigating through these steel forests shrouded in vegetation. Zhao Tianyi was deep in thought. He was skeptical. After all, single-handedly wiping out a wolf swarm was something even for martial examinees like them who were still wet behind the ears. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention, it was that good-for-nothing MOCI. Zhao Tianyi slowly asked, "Linda, how many Iron Fawn wolves died in total?" "They're all dead, not a single one alive. I've counted over 70 of them." Zhao Tianyi's face darkened. Sumo Hong subconsciously tightened her grip on the spear, shamefacedly saying, You're telling me that MOCI with only 3 chi blood points has scored 140 now? It's unbelievable. Sumo Hong understood that even Qian Tianbai, the top-ranked student at Nanzhou No. 1 High School, couldn't single-handedly eliminate 70 Iron Fang wolves. Unwilling to admit it, Sumo Hong continued to speculate to herself. Could it have been someone else? Maybe Mosai just happened to pass by? Linda fell into pensive silence for a moment. Though it's a bit hard to believe, I still trust what I've seen and heard. The three were engaged in a heated discussion, completely unaware of the faint spiritual energy emanating from behind them. MOCI was crouching in the ruins behind them, muffling the buzzing drone in his hands. Watching the three figures recede into the distance, Mosai quietly chuckled to himself. Who would have thought that kid was grouped up with Zhao Tianyi, that bastard? Now I won't have to waste time hunting ferocious beasts. Mosai recognized Zhao Tianyi as the class monitor of Combat Class C. Hypocritical and two-faced, Zhao Tianyi had initially shown Mosai great kindness, only to constantly slander and torment him behind his back. His special ability was detection, which allowed him to locate both beasts and martial artists. With this power, MOCI didn't need to waste time searching for beasts. He had to devise a plan to mess with Zhao Tianyi while also extracting information about the beasts' locations. While deep in thought, MOCI cautiously trailed behind the trio. Wei Wenliang stared at the pitch-black live broadcast screen, sweating nervously as he muttered, "Covering the drone? Isn't that cheating?" Chang Nan was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that MOCI would actually take off the drone to avoid making noise. The broadcast didn't announce anything about cheating. This probably doesn't count as cheating. Wei Wenliang wiped his sweat away, speechless. It was the first time he'd ever seen a martial examinee pluck a drone right out of the sky. Shaking his head emphatically, Wei Wenliang said helplessly, "Report this to the Martial Examination Bureau after the test." With that said, both turned their gaze toward Zhao Tianyi's team's perspective. Sumo Hong stood spear in hand amidst the rubble of collapsed buildings, shielding Zhao Tianyi and Linda behind her. And at the center of the field, curled up was a blue flame tiger. The massive beast, covered in silver-gray fur with emerald-green stripes across its body, had already noticed the three figures behind it. It slowly turned its head, tiger's mouth dripping with blood, as if chewing something. An intangible aura of killing intent erupted. Sumo Hong's face darkened as he immediately pointed his spear at the blue flame tiger demon. He shouted through gritted teeth, "Captain, what should we do?" Zhao Tianyi immediately drew the black longsword from his back and whispered to the pair. This green flame tiger moves incredibly fast, and the green flames from its mouth are exceptionally fierce. Linda and I can match its speed. When we pin it down, you'll strike. With that, Zhao Tianyi charged at the cyan flame tiger demon with his sword raised. Meanwhile, Lindy followed closely behind, brandishing his spear. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a rapidly spinning drone shot between the two of them at breakneck speed, smashing directly into the cyan flame tiger demon's face. Boom! The explosion erupted from the scarlet flame tiger demon's skull. Both men jumped at the sudden commotion. Linda swiftly turned his head to look behind him, shouting in bewilderment. "What the hell? A drone? Where did that drone come from?" Zhao Tianyi turned his head and saw Sumo Hong's terrified expression as she rushed toward him, spear in hand, shouting hoarsely, "Leader, danger!" The verdant flame tiger demon was enraged. Only then did the two regain their senses. Behind Zhao Tianyi and Linda, a chilling murderous aura swept over them as an enormous shadow loomed overhead like ominous storm clouds. From within the pitch-black darkness, two perfectly round eyeballs suddenly snapped open. The beast's gaping maw spewed forth tongues of azure flame that slowly advanced toward the two men, scorching the air unbearably. "It's over." Zhao Tianyi swiftly turned, drawing his sword to slash at the tiger demon. Linda likewise thrust his spear backward in a vicious reverse thrust technique. A whispery whoosh pierced the air as a strange black breeze wafted gently past their faces. The two men's offensive hadn't even reached the blue flame tiger demon yet. 10 intersecting azure claw marks inexplicably appeared across the ferocious face of the blue flame tiger demon. Warm tiger blood spurted out with a squelch. The blue flame tiger demon let out an earth-shaking roar, kicked off powerfully with all four limbs, and swiftly leaped back to its original position. Zhao Tianyi and Linda were dumbfounded. They stared at the tall youth wearing black clawed gloves before them, too shocked to speak. Both seemed momentarily unable to process what they were seeing. With widened eyes, Linda stammered, MOCI? Whoosh! A wave of scorching heat surged from behind Zhao Tianyi. A blazing red spear, burning fiercely, shot straight toward MOCI with alarming speed. Zhao Tianyi reacted instantly. He grabbed the spear bare-handed with a death grip. Sumo Hong pressed the spear forward, nearly piercing MOC's chest, and roared furiously, "MOCI, are you trying to get us killed?" MOCI turned around and stared coldly at the fiery red spear tip against his chest. "Look at you, always so impatient. Didn't I just save you?" "You?" Sumo Hong gaped speechlessly. Sizzle. Zhao Tianyi's hands gripping the gun barrel emitted a sizzling sound like meat roasting. He just looked at Sumo Hong and said nonchalantly, Don't get excited. You can't attack other martial examinees. Su Muhong hastily withdrew her spear. Zhao Tianyi gazed at the burning blister on his palm, slowly retrieving a healing capsule from his belt and swallowing it. A green glow emanated from the palm, and the burn wasn't quite as severe anymore. Zhao Tianyi's lips twitched slightly. He'd been careless. When activating detection, he'd mistaken MOC's faint spiritual energy for that emanating from the small fierce beast. He never expected that MOCI would go so far to track them unnoticed. He actually hit a drone. Naturally, he was furious about MOC's actions, but if he let Su Muhong attack him, she would only end up breaking the rules and getting disqualified. I only wanted to help you all, but my good intentions backfired. MOCI interrupted Zhao Tianyi's train of thought and suddenly said, I came to find you specifically because I want to join your team. What do you think? An obsequious smile spread across MOC's face. After teasing everyone, Mosai adopted a posture brimming with sincerity. A bold plan had already sprouted in his mind, to extract information about the locations of the ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, Linda grew extremely excited. I have no objections. Su Muhong glared sly-faced MOCI, gnashing her teeth as she spoke. Humph, you nearly got us all killed just now. How dare a worthless weakling with only 3 calories of vital energy make demands of us? At this moment, she wished she could flay him alive and tear his body to pieces. Zhao Tianyi didn't actually believe in MOC's capabilities. Just as he was about to speak and refuse, the utterly disheveled blue flame tiger demon suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Its left eye had been nearly torn apart by MOC's claw strike, leaving only the right eye barely able to discern shapes. The blue flame tiger slowly opened its bloody maw. A green flame bullet rapidly condensed in his mouth and instantly shot toward the 4 of them with tremendous force. Get out of the way. Zhao Tianyi and Linda swiftly dodged, but Su Muhong wasn't quick enough to evade in time. What's more, MOCI had taken refuge behind Su Muhong. With a terrified expression, MOCI was clutching onto Su Muhong's slender waist, his entire face pressed against Su Muhong's softly fragrant, supple back. Blushing with shock, Su Muhong tried to break free, saying, Are you even a fucking man? Using me as a human shield? Her body had gone limp from Mosai's hold, leaving her powerless to break free. The blue flame tiger's fire could easily melt even F-grade steel. The examinees' weapons wouldn't last long against such fierce flames. If Su Muhong and Mosai didn't leave now, they'd be dead. Su Muhong abandoned her usual tough demeanor and pleaded with a sob in her voice. MOCI, I'm begging you. MOCI still held on tightly, deliberately shutting his eyes and shouting in feigned panic. Will you agree or not? I agree. MOCI secretly laughed inwardly. Well, isn't that just perfect? With a thunderous explosion, the flame projectile instantly shattered right before MOCI, sending broken stones flying and stirring up thick clouds of smoke. Zhao Tianyi stood dumbfounded, gazing at the smoke-filled area as he muttered fearfully, Didn't make it out? From the vicinity of the dust cloud came MOC's faint murmur. Zhao Tianyi, what about you? MOCI was standing on a nearby pile of debris, carrying Su Muhong on his shoulders. Chapter 14, I no longer care about their mockery. Zhao Tianyi grinned and said, Accept. He knew full well anyone capable of carrying Su Muhong away during such a critical moment must have at least 100 points in speed. His vital energy couldn't be lower than 200 calories, taller than all 3 of them. With such a strong member joining their team and helping them score points, why wouldn't they be delighted? Linda poked Zhao Tianyi and whispered with a chuckle. Team leader, now you believe me, don't you? Su Muhong still looked rather dazed. She thought she was certainly going to die. She had almost pressed the scoring device on her chest to quit the exam. Fortunately, MOC's large hand clamped firmly over her chest. Su Muhong belatedly realized and yelled at MOCI with a flushed face. MOCI, how dare you? Yet MOC's expression remained completely unperturbed. Ignoring Su Muhong, he calmly leapt down from the ruins while thinking to himself. System, reset attributes, distribute attribute points evenly. Beep, attribute reset complete. MOCI rubbed his stiff neck and coldly glanced at the blue flame tiger in the distance. He said, Let's finish off this beast quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi didn't make any move. Zhao Tianyi simply stared calmly at MOCI with a strange expression, raising his right hand that had been burned by Su Muhong. He seemed to speak with a hint of apology. MOCI, how about we form the contract first? MOCI immediately halted his steps. He understood clearly, though Zhao Tianyi appeared joyful on the surface, doubt still simmered in his heart about MOC's true intentions. Zhao Tianyi wanted MOCI to immediately join his team. Once you join the team, you can't leave at will. MOCI let out a cold laugh and then said, Zhao Tianyi, don't you trust me? Zhao Tianyi forced a smile and fell silent. MOCI raised his hand and slowly removed the scoring device from the chest slot of his black combat suit, smirking cunningly. Then let's form the contract. MOCI picked up the scoring device on his chest and pressed it firmly against Zhao Tianyi's chest. Zhao Tianyi's chest-mounted scoring device seemed to respond, as both devices simultaneously emitted a bright light. Zhao Tianyi team, joined successfully. Zhao Tianyi hurriedly lowered his head to look at MOCI, silently thinking to himself, was it really this straightforward? MOCI lowered his head and secretly smiled. He actually hadn't joined Zhao Tianyi's group at all, and he didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long. So he changed the subject and asked Zhao Tianyi, I've estimated that I have 140 points on me. How many do you guys have? Zhao Tianyi's eyes widened suddenly. Did you really take down nearly 70 Ironfang wolves all by yourself? MOCI shrugged dismissively and said, who else could it be? Hearing this, Zhao Tianyi was overjoyed. With your points, our group now has around 320 points. That's already higher than most people. MOCI gave a slight nod. 80 points each, not bad. You really thought you'd get a share, didn't you? Zhao Tianyi immediately raised his iron sword, pointing it excitedly at the celestial flame tiger as he declared, MOCI, I truly underestimated you these past 3 years. Mocking you earlier was my immaturity. MOCI shook his head, his expression utterly serene. For 3 entire years, he had been the laughingstock of Nanzhou First High. Not a single person in the entire school had valued him, but he seemed to have long stopped caring about such matters, and merely said indifferently, I don't care. Both Lindy and Su Muhong's eyes shone with hopeful light. They could already vividly feel it, the 3 great institutes were waving at them. Zhao Tianyi no longer hesitated. With a loud roar, he charged toward the scarred green flame tiger demon with Linda and Su Muhong in tow. The surging spiritual energy from the group enveloped the entire battlefield. They fought against the green flame tiger with the ferocity of warriors pumped full of adrenaline. MOCI slowly raised his head, staring at the drone overhead, a cunning smirk curling on his lips, as if mocking the audience behind the screen. Then, MOCI plunged into the fray as well. That little bastard. Chengnan stomped his foot in anger, launching himself from his chair as he pointed at the screen and cursed loudly. MOCI never joined Zhao Tianyi's team in the first place. How is this not cheating? Those closely involved can't see clearly, while spectators see the whole picture. Wei Wenliang saw everything perfectly clearly and was doubled over with laughter. That kid actually came up with such a cunning trick. In that case, he can't let everyone slay the beast, it would expose his scheme. Chengnan shook his head and muttered, that damned bastard. Chengnan let out a long sigh. While he greatly admired MOC's talents, he thoroughly disliked the man's character. MOCI possessed extraordinarily powerful abilities, so scoring high marks wasn't particularly difficult for him. Yet he behaved like a street thug, repeatedly making fools of others. What Chengnan didn't know was that MOCI had actually been a street thug in the urban alleys before. The new drone has already tracked MOC's scoring device and is heading over. After the exam concludes, we should report a new rule. Chengnan slowly sat down. He stared straight at MOCI and Su Muhong's drone footage. At this very moment, the trio of Zhao Tianyi had been locked in fierce combat with the Cyan Flame Tiger Demon for quite some time. The Cyan Flame Tiger crouched low, then leapt forward with all its might, pouncing directly onto Linda who had been restraining it all along. Linda immediately flipped backward and jabbed with her spear in midair. The Blue Flame Tiger Demon instantly opened its bloody maw and clamped down hard on the spearhead. Tendrils of blue firelight leaked from the tiger's jaws as it sought to char and melt the black spear. Linda panicked, but no matter how much strength he exerted, he still couldn't pull the black spear out of his mouth. If the weapon were destroyed, what would Linda use to fight the beasts? In the blink of an eye, MOCI swiftly dashed toward Linda, pulling him aside while silently chanting in his heart. Reset attributes, max out strength value. Beep, attribute reset complete. MOCI tightly gripped the gun handle, his right arm pulling backward violently with taut muscles. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. MOC's right hand ruthlessly stabbed towards the Blue Flame Tiger Demon's left shoulder. An entire chunk of tiger flesh was gouged out alive. The Blue Flame Tiger bared its fangs and instantly opened its maw wide. MOCI seized the opportunity, immediately pulled out the black gun and threw it to Linda behind him, then reset his attributes again and retreated to a safe position. Staring at the faintly glowing blue Shin Tian claw gauntlets, MOCI whispered to himself, though the corrosive bacteria can withstand high temperatures, they would surely be completely annihilated when faced with such fierce flames. The Cyan Flame Tiger roared fiercely, each breath spewing tons of cyan fire from its maw. The wounds on his face and left shoulder throbbed with a dull pain. Something terrifying seemed to have burrowed into his body, gnawing away at his flesh and blood. It opened its bloody maw once more. Blue flames coalesced. The Blue Flame Tiger couldn't defeat this human opponent before it. This was its final blaze projectile. Look out! Everyone, scatter quickly! Zhao Tianyi shouted loudly to the others. The spiritual energy condensing in his mouth for the flame bullet was even denser than before. With that, Su Muhong and Linda swiftly dodged away. Yet MOCI stood alone within blazing projectile range, hands defiantly planted on his hips. MOCI, what are you doing? Get out of the way now! Su Muhong shouted anxiously. You think you can block this? Impossible. There's no need for that. MOCI waved his hand dismissively, speaking with icy detachment. If I make sure he can't regurgitate it, that solves the problem, doesn't it? As he spoke, MOCI slowly extended his right hand before himself. The dark blue-black surge claw emitted a faint aura of killing intent. MOCI raised his head, his right claw closing abruptly in midair. As if receiving a command, the corrosion bacteria instantly accelerated their devouring of the blue flame tiger demon's flesh. The blue flames in the tiger's mouth suddenly dissipated as it spewed a massive pool of fresh blood. It was as though MOCI had reached straight through the cyan flame tiger's flesh to pluck out its very heart. Su Muhong's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What's happening? Why is it coughing up blood all of a sudden?" Zhao Tiany's brow furrowed deeply. Is this MOC's special ability? What kind of ferocious beast did he contract? It's invisible and untouchable. What are you spacing out for? This is our chance. Lin De leapt high into the air, mustering all his strength as he hurled his spear at the blue flame tiger with immense force. Wind-piercing spear. Clang. With a metallic clang, MOCI dodged with a quick step back and effortlessly caught the speeding black spear with one hand behind his back. The spearhead was firmly pointed at the battered blue flame tiger, exuding a chilling aura. Staring at this scene before its eyes, the beast seemed momentarily at a loss. But the strands of killing intent radiating from MOC's entire body were awakening the instinctual fear buried deep within the cyan flame tiger's genes. Run! The cyan flame tiger abruptly turned and fled with tottering steps. Chapter 15. Join you? In your dreams. MOCI. What the hell are you doing? Lin De roared furiously. You just let the cyan flame tiger escape with your own eyes. That was 20 points right there. I know. MOCI tossed the spear back to Lin De again while explaining. I spared its life to let the blue flame tigers gather so we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha. Su Muhong showed a disdainful sneer. MOCI? Don't you know the azure flame tigers are solitary predators? How could they possibly gather? You must be joking. Suddenly, a shrill, wretched howl cut Su Muhong off mid-sentence. The fleeing azure flame tiger kept wailing, its agonized cries like a brutally mournful war horn blaring across the land. It didn't cease for even a moment. A deafening tiger's roar suddenly echoed throughout the perilous depths of the ruins. The crowd jerked their heads up, their faces filled with terror as they frantically scanned the surrounding rubble. The sound seemed to reverberate right beside their ears. They feared being devoured by sudden flames bursting from any direction at any second. Su Muhong asked with a ghastly pale face. Why? Why would solitary ferocious beasts? To this, MOCI merely chuckled faintly. Under normal circumstances, these blue flame tigers wouldn't cooperate indeed. However, the MOCI corrosive bacteria continued gnawing at its flesh, causing the cyan flame tiger to emit continuous agonized howls. These painful screams would inevitably attract its kind. MOCI turned to Su Muhong and remarked calmly, even solitary fierce beasts, when suddenly released in unfamiliar territory in groups, will look out for one another. They'll first eliminate external threats before settling territorial disputes through internal struggles, just like humans. How would I know? That's why I keep telling you to study more. Although MOCI hadn't participated in the martial examination before his rebirth, he had always been particularly concerned about the test questions. The characteristics of the green flame tiger were something he had firmly committed to memory. Su Muhong secretly admired MOCI, his figure somehow seemed more dependable again. Zhao Tiany's expression darkened, still showing a hint of hesitation as he worriedly said, if even a single azure flame tiger is so troublesome, what chance do we have against an entire pack? The one without a chance will never be me. MOC's tone was calm and composed, his words light yet carrying the unshakable confidence of someone who could effortlessly slaughter the entire tiger pack. Everyone faintly sensed that he wasn't joking. MOCI abruptly changed the subject. All you need to do is believe in me. Zhao Tiany, it's time to use your powers to pinpoint the beast's location. Good. Zhao Tiany cast aside his reservations, his trust in MOCI was absolute. He suddenly closed his eyes, and after a long while, 2 drops of bone-chilling cold sweat slid down his forehead. In his vision, the depths of the ruins were densely dotted with countless blue points of light. Each glowing point was like a pair of blood-red eyes abruptly opening in the dark, silent forest, utterly terrifying. And far ahead of Zhao Tiany, a massive cluster of red light shimmered. He surmised that this must be the final boss beast of the martial examination, the level 15 Wind Thunder Elephant worth 100 points. Zhao Tiany slowly opened his eyes, his expression growing tense. The tiger pack is moving toward the northeast, while the Wind Thunder Elephant is right ahead of us. MOCI chuckled inwardly, this was valuable intelligence indeed. The group fell silent and quickened their pace, following the thick trail of blood left by the cyan flame tiger. After a long while, the blood trail vanished. Perhaps it was the addition of the murderous aura emanating from MOCI. The journey was unnervingly quiet, not a single low-level ferocious beast dared to approach the 4-person team. MOC's group arrived without incident at an open area resembling the ruins of a plaza. The massive cyan flame tiger now lay motionless at the exact center of the square, decapitated. Qian Tianbai stood atop the carcass, his black bane sword in hand, his white hair radiating arrogant dominance. Squinting, MOCI saw Gao Xinlan, Hong Jiashan, and Tang Yinling standing behind Qian Tianbai. Tang Yinling's gaze drifted toward MOCI, but the moment their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze elsewhere. MOCI was somewhat surprised. Never thought those four would actually form a team together. Zhao Tianyi glared at the scene, his fury boiling over. The azure flame tiger he'd painstakingly wounded had been effortlessly snatched away by this opportunist. Raising his black sword toward Qian Tianbai, he demanded. Qian Tianbai, this was a beast our team wounded. What's the meaning of this? Zhao Tianyi's tone was exceedingly mild, yet not lacking in authority. But Qian Tianbai's attention wasn't on Zhao Tianyi at this moment. His faintly mocking gaze pierced straight through Zhao Tianyi, fixating unwaveringly on MOCI standing behind the crowd. Tilting his head upwards, Qian Tianbai sneered. Oh, didn't you say you wouldn't team up with deadweight? Why the inconsistency between words and actions? Hong Jiashan scoffed. Without Zhao Tianyi and the others, you'd probably have died in the beast tide long ago. The duo burst into laughter. Gao Xinlan and Tang Yinling remained silent, their eyes faintly brimming with disdain. Hearing this, MOCI slowly stepped forward. With arms crossed over his chest, his gaze equally mocking, an eerie aura emanated from his entire being. Which mangy dogs I saw me teaming up with them? Hearing this, the trio of Zhao Tianyi froze in place. Sumo Hong quickly stepped forward, grabbing MOCI by the arm and demanding, MOCI, what do you mean by that? MOCI didn't respond, merely extending that black iron hand indifferently straight toward Sumo Hong's pert chest. Sumo Hong's face flushed crimson in an instant. MOCI, what are you doing? Click. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from her chest. The scoring device between Sumo Hong's breasts was effortlessly removed by MOCI with a single hand. Zhao Tianyi and Lin Da's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. MOCI removed the scoring device from his own chest and swapped it with Sumo Hong's. The drone that had been circling above MOCI's head slowly returned to Sumo Hong's position, returning to its rightful owner. The crowd suddenly understood everything. When MOCI saved Sumo Hong, tightly covering her chest, he had already swapped their score trackers. Sumo Hong's tracker had already been paired with Zhao Tianyi's. That's how MOCI managed to deceive Zhao Tianyi. MOCI said coldly. You didn't really think I'd set aside past grievances and join forces with you, did you? For the past 3 years, MOCI had endured constant mockery and humiliation. Because his superpower was the coveted S rank that everyone dreamed of, yet his vital energy was only 3 points. The common man is guiltless, it's his treasures that make him guilty. MOCI addressed the crowd once more. I told you, you bunch of bootlicking trash would only hold me back. And I don't team up with garbage. His words left the group seething with anger. Zhao Tianyi completely abandoned his usual gentle demeanor, his face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging furiously. He had been tricked by MOCI into revealing all the locations of the ferocious beasts, only to be callously abandoned afterward. Sheer fury clouded Zhao Tianyi's judgment. Rules meant nothing to Zhao Tianyi now, he had only one thing left to do. Gone MOCI. Chapter 16 Fighting Tigers Alone? How dare you? Zhao Tianyi's blood and chi surged as an oppressive aura radiated from his entire body. Qian Tianbai sneered coldly beside him. Hee, now we're in for a good show. Zhao Tianyi stood with a sword in one hand, his fingers forming a sword seal as spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, emitting a faint blue glow. Zhao Tianyi murmured. Battle technique, frostbite blade. His fingers traced slowly along the blade, releasing strands of cold, formidable brilliance. Just an instant. Zhao Tianyi's eyes gleamed crimson as he flashed before MOCI, swinging his icy radiant black sword in a piercing thrust. At this critical moment, time itself seemed to slow. Beep beep beep. Warning. Examinee, Zhao Tianyi, cease your attack immediately. The drone above Zhao Tianyi's head continuously flashed red lights, relentlessly broadcasting warnings. MOC's gaze remained indifferent. He didn't bother paying any attention to Zhao Tianyi's ridiculous antics. Gazing at the sword's edge, a thought struck him. System, reset attributes. Distribute equally between strength and speed. Clang. A clear metallic clang resonated in everyone's ears. MOCI stood with his left hand behind his back, while his right hand lightly clamped onto the oncoming black sword between 2 fingers. MOC's expression remained calm, but his eyes were brimming with icy intensity. In his gaze burned a ruthless ferocity unbecoming of his years. The thick, murderous intent instantly snapped Zhao Tianyi back to his senses. His face, previously flushed with rage, rapidly paled to a deathly white. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Yinling's taut nerves relaxed instantly, her right hand, which had been raised in an attempt to wield her supernatural ability to block the attack, dropped limply back down. Although she had long since severed ties with MOCI. But I didn't want to see such a scene either. MOCI tilted her head and looked at Zhao Tianyi, mockingly asking, So, have you cooled down now? Zhao Tianyi stood frozen in place, still holding the black sword aloft. His gaze held a lucid bewilderment. MOCI released his fingers and murmured without turning around, "Take your teammates and get lost, you worthless." Zhao Tianyi remained silent. He knew MOCI could literally beat all three of them to death single-handedly. Zhao Tianyi simply turned around calmly with the black sword on his back, as if having lost all his fighting spirit, and led Sumo Hong and Lin Di away. Sumo Hong looked back with tearful eyes, glaring fiercely at MOCI, and muttered under her breath, "MOCI, just you wait, I won't let you off. I'll be waiting." The figures of the three slowly faded away. Qian Tianbai's gaping mouth trembled uncontrollably. Just how many calories is Zhao Tianyi's vital energy? Hong Xiaoshan stared at MOC's receding back as if he'd seen a plague god. Probably around 160 calories. Qian Tianbai's mind throbbed faintly, as if refusing to accept reality. Gritting his teeth, he clutched his head and groaned. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Blocking Zhao Tianyi's combat technique with just 2 fingers. "Tang Yinling, how the hell did MOCI become so strong?" Tang Yinling shook her head and said indifferently, "I don't know him, we're not close." She spoke the truth. That incredibly weak MOCI she once knew had long since vanished without a trace. Yet the MOCI standing here now had become such a stranger. Alone, MOCI slowly turned around and said disdainfully to Qian Tianbai and his group, "Enjoyed the show enough, aren't you leaving yet? Leave? Ha ha ha." Hong Xiaoshan brandished his spiked club as he stepped forward, sneering, "Don't think you can look down on others just because you've made some progress in martial arts." MOCI shook his head, utterly speechless. All these years, they had bullied him relentlessly by flaunting their higher vital energy values. What hypocrites! Not wanting to argue with them any further, MOCI simply said calmly, "Take a good look around before you decide whether to leave or not." Qian Tianbai hoisted his black greatsword onto his shoulder and said with calm composure, "Stop trying to scare me, what could possibly be around here?" As the group surveyed their surroundings, an overwhelming sense of unease surged through their hearts. Their gazes swept across the desolate square, where faint figures could be seen lurking amid the ruins. When they focused their eyes on those figures, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Those figures turned out to be giant azure flame tigers. Cold sweat trickled down Gao Xinlan's forehead as she stammered in terror. There are way too many? There must be nearly 40 of them." Qian Tianbai, "We can't fight this many, let's go." Mo Chen said calmly, "Hurry up and scram before you disturb me." The blue flame tigers glared tightly at the crowd in the square, their eyes flashing with ferocious light. They emanated an aura that chilled one to the bone. Every person could feel that overwhelming oppressive force, as if being stared at by the eyes of death itself, stirring deep fear in their hearts. Yet MOCI remained as composed as drifting clouds and gentle breezes. In Qian Tianbai's eyes, it seemed like MOCI had grown indifferent to life and death. He widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "MOCI, have you lost your mind? Are you planning to slaughter this entire pack of azure flame tigers alone?" Hearing this, MOCI simply cracked his knuckles nonchalantly. A crisp metallic scraping sound rang out. MOCI unsheathed his pitch-black mystic tide claws and strode leisurely toward the very center of the square, completely revealing his figure for all to see. Crack! With thunderous footsteps, several massive, dust-covered figures instantly leaped onto the square. The blazing flame tigers bared their bloody maws, pacing back and forth as they glared at MOCI with murderous intent. Chang Nan stared at the live broadcast screen and said in horror, "He's not actually going to do it, is he?" Even Wei Wenliang, who had repeatedly trusted MOCI, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle with fear. To fight this pack of tigers single-handedly against multiple opponents, one would need at least 900 calories of vital energy, with all 3 attribute values averaging around 300. Chang Nan gulped and exclaimed in awe, "That's a whopping 900 calories of vital energy, the peak level attainable by a 0-level warrior." Little did they know, MOCI could barely reach the level of a 900-calorie warrior by utilizing the gimmick of attribute reset. MOC's chances of victory would never be 0. The spectators in Nanzhou City had never witnessed such a breathtaking scene. The mere sight of this dense swarm of tigers was enough to scare them out of their wits, let alone fighting them one-on-one. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Hong Xiaoshan's face turned deathly pale as his body trembled uncontrollably. Team leader, what are you staring at? Run now! Damn it! Qian Tianbai tightened his brow, staring at MOC's utterly composed and confident back with teeth-gritted hatred. He refused to accept it. Unwilling to accept that this pathetic MOCI could effortlessly surpass him, a supposed prodigy. It had always been him who was favored by everyone, who worked harder. What did MOCI think he was doing, barging in like this? Qian Tianbai drew his longsword and abruptly turned toward the center of the square. Damn it! I can't take this anymore. If this trash dares to solo these tigers with an S-rank ability, how come we 4 can't do it together? Everyone was struck speechless. Tang Yinling gazed at MOC's receding figure and stopped overthinking. With slightly furrowed brows, she immediately flicked her whip and followed Qian Tianbai. Then came Gao Xinlan. What the hell? Talking about surrender or not, why are they charging forward anyway? Hong Jiashan stared blankly at everyone's retreating backs. With a long sigh, he wordlessly followed in their footsteps. After all, scoring points alone was impossible for him. Hong Jiashan thought to himself, since I can't accomplish anything anyway, might as well slack off. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted behind Xin Tianbai. Reacting instantly, he materialized two black swords out of thin air while swiftly turning to face the source. He saw Hong Jiashan lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 17. People have different physiques, they can't be generalized. A green flame tiger lay beside Hong Jiashan, contentedly licking the blood from its claws. It seemed Hong Jiashan had been ambushed. Cold sweat immediately trickled down Gao Xinlan's delicate face as she urgently shouted toward Hong Jiashan. But there was no response, he remained silently curled up in the pool of blood. Xian Tianbai gritted his teeth and instantly launched the black flying sword hovering in midair with a sharp whoosh. The flying sword streaked through the sky like a thunderbolt, leaving a trail of lightning in its wake. The blue flame tiger immediately turned its body. Just as it was about to leap backward to evade the swiftly approaching flying sword, it suddenly realized its limbs were entangled by something. Looking down, it saw glistening silver vines. At this moment, Tang Yinling's eyes gleamed as she used her special ability, Silver Vines, to tightly bind the blue flame tiger's limbs. The azure flame tiger couldn't dodge in time as the flying sword plunged into its body with a shunk sound, spraying warm blood. Seizing this opportunity, everyone rushed forward together and hastily carried Hong Jiashan away. Staring at Hong Jiashan's deathly pale face, Tang Yinling said slowly, "Send him back to the safe zone. His injuries are too severe." Xian Tianbai furrowed his brow and stopped deliberating. He forcefully pressed the scoring device on Hong Jiashan's chest. The cold announcement followed immediately. Examinee, Hong Jiashan, has forfeited. Results pending. In an instant, Hong Jiashan was enveloped by the spiritual energy shield projected from the scoring device. 3 seconds later, he was teleported back to the safe zone. Subsequently, Xian Tianbai slowly rose to his feet. Drawing his black sword, he crouched low and charged toward the azure flame tiger. Looking at this tragic scene, MOCI shook his head with deep helplessness. Sigh, people's constitutions differ, you can't generalize. I told them to leave, but they just wouldn't listen. MOCI unfolded his pitch-black claws. He paced forward into the mass of shadowy tiger silhouettes. Behind him came the sounds of fierce and chaotic combat, yet MOCI remained utterly composed. He silently thought to himself, who would have thought that purposely mocking them a few times would actually make them stay? MOCI knew these self-important geniuses all too well. Seeing a worthless guy with only 3 units of vital energy daring to challenge a tiger horde would surely make them incredibly displeased. While others might leave, MOCI didn't know about them, but Xian Tianbai would definitely stay behind to face the challenge together. As a martial arts genius possessing an S-grade unique ability, his livestream channel was frequented by renowned instructors from prestigious academies. There were even talent scouts from the 3 great academies among his viewers. But now, the one stealing the spotlight in Xian Tianbai's livestream was MOCI, the so-called martial arts trash. The reality unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. MOCI lowered his head, revealing a chilling smile that sent shivers down the spine. The blue flame tiger pack stared at this human with alarmingly thin spiritual energy, yet fearlessly closing in step by step, an inexplicable dread creeping into their hearts. MOCI raised his head. A faint aura of spiritual power emanated from MOC's body, spreading like a drop of ink dissolving in clear water, permeating the entire ruined square. MOCI reset his attributes, maximizing speed to its limit. He stomped his feet heavily, his leg muscles instantly tensing. With just a slight shift, he moved like a sweeping black wind, flashing before the tigers. Battle skill, Phantom Void Claw. A fierce claw wind, akin to a meat grinder, came sweeping forth. The high-level Cyan Flame Tiger, faster than MOCI, nimbly dodged the attack, suffering only a slight graze to its fur. The lower-level Blue Flame Tigers suffered slightly more serious injuries. They could only slightly hinder their advance. MOC's current strength value was 0, so the damage from this claw wind was naturally minimal. It merely grazed their fur. Just a scratch would suffice. The corrosive bacteria had already infiltrated its body. Seeing this, MOCI swiftly stepped forward and clawed at the azure flame tiger's face. He dodged another tiger's sweeping claw by leaning back, stomped on its nose, and flipped over it, retreating to a safer position. Through this exchange, MOCI realized just how troublesome the azure flame tiger was. Wiping his sweat, he frowned and said, "Unlike the Iron Fawn Wolf, this azure flame tiger at high levels is truly difficult to kill. Without at least 300 strength points, the damage MOCI could inflict was insignificant." But he didn't dare reset his attributes. If his speed suddenly decreased, the blue flame tiger's fire wouldn't show any mercy. I can only rely on corrosive bacteria to attack now. After considering this, MOCI immediately raised both hands and clenched them forcefully in midair. The blue flame tigers infected by corrosive bacteria instantly felt excruciating pain throughout their bodies as if being bitten by countless bullet ants. The pupils of several blue flame tigers rapidly constricted as they felt the world spinning around them. They staggered and struggled to hold on, but in the end, they were no match for the rapid gnawing of the corrosive bacteria, collapsing limply to the ground. Their crimson pupils slowly filled with a deep azure hue, even the whites of their eyes turning an intense blue. Under the infection of the corrosive bacteria, it took less than half a minute. MUTATE has slain 3 low-level azure flame tigers. Beep. Detection. 3 ferocious beasts, azure flame tigers, have been eliminated. MUTATE's score has increased by 60 points. The broadcast announcement rang out like thunderclaps, reaching Qian Tianbai's ears. He halted his offensive stance, spinning around abruptly to glare with bulging eyes at MUTATE standing amidst the tiger pack. His mouth opened as if to speak, then slowly closed without uttering a word. Qian Tianbai silently marveled. How is this possible, slaughtering 3 azure flame tigers in under 30 seconds? What terrifying power is this? From the moment Qian Tianbai rescued Hong Jiashan, he immediately joined forces with Cao Xinlan and Tang Yingling to launch an attack against the Cyan Flame Tiger. The 3 warriors, whose combined vital energy barely reached 550 calories, were struggling immensely in the battle. It took them over a minute to finally slay just one Cyan Flame Tiger. Qian Tianbai was furious. He cursed inwardly. So you're MUTATE, huh? If you can do it, so can I. He brought his palms together with a thunderous clap, causing spiritual energy to surge from his body. The spiritual energy hovered in midair, instantly transforming into 18 black glowing mystical iron swords. Seeing Qian Tianbai activate his special ability, Tang Yingling immediately reacted. With both palms lightly striking the ground and eyes gleaming, she summoned silver vines that surged forth like ocean waves in an instant. This tide of silver vines immediately submerged several blue flame tigers, rendering them completely immobilized. The blue flame tigers instantly sensed grave danger. A cluster of emerald green flames instantly coalesced in his mouth. At this moment, a chilling aura slowly drifted from Gao Xinlan's rosy lips, swirling around the 3 green flame tigers. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The green flame tiger's ferocious maw was instantly frozen solid, its blazing flame extinguished by the piercing cold. Bastard! Die! Qian Tianbai cursed angrily, his hands moving like fluttering autumn leaves as he effortlessly unleashed 18 mystic swords in one fluid motion. The mystic swords tore through the heavens. Their passage ripped through the air with a terrifying whistle. The 18 mystic swords resembled a chain of lightning, piercing through a blue flame tiger before abruptly changing trajectory midair. They then speared through 2 more blue flame tigers. The flying swords dissolved into spiritual energy, returning to Qian Tianbai's body. Gasping heavily, Qian Tianbai's white hair was entirely stained crimson with blood. Wiping the gore from his face, he spoke words of encouragement through gritted teeth. 3 blue flame tigers, their stamina still isn't high enough. We need to push harder. Beep. A broadcast sound interrupted Qian Tianbai's soliloquy. The drone's announcement could be heard declaring, "Detection, 4 fierce beasts, blue flame tigers, have been slain." MUTATE's score increased by 80 points. Qian Tianbai and his group slowly turned their heads. As if staring at a monster, they gazed at MOC's silhouette standing atop the mountain of blue flame tiger corpses. At this moment, MOCI was drenched in sweat. His black combat attire was already torn in multiple places, with corrosive bacteria now covering his entire body, shimmering with a blue glow under the sunlight, radiating deadly intent. Tang Yingling stared at MOC's haughty figure and finally had an epiphany, realizing one undeniable truth. Martial artists differ fundamentally in physique. They cannot all be judged by the same standard. Chapter 18, A Professional Martial Investigator's Instincts. Ding ding ding. A piercing ringtone erupted from the smartphone on the black office desk. A handsome man with slick back hair, who had been napping in his chair, was jolted awake. Showing no trace of irritation, he simply unbuttoned his collar and answered the call. Hello? Who is this? Director Deng. You have to see this martial arts exam livestream I sent you. I found a truly unparalleled genius. We absolutely must recruit him. The excited words on the other end of the call steadily dispelled Deng Feng's drowsiness. He opened his bleary eyes, put on his glasses, and swiftly turned on his computer. Southern City, Jiangnan Province Martial Exam, Qian Tianbai. Staring at the link displayed on the computer, Deng Feng frowned and questioned the person on the phone. Didn't I already tell you? I've noticed this martial artist before. Although his skills are decent, he's really not suitable for our academy. He shook his head and sighed, saying, with such a powerful S-class awakened ability, how could he possibly come to our martial combat academy? Moreover, Qian Tianbai could hardly be considered one of a kind, making him unworthy of the martial arts academy expending excessive effort to recruit him. Hearing this, the voice on the phone hastily interrupted. No. Director Deng, you've misunderstood. It's not Qian Tianbai. It's another fighter in his footage, 5 times stronger than Qian Tianbai. Oh, still skeptical, Deng Feng slowly scrolled and clicked the link. As the admissions director of the Martial Combat Academy, Deng Feng obviously knew every top-tier martial arts examinee with the best aptitudes across each province and city like the back of his hand. In Nanzhou City, there were only 3 students possessing S-level special abilities. The top-ranked in strength is Qian Tianbai from Nanzhou No. 1 High School, while the second and third places are both from Nanzhou No. 2 High School. Qian Tianbai's vital energy value is already an outstanding presence within Nanzhou City. If there were warriors stronger than him, Deng Feng couldn't possibly lack intelligence on them. As the live stream finished buffering, 3 familiar figures appeared on screen, and Deng Feng immediately focused his attention to watch intently. The white-haired examinee at the head was naturally Qian Tianbai. The 2 girls beside him were Gao Xinlan and Tang Yiling. Are you serious? I know those 2 girls, their abilities haven't even reached A rank, and their vital energy values aren't at 190 points. Are you joking? Deng Feng felt like Wu Tan was toying with him and said angrily, how could they possibly be stronger then? Before he could finish speaking, a 4th figure wearing clawed gloves appeared in the footage. In that instant, Deng Feng noticed the perilous situation this examinee was facing. Unlike Qian Tianbai who was fighting with a team, this examinee actually dared to confront the densely packed blue flame tigers alone. Around him lay the scattered corpses of a dozen or more azure flame tigers. The examinee charged into the tiger swarm like a thunderbolt, unleashing carnage. Watching this martial arts examinee moving with lightning speed while demonstrating graceful combat techniques, Deng Feng's horizons were broadened. He never expected there to be someone among the examinees with such superb martial prowess. Deng Feng asked excitedly, what incredible speed! Who is this examinee? Why don't I recall him at all? His voice was nearly deafening the martial examiner's ears. If anyone claims to know who this kid is, they'd be lying, because this brat wasn't even from the martial arts class to begin with. Upon hearing this news, Deng Feng was utterly astonished. He erupted in fury, cursing, damn it! Has the entire Nanzhou No. 1 high school eaten shit? How could they let such a genius into the liberal arts class? It's nothing short of wasting divine gifts. Suddenly changing his tone, he asked, what kind of ability does this kid have? It's an S-rank ability called Beast Taming, which allows him to form contracts with ferocious beasts. What? Deng Feng was shocked once again. The moment he heard this news, he immediately cursed every single one of Nanzhou High School's administrators. Staring at the figure on the livestream, his lips trembled with rage as he silently vowed to himself, damn it, Nanzhou First High actually has another S-class superhuman warrior. If you dare to withhold the truth, are you looking down on our combat academy? Deng Feng let out a long sigh and murmured resentfully, Nanzhou High School, whatever, what's this kid's name? His name is Mosai. I've already sent the remaining background information, but what you need to be aware of is, Deng Feng immediately switched the live broadcast channel over to MOC's stream and asked, what should I pay attention to? A faint voice came through the phone. His vital energy value is only 3 units. It's fine if the vital energy is a bit low, even 3 units can still. Wait, how many units did you say? Deng Feng asked again, feeling as though he must have misheard. He stared at the intelligence report sent by the martial investigator, his eyes gradually widening, his jaw slack with astonishment. Holy shit, it's actually 3 calories? Deng Feng collapsed limply into his chair. He now understood exactly why Nanzhou First High School had kept MOC's condition concealed. His first instinct was to suspect that MOCI had used performance-enhancing drugs, but the combat suits used in martial examinations had built-in detection systems. Any fighter who had injected banned substances would immediately be identified by the suit's monitoring system through their abnormal heart rate. The martial inspector exclaimed excitedly, that's why this is the most peculiar thing. At the beginning of the semester, the school tested Mosai's vital energy level, and it was still at 3 calories. But his performance in the martial arts exam doesn't look anything like a useless waste with only 3 calories of vital energy. His strength has completely crushed his peers. Listening to the martial inspector's words, Deng Feng crossed his hands beneath his chin, resting them on the table as he sank into deep contemplation. Mosai's performance, in his eyes, was utterly outstanding. From his perspective, MOC's vitality reading simply couldn't be just 3 calories. His strength, speed, and endurance far surpassed his peers. Moreover, that peculiar ability of his that caused ferocious beasts to inexplicably die made Deng Feng even more curious. What kind of beast had MOCI actually contracted? He silently pondered. Could it be some kind of special constitution? Deng Feng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Thank you for your hard work. There's still 1 hour left until the end of the martial examination. I should make a trip to Jiangnan. Director Deng, are you personally going there? Deng Feng immediately stood up, his eyes flashing with eagerness as he spoke. Such a rare martial arts genius is highly sought after. With that, Deng Feng hung up the phone and hurriedly walked toward the door. At this very moment, Deep within the ruins of the examination hall, MOCI, driven to madness by slaughter, had already turned the place into a stinking mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The other examinees arrived one after another, killing off the remaining weak, old, and injured tigers. The blue flame tigers suffered countless casualties and, unable to withstand the overwhelming numbers, immediately fled the scene. During the earlier battle, MOCI had allocated all his attribute points to speed value to nimbly dodge the blue flame tiger's rapid attacks. This resulted in him severely overexerting his stamina. Now, he was lying on the ground vomiting uncontrollably. Qian Tianbai, Gao Xinlan, and Tang Yinling were utterly exhausted at this moment, having fought desperately to slay 12 blue flame tigers in this battle. As for MOCI, they couldn't even begin to count his kills with both hands. Their efficiency in slaughtering savage beasts was already quite impressive among candidates of their batch. But compared to MOCI, they weren't even worthy of comparison. Qian Tianbai panted heavily and asked Tang Yinling again, "What kind of ferocious beast has MOCI contracted? It's invisible and intangible, and appears to carry some kind of toxin." Tang Yinling wiped the sweat from her brow, at a loss for words. How could they possibly know that the vicious beast MOCI contracted was actually bacteria? Gao Xinlan looked around her. The ruined square had already gathered a large group of martial artists, all gazing at Qian Tianbai's group with worshipful eyes. To maintain her elegant image, Gao Xinlan forced herself to slowly stand up while struggling to support her weakened body. Yet she immediately collapsed again in exhaustion. After resetting his attributes, MOCI had already recovered his stamina and stood up as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Gao Xinlan couldn't stop chattering. That MOCI is like a monster. Every time he's about to collapse from exhaustion, he finishes vomiting and starts running and jumping around again. Just how high must his endurance stat be? This battle opened Qian Tianbai's group's eyes to an astonishing spectacle. It was truly unimaginable, truly worthy of being the martial arts genius Qian Tianbai. A mere three-person team actually managed to slaughter this entire pack of blue flame tigers. Exactly. Absolutely incredible prowess. Several flattering voices suddenly rose from the crowd. Qian Tianbai's sweat-drenched face instantly darkened, because this pack of green flame tigers hadn't been slaughtered by him at all. The belatedly arriving martial artists seemed unaware of this fact, even directing their criticism toward MOCI standing nearby. Look at this MOCI, what a loser. Not even breaking a sweat, still able to run and jump, looks like someone's been slacking off quite a bit. I don't think so. I genuinely believe it was MOCI who killed it. At this moment, MOCI stood cheerfully atop the corpse of the cyan flame tiger, casting a mocking glance at Qian Tianbai below. He said nothing, but that utterly sardonic face made Qian Tianbai feel like he'd said everything without words. Qian Tianbai flushed crimson with humiliation. He knew full well, these bootlickers who were singing his praises now would absolutely tear him to shreds if MOCI ended up winning first place in the martial examination. He listened to the flattery around him, shaking with rage, his teeth clenched and his hand gripping the hilt of his sword fiercely. "Shut the hell up, all of you!" With a furious roar, the crowd fell silent as if frozen. Qian Tianbai raised his sword and angrily pointed at MOCI standing high above, shouting to the crowd, "It wasn't me who slaughtered the tiger pack. It was MOCI. Chapter 19, The Martial Exam Record Within Reach. These furious words exploded like thunder across a tranquil lake, creating endless ripples. The crowd turned to MOCI with puzzled expressions. Instantly, discussions erupted. Only then did the crowd understand why MOCI was standing atop a mountain of tiger corpses. Although Qian Tianbai personally admitted the matter, people still couldn't believe MOCI had slain the blazing flame tiger. After all, Qian Tianbai's team was left gasping for breath and lying sprawled out, while MOCI simply vomited once before bouncing back to his feet, lively as ever. Besides, he's just a waste with a mere 3 calories of vital energy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Watching Qian Tianbai's furious tantrum, MOCI felt thoroughly satisfied. Brushing dust off his battle suit, he muttered to himself, "Truly impressive deeds should always be spoken by others to sound truly impressive." With that, MOCI leaped down from the mountain of corpses. He walked deeper into the ruins, his next target being the level 15 ferocious beast, Storm Elephant. Wei Wenlian leaned back in his plush chair, gazing in the direction of MOCI's lone advance with a delighted grin. It looks like MOCI is preparing to challenge the Blue Wind Thunder Elephant, alone. At that moment, Chang Nan walked cheerily onto the bus. The look of excitement and exhilaration on his face was impossible to hide. He hurried forward with quick steps, patted Wei Wenlian on the back, and exclaimed excitedly, "Just now, the admissions directors from all 3 top universities called me. They're coming to Nanzhou in person after the exams." Wei Wenlian flicked the ash off his cigarette. This was within his expectations. After all, the topic of MOCI was rapidly heating up on the Martial Artists Forum. The admissions offices of the 3 major academies, as well as talent scouts across the nation, couldn't possibly have failed to notice. MOC's appearance was truly astonishing. Completely normal. If the martial scouts couldn't notice such a genius, they wouldn't deserve to be called martial scouts, Wei Wenliang said with an indifferent expression. Slaying 38 blue flame tigers. This MOCI is indeed a rare genius that appears only once in a century. Hearing this, Chang Nan's complexion changed. His lips trembled as he spoke. Wait, how many? 38 cyan flame tigers? He had only stepped out briefly to take a call from the 3 major academies moments ago. MOCI had already slain 38 Azure Flame Tigers, securing an astonishingly high score of 760 points. Combined with the over 70 Iron Fang wolves he previously killed, his total score soared to over 900 points. Typically, only entire squads could achieve such terrifying scores. The current highest record in Jiangnan Province's martial examination belonged to the peak 9th rank warrior, Martial Paragon, who set it 50 years ago with 1030 points. There's less than 1 hour left until the martial examination concludes. Mosai still has room for improvement. If he can successfully break this record that has stood untouched for 50 years, it would truly be an unprecedented feat, perhaps never to be surpassed. Chang Nan is feeling tremendous pressure at this moment. But deep inside, there was an overwhelming surge of excitement and joy beyond words. He plopped down heavily and sighed. A genius comparable to the martial extremity venerable actually appeared in our academy. Wei Wenliang murmured. No candidate has come close to this record in the past 50 years. MOCI is the first. He's practically on the verge of breaking it. Chang Nan's expression darkened as he said. Moreover, MOCI is a 0-tier, level 0 warrior, while Wu Jizun set the record when he was already 0-tier, level 5. The two racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. How MOCI with a mere 3 calories of vital energy managed to defeat all those examinees? Could it be a contracted beast? Chang Nan's question snapped Wei Wenliang out of his contemplation. He carefully recalled MOC's major battles during the martial examination, and the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Cold sweat poured uncontrollably down his back. He took a drag from his cigarette and said calmly, the savage beast MOCI contracted isn't visible to the naked eye, plus it's highly toxic and extremely contagious. It's practically like a plague. Hearing this, Chang Nan froze for a moment before slowly turning his head, as if suddenly realizing what MOCI had contracted. At this moment, MOCI was sprinting down the main road of Qingni City, relying on intelligence obtained from Zhao Tianyi. From the abandoned high-rise buildings lining both sides of the avenue, numerous low-level ferocious beasts emerged. Along the way, MOCI had slain many of these creatures. His score had now reached 932 points. MOCI stared at the scoring device, lost in thought. The score has reached 932 points now. As long as I successfully kill the Wind Thunder Elephant, I'll break the martial examination record of Jiangnan Province. But time was running out. And slaying Wind Thunder Elephant was no simple feat. After all, the Wind Thunder Elephant is a savage beast of level 15, with its vital energy reaching an astonishing 1,500 units. Yet MOCI currently possesses a mere 13 units, with his attribute points totaling only 312. Even if he allocated all 300 points to strength, he might barely manage to scratch the surface of the Wind Thunder Elephant's hide. MOCI clearly remembered this Wind Thunder Elephant boasted both endurance and strength attributes towering at 700 points each. The only shortcoming was its speed. MOCI thought to himself, I must take advantage of the Wind Thunder Elephant's weakness and find the right moment to infect it with my corrosion bacteria. With that, seeing how little time remained, MOCI quickened his pace. As MOCI drew closer to his destination, that terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end grew more palpable, slowly crawling up his spine. The earth trembled slightly, sending dust flying everywhere. He could sense that the windstorm elephant was just around the corner. Suddenly, MOCI halted in his tracks, controlling the rhythm of his breathing as he quickly ducked into an abandoned building at the turn of the street. Cautiously leaning against a floor-to-ceiling window on the first floor, he began observing carefully. Boom! A gray elephant foot, thick as the columns before ancient Greek temples, came stomping down viciously right in front of MOCI. The tremendous impact instantly shattered the floor-to-ceiling window into pieces, scattering like dust in all directions. Even MOCI was sent flying from the shockwave. MOCI twisted and turned in midair, deftly adjusting his posture to dissipate most of the impact. Even with the force dispersed, MOCI still crashed heavily onto the floor, left breathless. The storm elephant seemed to catch a faint disturbance. Halting its other foot poised mid-step, it stood frozen before the floor-to-ceiling window. MOCI waved away the dust in front of him. Gazing at the pair of massive jade-like feet by the window, he muttered inwardly, damn it, this thunder wind elephant is nearly as tall as a 3-story building. Those enormous black feet had incredibly thick keratin layers. Even if Maji had maxed out his strength stat, he couldn't have harmed it in the slightest. I need to check the third floor, maybe I can scratch its face or directly touch its eyes. With that, Maji tiptoed quietly up to the second floor. He advanced slowly along the wall, his heart pounding fiercely in his throat. MOCI clearly sensed that this oppressive aura brimming with spiritual energy was right behind the wall he was clinging to. At this moment, MOCI was immensely grateful for his extremely low vital energy. If his vital energy level had been as high as Qian Tianbai's, the overpowering aura would have long been detected by the Wind Thunder Elephant. MOCI once again stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. He adjusted his breathing and silently encouraged himself. It's just beside the thunderstorm elephant now. Just peek out, find the right opportunity, and that's it. With that, MOCI slowly leaned his head out. A pair of watery, blood moon-like black-red eyes stared emotionlessly back at him. He was drenched in sweat. Chapter 20, The Terrifying Giant Beast. We're done for. MOCI roared, his entire body breaking out in goosebumps. Before the Storm Thunder Elephant could react, he summoned all his strength and bolted in the opposite direction. The Storm Thunder Elephant failed to detect any spiritual energy emanating from MOCI. Suddenly spotting a warrior's head startled it greatly, making it emit an ear-piercing trumpet. The elephant's cry shook heaven and earth. Not far away, the commotion completely startled Qian Tianbai and his group, who were still hunting down the remaining Frostflame tigers. Qian Tianbai realized that MOCI must have alarmed the Storm Thunder Elephant. Qian Tianbai halted and turned to look at the distant plume of smoke, exclaiming in astonishment. So that's where MOCI ran off to. Turns out he knew the Storm Thunder Elephant's location all along. With that, a complex expression flashed across his face. Tang Yinling furrowed her delicate brows and asked Qian Tianbai with evident concern. Group leader, you're not thinking of attacking the Storm Thunder Elephant, are you? Attack? You really take me for MOCI now? Qian Tianbai was speechless, then continued. That storm elephant is a level 15 ferocious beast. I wouldn't dare approach it even if you gave me 100 lives. Most martial examinees have a chi blood value around 150 ka. Yet the storm elephant's chi blood value reaches 1500 ka, nearly 10 times higher than most candidates. Normal people wouldn't touch him, except for MOCI. Gao Xinlan had already changed her opinion of MOCI and murmured to herself. If MOCI can successfully slay the Wind Thunder Elephant, no, I can't believe it. Qian Tianbai raised his sword and gazed in the direction of the Wind Thunder Elephant, saying, whether I kill it or not, I still want to take a look. If you want to keep farming points, I can disband the team bond. Hearing this, Gao Xinlan and Tang Yinling fell silent. A massive, powerful gray trunk had already extended into the building, violently sweeping toward MOCI. Wherever the trunk passed, everything turned to dust. Shards flew, shattering the weathered glass window. Without hesitation, MOCI stepped through the window and leapt down from the second floor, landing steadily. At that very moment, the elephant's trunk smashed through the load-bearing wall, and the building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Gazing at the rising dust, MOCI felt a lingering fear in his heart. He exclaimed in astonishment, if I had been even a second slower, I would have been buried alive. Due to long-term neglect and disrepair, the surrounding buildings were all affected, collapsing like dominoes, one after another. The rising smoke, like an overturned cauldron, engulfed all buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer, even described as blotting out the sky. MOCI covered his mouth and nose, remaining highly vigilant. In this gray, hazy fog, he could see nothing at all. The heavy thuds of footsteps grew louder, accompanied by a pair of gradually glowing crimson dots suspended high above his head. It's slowly approaching. A terrifying pressure, as if locked onto by a monstrosity that defied imagination, instantly crawled up MOC's spine. Yet MOCI didn't panic. His first priority was to escape this overwhelming dust cloud, otherwise, launching any attack would be utterly impossible. MOCI had just lifted his toes. However, around the Wind Thunder Elephant, a fierce gale suddenly howled, scattering the overwhelming clouds of dust. In an instant, the hazy sky cleared, and even MOC's breathing became smooth again. What terrifying power! With these words, MOCI lowered the hand covering his face and assumed a stance, squaring off against the enormous Storm Thunder Elephant before him. Now the full form of the Storm Thunder Elephant stood completely exposed, revealed entirely before MOC's eyes. Standing 6 to 7 meters tall, its colossal frame was entirely rock gray, covered in dark gray fine fur along its back that from a distance resembled a draped black beastskin rug. Its enormous belly seemed to contain infinite thunder, pulsating with subtle white lightning patterns, bulging ominously as if a single prolonged glance might trigger an explosion, and any closer approach would result in utter dissolution. Its elephantine legs were immensely thick and powerful, armored with tough keratin layers over bulging sinews. Blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent lay deep beneath towering brow ridges, while its trunk draped to the floor, though monstrously thick, it moved with unsettling tentacle-like dexterity. Most terrifying of all were its enormous, branching tusks, ivory pale as bleached bone, splitting like grotesque antlers. Were any ordinary person to behold such a colossal monstrosity, they'd surely shit themselves in terror. Yet MOCI showed no fear whatsoever, squaring off against the Stormhide Tusker in a battle of wills that stretched into eternity. It could barely be called a standoff. To the Windblade elephant, Mosai looked more like a mantis trying to stop a chariot with its forelegs. Wei Wenliang stared at the screen, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, well, who would have thought Mosai wouldn't be the least bit afraid of this Windblade elephant? This is a fierce beast I transported from beyond the borders. If he doesn't fear it, wouldn't my efforts be wasted? Chang Nan took a sip of hot tea and slowly said, someone who fears fierce beasts could never achieve 900 points. Wei Wenliang slowly stood up, stretching as he remarked, it was this monster I encountered when I first stepped beyond the border, scared me half to death at the time. He stepped out of the military bus. Chang Nan hastily asked, Old Wei, where are you going? Wei Wenliang walked past the heavily guarded sentries and said calmly, go and witness the battle. Chang Nan understood that Wei Wenliang was worried about MOCI getting into trouble. If MOCI could slay the Wind Thunder Elephant, he would be the presumptive provincial champion. If anything were to happen at this critical moment, the higher-ups would surely hold him accountable. Though unable to directly intervene in MOC's martial examination, Wei Wenliang only needed to ensure his safety. A refreshing breeze brushed past as MOCI maintained razor-sharp focus. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Wind Thunder Elephant before him, he distinctly sensed its contempt. Perhaps in the creature's eyes, he was merely a powerless insect devoid of spiritual energy. MOCI decided to strike first. With just a slight tremble from the Wind Lightning Elephant, he mustered all his strength and charged toward it. System, reset attributes. Suddenly, MOC's running speed increased dramatically. In just a few seconds, he dashed beside the Thunderwind Elephant's massive foot, maxed out his strength stat, and unleashed a full-powered, Void Claw, strike. Only then did the Thunderwind Elephant react, hastily lifting its foot to stomp down with crushing force. MOCI reset his attributes but kept attacking at full intensity even as the elephant's foot descended, his hands moving so fast they became a blur of black afterimages. MOCI leapt backward instantly, narrowly evading the devastating stomp. Where the elephant's foot stomped, an enormous crater immediately formed, and the resulting shockwave nearly blew MOCI off his feet. For several rounds in a row, MOCI smoothly dodged the Thunderwind Elephant's trampling attacks, yet MOCI's full-power Void Claw strike, including his subsequent flurry of claw attacks, couldn't even scratch the Thunderwind Elephant's footskin. That thick layer of keratin had indeed absorbed far too much damage for the Thunderwind Elephant. Both unharmed. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Mosai immediately retreated, moving out of the Wind Thunder Elephant's attack range. Indeed, 300 points of strength are still too low. Inflicting visible external injuries on the Wind Thunder Elephant is extremely difficult. The only option is to attack its vulnerable spots, its belly or perhaps its eyes. With that, Mosai fell into deep thought. Attacking the Wind Thunder Elephant's abdomen would be an extremely dangerous move. With just a slight press or an electric discharge, Mosai would instantly be reduced to a puddle of flesh and blood. And touching the Wind Thunder Elephant's eyes wouldn't be an easy task either. The powerful and flexible trunk was the first challenge. The ears that could fan mighty winds formed the second, while the bizarre tusks capable of summoning lightning proved the most formidable obstacle. Forget touching them, merely approaching was an ordeal in itself. Still, there might just be a way to remotely interact with its eyes. Chapter 21, Fierce Battle Rages, Thunderstrike Annihilation. With that, MOCI slowly bent down. His entire body tensed, releasing a crisp and melodious sound. Tendons and bones resonated together, producing rhythmic clangs. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, locked intently on those blood-red pupils. The Wind Thunder Elephant sensed a faint chill, and it was enraged. Before MOCI could act, the Wind Thunder Elephant whipped its incredibly agile trunk, lashing out at him like a long whip. The elephant's trunk stirred up a cloud of dust as it struck with brutal force. MOCI countered swiftly, with a high leap. He deftly dodged the attack and dashed toward the Wind Thunder Elephant. MOCI moved with remarkable agility, closing in on the Wind Thunder Elephant without a scratch. The Wind Thunder Elephant raised its front legs and stomped down heavily. With its eyes tightly shut, it immediately flapped its giant ears and began rampaging wildly, stirring up roaring gusts of wind wherever it trampled. MOCI excitedly thought to himself, "It's coming. The opportunity has finally arrived, this time you won't escape." MOCI was someone who had been reborn once. Though he hadn't participated in the martial exam in his previous life, he remembered the Wind Thunder Elephant's weakness by heart. The first weakness. Whenever the Storm Rider Elephant begins swirling gales with its enormous ears, it always closes its eyes. MOC's spiritual energy was so faint it might as well have been non-existent. Unable to sense MOC's position, the elephant's moment of eye-opening became MOC's perfect opportunity. He only needed to wait. Without hesitation, MOCI immediately crouched low and drove his claws forcefully into the floor, anchoring himself firmly to the ground. The howling winds tore through the air, dragging even the deeply embedded Darktide claw across the floor, carving a long, jagged scar into the unyielding stone. This is an extremely dangerous move. If MOCI showed the slightest negligence, he could very well be crushed beneath the colossal feet of this storm thunder elephant. Yet every time the elephant's foot came stamping down, MOCI would release his grip, allowing the fierce winds to sweep him clear of the crushing range before driving both hands back into the earth. At last, the tempest gradually subsided, and the storm thunder elephant slowly opened its eyes. MOC's moment has arrived. Greeting it was a handful of gray sand infused with corrosion bacteria, hurled straight at its face. The wind thunder elephant never saw it coming. It had expected MOCI to either be blown away or crushed beneath its mighty feet, yet he had survived them all. The storm elephant initially wanted to use its massive ears to blow away the chilling sand grains, but its speed attribute was pitifully low, only 100 points, making its reactions painfully sluggish. Faced with this swirling storm of sand and stones, it simply chose to shut its eyes. Yet it was already too late. A handful of sharp grains still found their way into the beast's vulnerable eyes. A needle-like pain shot through the wind thunder elephant's left eye. Seizing the momentum, MOCI accelerated. With a flash, he arrived at the elephant's abdomen, silently commanding in his heart. System, reset attributes, maximize strength. With that, his hands formed eagle claws, piercing forward with the precision and ferocity of a spear thrust. MOCI instantly summoned the corrosion bacteria. His hands were completely enveloped by these azure bacterial colonies as the corrosion bacteria surged violently up the arms, forcibly infiltrating the storm elephant. Unlike its keratin-covered hooves, the abdomen was the storm elephant's most sensitive and vulnerable spot. Don't underestimate these 300 points of strength. They may not be enough to trim an elephant's toenail, yet they can ruthlessly carve a bleeding gash across the wind thunder elephant's belly. A wretched elephant's cry echoed through the entire ruins, startling flocks of birds and herds of beasts into flight. The wind thunder elephant swore to crush the blood-sucking tick beneath its massive frame. MOCI immediately withdrew his arm. Elephant blood sprayed out like from a showerhead, soaking MOCI completely as if he had taken a warm bath. With only an earth-shaking boom sound, the wind thunder elephant came crashing down heavily upon him. But its belly didn't feel any unusual pressure from foreign objects. It slowly stood up, opening its dry and slightly blue-tinged eyes, only to realize when looking at the empty crater beneath it, MOCI had dodged. The storm thunder elephant's eyes still stung, and its abdomen began radiating waves of burning pain. It had underestimated the human before it. This human with extremely weak spiritual energy actually possesses deadly poison within him, like some annoying poisonous wasp. Watching the wind thunder elephant's extreme anguish, MOCI chuckled inwardly. Hee, now things just got much simpler. From this moment onward, slaying the wind thunder elephant was no longer an empty boast. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this tempest elephant would inevitably succumb to the gnawing of the corrosive bacteria. However, with its staggering 700-point endurance and massive, thick-skinned frame, the erosion speed inflicted by the corrosive bacteria would undoubtedly be slowed. Before the corrosive bacteria could devour its internal organs, MOCI couldn't afford to let his guard down. Zzzzzzz. A crackling sound of electric currents jolted MOCI out of his thoughts. He looked up, his brows furrowed tightly. The thunderstorm elephant stood directly ahead, its entire body covered in flickering white lightning that rapidly converged toward its deer antler-like tusks. The lightning grew frenzied. At the tips of its tusks, a spherical lightning bolt the size of a soccer ball had already formed. At this moment, Chen Tianbai, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, was instantly drenched in cold sweat by the terrifying lightning. That lightning strike was horrifying. If MOCI hadn't dodged it, there'd be a huge hole in his body now. Chen Tianbai stood alone, having already disbanded his team. Even before forming a team, he had accumulated quite a few points. Now he possessed 400 points in his hand. The three great academies he could choose any with his eyes closed. However, Gao Xinlan and Tang Yinling didn't have as many points, so they voluntarily withdrew from the group and went off to hunt fierce beasts instead. Chen Tianbai's face darkened, his gaze locking intently onto the wind thunder elephant. Like a starving wolf catching sight of prey bleeding profusely, he abruptly changed the tone of his voice and said, "It seems this wind thunder elephant is already doomed. Perhaps we have a chance to snatch it from MOC's grasp. Let me see what kind of strength you possess." Facing the wind thunder elephant poised for action before him, MOCI immediately raised his pitch-black claws. His expression showed no trace of panic. Instead, excitement flashed across his face. MOCI thought excitedly. Finally using this move, the thunderous death ray. When the storm thunder elephant gathered lightning across its body, condensing spheres of electricity at the tips of its tusks, it meant the terrifyingly powerful, thunderous death ray was about to be unleashed. This Thunderstrike Death Ray has an astonishingly large range. Even a brief sweep can demolish an entire building. Martial artists of the same rank as the Storm Elephant wouldn't stand a chance against this blast. Moreover, during the laser's discharge, the Storm Elephant can freely adjust its direction, making it nearly impossible to evade. But such a terrifying technique naturally comes with its drawbacks. During the charging period, the Storm Thunder Elephant cannot move to maintain lightning stability, and the charging process requires at least 20 seconds. For these 20 seconds, the Storm Thunder Elephant is essentially a motionless sandbag of elephant meat. MOCI calmed his excited emotions and silently thought, it must have been forced to resort to this move. 20 seconds of charging time is more than enough to kill you. With these words, MOCI clenched both hands, swiftly forming fists. The dark blue glow on the shin tide claw gradually intensified to an unbearably dazzling brilliance. The corrosive bacteria inside the storm elephant suddenly received the signal, stirring with frenzied agitation. The familiar sensation of dizziness and disorientation flooded Feng Lei Xiang's mind. His left eye, infected by the corrosive bacteria, had completely rotted away, turning blind. The entire eyeball appeared as if covered by a blue membrane, utterly revolting. Zzzzzzzzz. The lightning that had been coiled around the ivory tusks suddenly vanished. The spherical lightning began to jump erratically, as if frenzied, nearly deviating from its trajectory. MOCI didn't rejoice. Instead, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because he could sense it, the corrosion bacteria's erosion was progressing too slowly, while the Wind Thunder Elephant was still holding on. Damn it! Bad. Could this Wind Thunder Elephant actually last through these 20 seconds? MOCI suddenly felt something was wrong. Chapter 22, Human-Headed Dog? I'll take on two at once. At this moment, Wei Wenliang stood on a high building far from the battlefield where MOCI was locked in fierce combat, leaning against the railing as he observed everything. Stroking the gray-white stubble on his chin, he muttered to himself, the Wind Thunder Elephant's rank is still too high, while MOCI is just a zero-level initiate taking the exam. He narrowed his eyes slightly and tied up his wind-tousled, gray-streaked medium-length hair. To prevent anything from happening to MOCI, he remained ready to intervene at any moment. At this very moment, MOCI still stood in a tense standoff with the Wind Thunder Elephant. The thunderball suspended between the ivory tusks kept convulsing as it was eroded by the corrosive bacteria. The Wind Thunder Elephant's eyes gradually turned blue as they were gnawed away by the bacteria. Suddenly, it spewed a thick, jet-black stream of vile-smelling blood from its mouth. Witnessing this, MOCI finally exhaled in relief. What a false alarm! The corrosive bacteria ultimately breached the Thunderwind Elephant's brain just before Thunder's death ray finished charging. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted alongside a blinding white flash. The thunder sphere detonated violently before it could even form into the death ray. MOCI hastily turned away. When the white light dissipated and the smoke cleared, he turned back in shock to find the Thunderwind Elephant covered in wounds, its entire body charred black. Those pillar-like elephant legs finally could no longer support its bronze cauldron-sized massive frame, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The drone's announcement had yet to come, which meant the Thunderwind Elephant still showed signs of life. MOC's brows instantly furrowed tightly, secretly astonished. He's still not dead? With that, he spread his sinister, razor-sharp claws and strode towards the Wind Thunder Elephant. Shen Tianbai, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly erupted into action, leaping out. Now's the time. His left hand gripped a sword while his right assumed a sword finger stance, his vital energy bursting forth continuously like billowing steam. Spiritual power coalesced behind him, instantly transforming into 36 dark-colored flying swords. A bone-chilling cold pierced through. MOCI immediately turned his head to look. Before he could react, two more familiar voices rang out from another direction. Battle skill. Scorching spear. Battle skill. Frostbite blade. MOCI turned towards the sound and saw Zhao Tianyi charging towards the dying Storm Thunder Elephant with a furious expression, gripping his sword with both hands. The chilling glare from the black sword in his hand was bone-piercing. Meanwhile, Sumo Hong leaped high into the air, her slender and delicate right arm now glowing red like heated iron, and the black profound iron spear in her hand had also turned scorching red. Gritting her teeth, she let out a fierce battle cry. The spear in her hand shot toward the Wind Thunder Elephant like a tempest. MOCI suddenly widened his eyes, internally ranting. What the hell? Sure, I might deserve a beating, but having three people gang up on me at once is just excessive. He knew Zhao Tianyi would surely return for revenge, but what he hadn't anticipated was three people simultaneously coming to snatch his fierce beast. Without time to think, the 36 flying swords behind Qian Tianbai all shot forth in unison. System, reset attributes. In that instant, MOC's blood and chi surged violently. With just a flicker of movement, he instantly appeared before the fiery crimson spear hurtling toward the Storm Thunder Elephant. A crimson light flashed by, the sound of splitting air right at his heels. MOCI grabbed Sumo Hong's spear with a single hand, holding it firmly in his grip. The scorching heat transmitted from the black iron spear was so intense that it burned MOCI even through his shin-tied claw. As the burning sensation surged through him, he instantly hurled the spear toward Zhao Tianyi's chest. The spear clanged sharply as it embedded itself into the floor just before Zhao Tianyi, who narrowly dodged it by bending forward, then slid straight toward the Wind Thunder Elephant's most vulnerable underbelly. Zhao Tiany's pupils constricted violently. With a surge of determination, he swung his sword in a fierce thrust toward the beast. Ha ha ha, even if I die, I'll never let you break the record. Then die. A bone-chilling voice, like a cold gust of wind, drifted eerily into Zhao Tiany's ears. He slowly turned his head to find MOCI already standing beside him, gazing at him with indifferent eyes. A wave of cold terror struck, and he instantly bristled like a startled cat, every hair standing on end. At some unknown moment, MOC's pitch-black shin tide claws had firmly seized Zhao Tiany's sword. The blade's edge was merely 0.01 centimeters away from the Wind Thunder elephant's body, yet couldn't pierce through no matter what. Pure white cold chi continuously corroded the shin tide claws, nearly paralyzing MOC's hand. MOCI paid no heed, merely applying slightly more pressure. The sword's edge immediately emitted an ear-splitting metallic screech, with sparks flickering intermittently. Crash! With a crisp snap, MOCI crushed the black sword as if it were glass, shattering it effortlessly. Zhao Tiany's eyes snapped open, his body drenched in cold sweat. Before he could react, the dark tidal claw had already clamped down viciously on his skull. MOCI merely exerted a slight force, and Zhao Tiany's head felt like it was splitting apart. Then, without hesitation, MOCI flung Zhao Tiany away like a cannonball, smashing through a broken wall and sending up a cloud of dust. Jiang Yang stared at the screen, utterly astonished. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered to himself, "Oh no, this is bad. MOCI actually attacked an examinee. Doesn't that mean his results will be invalidated?" The nearby teacher hurriedly interrupted. "Teacher Jiang, don't worry, MOC's results won't be invalidated." Hearing this, Jiang Yang turned his head in a daze. Although he wasn't a martial artist and had no interest in the martial exams, he had still heard bits and pieces about them. Attacking examinees will really invalidate your test results. The teacher continued. Attacking examinees will indeed nullify your scores, but those who steal other examinees' fierce beasts aren't protected by these rules. Kill that bounty hunter however you want. The icy tone made Jiang Yang gasp. Only now was he gradually realizing that the world of martial artists was far more brutal than he'd ever imagined. After calming down for a while, Jiang Yang immediately looked at the screen. Zhao Tiany leaned against a pile of waste stones, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls, his face extremely pale. Seeing the situation, Su Muhong ceased her attack on the Wind Thunder elephant and hurried over to check Zhao Tiany's injuries. MOCI cast a casual glance at the two of them. He stepped onto the colossal body of the Wind Thunder elephant, his gaze icy as it locked onto the 36 flying swords streaking across the sky. MOCI let out a cold snort. System, reset attributes, max out speed value. With those words, MOC's pupils abruptly dilated. His thoughts were no longer sluggish, his reaction speed and agility had risen to a higher level, and those 36 lightning-fast flying swords were no longer indistinct blurs. Instead, they appeared crystal clear. MOCI stomped heavily with his right foot, bending into a deep stance as he spread his ink-black claws wide and glared at the approaching swords. Clang! MOC's right claw stabbed forward violently, deflecting a flying sword with a crisp metallic clang, sending sparks flying in all directions. After just this single strike, this crisp ringing sound kept resonating in everyone's ears, unceasing and continuous. MOC's pupils darted up and down incessantly, firmly locking onto the flying swords assaulting him from all directions. Those claws lashed out like whips, constantly thrashing through the air. Their speed left nothing but fleeting black afterimages, while those flying swords scattered like sparks from friction, streaking wildly in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Shen Tianbai couldn't help but feel a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Yet moments later, the corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably as he muttered, "MOCI, you're truly extraordinary." The clanging ceased. All 36 flying swords were deflected and sent flying by MOCI, embedding themselves deep into the surrounding ground. Then they dissipated into spiritual energy, returning completely to Qian Tianbai's body. MOCI crossed his claws to shield his face, revealing only his ice-cold eyes. The friction between Shin Tide claws and the flying sword generated searing heat, turning the claw tips blazing red. The two fell into a standoff. Qian Tianbai stepped toward MOCI, leisurely raising the black longsword in his left hand as he murmured, "Martial skill, Heavenly Star Sword Art." At this moment, MOCI finally realized. Shen Tianbai had merely used hunting fierce beasts as a pretext. What he truly wanted was a duel against him. With that, MOCI heaved a long sigh and recited aloud, "Battle Technique, Void Claw Art." The two charged towards each other. Chapter 23, Breaking Records. "How will you respond, sir?" Qian Tianbai dashed forward like a sharp arrow. The dragging sword gleam from the black blade in his hand was as magnificent and radiant as a comet's tail streaking across the sky. It carried with it a bone-chilling coldness. Witnessing such a dazzling combat technique, MOCI suddenly grew intrigued. Mid-sprint, he abruptly accelerated. The originally blurred figure now moved so fast it left only a few pitch-black afterimages, like visual frames dropping intermittently. Shen Tianbai's naked eyes could no longer keep up with MOC's speed. After a tribute reset, MOC's speed stat reached an astonishing 312 points, while Chen Tianbai merely had 85. With nearly quadruple the difference, being able to glimpse mere afterimages was already extraordinary. Chen Tianbai staggered with shock, sweat drenching his back. He continuously observed those several black afterimages before locking onto one target with deadly focus, instantly swinging his sword in a horizontal slash. MOCI was utterly astonished, silently thinking to himself, a tribute reset, points evenly distributed. He immediately reacted, his claws taking the form of a tiger's as he gritted his teeth and slashed with all his might. Clang! A sharp metallic clang rang out. MOC's black claws fiercely clashed with Chen Tianbai's dark sword. In an instant, shockwaves erupted, sending sand and stones flying. MOC's claws gripped the dark sword tightly, pressing it toward his opponent's face. With the advantage of superior strength, the sword's edge slowly inched closer to Chen Tianbai's nose. A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled into Chen Tianbai's eye, yet he dared not even blink. Conversely, MOCI appeared completely at ease, his face exuding an icy calmness. The two locked eyes for a long moment before MOCI spoke indifferently with slight movement. Chen Tianbai, unless I give you some real suffering, you'd actually still believe I'm that useless trash with merely 3 calories energy? Chen Tianbai gritted his teeth in silence. Watching Chen Tianbai's humiliated expression, MOCI felt an indescribable thrill surge within him. Among the 2,000 freshmen at Nanzhou First High School, he and Chen Tianbai were the only 2 S-rank superpowered warriors. This rare distinction earned MOCI, who had no one to rely on at the time, long-awaited respect. But the subsequent, vital energy test, immediately plunged him back into an abyss of despair. 1 calorie of vital energy, a soul-crushing verdict. Despite relentlessly cultivating for 3 years using the school's transparent method, MOCI had only managed to elevate his vital energy from 1 calorie to a meager 3 calories. Meanwhile, Chen Tianbai progressed rapidly thanks to the cultivation techniques passed down through his influential family. Before formally beginning cultivation, he had already elevated his vital energy value from 121 cards to 214 cards in just 3 years. The two lived completely different lives. Chen Tianbai became a highly respected genius, while he suffered constant humiliation despite awakening an S-grade supernatural ability due to his impoverished background and low vital energy. At this thought, endless fury surged in MOC's icy eyes as his vital energy erupted like billowing steam. A surge of pure killing intent, devoid of any spiritual energy, came roaring in, instantly drowning everyone present. Ahem! Zhao Tianyi clutched his chest where sharp pain radiated, coughing up a pool of thick, crimson blood as he silently thought to himself. It seems my lung was pierced by a broken rib, and I can't lift my left arm anymore. Su Muhong's face filled with concern as she said, "Leader, you." Zhao Tianyi hastily interrupted. "Don't move." Had I known earlier, I'd have listened to Linda's advice not to provoke MOCI. Gasping for breath, he forcefully slapped the scoring device on his chest and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Damn it, why did they make the scoring device so hard to press? Having suffered such severe injuries, Zhao Tianyi could no longer continue with the remaining exams. Even worse, if he didn't recover in time, he might never become a martial artist at all. Tears welled up in Zhao Tianyi's eyes as he muttered unwillingly, "I'm heading back to the safe zone. While those two are locked in stalemate, you should run too." With that, a shimmering azure spiritual energy shield slowly unfurled, enveloping Zhao Tianyi within its protective glow. But at that very moment, Zhao Tianyi suddenly noticed blue speckles erupting across his hands. What he didn't realize was that his eyes were beginning to glow with the same unearthly azure hue. Ah! Not long after the scream, Zhao Tianyi's corpse was teleported back to its original location. Watching this gruesome scene, Su Muhong's lips trembled uncontrollably. She slowly stood up and turned her gaze towards the fierce battle between MOCI and Chen Tianbai. Gritting her teeth till veins bulged on her forehead, Su Muhong strode swiftly toward the black spear still deeply embedded in the ground. The shapely leg clad in black combat leggings swiftly kicked toward the black spear firmly anchored in the ground. In an instant, the spear spun airborne, kicking up a whirl of dust. Su Muhong reacted with lightning reflexes, gripping the spear shaft tightly before flourishing it twice and charging toward the unconscious Wind Thunder elephant lying on the ground. Hearing such chaotic yet rapid footsteps, MOCI immediately jolted awake and shouted, "How could I forget about her?" With that, MOCI immediately lifted his leg and delivered a full-force stomp to Chen Tianbai's chest, then sprinted towards Su Muhong. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce the Wind Thunder elephant, MOCI appeared out of nowhere, kicking the spear point away with all his might. Su Muhong gripped the black spear tightly, spinning with it as she unleashed a powerful barrage of thrusts toward MOCI, using momentum to amplify her strikes. MOCI dodged continuously before finally seizing an opportunity, instantly grasping the shaft of the black spear. Su Muhong slowly lowered her head, revealing an enchantingly coquettish and alluring smile. A scorching heat swiftly surged forth. MOCI quickly turned to look at Shen Xiaoclaw and saw that Su Muhong had already set the spear shaft ablaze, glowing red-hot. He then released his grip and kicked Sumo Hong over, sending 3 teeth flying out in unison as she crashed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Sumo Hong tumbled across the ground for a long while before finally coming to rest on one knee. She tried to stand up but found herself with not an ounce of strength left. Sumo Hong wiped the blood from his swollen lips with a faint gesture, gazing at the formidable MOCI standing before him with hands clasped behind his back. A silent thought stirred within. MOC's physical techniques, how could they be so ferocious? MOCI lowered his gaze to his clenched fist as the killing intent in his eyes gradually subsided. For that fleeting instant, he had indeed felt the impulse to slaughter everyone present. Fortunately, Sumo Hong's intervention had disrupted his darkening thoughts. It quickly restored his rationality. MOCI silently thought to himself. Although the martial examination rules permit killing fellow candidates who attempt to steal prey, slaughtering 3 warriors at once would be unacceptable. Moreover, Chen Tianbai bore no grudge against him, he'd only come under the pretense of stealing prey to spar with him. If I were to beat him so badly he couldn't get out of bed, cutting off his lifelong chance to pursue martial arts, it would only create another enemy. Truly not a cost-effective deal. As these thoughts crossed his mind, MOC's expression grew calmer while secretly calculating. I just need to kill Zhao Tianyi, who holds a grudge against me. But if any of you dare to stir up trouble again, don't expect me to show mercy. Until autumn arrives on the 9th day of the 8th month, whoever dares provoke me shall be slain. Qian Tianbai clutched his stabbing chest pain as he slowly stood up, shouting at MOCI. MOCI, you're actually serious about fighting me? That sheer, unadulterated killing intent made Qian Tianbai break out in a cold sweat, beads of perspiration uncontrollably dripping from his forehead. MOCI glanced at the two of them and said calmly, if a humanities student who's only cultivated for 2.5 years and has a mere 3-calorie vitality value were to become the martial champion of Jiangnan province, how would you handle that? At this moment, the Wind Thunder Elephant lay unconscious beneath MOC's feet. Without another word, he raised his dark-tide claw and stabbed viciously at the poisoned, senseless Wind Thunder Elephant. Blood surged as MOC's arm gradually developed azure blue spots, which continued to expand until his entire arm turned a deep blue. Like a syringe, his arm continuously injected corrosion bacteria into the Thunderwind Elephant through flesh and skin. The warm, massive heart of the Thunderwind Elephant was relentlessly gnawed away by the corrosion bacteria. Finally, its heartbeat ceased. Beep. Detection, ferocious beast, Stormtusk Elephant, has been slain. Points increased by 104, MOCI. Suddenly, the largest drone hovering above the examination center suddenly broadcast an ear-splitting announcement. Every drone in the testing grounds ascended higher into the sky. The examinees all stopped their battles, looking up at the sky in confusion. A fleet of drones simultaneously broadcasted an earth-shaking announcement. Announcement! The boss of this combat examination, Storm Thunder Elephant, has been slain single-handedly by examinee, MOCI. As soon as the words fell, the entire ruins erupted in an uproar. What? A level 15 Storm Elephant, killed by MOCI? And he single-handedly took it down? How is that possible? MOC's vital energy is only 3K. Tang Yinling stared blankly at the sky, her black iron whip slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. MOC's face kept flashing through his mind. From their first meeting as children, to their innocent friendship, to the sacrifice of MOC's parents, the awakening of his S-class supernatural ability, and the severing of their relationship. Every moment passed through Tang Yinling's mind like a revolving lantern. It all felt like an unreal dream. It wasn't until the broadcast about MOCI slaying the Wind and Thunder Elephant echoed through the ruins that she finally realized. She regretted it now. Chapter 24 Rightfully Earned. Jiangnan Province's Martial Arts Champion. How to deal with it? Ha! I'll deal with your mother's egg. Sumo Hong flushed crimson and erupted with curses. She failed to capture the Wind Thunder Elephant, nor could she avenge Zhao Tianyi. Instead, MOCI took advantage of the situation and even injured her. Naturally, she was furious. Coupled with this pretentious display, she had reached her limit. Sumo Hong kicked up her spear and charged at MOCI in a fit of rage, launching her attack. She completely ignored the drone's warnings. MOCI sneered and said, "Spare your life, yet you seek death." Looking at the fiery red spear tip, MOCI was just about to raise his hand to block it. But then he saw a pair of rough, weathered hands appear out of thin air, firmly gripping the scorching spear shaft. Everyone's hearts tightened. MOCI looked up. The figure before them was tall, powerfully built, and covered in scars. The newcomer was none other than Wei Wenliang. Sumo Hong's lips trembled uncontrollably, her face drained of blood and deathly pale. There wasn't a single person within a kilometer radius? How did he get here so quickly? Zhao Tianyi had thoroughly scanned the surrounding spiritual energy reactions when setting the ambush. There simply couldn't have been anyone extra in the area. Unless Wei Wenliang could actually perceive MOC's impending danger from a full kilometer away and arrive instantly. Such strength is truly terrifying to the extreme. I thought I wouldn't have to take action. Wei Wenliang silently complained in his heart, then cast a faint glance at Sumo Hong, whose face had turned deathly pale. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure instantly suppressed everyone present. The transparent energy field surrounding Wei Wenliang seemed capable of amplifying gravity within its range, pressing Su Muhong and Qian Tianbai down until they couldn't move a muscle. Wei Wenliang spoke impassively. The exam will end in about 2.5 minutes. Don't you two try any more funny business. Examinee Su Muhong, your results are hereby disqualified. The two men prostrated themselves, pressing tightly against the ground. Their lungs were tightly constricted, forcing the two to answer with great difficulty. Yes, yes. With that, the oppressive aura vanished instantly. The two men, still trembling with lingering fear, kept their heads pressed firmly to the ground, unwilling to look up for a long while. After a while, Qian Tianbai couldn't resist and secretly raised his head to glance around at his surroundings. Su Muhong clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth and cried unwillingly with indignation. Meanwhile, Wei Wenliang and MOCI had long since disappeared without a trace. Exam location, Qingyi City Ruins, Nanzhou No. 1 High School. The martial exam results had already been announced. First place, MOCI, 1032 points, highest historical score in Jiangnan Province. Second place, Qian Tianbai, 452 points. Third place, Gao Xinlun, 390 points. At this moment, the safe zone was already crowded with battlefield reporters from various media outlets, all fixated on the large disc-shaped teleportation device ahead, afraid they might not get to interview MOCI in time. A row of teachers holding bouquets stood before the war correspondent, with Jiang Yang also in the lineup. He was spiritedly giving interviews to the media. I've been paying attention to MOCI since his first year of high school. He wanted to give up the martial arts exam just because his vitality was insufficient. It was only thanks to my earnest persuasion that, hey, someone's teleporting back. The media immediately pulled Jiang Yang behind them, crowding around the perimeter of the teleportation device, holding their breath in anticipation. A blue streak of light shot down from the sky like a meteor, landing precisely at the center of the disc. Reporters instinctively pressed forward even closer. The blue light gradually dissipated, revealing a female warrior clad in a tattered, form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, a long whip clenched in her hand. The teacher behind her, spotting the newcomer, hastily shouted toward the sweet-faced warrior. Tang Yinling, come down quickly, don't interfere with the reporters interviewing MOCI. Tang Yinling blinked her wide, innocent eyes, utterly bewildered. Looking at the group of reporters rolling their eyes and showing disappointed expressions, she secretly clenched her long whip and stepped down from the device. Tang Yinling had already scored over 300 points by now. She could take a gamble and aim for the top 3 schools. Yet she remained sullen. With a downcast expression, she gazed at those reporters and said dejectedly, they must all be here to interview MOCI. Suddenly, 2 dazzling blue streaks of light pierced through the previously calm and gloomy sky. The hearts of all the media reporters leaped to their throats once more. MOCI, the new top scorer who had broken the 50-year-old Jiangnan Province martial examination score record. Naturally, all eyes were on him. During those 2 hours of the martial exam, discussions about him skyrocketed on the warrior forums, even briefly reaching the second spot on the trending charts. Some had even uploaded motivational stories about MOCI on the short video platform, Douyang, garnering hundreds of thousands of likes. It could be said that whoever managed to interview MOCI would instantly gain massive traffic. The female reporter beside him adjusted her outfit, then turned to the cameraman and said, I've already figured out the headline. What is it? 3-car fighter actually did this to Beast? Netizens sharply comment, too horrible to witness. With that, the blue light once again precisely descended onto the teleportation device. 2 beams of blue light enveloped 2 figures, one large, one small, as they slowly dissipated. Jiang Yang squinted while observing, then suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, MOCI. This tall, exceptionally distinguished martial artist was none other than MOCI. The towering and robust figure standing beside him was Wei Wenliang, the commander of the Jiangnan Province Martial Artists Corps. In an instant, everyone rushed forward. MOCI, can you tell us how you managed to break the record with just 3 units of vital energy? MOCI, do you have any words of encouragement for the martial artists who are still striving hard? Captain Wei, what do you think about MOCI's performance? The reporters, at this moment, resembled starved chicks, gaping and chirping incessantly like baby birds seeing their mother return with prey. MOCI had accumulated far too much exhaustion during this martial examination. All he wanted now was to sink into the plush couch and let every muscle in his body relax. But these war correspondents wouldn't let you leave so easily. The female reporter, radiating enthusiasm, turned to MOCI and asked, MOCI, what are your thoughts about this combat examination? MOCI faced the camera and pulled the microphone closer to respond. EZ. Before anyone could react, Wei Wenliang shouted to the crowd. Now is not the time for interviews. All war correspondents must immediately return to the military bus. Wei Wenliang then squeezed through the crowd with MOCI, pulled out the grinning Jiang Yang to shield him from the reporters, and boarded the military bus together with Wei Wenliang. Jiang Yang froze for a moment before straightening his attire and smiling at the crowd of reporters. Just now I mentioned, if not for my kind persuasion, MOCI would have long given up on the martial arts examination. MOCI turned his head slightly to glance at Jiang Yang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If it were just about humiliating Jiang Yang, MOCI would have considered the punishment far too light. His goal was to kill Jiang Yang. But not now. The place was crowded and swarming with media reporters, and since Wei Wenliang had already dragged him away, he could only wait for another opportunity. Tang Yinling stood aside, watching the lively scene with an even lonelier expression. Thank you for your help, Captain Wei. MOCI boarded the military bus and clasped his hands in gratitude to Wei Wenliang. Wei Wenliang clicked his tongue and then pressed MOCI onto the plush sofa. In an instant, the tension in his nerves and muscles melted away. The faint cool breeze from the air conditioning left him utterly at ease. Wei Wenliang slowly sat down opposite him and let out a hearty, booming laugh, saying, "Look how exhausted you are. No need for formalities, just get some rest." Gazing at the remarkably straightforward Wei Wenliang before him, MOCI pondered thoughtfully in his heart. Wei Wenliang, a 7th-tier level 77 martial artist, possesses the S-class ability, Gravity. Though incredibly powerful, I wonder whether he survived the apocalyptic beast tide 3 years later. Just as MOCI was deep in thought, the military bus door swung open. MOCI fixed his gaze and saw a man with a distinctive straight mustache, none other than Chang Nan, principal of Southzhou No. 1 High School. Chang Nan, a 4th-tier, level 49 martial artist possessing A-grade supernatural ability, Truth Discernment. Principal. Ah, no need, have a seat. MOCI was just about to rise when Chang Nan hastily motioned for him to sit back down. Chang Nan then plopped heavily onto the seat beside Wei Wenliang. Cold glints reflected off his glasses. MOCI faintly sensed something foreboding. Wei Wenliang lit a cigar, leaned back on the sofa with his arms behind his head, crossed his legs and said, "Old Chang, just ask whatever you want to know. Some of us need to rest." As he spoke, an intense spiritual energy enveloped the entire bus. A faint but bone-chilling killing intent could be vaguely sensed. MOCI understood that Chang Nan had activated his supernatural ability, Truth Discernment, and the questions would likely revolve around his own supernatural powers. Chang Nan stopped with the pleasantries, leaning forward with fingers interlaced as he asked, "MOCI, just what exactly did you contract with?" Chapter 25, Is this how you treat the top scorer? Get ready to eat some beef. After uttering these words, Chang Nan's gaze gained an additional edge of sharpness. His pupils emitted faint red and green glows, radiating an extremely shrewd and weather-beaten light that seemed capable of piercing through the truthfulness of MOCI's words at a single glance. In truth, both he and Wei Wenliang had vaguely suspected that the savage beast MOCI had contracted might be microorganisms, yet he still chose to activate his supernatural ability to interrogate. The first reason was disbelief. Awakening an S-grade, beast-taming, ability, who would ever contract a completely spiritless, useless bacterium? Secondly, he feared the power of bacteria. Ever since the spiritual energy sealed away for millennia on Blue Star suddenly awakened hundreds of years ago, all living beings began evolving. This spiritual energy bestowed upon all creatures powers beyond comprehension. Birds, beasts, even insects and plants, all gained extraordinarily powerful strength. All except for the minuscule, dust-like, microorganisms. With spiritual energy protecting their bodies, humans no longer feared bacterial infections or falling ill, and plagues vanished from Blue Star. But now, MOCI had brought forth an evolved bacteria, capable of killing upon contact and spreading on a massive scale. How could he not be terrified? If MOCI were to go astray and grow into an extraordinarily powerful martial artist, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why Chang Nan and Wei Wenliang were interrogating MOCI here. At this moment, MOCI's battlesuit was soaked with cold sweat, his breathing grew rapid, and his heart pounded wildly, yet his face remained as calm as still water, not betraying the slightest ripple of emotion. Who would have thought the interrogation would start right after the exam? These two bastards aren't even giving me time to prepare. Even before taking the martial exam, his mind had already begun scheming. He knew that if this trash tier 0 rank, level 0 martial artist displayed any brilliance during the exam, it would undoubtedly attract curious attention. The corrosive bacteria he had contracted far surpassed the physical capabilities of a 0 rank, level 0 warrior. Even the system itself might be exposed and revealed. And for this, he had already prepared an explanation. But he was still very worried. After all, no one could confidently lie to Qingnan's face. MOCI stared directly into Qingnan's eyes, pondering inwardly. The principal's supernatural ability is discern truth and falsehood. The effects of his supernatural ability were well known to all students and teachers at Nanzhou No. 1 High School. It could discern lies, identify enemy attack paths, distinguish between real and fake clones, and more. He often relied on this ability to interrogate mischievous students. However, the number of interrogations depended on the subject's mental stability, at most 3 times, though 2 was the usual limit. Moreover, lie detection cannot be used repeatedly on the same person, with a cooldown period lasting anywhere from 6 months to a year. MOCI understood the consequences of not telling the truth, but he couldn't reveal everything. At the very least, he couldn't expose the system. As for contracting bacteria, the public would find out eventually anyway, so there was no need to hide that. Taking a deep breath, MOCI slowly began to speak. I contracted a fierce beast, a bacterium called corrosive fungus. Hearing this, Chang Nan's lips twitched involuntarily. The faint hint of dark green in his right eye suddenly brightened upon hearing MOC's words. This proved MOCI wasn't lying, he truly had contracted bacteria. Chang Nan frowned tightly, his face filled with astonishment. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask something, he immediately shut it again. He knew he couldn't ask questions carelessly. Otherwise, he would waste his 3 chances to distinguish truth from lies. Wei Wenliang slowly stood up, the cigarette hanging from his lips as he burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha, I've lived nearly 50 years and this is the first time I've heard of something like this. His tone suddenly shifted as his expression grew serious. Slowly turning his gaze towards MOCI who was reclining on the sofa, he asked, MOCI, where did you get your corrosive bacteria from? Meeting those excessively enthusiastic eyes, MOCI thought for a long moment before slowly shaking his head with great embarrassment as he said, Captain Wei, regarding the question of where I contracted the corrosive bacteria, may I choose not to answer? Hearing this, a flicker of coldness passed through their eyes. Chang Nan stroked his mustache thoughtfully, pondering in silence. The more unwilling you are to reveal where you contracted the corrosive bacteria, the more secrets you're hiding, and that's exactly why I insist on asking. The fervor in Wei Wenliang's eyes was gradually fading away. He took a drag from his cigar, exhaled with gravity and solemnly stated, MOCI, let me speak frankly with you. The bacteria you've contracted are extraordinarily rare, unlike anything seen before. They're super bacteria that have undergone spiritual nourishment and evolutionary mutation. After your martial exam battle, how many influential factions have taken notice of your abilities? Do you think any of them would remain indifferent? If this falls into the hands of evil forces or foreign adversaries, the consequences could be catastrophic. MOC's face was as calm as a still lake, his gaze composed as he looked at Wei Wenliang's retreating figure. Wei Wenliang slowly turned around, his expression grave as he spoke. You are an unstable element. For the safety of the people of Dragon Nation, we must obtain complete information on the corrosive bacteria. If you won't speak, then I can just execute you right here. With these words, dense spiritual energy erupted from Wei Wenliang's entire body like a colossal wave hundreds of feet high, crashing viciously towards MOCI with the intent to drown him in its overwhelming force. An immense pressure instantly invaded every inch of MOC's body. It was as if invisible giant hands forcibly pressed him down onto the bus seat, rendering him completely immobile. The roof of the military bus even dented inward from the sheer pressure. MOCI gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he cursed bitterly. Fuck your mother, Wei Wenliang. I'm the top scorer who broke the martial exam records of Jiangnan province. How fucking dare you lay a hand on me? You wanna eat beef, huh? You? Wei Wenliang's brows furrowed tightly. He had never encountered a rank 0 martial artist who dared to swear at him like this before. Old Wei. Chang Nan hurriedly intervened, stopping Wei Wenliang from activating his gravity ability. Chang Nan patted his shoulder and said slowly, we're only doing this for your own good, principal? So it's your turn to play the bad cop now, is it? MOCI sat up straight, looking contemptuously at the respectfully bowing middle-aged man before him. Chang Nan's mouth twitched. After coughing awkwardly, he said, MOCI, the 3 great academies need your ability information. You just need to answer this one question. Where did you contract the corrosion bacteria? Hearing these words, the pounding heart that MOCI had been holding in his throat finally calmed down. What Wei Wenliang wanted to ask was, where did his corrosive bacteria come from? But, if Chang Nan had actually asked this question, MOCI would have been truly finished. Because corrosive bacteria didn't exist in real life, their birth was the result of system mutation. To tell the truth, he had to expose the system. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, MOCI immediately restated Wei Wenliang's question but subtly replaced the keywords. He stealthily guided the two into asking, where did you contract your corrosive bacteria? Though both questions conveyed similar meanings, the difference between them was like night and day. At this, MOCI curled his lips and raised his head decisively, pointing his index finger upward as he declared, my corrosive bacteria was contracted in my family's toilet. Before he could finish speaking, a pair of rough fists came whistling toward MOC's face, carrying a fierce scale, but the fists immediately braked, stopping perfectly at the tip of MOC's nose. MOCI wore a face full of mockery, certain that Wei Wenliang wouldn't lay a finger on him. He stared straight into Wei Wenliang's eyes and said, think you're so tough? Try me. Don't think for a second I wouldn't dare. MOCI sneered and responded, Go ahead and touch me if you dare. You two old geezers, one a regiment leader, the other a school principal, probing a top scorer with no background or backing for his special abilities. Let me out now, and just wait to see what headlines make the news tomorrow. Wei Wenliang flushed crimson with anger. Damn it, this brat. He turned to look at Chang Nan, his face gradually turning deathly pale. He saw it, the green glint in Chang Nan's right eye shining even more dazzlingly. Chang Nan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke slowly. Old Wei, what he said, is true. Chapter 26, A Priceless Apology, The Black Card and Cultivation Technique. What? Old Chang, are you serious? What the hell? In the fucking toilet? How could such terrifying bacteria thrive in a fucking toilet? What kind of goddamn shit would you have to take to produce that? The light emanating from Chang Nan's eyes gradually faded away. He'd only probed Mosai twice, though even if it had been 3 times, he would have kept his word and ended the investigation. Rubbing his temples, he said, what he said is absolutely true. Not only did Wei Wenliang refuse to believe it, even Chang Nan himself began questioning whether his ability had malfunctioned, or if Mosai could somehow evade his power. After all, discovering evolved bacteria in a toilet was utterly ridiculous and absurd. The atmosphere grew awkward. Just then, the coach bus made a loud noise. The relevant personnel had already finished inspecting the entire examination hall by this point. After all martial arts examinees had boarded the bus, it slowly set off toward Changnan City. MOCI broke the long stagnant atmosphere with a shameless grin. What's wrong? My skin's itching terribly, why aren't you hitting me? Both of them turned to look at MOCI simultaneously, at a complete loss for words. Seeing their grave expressions, MOCI spoke again with solemn sincerity. Didn't you want to see my corrosive bacteria? Take a good look. After you're done looking, I'll be shedding crocodile tears for the reporters. With that, MOCI opened his palm. A deathly aura-tinged deep blue hue slowly emerged from his palm, spreading outward until it enveloped his entire arm. As the two gazed at his palm, even Wei Wenliang, a level 77 martial artist at the 7th rank, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath in shock. Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan listened to MOC's threat, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. If this matter were to be exposed, both of them would face severe public criticism. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. Wei Wenliang dropped his stern demeanor and enthusiastically patted MOC's shoulder, offering a warm apology. MOCI waved his hand and said, do you think saying sorry means I have to forgive you? That punch truly scared MOCI half to death, but he knew Wei Wenliang wouldn't kill him. From the moment he obtained the Ye system, MOCI resolved to make some serious waves. The matter of the corrosive bacteria would inevitably come to light one day. The sooner he exposed himself to the public eye, the safer his life would be. If his performance in the martial exam had been unremarkable, and someone later discovered the peculiar nature of his abilities, his death wouldn't have caused much of a stir. But now, MOCI had shattered a 50-year-old record for the Jiangnan provincial martial exam, becoming the top martial scholar. At this moment, who would dare lay a finger on him? Chang Nan nervously patted himself down, slowly producing a jet black card studded with glittering diamonds. Under MOC's gaze, he pushed it onto the table. Bathed in the lamplight, the exquisitely crafted black card gradually reflected 3 large characters, Wadefa. This is a Wadefa black card? With discerning eyes, MOCI immediately recognized the card's extraordinary value. To this, Chang Nan simply smiled faintly and declared magnanimously, MOCI, this, Woodfasterisk CK black card, is my reward to you on behalf of the entire Nanzhou No. 1 High School, as well as my personal apology. MOC's lips curved upward as he gave a slight nod. This, Woodfasterisk CK black card, was truly a priceless treasure. Fewer than 1,000 people across the entire Dragon Kingdom possessed one. At its founding, Wardefa was once on the verge of bankruptcy. This black card was a commemorative gift given freely by its CEO at the time to friendly businesses that had helped Wardefa. Holders of this card can enjoy VIP-level training rooms for free. Any equipment purchased at Wardefa will be heavily discounted, practically at a steal. For MOCI, a dirt-poor martial artist with nothing to his name, this was the best possible reward. Chang Nan's face was brimming with joy as he looked at MOCI and solemnly said, as the first martial arts champion in Dragon Kingdom, no, in the entire history of martial arts with only 3 Chi blood units, you've already painted the most brilliant stroke in our school's annals, having you as the pride of Nanzhou No. 1 High School. But Chang Nan never expected from the start that MOCI would become the top scorer in the school, let alone break the martial examination record of Jiangnan province in one fell swoop. This black card was originally meant as a reward for Qian Tianbai. Yet now, the top scorer is MOCI, and he's even threatening him. MOCI pocketed the black card, his heart bursting with joy, though his face remained as serene and unreadable as ever. Then, thank you, Principal Chang. You think giving me a black card will make me let you off the hook? Just wait and enjoy your beef. MOCI suddenly changed the subject and said, however, I am not a warrior with merely 3 units of vital energy. Just one day before the martial arts examination, I had already raised my vital energy level to 13 cards. With that, they both froze suddenly, as if hearing something unexpected. A trace of suspicion flashed in Wei Wenliang's eyes as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Just 13 calories? During the martial exam livestream, MOC's displayed strength far surpassed that of his peers. After half a semester, Chang Nan and Wei Wenliang estimated that MOC's current performance indicated his minimum vital energy should have reached 300 kilocalories. That is to say, level 3 at the zero order. But now he claims his vital energy is only 13 kilocalories? Hearing this, Chang Nan immediately took out a black clip with a display screen and beckoned to MOCI, saying, "This thing is a portable vital energy detector. Come here and let's check your vital energy value." Chang Nan opened the clip and replaced the needle tip inside. MOCI glanced at Chang Nan before slowly inserting his index finger into the slot of the clip. With a crisp click, the detector quickly clamped shut, and MOCI felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his fingertip. At the same time, the display screen slowly lit up with the number 13. The three leaned in to look, furrowing their brows in disbelief as they spoke. It really is 13 calories. Faced with such an inexplicable occurrence, Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan simultaneously thought of one possible explanation. The two spoke in unison. Could it be that you possess a special constitution? Every human being is unique. Some are highly sensitive to spiritual energy, while others possess greater physical strength. These minor traits, when nourished by spiritual power, can mutate and amplify 10 to 100-fold or more. This phenomenon is known as a unique constitution. MOCI had no special constitution, only the system. But for such an inconceivable phenomenon as MOCI, Wei Wenliang and his companion could only explain it this way. After all, there currently existed no specialized instrument capable of detecting special physiques. Chang Nan stroked his beard and said, "Your physical constitution not only far exceeds ordinary people's, but your vital energy also surged by 10 units the day before the martial exam." MOCI stared intently at Wei Wenliang, seriously pondering. During high school, my cultivation progress was too slow, perhaps due to the cultivation technique. This transparent method doesn't seem to fully absorb spiritual energy, as if something remains suspended outside the body. But it improves significantly when burning spirit incense. Chang Nan listened to MOC's words, deep in thought, then slowly turned his gaze toward Wei Wenliang beside him. Wei Wenliang, who had been lounging on the soft sofa with his legs casually crossed and taking deep pulls from his cigarette, instantly straightened up with rigid posture. He immediately caught the hint, stubbed out his cigarette, cleared his throat, and said, "MOCI, the reason your vital energy is so low is likely due to blocked meridians. I happen to have created a yellow rank cultivation method myself, perhaps it can solve your problem." Chang Nan frowned. Yellow rank? Hey, you've got to wear socks before shoes. Cultivating high-tier techniques with insufficient foundation would be counterproductive. Chang Nan stopped speaking. Wei Wenliang narrowed his eyes slightly and abruptly changed the subject. "However, you must agree to one condition." A tense atmosphere instantly enveloped the bumpy bus. MOCI narrowed his eyes and questioned, "You still dare to make demands?" "Just a small request, a tiny one, let me study your toilet for a bit." Chapter 27, Triumphant Return, 3 top schools fight over him. This year's martial examination has concluded successfully. The convoy had left the desolate ruins of Qingyi City, slowly heading toward the bustling urban area of Nanzhou. Teams from other schools, arriving from different examination sites as well, obediently trailed behind number 1 high school's convoy. Leading the procession was an exceptionally lavish black coach. MOCI was currently in the chauffeured car, attempting to practice the mind concentration technique. With his eyes tightly closed, between each breath, he gradually gathered his focus. MOCI accepted the apologies of the two men and decided to let them off for the time being. As the bus got closer to the city, the enthusiastic cheers grew clearer and clearer. "MOCI, MOCI, we love you. MOCI, mommy loves you aha." MOC's barely gathered composure shattered instantly under the barrage of these shouts. What the hell is that damn noise? MOCI could no longer focus on his cultivation. He stowed away the secret manual in his hand, struggled to his feet, and leaned out the carriage window to peer ahead. The sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. The broad avenue ahead was lined with crowds of people on both sides, all without exception holding bouquets of wildly varying shapes and blooms in their hands. MOCI hastily withdrew his head. His eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "Previous triumphal ceremonies never had this many people." Wei Wenliang took a drag from his cigarette and turned his head to glance at MOCI behind him. He laughed loudly and said, "All these people came to welcome you. Your popularity right now is truly unprecedented." Hearing this, MOCI hurriedly pulled out his phone. The normally silent green bubble messaging app was now overflowing with notifications, incessantly blinking. MOCI opened the forum, his eyes instantly brightening. His discussion thread had now surged to the second hottest spot on the trending chart through netizens' frenzied engagement. With a sideways glance, he noticed the top trending title, capital city martial exam record broken. MOCI shook his head, silently thinking to himself. Just like before the rebirth, the martial examination records of Tian capital have been broken again. MOCI collected his thoughts and looked at Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan, probing, with so many people here, how am I supposed to get home? Looks like we can't go home now. Wei Wenliang shook his cigarette and solemnly said, Mayor Chang is already waiting for you. After the victory ceremony, the admissions offices of the big three schools will come to fight over recruiting you. Chang Bei, mayor of Nanzhou City, the twin brother of Chang Nan, principal of Nanzhou No. 1 High School. Hearing this, Mosai looked utterly exhausted. Mosai had used attribute reset over 100 times during the martial exam, leaving his body completely drained. He had barely settled into the plush sofa of the dedicated coach when he found himself being interrogated by those two bastards, Chang Nan. Right after the interrogation ended, he immediately began studying the heart-concentrating art. After completing the ceremony, MOCI still had to deal with the representatives from the three major academies. Combined with the bumpy journey along the way, he hadn't really gotten any rest. This was utterly exhausting. The convoy of buses had arrived at the station, and the doors slowly opened. Chang Nan noticed MOC's exhaustion and spoke up to console him. MOCI, you're the top scholar. We crawled out of the beast tides together, don't disgrace us now. Yeah, chin up. MOCI wanted to keep his spirits high, but exhaustion weighed him down. Noticing this, Chang Nan spoke slowly. At the ceremony, Chang Bei will decide to gift you an apartment and 1 million Dragon Country currency to support your journey in martial arts cultivation. What? Hearing this, MOCI immediately perked up. He promptly slapped his own face to psyche himself up, let out a fierce damn, and followed Chang Nan and Wei Wenliang out of the vehicle. Soon after, other martial artists from Nanzhou No. 1 High School, along with those from Nanzhou No. 2 and No. 3 High Schools, also disembarked from their vehicles. The venue erupted in cheers instantly. Welcome home, warrior candidates. Chang Bei, dressed in a fitted suit, congratulated them enthusiastically and strode forward excitedly to shake hands and exchange greetings with each warrior standing at the front. By his side stood 2 men and 1 woman. MOCI guessed that these 3 individuals with extraordinary temperaments and fatally emitting pressure were the admissions officers from the big 3 schools. Xian Tianbai, standing to the side, saw Chang Bei approaching him with an extended hand. Forcing a smile, he stretched his lips and shook hands with Chang Bei. That awkwardly smiling face quickly fell again. Xian Tianbai knew that although Nanzhou City held such a ceremony every year, this year was different. This year's protagonist is MOCI, who broke all records. All other martial artists were merely green leaves serving as his backdrop. Chang Bei wore a smile as he strode forward with vigorous steps, eagerly approaching MOCI. MOCI silently watched Chang Bei. Except for the lack of a beard, his height, build, and even hairstyle were identical to Chang Nan's. MOCI, breaking a record that stood for 50 years, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Oh no, it's all thanks to Principal Chang Nan's, that old bastard, excellent guidance. The two exchanged pleasantries. In truth, Chang Bei understood that MOCI was just being polite. His elder brother had never actually taught MOCI anything. Long have I admired your reputation, classmate MOCI. A pair of bony hands reached out toward MOCI. The lean man with slick back hair shook Missouri's hand excitedly and introduced himself. My name is Deng Feng, head of admissions at the Martial Arts Academy. I came here today specifically to discuss special enrollment with you. Director Deng, this hardly seems like the appropriate occasion to discuss special admissions. Deng Feng's words were abruptly cut off by a melodious voice. The atmosphere grew noticeably tense, like gunpowder starting to smolder. MOCI turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Standing there was a tall, stunning beauty in beige uniform, her curvaceous figure and icy charm accentuated by her poised demeanor. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, radiating an aura of intellectual elegance. Deng Feng recognized her immediately. Zhang Qiao, the newly appointed admissions director of Awakened Academy. Outwardly proclaiming herself as an elegant and intellectual successful woman, yet temperamentally prone to irritation and anger, utterly lacking in interpersonal skills and professional competence. Everyone knows exactly how she climbed to her position. Beside them, a man in dark green uniform with an air of stern righteousness also projected his booming voice. Brother Deng, let's settle this after the ceremony. Hearing this, Deng Feng realized he had been too eager in his pursuit of MOCI. Zhang Qiao glided past the crowd and strode directly toward MOCI, extending her delicate jade white hand. Slowly parting her crimson lips, she spoke softly. My name is Zhang Qiao, Dean of Admissions at the Extraordinary Abilities Academy. My name is Guo Xiaohai, Director of Admissions at the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy. MOCI shook hands with each of them and responded to the 3 directors one by one. None of the examinees present had ever witnessed such a scene. The admissions directors of the 3 top martial academies had all personally come to Nanzhou City to fight over a single candidate. Deng Feng from the martial academy was so overwhelmed with excitement that he lost his composure in front of everyone. At this moment, Tang Yinling, drowned in the crowd, felt her eyes gradually redden. She could have chosen to team up with MOCI, but she abandoned that opportunity due to her ridiculous pride and stubbornness. Watching the current scene, she was filled with endless emotions. The triumphant ceremony proceeded smoothly. After it was over, Mosai followed Cheng Nan and his group to the mayor's conference room to discuss the special recruitment with the directors of the 3 major schools. Mosai sat alone on one side of the long table, engaging in conversation with the directors across from him. Mosai was extremely excited inside, but in order to negotiate better terms, he feigned composure. He recalled Cheng Nan's words in his heart. MOCI, you're the top scholar. We crawled out from the beast tide together, don't disgrace us now. That's right. Stay sharp. MOCI steadied his breathing and began to speak. You probably aren't very familiar with the fierce beasts I've contracted, right? The fierce beasts I've contracted are bacteria. Next, MOCI revealed all the abilities of the corrosion bacteria. The 3 directors broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the intelligence about MOC's contracted corrosion bacteria. Jiang Qiao was taken aback. Adjusting her glasses, she said in disbelief, "This, bacteria? How could?" Before he could finish, Deng Feng cut him off immediately. The most reliable way to infect an enemy is direct, straightforward contact. MOCI, with your martial arts talent, if you joined our combat academy, the school would surely focus on nurturing you. As long as you raise your vital energy, your future will be bright and limitless. MOCI listened to Deng Feng's words, feigning deep contemplation. He casually remarked, "The martial arts academy is indeed good, but my rate of cultivating vital energy might be a bit slower than ordinary people." Hearing this, Deng Feng waved his hand with a laugh. Our martial arts academy possesses the most comprehensive collection of cultivation methods and combat techniques in Dragon Country. If you come to us, our academy will spare no resource in cultivating your potential. You'll have free access to cultivation methods from heaven rank to earth rank, unlimited weapon forging privileges. Moreover, our academy provides specialized cultivation chambers and will supply you with 10 spiritual incense sticks daily. Upon hearing about MOC's contracted fierce beast, Deng Feng showed neither doubt nor astonishment. Right now, he just wanted to specially recruit MOCI through exceptional admissions. At that moment, Jiang Qiao hastily interjected. MOCI, your supernatural ability has tremendous potential. Rather than developing your physical body, why not push the corrosive bacteria to its absolute limit? If one were an ordinary person, to develop an S-grade ability, they would surely join an ability academy. But MOCI wasn't like that. He possessed the beast-taming mutation system, so he had no need for others to teach him how to develop his abilities. Seeing this, Wei Xiaohai also tried to win MOCI over. He spoke slowly, just as expected of a martial artist personally recommended by Commander Wei. Your corrosive bacteria possess tremendous lethality. If we could design weapons based on it, it would be an incredibly deadly strike against the beast tides. If you join our school, you can venture into the wilderness area in advance to gain experience and help defend the people of Dragon Country against beast tides. Having said that, MOCI began carefully examining the 3 major schools. The gifted academy has numerous geniuses, with austere talents everywhere. Given my laughably low vital energy, I definitely wouldn't receive priority cultivation if I went there. As for Dragon Country Military Academy, they frequently have to deploy beyond national borders, which doesn't allow for adequate cultivation time. I'd probably be wiped out by the apocalyptic beast tide before even reaching 3rd tier. MOCI stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. If each cultivation realm unlocks 3 bacterial variants, then I should be able to obtain a total of 30 distinct microbial species. With invincible supernatural abilities coupled with peerless martial arts, wouldn't that make me completely flawless? Abandoning further contemplation, MOCI slowly rose to his feet and extended both hands toward Jiang Qiao with a faint smile. Seeing this, Deng Feng and Gui Xiaohai both let out a sigh. Jiang Qiao immediately stood up, beaming with joy as she extended her hand for a handshake. MOCI, you've made a great choice. We at the Alien, Director Jiang, Director Guo, thank you. I've decided to join the Martial Combat Academy. Chapter 28 Clash erupts. A promise 6 months later. What? Jiang Qiao's lips parted slightly, her expression utterly astonished, as if she couldn't believe MOC's words. So much so that she blurted out in disbelief. MOCI, you can't be serious, right? MOCI lowered his snow-white, tender hands and nodded faintly, saying, I wasn't mistaken. I've decided to join the Martial Combat Academy. Hearing this, Deng Feng widened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. At this moment, his heart was filled with overwhelming excitement. Beside him, Wei Xiaohai also wore an astonished expression. Although he had long been mentally prepared, knowing that MOCI would most likely not choose a military academy. Yet he never expected MOCI to choose the martial arts academy, because, normally speaking, warriors with S-rank abilities would all choose the ability academy. Only there could one develop the power unique to an S-rank ability. The martial arts academy has a total of 4,000 warriors, with A-rank warriors making up 90% of the population, followed by B-rank. S-rank warriors are relatively rare. The intellectual beauty on Jiang Qiao's face vanished instantly, revealing her true nature. Her words seemed to carry a hint of irritation as she spoke to MOCI. MOCI, do you realize what you're doing? With an S-class supernatural ability, yet you refuse to diligently study it? You'll surely regret this. Hearing this, MOCI frowned deeply. With a trace of displeasure, he retorted indignantly. Director Jiang, the Martial Arts Academy and your Supernatural Academy are both top-tier institutions in Dragon Nation. What difference is there in educational resources? Jiang Qiao retorted sharply. How long has it been since the Martial Arts Academy produced any real talent? Our Supernatural Academy surpasses them in every way. Whatever they have, we've got it too, and things they don't possess, we still have. Having said this, Deng Feng erupted with palpable resentment. Hearing Jiang Qiao look down on his martial arts academy like this had long since crossed the line of what he could tolerate. Director Jiang, watch your tone, don't jeopardize the goodwill between our schools and yours. What difference does respect make? Can your school even beat us in the martial arts tournament? Jiang Qiao's words seemed to strike Deng Feng right in the throat, leaving him red-faced and utterly unable to muster any counter-argument. He never expected that this bitch who slept her way to the top would not only be utterly incompetent at her job, but even lack the most basic interpersonal skills. A successful person? Just another version T0. You. Guo Xiaohai, hearing this, quickly stepped between them and tried to mediate in a placating tone. The scene briefly descended into chaos. The martial arts tournament was arguably the most anticipated warrior competition of the year for every Dragon Nation citizen. The largest martial arts competition jointly organized by all national warrior academies. Every January, each warrior academy selects 10 participants from 4 levels, 0 order, 1st order, 2nd order, and 3rd order warriors to compete. The martial arts Grand Prix, 0 order and 1st order divisions have long been dominated by the Extraordinary Abilities Academy. The 2nd order and 3rd order competitions remain under the reign of military cadets with superior combat experience. The Martial Arts Academy has been struggling to survive between these two forces, failing to win a championship for 5 long years. MOCI simply crossed his arms in response. With an indifferent expression, he slowly spoke to Jiang Qiao. Who said our Martial Arts Academy can't defeat you in the martial arts tournament? At these words, the three immediately stopped their argument and slowly turned to look at MOCI. It's June now. The next competition is in 6 months. By then, I'll have raised my vital energy to 999 calories, that means competing as a 9th rank martial artist. And then, I'll effortlessly claim the championship in the 0 division. As these extraordinarily bold words reached his ears, Deng Feng felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Though the green youth before him was merely a 0 rank level 0 martial artist, his words carried no weight whatsoever. Yet he still felt this kid might actually make it. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Jiang Qiao could no longer maintain her dignified demeanor and was now laughing like a madwoman. Attempting to raise your vital energy from 13 calories to 999 calories in just half a year? Pure fantasy. Utterly delusional. Guo Xiaohai stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes scrutinizing the young man before him. Though he was the top scorer who had broken the martial arts exam records of Jiangnan province, and his strength was formidable, his claim of reaching 999 calories in half a year was still outrageously arrogant. Guo Xiaohai furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, that boy will never amount to anything. Commander Wei misjudged him. Jiang Qiao stopped laughing, wiped the tears of mirth from the corner of her eye, and said teasingly, if you can really compete as a freshman, then you'll have a chance to encounter another top talent. Hearing this, MOCI merely responded indifferently. Qi Beidu, the one who broke the Tian capital martial exam record, right? Hearing this name, ripples of shock spread through the crowd. Jiang Qiao raised her head with immense pride as she declared, good that you know. Qi Beidu specifically requested to come to our Supernatural Academy. MOCI knew Qi Beidu inside out, because in his previous life, Qi Beidu had been an exceptionally powerful young martial artist. 1 year later, Qi Beidu would dominate the martial arts tournament in the 0-rank warrior category with an utterly unstoppable momentum. All thanks to his extraordinarily formidable S-class ability, spatial imbalance. His special ability allows him to create a domain, perceiving and manipulating all objects within it. In the confined space of an arena match, this makes him virtually invincible. With this ability and his soaring 500-calorie vitality, he achieved an astonishing score of 1308 in the martial arts exam. That same year was when Xiaoli claimed victory in the 1st-rank martial artist tournament. Xiao He happened to be a student of the Martial Arts Academy, and that year marked the Academy's triumphant reclaiming of the championship title after a 5-year drought. However, the media's attention at the time was entirely focused on the highly anticipated Chi Beidou. Apart from Nanzhou City and the Martial Arts Academy, almost no one celebrated. MOCI mocked. Even at Tier 0 Level 5, you only scored 1,300 points, slightly inferior compared to my performance at Level 0, don't you think? Zhang Qiao slammed the table hard, eyes blazing with anger. Such arrogant boasting. What qualifications do you have to criticize our school's specially admitted student? MOCI instantly fired back. Turning the tables? What skills do you even have to dare demean the Martial Arts Academy in front of Director Deng? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiao's pretty face instantly flushed with extreme humiliation. With just one sentence, she was rendered speechless. Clenching her fists tightly, a surge of majestic spiritual energy, fueled by boundless fury, instantly engulfed everyone in the meeting room. This powerful aura immediately pressed down on MOC's entire body. Seeing his student being bullied like this, Deng Feng also unleashed an infinite torrent of energy in an instant. Jiang Qiao, MOCI is one of our Martial Combat Academy's members. I've repeatedly shown restraint considering the friendly relations between our schools. Don't you dare push your luck when given face. As for Guo Xiaohai, he merely glanced briefly at Jiang Qiao. He slowly sat down, speaking with utter disdain. Going all out against a junior, Jiang Qiao? Enough is enough. Yet Jiang Qiao showed no signs of restraint. The two oppressive auras still clashed head-on, stirring up a terrifying wind vortex within the conference room. MOCI faintly sensed that Deng Feng's aura was slightly stronger. Forcing himself to steady his posture, he mocked Zhang Qiao with great effort. Look at you, getting impatient again. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying pressure emanated from outside the meeting room. Everyone in the meeting room, MOCI being no exception, was pinned to the ground by this overwhelming pressure for several seconds. The crowd instantly regained their composure. At the same time, Wei Wenliang's lazy voice came from outside the door. Now that you've cooled down, speak properly. Guo Xiaohai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slowly got up. Deng Feng muttered under his breath. As expected of Captain Wei. Level 77 is truly terrifying. Zhang Qiao picked up the gold-rimmed glasses that had fallen to the ground and straightened her attire. Knowing she was in the wrong, she remained silent. With cool detachment, she grabbed the folder and her bag before storming out the door. There were still 3 people left in the meeting room. Guo Xiaohai said to the other 2, since Mosai has decided to join the Martial Arts Academy, I'll take my leave now. With that, Guo Xiaohai also left the room. Wei Wenliang's voice sounded outside the door, seemingly exchanging words with Guo Xiaohai, before soon departing from the vicinity of the meeting room. At this moment, only Deng Feng and MOCI remained in the conference room. Although MOC's actions of standing up for himself and the school delighted Deng Feng, claiming to win the championship for the Combat Academy was still too arrogant. After all, MOCI currently only had 13 units of energy. Given Jiang Qiao's overly calculating personality, she would undoubtedly hype up this incident and make it widely known. If MOCI failed to win the championship, he would be utterly humiliated. Deng Feng rubbed his forehead in frustration. MOCI, why did you suddenly start making threats to her? MOCI put on an indignant act and answered angrily. Director, I couldn't take it anymore. Joining the Martial Arts Academy is my dream, and I won't allow anyone to insult it. And what's more, I'm definitely going to win the championship. Hearing this, Deng Feng drew in a sharp breath. He silently comforted himself inwardly. No fire, no youth. With MOC's astonishing talent and those terrifying bacteria, he might truly be able to win the championship. Seeing Deng Feng's increasingly resolute expression, MOCI covered the corner of his mouth and smiled with satisfaction. MOCI was brimming with confidence in himself. With the blood-boosting effects of the blood fusion bacteria and the heart concentration manual, gifted by Wei Wenliang, he was certain he could raise his own vital energy to 999 calories within half a year. Combined with his superb combat techniques, his stock of unmutated bacteria, and his attribute reset ability, victory would be his by overwhelming superiority. He knew one absolute truth: defeat was simply not an option. The Martial Arts Academy had endured 5 long years of suppression, having long since reached the limits of their patience. Now they had obtained a prodigy MOCI whose talent rivaled even Chi Beidou's, and moreover, had secured his promise to win the Grand Championship. Both logically and emotionally, they were determined to nurture MOCI with their fullest capabilities. Deng Feng slowly took out a folder and slid a document across to MOCI, saying, MOCI, every benefit our school has promised: cultivation techniques, combat skills, weapons, none will be withheld from you. MOCI took the document, carefully reviewed it, and then quickly picked up a pen to sign his name. Seeing this, Deng Feng's furrowed brows finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh and smiled, saying, MOCI, welcome to the Martial Arts Academy. MOCI responded with a faint smile, privately thinking to himself, finally, it's over. time for some proper rest. Chapter 29, The Perspiring Sales Assistant. After a whole day of running about, MOCI opened his eyes again to find it was already the first day after the martial examination had concluded. The dazzling yet warm sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the spacious room with light. MOCI opened his eyes and stood up groggily. Through the massive windows, he looked down at the bustling traffic and crowds below, as if he were trampling all those people beneath his feet. An unreal sense of dizziness washed over his mind. Never thought I'd get the chance to live in Tangshaniping someday, MOCI murmured in disbelief. With that, he walked stark naked toward the bathroom and began his morning routine. In his previous life, the house left by his parents had been gambled away, leaving him to idly await death. Yet just 2 days after rebirth, he'd already become the top scholar. Not only was he awarded a 4 million Tangshaniping apartment by Mayor Chang Bei, but he also received a bonus of 1 million Dragon Nation currency. MOC's determination to become a high-level warrior grew even stronger. He understood that none of this would have been possible without the system. While brushing his teeth, MOCI mumbled, "System, display personal stats." Beep. A translucent dark blue panel instantly floated before MOC's eyes. Host, MOCI. Prime contracted creature, corrosive bacteria. Existing bacterial strains. 2. Breathing technique, heart convergence art, level 1. Combat skill, phantom void claw technique. Vital energy, 13 cal. Strength value, 104. Speed value, 104. Endurance value, 104. Combat power assessment, far exceeds the capability level of an ordinary zero-rank martial artist. Blood fusion bacteria idle earnings, 1 calorie of vital energy, pending claim. After idling for so long, only 1 calorie of vital energy gained. The spiritual energy in this city is pitifully thin. Let's claim it. Beep. Vital energy has increased from 13 calories to 14 calories. Looking at the combat power evaluation, MOCI felt a faint sense of satisfaction, but it still wasn't enough for him. It's slightly better than the last assessment, but merely surpassing ordinary martial artists? What I want is absolute domination. Open the mutation guide. The full interface of the mutation guide unfolded before his eyes. The bacterial mutation catalog for zero-tier warriors now had 2 entries unlocked by MOCI, corrosive bacteria, and blood fusion bacteria. Both were incredibly overpowered bacterial variants. Yet it was the still-locked bacteria that made MOCI itch with anticipation. Feigning casualness, he clicked on the black silhouette labeled, Unknown Bacterial Strain, instantly triggering a pop-up window. Beep. Mutation pathways can only be viewed after reaching 199 energy units. MOCI furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, I need 199 units to check? Well, I'm almost there. Last time, at Wodafa Energy Cultivation Center, 3 spiritual incense sticks, relying solely on the blood harmony bacteria, boosted his vital energy by a full 9 calories. If he could fully master the heart-converging art, gifted by Wei Wenliang, his cultivation speed would surely improve even further. With that, MOC's gaze gradually grew determined. He quickened his morning routine, hurriedly dressed, put on sunglasses, grabbed the heart-converging art, gifted by Wei Wenliang, and headed out the door. On the warrior's thoroughfare, people come and go. MOCI, wearing round-frame sunglasses and carrying a backpack, was walking towards Wodafa. Frowning, he looked at the barrage of 99+ messages on his phone, feeling extremely irritable. One after another, now that I've recovered, they all start kissing up to me. MOCI grumbled as he deleted most of his useless contacts, keeping only Wei Wenliang, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei, Deng Feng, Tang Wei, and Tang Yinling. The only reason he kept Tang Yinling was so she could see him flexing on social media, otherwise, he'd have deleted her long ago. As soon as the special recruitment ended, Wei Wenliang left with Guo Xiaohai. Before parting, the two even stopped by MOC's now famous dilapidated hut, a designated tourist spot, to pry off the toilet and study it. MOCI felt utterly speechless. Beep beep. Just then, 2 notification sounds came from his phone. MOCI focused his gaze to look. Deng Feng's message, MOCI, if you're ready, special admission students can report to the Martial Arts Academy early. Tang Yinling's message, congratulations. My dad wants you to come over tonight to celebrate. Reading the 2 messages, MOCI pondered silently. Since I have no family or friends left in Nanzhou City anyway, I might as go there earlier. But first, I should visit Uncle Tang's house. With that, MOCI replied one by one. Later, after finishing his training, he would visit Uncle Tang's house tonight and make sure to report in the next day without delay. Before he could even finish typing the words, he had already arrived at the entrance of Wodafa. Living in the city center really saves me the hassle of taking a cab. MOCI sighed inwardly as he finished speaking and ascended the steps. Before the entrance stood the same sales attendant. Just as she swayed her seductive hips and opened her mouth to deliver her familiar spiel, she suddenly fell silent. Despite the sunglasses, she recognized MOCI instantly by his familiar outfit. The person before her was none other than that peculiar examinee who came shopping for gear just one day before the martial arts exam. The sales assistant never could have guessed that the clueless young man whose psychic ability level she doubted was actually a genuine S-grade psychic warrior. Moreover, he had become the martial examination champion who broke Southborough City's martial exam records and shook the entire Dragon Nation with his fame. Mr. MOCI, you. Shoo. MOCI lowered his sunglasses and whispered. It's you. Well then, this should be easy. Don't make a scene, quickly prepare a VIP cultivation chamber for me. As he spoke, MOCI hastily handed over the black card. A black card? There were only 2 people in Nanzhou City who possessed the Mother Fasterous King black card, the Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei brothers. The leader had just taken a call not long ago, instructing his subordinates that Cheng Nan's black card had been given away. She never expected that someone would actually gift a black card to another person. And, of all people, the recipient turned out to be MOCI. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she tremblingly accepted it, then hastily bowed and ushered MOCI into the Wotafa building. MOCI followed the shopping assistant's lead, winding his way through until he stood before a massive steel door. As the black card touched the sensor, the steel door slowly lifted. MOCI took back the black card and stepped into the room filled with high-tech equipment, the door closing behind him. As expected of a VIP-level cultivation chamber, MOCI sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a cylindrical glass apparatus gradually rose from the center of the room, densely packed with floating blue spirit stones. Spirit stones are objects formed from condensed spiritual energy. Compared to spirit incense, they're not only far cheaper but can also be preserved longer, though they contain impurities and have lower purity than spirit incense. The entire room suddenly echoed with an announcement. Welcome back, Honorable Mr. Cheng Nan. It has been 873 days since your last use of the VIP cultivation chamber. MOCI silently marveled. So the Dean's last cultivation session was 2.5 years ago? Cheng Nanka had been stuck at level 49 for 2.5 years. Utterly unable to break through the 50th level barrier, he simply gave up on cultivation and devoted himself wholeheartedly to education. That damn Cheng Nanka deserves to be stuck below level 50 forever. He would certainly treasure this black card dearly, but he would also remember clearly the interrogation conducted by Cheng Nanka and Wei Wenliang. MOCI walked up to the cylindrical device and began tapping on the control panel. The remaining inventory of spirit stones is 283. Use 10. Warning, excess spiritual energy detected. Failure to fully absorb the spiritual energy may result in backlash poisoning, risk. Keep going. Currently consuming spirit stones times 10 for you. With these words, the cylindrical device slowly retracted underground, while a fire suppression-like mechanism extended from the ceiling and began spraying a faint blue stream of spiritual energy. Mosai set down his backpack and pulled out the heart concentration manual. Following the methods described in the manual, he gradually began absorbing the spiritual energy, causing red patches to emerge across his entire body. The red patches slowly spread across his entire body. Beep! Blood-packed fungus is absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into vital energy for the host. 0 calories of vital energy generated so far. Chapter 30, Successful Meridian Piercing. Everyone rejoices. Absorbing the spiritual energy equivalent of 10 spirit stones at once yields immense benefits, yet equally carries considerable risk, energy backlash poisoning. Undigested spiritual energy will stagnate in the human body. From then on, the slightest use of spiritual power will cause localized pain that persists for several months. But if one successfully endures it, they can expand the upper limit of absorbing spiritual energy, thereby increasing the efficiency of its absorption. If you come across a blessed land rich in spiritual energy, you could even stay there for 10 days or half a month. This behavior is referred to by martial artists as channel breaking. Martial artists begin from tier 0, and with each tier advancement they must perform channel breaking to surpass their limits of absorbing spiritual energy. With each channel breaking, their vital energy value surges dramatically. This also serves as a marker for whether a martial artist can break through to the next realm. All Tier 0 martial artists undergo their first channel breaking during their first year of high school, guided by their homeroom teacher. In his previous life, MOCI had never attempted to break through his acupoints due to his extremely low vital energy. At this moment, MOC's entire body felt as if it were being boiled alive. Spiritual energy poured through his nostrils into his entire body, causing boiling crimson steam to continuously erupt and swirl around him. Next, let's try the heart concentration technique again. MOCI held his breath and concentrated, slowly closing his eyes. Following the method of the heart calming art, he methodically organized the chaotic spiritual energy he had absorbed into his body. The longer he circulated his energy, the clearer MOC's thoughts became. He also came to understand the true power of the heart calming art. Transparent method only teaches martial artists how to absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, while the conversion rate of this energy into vital chi depends entirely on the martial artist's own meridian clarity. But, mind-concentrating mantra, is different. It can gather the wildly surging, constantly dissipating spiritual energy within the body between the chests at the Shanzhong acupoint. After forming a pulsating spiritual energy cluster resembling a second heart, the energy then spreads throughout the body along the meridians. MOCI silently thought to himself. That bastard Wei Wenliang truly lives up to being a level 77 martial artist. His self-created, heart-calming art, can actually unblock my meridians. Although it hasn't completely cleared them, it's far better than the penetration method. Listening to the faint pulsing sounds, MOCI ceased his thoughts. He focused intently, methodically gathering the rampaging spiritual energy in his chest, spending considerable time just to form a marble-sized cluster of energy. It coalesced into a fist-sized mass of spiritual energy. By this point, MOCI was drenched in sweat. His chest ached faintly, as if concealing a ticking time bomb counting down relentlessly. Under the dual absorption of blood bond fungus and heart-concentrating art, the spiritual energy released by these 10 spirit stones had long been completely absorbed by MOCI, gathering between his chest. But the absorption occurred far too quickly, causing the rate of spiritual energy circulation to lag far behind the rate of accumulation. MOCI found it difficult to breathe, his head growing increasingly dizzy. This is the precursor to Qi reversal poisoning. If he couldn't digest the spiritual energy equivalent to 10 spirit stones in time, then his meridian impact attempt would fail. MOCI endured the pain and began regulating the spiritual energy, while commanding the blood symbiosis bacteria to accelerate its absorption efficiency. MOCI gritted his teeth in agony. After what felt like an eternity, the searing pain in MOC's chest gradually dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, staring dazedly at his surroundings. It seems the meridian breakthrough was successful. I've absorbed all 10 spirit stones. Beep. Vital energy has increased from 14 units to 42 units. This absorption has provided the host with a total of 22 calories of vital energy from the blood fusion bacteria. MOCI narrowed his eyes in contemplation, murmuring, so the heart concentrating art has yielded me 6 calories. It's indeed much better than the transparent method. Buzz. The phone was vibrating incessantly, and MOCI only now noticed. He opened his phone and found several missed calls, all without exception from Tang Wei. He glanced at the time, 7:04 p.m. What the fuck, it's already 7 p.m.? MOCI arrived at WTF at 1 p.m. Surprisingly, absorbing these 10 spirit stones took him a full 6 hours. It was already evening now. He still had to go to Tang Wei's place for dinner. MOCI immediately opened Green Bubble, WeChat, reassured Tang Wei that he was alright, then swiftly packed up his things and opened the door of the cultivation chamber. Suddenly, a sour stench reached MOCI's nostrils. He lowered his head to sniff and said somewhat awkwardly, "That's my sweat smell." The intense pain from the meridian breakthrough had literally wrung sweat from MOCI's body. "Mr. MOCI, do you need any help?" MOCI looked up upon hearing the voice and noticed the delayed arrival of the sales assistant. He then asked, "Where's the bathroom?" "Tang Wei, why hasn't that kid MOCI shown up yet? Could it be he's looking down on us now that he's made something of himself?" The middle-aged woman was untying the apron around her waist as she asked. Tang Wei, who had been assisting in the kitchen nearby, immediately grew irritated upon hearing this. "I told you, MOCI was just cultivating it. Oh my god, Academy, why must you keep overthinking things? Besides, back when you used to look down on others." Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the two immediately stopped squabbling. Tang Wei immediately grinned, wiped the grease off his hands with his apron, then scurried in small steps toward the front door. Coming. Tang Wei hurriedly pushed open the door. MOCI stood at the doorstep, dressed stylishly and carrying numerous bags in both hands. "Uncle Tang, oh dear, MOCI, come in quickly." Tang Wei hurriedly led MOCI into the house and seated him at the dining table. At that moment, an enthusiastic shout came from the kitchen. "Oh my, ACI, you've grown so big." MOCI also smiled and said, "Hello, Auntie." Aunt Tang, who had been bustling about the kitchen, had just placed the final dish on the table at that moment. MOCI looked at the dining table. The spread was impressively lavish. Steamed dragon crab, stir-fried hungry shark, bell peppers with savage beef, tomatoes with pterosaur eggs, blanched hollow vegetable monster. Noticing the large and small bags MOCI had brought, Aunt Tang pretended to complain, "TSK, you child. Coming here was enough, yet you had to buy so much. This must have cost quite a bit, didn't it?" MOCI said indifferently, "Not much money, not much." Aunt Tang secretly took a peek and found nothing but high-end goods. Maodai liquor, Zhenghua cigarettes, Tieta Buddha figurines, and the like. She estimated, between everything, it must add up to over 10,000 Dragon Nation coins. "I can't wipe this grin off my face." So he shouted upstairs loudly, "Yinling, come down for dinner. Your brother ACI is here." This was how Tang Yinling used to address MOCI when she was little. But hearing it now, MOCI couldn't help but shudder all over. Soon after, Tang Yinling came downstairs slowly in her oversized plain white t-shirt, revealing those long, fair legs. She avoided MOC's gaze. She didn't dare meet his eyes. Yet from the corner of her vision, she noticed MOCI was dressed head to toe in designer brands. But MOCI was just a recently reborn small-time hood. What did he know about name brands? These clothes were all changed for him by Watfa. MOCI looked at Tang Yinling's shy and guilty face, not knowing what to say. The only thing he knew was that after 6 hours without eating, he was starving to death. MOCI, congratulations on becoming the top scholar. Thank you. The atmosphere grew awkward. Tang Wei broke the tension with a wave of his hand, saying, let's eat first. Yinling, sit over there. Hearing this, MOCI stopped hesitating. Ignoring Tang Yinling completely, who sat nearby exposing her fair, slender legs, he began eating without another thought. Tang Wei laughed and said, today I trained at Wodafa for almost 6 hours. Even I'd be starving by now. Hearing this, Aunt Tang couldn't help asking again, 6 hours? That must cost quite a bit, right? Mom! Tang Wei and Tang Yinling gazed at her intently. To this, Mosai responded with a carefree smile, laughing, no money, absolutely no money. Oh, it's free, no wonder he stayed so long. Tang Yinling tugged at her mother's sleeve, instantly silencing Aunt Tang. Hearing this, Tang Wei asked in bewilderment, is it free because you won first place in the imperial exams? No, the principal gave me the black card. Tang Wei and his daughter immediately widened their eyes in shock. They exclaimed in unison, what? The principal gave you the black card? Aunt Tang knew nothing about martial arts. But seeing their astonished expressions, she still felt it must be something extraordinary despite not understanding why. Wardif US market spans the entire Dragon Nation, and as the largest warrior market in the country, its status speaks for itself. Owning a Wardif black card is something every warrior in the Dragon Nation dreams of. Tang Wei secretly marveled. MOCI, this kid, will surely achieve great things in the future. Aunt Tang beamed with joy, as expected of you, ACI. Yinling, you should learn well from your elder brother ACI. Hearing this, a blush spread across Tang Yinling's cheeks. This nickname was so unbearably cheesy that Tang Yinling had no idea how she could have blurted it out so shamelessly in her childhood. Tang Wei noticed Tang Yinling's flushed face and couldn't help wanting to play matchmaker for the pair. After all, the two had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, innocent and inseparable. Now that Mosai had also become a rising star among Long Nation's elite martial artists, who wouldn't want their daughter to marry such a reliable man? Tang Wei laughed. Look, our Yinling is getting shy now. She used to insist on becoming ACIS bride when they were little. Dad. The blush on Tang Yinling's face deepened into an even more radiant hue. Her petite and adorable fair little face appeared even more endearing by contrast. Yet MOC's expression remained completely unreadable. MOCI laughed heartily. Uncle Tang. Those were just childish jokes from when we were young. My affection for Yinling is purely fraternal. You needn't worry about a thing. With that, Mosai lowered his head and continued eating his meal. Tang Yinling, however, abruptly turned her head to stare blankly at Mosai, who was calmly eating. The Mosai of before used to cling to her every day, yet now he had changed. Tang Yinling's expression shifted instantly before she buried her face deep in her hands. Tang Wei had already noticed the awkwardness between them back at Nanzhou Martial Arts Academy, so he quickly changed the subject. Raising his glass in toast, he said, congratulations, MOCI, for breaking the record and becoming the top scorer in Jiangnan province. Yinling also achieved excellent results, MOCI said with a smile. Everyone has reason to celebrate. Chapter 31, A Brand New Journey, Tiandu. If we were to compare present-day Dragon Country to an archipelago cast into the vast ocean, then Tiandu would be its largest island. As the nation's capital, unlike other provinces and cities surrounded by wilderness zones and ruins, Tiandu's perimeter shows no traces of large-scale ferocious beasts. This is thanks to its towering walls encircling the entire sky capital, high-voltage power grids, and the martial artist armies patrolling day and night. Moreover, Sky Capital is teeming with high-ranking powerhouses. Warriors at the fourth tier like Changnan are as common as dirt here. Globally, no city can rival Sky Capital in terms of security measures. Even during the apocalyptic beast tide, before my rebirth, it seems Sky Capital was never breached. MOCI leaned against the high-speed train window, silently contemplating the scenery whizzing past outside. Before his rebirth, he had never left Jiangnan province. This was actually his first time riding a high-speed train. Nanzhou City was about 1,400 kilometers from Tiandu. With transfers included, taking a regular high-speed train would take at least 6 hours. But the train MOCI boarded was a warrior train enhanced with spiritual energy technology. With the blessing of spiritual energy, it was completely impervious to attacks by small and medium-sized ferocious beasts, enhancing safety while also boosting its speed to 600 kilometers per hour. From Jiangnan province to Tiandu, the journey took only 2.5 hours. The train has arrived at Huangnan province. The announcement came over the train's speakers. Many passengers had already begun disembarking one after another. At this moment, MOCI had arrived at the Huangnan Province transfer station, with the next stop being Tiandu, the city countless martial artists dreamed of reaching. 14B, here it is. A sweet voice reached MOC's ears, sending goosebumps cascading across his body as he looked up. A petite young woman with delicate features and curvaceous proportions came dragging her luggage behind her. 14B, isn't that right next to me? As the thought crossed his mind, the young woman had already reached her seat, struggling to lift her luggage. The young woman looked up at MOCI with his round-framed sunglasses, momentarily entranced by his sharply defined jawline. Though she couldn't see his eyes, just from his outfit alone she could clearly tell the man sitting beside her was undeniably handsome. Putting on a slightly strained voice, she said, could you help me carry this? Before she could finish, MOCI turned his head away. He thought inwardly, speechless, you're already riding the warrior train, why are you still pretending to be frail? MOCI knew this woman was only using the excuse of helping with luggage to chat him up because she thought he was handsome. As the unprecedented triple-card vitality top scorer, MOCI was already highly popular, but when his bet with Jiang Qiao was exposed, his fame skyrocketed to number 1 on the trending charts the very next day. The name MOCI had now become renowned throughout the entire nation. If he were to lend a hand, there was a high chance he would be asked for his name and then his true identity would be exposed. But MOCI never changed his name or hid his identity, so might as well not help at all. And just like that, the young woman was left standing alone. Her face flushed with awkwardness, she stayed silent, though inwardly, she rolled her eyes at MOCI. What a jerk! Just as the young woman was about to effortlessly lift the luggage, a pair of slender, bony hands suddenly rested on her shoulders. Startled, the woman turned around to see a smiling young man with golden blonde hair. This youth had an imposing appearance, yet unlike MOC's cold demeanor, his eyebrows and eyes radiated a heartwarming gentleness. Combined with his outfit that exuded an air of sophistication, he appeared extraordinarily noble. Before she could speak, the young man asked first, "Nay, let me help you lift it." "All right." MOCI turned her head nonchalantly, looking at the yellow-haired youth before her. He seemed surprised that this young man, with such noble and handsome looks, could speak so amiably. Once the two sat down, they began to chat. "My name's Lu Ji, what's yours?" "My name is Lin Mutong." Lu Ji gave a slight nod before flashing a grin and asking without hesitation, "You're heading to Celestial Capital, for university too?" Lin Mutong widened her eyes and asked with mild astonishment, "How did you know?" "Ha, I also know you're a special admission student." Hearing this, MOCI let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, at the beginning of summer break while other martial examinees haven't started school yet, who else boarding the warrior train to Tiandu with luggage in hand could it be besides specially admitted martial examinees? MOCI played with his phone nearby, listening to their lively conversation and learning they were both special admits to Martial Combat University. Lu Ji, Vital Energy Value 298 units, A-grade ability, Blazing Fire Technique. Lin Mutong, Vital Energy Value 248 units, A-grade ability, Mirror Pupils. Lin Mutong sighed and complained to Lu Ji. "I originally wanted to go to the Supernatural Academy, but they didn't think I was good enough, so I ended up coming to martial combat instead." Lin Mutong's supernatural ability could be considered among the top-tier A-grade powers. She could instantly teleport to any mirror-like object within her line of sight that reflected images. If she locked eyes with someone, she could even travel through their pupils. Though it offers full mobility, it lacks offensive capabilities. Therefore, attending a martial arts academy to train the body to its limits and using physical techniques and combat skills to harm enemies is the best choice. Lu Ji, however, is different. His blazing fire art is an extremely common fire element ability, but it's slightly stronger than Su Muhong's scorching heat. While scorching heat can only heat objects, blazing fire art can actually spew flames. Logically speaking, the Ability Academy should have been his best destination. But Lu Ji's combat style, being unlike ordinary people's, made the martial scout from the Combat Academy's eyes light up with interest. He merely cloaked his limbs and weapons in blazing fire, attacking beasts with every slash of flame and every punch exploding. Listening to the two describe their abilities, MOCI silently marveled to himself. Their special abilities perfectly complement the combat styles taught at the Martial Arts Academy. They're truly born martial arts prodigies. This faint murmur of admiration was overheard by them both. Lu Ji had been quite fascinated by this taciturn individual and finally asked MOCI, "May I ask your honorable surname, brother?" "No honorific needed. Just a Mo is fine." Not speaking was fine, but the moment Lu Ji opened his mouth, his excitement became obvious. "You share the same surname as that valedictorian from Jiangnan province who only had 3 Qi blood points." Just this mention instantly sparked a lively discussion between Lin Mutong and Lu Ji about MOCI. How could someone with just 3 Qi blood points score a perfect 1000? MOCI is practically a legend. Lin Mutong secretly marveled, heaping unreserved praise upon MOCI. I heard the admissions directors of the 3 great academies all rushed over together, trying to recruit MOCI as a special admit. MOCI wanted a martial arts duel, but got sarcastically mocked by the dean of the Supernatural Academy instead. Later, to defend the honor of the Martial Academy, MOCI vowed to boost his vital energy to 999 units within 6 months and win the zero-rank martial arts tournament championship for the Martial Academy. MOCI and Lu Ji listened with great relish as Lin Mutong vividly recounted the story. Damn it, the Supernatural Academy is just bullying people. MOCI really is a true man. Lin Mutong grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, giving the impression that Mosai had made his vow solely to avenge him. Because Mosai was wearing sunglasses, neither of them noticed the very man they were discussing sitting right beside them. The two chatted away merrily, completely ignoring Mosai by their side. There was still an hour until reaching Tiandu, and MOCI was overwhelmingly sleepy, so he decided to just lie down and sleep. Chapter 32, The expert was beside me all along? Ding dong. The train has arrived at Tiandu. The warrior train has arrived at the station. The announcement echoed through the cabin, and the train stirred once more. Lu Chi once again helped Lin Mutong carry her luggage downstairs. Glancing at the soundly asleep MOCI, he kindly shook him and said, "Brother Mo, we've reached Sky City. Time to wake up." MOCI opened his bleary eyes. Lowering his head, he slowly put on his round-framed sunglasses and murmured, "So soon? Which school are you from? If it's martial combat, we happen to be going the same way." Though Lu Chi had only asked MOC's surname, his intuition told him they were the same kind of people. Martial combat. Hearing this, Lu Chi's heart immediately leaped with joy. He grabbed MOCI in a hug and cheered. What fate that all 3 of us ended up in the martial arts academy. Now we've got company for the road. MOCI laughed awkwardly. Lin Mutong didn't seem too pleased, as that ungentlemanly act from MOCI had already confirmed something for him. MOCI was just a deadbeat guy. Since we're both freshmen, having company would be nice. Let's go together. With that, MOCI stepped off the train carrying nothing but a backpack. Lu Chi hurriedly grabbed MOCI. "Wait, brother Mo, did you forget to get your luggage?" MOCI turned back, looking silently at the 2 people laden with numerous bags. His only set of new clothes was the outfit provided by WTF for him to change into. Everything left at home was old and worn, better to reach heavenly capital and buy everything anew. My clothes and bedding are all too old, no point in bringing them. I'll just replace everything with new ones. With that, MOCI turned around and calmly stepped off the train. MOCI was telling the truth. The clothes and bedding in his old house were all covered in spiderwebs. After all, Tangchenipin was his new home, and apart from essential furniture, there was nothing else worth taking. Moreover, Deng Feng had made him a promise. He would be assigned a luxurious single dorm room at the school, so he didn't need to prepare these necessities at all. But this poverty-stricken speech took on a different flavor in the eyes of Lu Chi and Lin Mutong. You must know, every stitch of clothing MOCI wore, from head to toe, was from Rekmok and Aminos. In their eyes, MOCI was merely a flashily dressed, extravagantly wealthy young master. Brother Mo is truly, disgustingly rich. Lu Chi sighed inwardly as he dragged his luggage off the train. MOCI led the 2 through the bustling crowd, his eyes wandering restlessly as if searching for something. Brother Mo, we're still 30 li from the martial arts arena. Shouldn't we just share a ride instead? MOCI waved his hand dismissively and turned into the underground parking lot. There's no need. Someone's coming to pick me up, just follow me into the car. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chi's eyes abruptly snapped open. He immediately began buttering him up again. Brother Mo, you've actually got connections in Tiandu. I absolutely must acknowledge you as our rich second-generation big brother. MOCI laughed it off. No, I'm not some rich second-gen. Lin Mutong piped up beside them. Couldn't possibly be third-gen, could you? Lu Chi threw an arm around MOC's shoulders and suddenly asked, Brother Mo, I only asked for your surname earlier, not your full name. Ah yes, and your vital energy value and special ability. MOCI suddenly felt his heart tighten. Scratching his head, he turned back and said mildly, how about we get in the car first? Before MOCI could finish speaking, a shout echoed through the parking lot. MOCI, over here. In an instant, everyone in the parking lot was drawn by this shout, all turning to locate the source of the voice. MOCI? Where's MOCI? That's Deng Feng from the martial arts scene? The crowd followed the voice and saw a man standing under the parking lot lights, dressed entirely in a gray suit, with a side-parted hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses. This man was none other than Deng Feng, and he was waving toward Lu Chi's group. Lin Mutong slowly turned around, watching Maji's awkward expression, his twitching lips, and his sweat-drenched face. Lu Ji immediately pointed at Maji and shouted, Holy thunder! You're Maji? Maji was utterly distressed. He had intended to keep his identity hidden, but never expected Deng Feng's loud outburst would expose him. Since MOCI astonished everyone with a single brilliant performance, his old house has become the new internet-famous check-in spot in Nanzhou City. He didn't even dare to go home personally. Under such circumstances, MOCI had no choice but to evade the crowd's recording phones and push Lu Qi and the other person into Deng Feng's car. Deng Feng stepped onto the car with a cheerful smile, drove out of the parking lot. Director Deng, you could have just sent me a message. Why did you have to shout my name so loudly? You gave me quite a fright. MOCI was sitting in the passenger seat complaining. Deng Feng laughed heartily and said, as the most celebrated specially admitted student of our martial arts academy, you must cause a little stir when first arriving in Tiandu. Speaking of which, the fact that you three ended up sitting in the same row is quite fateful. The two of them responded to Deng Feng with stammers, extremely nervous. When they received the special recruitment notices, it was always the martial scouts who delivered the messages. This was their first time meeting someone from the admissions office, and unexpectedly, it was Director Deng Feng himself. This was also their first time encountering a fifth-order martial artist. Alright, I should introduce myself again. MOCI turned slowly with solemnity and declared to Lu Qi and Lin Mutong, my name is MOCI. My ability is S-Rank Tamer, with a vital energy measurement of 42 cards. Hearing this, all three occupants of the vehicle widened their eyes simultaneously. Lu Qi and Lin Mutong were the first to exclaim, 42 cards? Weren't you at 3 cards before? Don't tell me you raised it by 39 cards in less than 2 days? The general public didn't know that Mosai's vital energy had already reached 13 carats during the exam. It was perfectly normal for them to have such doubts. Even Deng Feng couldn't help shouting, Mosai, you really reached 42 carats? I just used a black card to flush my meridians, and accidentally gained 29 carats. Hearing this, Deng Feng secretly shook his head. Only now did he realize that MOCI had completed his meridian breakthrough right after the martial examination. At the same time, he was astonished that a single meridian breakthrough could increase vitality by a staggering 29 points. MOCI, whose vitality had initially been just 3 points, had somehow soared to 42 points in just 3 days. Unprecedented. This also means MOCI has an extremely high probability of raising his vital energy to 999 calories by January 1st next year. Deng Feng steered with one hand and said with great concern, attempting Meridian's breakthrough alone carries very high risks. MOCI nodded, his heart still palpitating with residual fear. He nodded in agreement and said, absorbing 10 spirit stones simultaneously is truly unbearable. If it weren't for the mind convergence art taught by Commander Wei, I definitely couldn't have succeeded within 6 hours. Suddenly, the entire vehicle lurched violently before quickly regaining its normal posture. Stop, stop. Mosai, what did you just say? Deng Feng seemed profoundly startled, his hands gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckle intensity, veins bulging faintly beneath his skin. 10 pieces? Within 6 hours? Deng Feng repeated MOC's words, his forehead inadvertently breaking out in cold sweat. MOCI didn't understand what the fuss was about, nearly feeling like he'd accomplished something remarkable. Deng Feng asked again, do you know what the record number of spirit stones is for a rank 0 warrior breaking through their acupoints? MOCI shook his head. 8 grains. The highest record was 8 grains, and it only increased my vital energy by 9 units. It took a full 19 hours. Chapter 33, First Arrival at the Martial Arts Academy. The Points System. After speaking, deathly silence fell over the carriage. Deng Feng clenched the steering wheel tightly, his face beaming with joy, barely able to contain the excitement surging within him. He whispered to himself, this MOCI is truly a rare treasure. Not only is his martial arts outstanding and his abilities formidable, but even his cultivation speed is extraordinary. He was immensely grateful that MOCI hadn't abandoned the path of martial arts. It's also very fortunate that the Martial Combat Academy was able to specially recruit MOCI. The once mere 3-card vitality warrior has now accumulated strength silently before bursting forth, leaping to become a genius standing at the very peak. He is the future banner of Martial Combat Academy. Sitting in the back rows, Lu Qi and Lin Mutong were utterly dumbfounded, completely unable to get a word in edgewise. Black card, 10 spirit stones, 6 hours, an increase of 29 calories. Things beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists flooded their minds, threatening to overload their brains. I never thought the perforation record for a Tier 0 martial artist was only 8. MOCI gazed out the window, lost in thought as the scenery rushed by. After all, he had messed around for 3 years before his rebirth and never attempted Meridian breakthrough, so it was perfectly normal for him to know little about it. The only thing he knew was that warriors must undergo Meridian breakthrough at every stage. Lu Qi stopped his train of thought and was the first to ask, Dean, how many more miles until we reach the Martial Combat Academy? Deng Feng smiled, tilted his head back slightly, and said, look, isn't it right ahead? Having said that, the group lifted their gazes to look. The boundless plain stretched empty before them, yet on the horizon emerged an immense triumphal arch. Upon this colossus of an arch soaring like a giant were 2 majestically carved characters. Fight! The 3 of them, MOCI and the others, had never witnessed such a breathtaking sight before. They stood there, jaws agape, mesmerized by the school gate. Lin Muton's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in awe, "Wow, it's so huge. Holy shit, that's freaking enormous." Deng Feng said proudly, "Just average really. Our Martial Combat Academy merely occupies about 700 acres of land." MOCI was utterly astonished. "You must understand, the Martial Combat University only admits around 1,000 martial artists annually. With 4 academic years worth of students plus faculty and other staff, the entire population barely reaches 10,000 people. This was downright extravagant, especially in Tian capital where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold." Deng Feng noticed MOC's thoughts and said, "Martial combat focuses on physical techniques. The training ground needs to be spacious enough to provide students with proper combat practice." With that, Deng Feng drove the black sedan into the campus. The main avenue was exceptionally wide, flanked by towering trees whose foliage blotted out the sky. If not for the students coming and going on both sides, MOCI might have thought they'd wandered into some unknown highway. As they drove off the main road, a tower-like building suddenly came into view. Lucci asked, "Director, what's that tower over there?" "That's the cultivation tower, and the large building beside it is the Mystic Yellow Pavilion, mainly used for exchanging combat techniques and cultivation methods." "Oh, I haven't told you yet about our school's unique point system." Lin Mutong tilted her head and asked, "Points?" Seeing this, Deng Feng explained, "In the martial arts university, points are like premium currency in a game. Whether it's eating exotic beast cuisine in the cafeteria, crafting personalized gear, exchanging for advanced cultivation techniques, and so on, you'll need to use points for everything. Including the cultivation tower, you'll need to accumulate enough points to acquire more advanced combat techniques." After Deng Feng's explanation, MOCI and the other two immediately understood the importance of points. MOCI asked indifferently, "Then, where do the points come from?" "Points can be earned by completing campus tasks and assignments, increasing vital energy, breaking through cultivation levels, and participating in competitions. Of course, the school also distributes points annually based on students' special ability ranks. Rank S receives 100 points yearly, Rank A gets 50, Rank B 40, Rank C 30. MOCI thought to himself, "These points are incredibly important, almost like a universal currency." With that, MOCI took out his phone, opened the Martial Arts Academy app, and carefully examined his information. Student, MOCI. Points, 100. Class, none. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The 100 points really did come through, but why does the class placement say none?" Lucci and the other person immediately came closer, simultaneously opening their apps. They discovered their class placement information was similarly blank. Deng Feng calmly explained, "Because special admission students don't need to be assigned to any class." Lu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. "No class? How am I supposed to attend classes with pretty girls then?" Deng Feng smiled and spoke again. "The special admissions students our Martial Combat Academy values are undoubtedly the cream of the crop among the new generation of martial artists, and geniuses must be taught differently from ordinary students. The Academy will assign each of you specialized instructors based on your unique abilities in combat style. If a student shows boundless potential, other instructors might even compete for the teaching opportunity. Therefore, special admits are not typically organized by class." Deng Feng changed the subject abruptly and said to Lucci and Lin Mutong, "Both of your combat styles are quite unique. I can probably guess who your instructors are." Lucci and Lin Mutong's expectations instantly skyrocketed. "Lucci, your instructor is most likely Alphonse Gurney, known as the Flame Fist. Lin Mutong is the Phantom Blade Shan Liuyu." Lucci chuckled, "Hey, there's even a foreigner." Deng Feng shifted his gaze to Mosai, unsure of what to say, and finally spoke reluctantly. "Mosai's situation is a bit special. I don't know who it is either. You'd better go to the square tomorrow and see for yourself." MOCI possessed exceptional martial arts skills along with formidable supernatural abilities. Assigning him a mentor who specialized solely in martial arts would neglect his supernatural potential, while focusing only on his abilities would waste his physical prowess. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Unless MOC's talent was extraordinarily high, attempting to train under two mentors simultaneously would likely result in mediocre achievements in both fields. Moreover, a genius like MOCI who has shaken the entire Dragon Nation would undoubtedly have countless mentors vying to guide him. In the end, who would become MOC's mentor still depended on his own choice. In any case, Deng Feng couldn't guess the outcome. "No need to worry, special admissions students. You'll receive notifications about your assigned mentors tomorrow." Deng Feng turned the steering wheel while reassuring everyone verbally. Eventually, the car came to a stop in front of the student dormitory area. MOCI got out of the car and gaped involuntarily at the orderly row of villas before him. From the outside, these villas looked identical, all stately Western-style houses that seemed almost unreal. How come all the houses look exactly the same? MOCI marveled inwardly. Deng Fom also stepped out of the car and handed MOCI a disc-shaped security key, advising, "This is the key to your room. Just place it near the door handle for recognition." He changed the subject abruptly and whispered, "Regular students get quadruple rooms, special admission students get double rooms, but only your dorm is the deluxe edition. You'll understand when you see the rest." Deng Fom patted MOC's shoulder, then turned to bid farewell to Lucci and Lin Mutong one by one before finally driving away. Lin Mutong, pulling her luggage, stood stunned before the architectural complex, her delicate pink lips slightly parted in astonishment. Villas and high-rise apartment buildings were arranged in picturesque disorder, with even a 24-hour unmanned convenience store located beneath the dormitory towers. There are even shared cultivation rooms, martial arts halls, and blacksmith shops. She exclaimed in shock, "This is enormous. There must be at least 500 houses here." Lucci looked at the dormitory information on the app and asked MOCI, "What's your number?" "Villa area, number 314. Hearing this, Lucci suddenly opened his squinting eyes and exclaimed joyfully, "I'm room 303. That's so close." MOCI was speechless since special admission students were deliberately housed together anyway. The trio walked deeper into the dormitory together. Chapter 34, Seniors Visit. Seeking a master's guidance. MOCI, I'll come find you after I finish tidying up, and we can go out together, about 2 hours from now. 6 p.m. it is then. Alright, I'll head off first. After saying his goodbyes to Lucci and Lin Mutong, MOCI slowly made his way toward his standalone villa. He gazed at the house before him, noticeably larger than the other villas, and nodded contentedly. That's more like it. With that, MOCI stepped forward. As the key touched the doorknob, the solid black wooden door clicked open. What greeted him was a deathly pale figure with indistinct facial features. Ah! Quick as lightning, MOCI swung his right fist instinctively out of fear, landing a perfect punch square on the man's face. With a thunderous crack, the ghastly pale face was instantly blasted open with a gaping hole, collapsing stiffly to the ground. A series of crackling whispers escaped his lips. Why you hun honorable master. Hello, I am THTH the PUPU puppet butler AAFU. MOCI clung to the doorframe, still shaken from the shock, but when he saw the figure's appearance and heard the words being uttered, he instantly relaxed. Shit, so it's a fucking spirit puppet after all. With that said, the collapsed spirit puppet slowly rose to its feet once more. The gaping hole punched through its face by MOCI rapidly healed and sealed shut, such was the property of S-grade steel memory metal. Before long, the spirit puppet butler, AFU, was completely restored to its original state. The spirit puppet twisted its perfect body in a bow and spoke mechanically, "Greetings, my respected master. I am the spirit puppet butler, AFU. It is my pleasure to serve you." MOCI let out a long sigh of relief. He had also heard that spirit puppets could transform into butlers, capable of not only washing clothes and cooking for their masters but also engaging in passionate sparring sessions. A single martial hall spirit puppet alone costs no less than 700,000 Dragon Kingdom coins to produce, let alone a butler type 1. MOCI then asked, "Afu, what functions do you have?" Reporting, "Master, my energy chip contains functions for housekeeping, cooking, and encyclopedia queries. As for combat functions, Master can exchange points to purchase combat aura memory chips, thereby activating my combat capabilities." With that, MOCI pondered silently to himself. He asked again, "Afu, what's the difference between my villa and those of other special admission students?" Afu paused for a moment, seemingly retrieving information. Then, while leading MOCI on the way, he began to explain. This residence is the CM103 Special Edition model. Compared to other special admission students' villas, the first floor not only has an exclusive cultivation room but also a small martial arts hall. What's more, he now had the spirit puppet butler, Afu. This spirit puppet butler, Afu, freed MOCI from household chores, allowing him to devote himself entirely to training. It was truly the most precious gift Martial Arts Academy could have given MOCI. Afterward, MOCI followed the spirit puppet to inspect every room carefully. Unlike the shared villas for other special recruits, MOC's exclusive premium dormitory was luxuriously appointed beyond compare. The cultivation chamber was built to the standards of, what the F.A. In the backyard, the martial hall occupied nearly as much space as an entire villa for other special admissions, with facilities even surpassing those of Southern State Martial Hall. MOCI secretly rejoiced. At this moment, he finally understood just how much Martial Arts Academy valued him. I can't let the Martial Arts Academy down since they value me so much. I must accelerate my training progress. Having said this, MOCI immediately took out the Shin-Tide Claw from his backpack and placed it on the weapon rack in the training hall. Its dark blue radiance shimmered faintly. MOCI gazed intently at the claw gauntlet, his eyes growing increasingly resolute. Reborn and returned, MOCI transformed from a street thug into an outstanding scholar who stood head and shoulders above the rest. Everything felt like a dream. MOC's desire to grow stronger burned increasingly fierce. Bang, bang, bang. The moment MOCI stepped out of the martial arts academy's backyard, he heard urgent knocking pounding against the front gate. MOCI wondered inwardly, wasn't it agreed for 6 o'clock? How come he's here so soon after? He walked briskly over and gently pushed open the main gate. MOCI said with mild complaint, Lucci, it hasn't even been 20 minutes, how could you come so? Before finishing his words, MOCI abruptly stopped speaking. The person standing before him had flowing red hair, stood slightly taller and more robust than MOCI, and held a can of beer in his hand, his face bearing a faint drunken haze. The newcomer wasn't Lucci, but MOCI still recognized the man before him. He was MOCI's fellow villager, the former master of the Profound Tide Claws, the creator of the Phantom Void Claw technique, Xiaohe. Xiaohe? MOCI exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaohe raised his head proudly and laughed. How about it, Junior? Was Senior's Mystic Tide Claw and combat technique useful? Good. Let's talk inside. With that, MOCI hurriedly led Xiaohe into the house. Xiaohe clicked his tongue in admiration at the luxurious decorations inside the villa and remarked, I never expected the school to assign you a spirit puppet butler. Truly worthy of the top scholar. Just a so. The two sat on the sofa making small talk. Xiaohe had graduated from Nanzhou Second High. Earlier, he had heard that there was a martial artist at First High whose vital energy measured only 3 units, but whose supernatural ability was S grade. However, since the schools were far apart and they were in different graduating years, Xiaohe had never met MOCI before. This was their first time meeting. MOCI thanked Xiaohe, saying, if not for obtaining your weapon and combat techniques, I probably wouldn't have been able to break the record at all. Xiaohe knew that MOCI was just being modest. He waved his hand and said, what nonsense. With your ability, you could have broken the record even barehanded. MOCI smiled faintly. One thing had always puzzled him, why would Xiaohe sell his Mystic Tide Claws, along with the combat technique? Both the Mystic Tide Claws and the Void Phantom Claw Manual were considered top-tier treasures, yet he had sold them at an astonishingly low price with such ease. After much deliberation, MOCI finally asked, Senior, are these Mystic Tide Claws and combat techniques really okay to just casually sell off? Upon hearing this, Xiaohe replied with an easygoing expression. Selling them to gamble, no, I mean to exchange for money, isn't that perfectly fine? Besides, I've already reached level 10 as a martial artist and can use higher grade steals now. MOCI nodded silently to himself. The moment he heard Xiaohe accidentally let slip the word gambling, he understood immediately. In his previous life before rebirth, MOCI and Xiaohe had frequented the same underground casino. After Xiaohe became famous, those gambling addicts would boast to MOCI all day long about how close they were with Xiaohe. But MOCI didn't believe any of it, because he had never seen Xiaohe enter or leave that gambling den. Only now did he realize those things were true. While MOCI was taking his martial examination, Xiaohe had been at the underground gambling den, heavily betting on MOCI and making a killing. Clearing his throat to break the awkward silence, Xiaohe said, MOCI, the reason for my visit is actually at my mentor's request. Right now, all the instructors at the Martial Combat Academy wish to take you as their disciple, and my mentor is no exception. MOCI narrowed his eyes, falling into deep contemplation. He had known all along that Xiaohe's motives weren't straightforward. MOCI knew very little about Xiaohe's mentor, but judging solely by the Nether Void Claw technique Xiaohe had created himself. It's also known that Xiaohe's master is an expert in claw techniques. During Xiaohe's creation of the Void Shadow Claw art, his mentor must have provided some guidance. I know too little about Xiaohe's mentor. Better make some inquiries first, he thought. Finishing his contemplation, MOCI politely inquired, Brother what's your mentor's name? She's a poison expert just like you, known as the Thousand-Hand Spider, Julie. Chapter 35, Teacher, you're quite the deviant. The Thousand-Hand Spider, Julie? Just hearing this nickname, MOCI could already feel waves of deep and overwhelming poison rolling off it. It was like having spiders crawling all over his body that he couldn't brush off no matter how hard he tried. The image of a powerfully built, sinister middle-aged bald-headed expert had already begun forming vividly in MOCI's mind. Xiaohe declared proudly, my mentor, with an S-rank ability called Toxic Corpse, is a 6th-tier martial artist. Her expectations were extremely demanding. Since she started working last year, I was the only student she accepted. And what's more, their personality is a bit unusual. MOCI silently pondered. I share almost the same combat style as Master Julie. Becoming his disciple might be a good choice. I don't care about personality issues. After pondering for a moment, MOCI made up his mind. He asked Xiaohe, where is Master Julie now? Does he have time? Hearing this, Xiaohe's heart leaped with joy, and even his furrowed brows relaxed. He exclaimed cheerfully, I'll take you to find her. After instructing Afu to take care of the house and sending Lu Ji a message, MOCI followed Xiaohe out the door. They rode their bikes toward the teaching cultivation area. We're here. This is the faculty cultivation zone. Xiaohe walked with MOCI and arrived beneath one of the towering buildings. he explained to MOCI. The university has always placed great importance on the benefits and treatment of special admission mentors, even designating exclusive training zones for them. Ordinary faculty members aren't permitted entry. The pair headed into the building. The receptionist recognized Xiao He at first glance and immediately understood his purpose, revealing a refreshingly sweet smile. She spoke gently, "Mentor Julie is currently in meditation. We've already notified her for you." "Thank you, Sister Wu." After thanking the receptionist, Xiao He led MOCI toward the depths of the building's corner. The receptionist maintained a dignified posture as she glanced at MOCI standing beside Xiao He. After their figures disappeared from view, she sighed with a trace of regret in her voice. That enchantress is going to corrupt another young man." A brightly lit corridor stretched before MOCI, flanked on both sides by tightly sealed steel doors. Even through the thick door panels, MOCI could detect threads of potent spiritual energy seeping through the gaps. The scent of spiritual energy is like a certain kind of fragrant flower, but when it becomes too dense, it smells like perfume mixed with various chemical odors. MOCI rubbed his nose and complained. "Brother He, how many spirit stones and incense did these mentors use? The smell of spiritual energy is way too strong." Xiao He replied calmly. High-ranking martial artists find it increasingly difficult to enhance their vital energy, which is why they consume vast amounts of spiritual incense for nourishment. Even someone like Teacher Julie, a 6th-rank martial artist, requires thousands of spirit stones in a single session. An aroma of this intensity means nothing to them. Hearing this, MOCI was utterly astonished. In his previous life, he had guessed that a 6th-rank martial artist wouldn't consume more than 500 spirit stones at once for cultivation. Yet the actual amount turned out to be double that. Apparently, poverty had still limited MOC's imagination. Frowning, MOCI asked, "If each cultivation session requires hundreds or thousands of spirit stones, just how much money must they be spending?" Xiao He waved his hand and explained, "High-level martial artists usually collect their own spirit stones from the wilderness and ancient ruins. What might seem difficult to others is nothing to them." Then, Xiao He said proudly, "Teacher Julie's claim to fame was at the S-Class ruins in Nanyuan province, where she single-handedly wiped out a swarm of 6th-tier savage beasts, the Blue 5 Venom Swarm, before engaging in a fierce 3-day and 2-night battle with the 5th-tier, Toxic Corpse Toad King, ultimately slaying it. Truly deserving to be a mentor." MOCI silently marveled. If he encountered a 5th-rank ferocious beast now, forget about fighting, he'd be devoured alive without a doubt. The two took the elevator to the 8th floor, then walked for a long while. Finally, Xiao He came to a stop before room 806. He said to MOCI, "Room 806, just in time. This is Teacher Julie's cultivation chamber." With that, he pressed the button in front of the iron door. "Teacher, MOCI has arrived." As soon as the words were spoken, the tightly sealed steel door immediately emitted a series of deafening rumbling sounds. The spiritual energy inside the door was gushing out through the cracks like a tidal wave, each surge vying to be first. The overwhelming spiritual energy made MOCI instinctively raise his hand to shield his face. Xiao He lifted his head and led MOCI into the swirling spiritual energy. Waving his hand to disperse the energy, MOCI complained with distaste, "This entrance style really resembles those big villains from novels and TV dramas." The light filtering through the spiritual mist made the entire cultivation chamber flicker between reality and illusion, like a dream too ethereal to distinguish. A shadowy black figure slowly rose from the floor into a sitting position. The sheer intimidation was palpable. Contrary to MOC's expectation of a muscular man, this silhouette was surprisingly slender, carrying an eerie ghostly aura. "So you're MOCI? Quite the handsome one." A mature, intellectual woman's voice tinged with a hint of allure cut through the dense spiritual mist, slowly reaching MOC's ears. Only then did MOCI clearly see the person before him. She was a woman wearing a black-purple embroidered cheongsam, stepping gracefully in black high heels with purple soles. The black-purple cheongsam clung perfectly to Julie's voluptuous curves, with slits high enough to reveal shapely pale legs entirely. This made MOCI involuntarily swallow hard. Her features were strikingly cold, her eyes brimming with disdain, yet that bewitching smile at the corner of her lips could steal any man's soul. Her entire body was drenched in fragrant sweat, exuding a subtle sweetness. Yet it was mingled with an eerie mist that left MOCI feeling slightly dizzy and disoriented. "It's Julie. I thought she'd be powerly," MOCI muttered helplessly. Contrary to MOC's expectation of a bald middle-aged man, he never imagined Teacher Julie would turn out to be an exquisite beauty with her hair in a black bun, dressed in a cheongsam. Julie sauntered towards MOCI with feline grace, swaying her alluring hips as she spoke. "MOCI, could you show me what abilities your bacteria have?" MOCI furrowed his brows and slowly replied, "Teacher, do you doubt my capabilities?" Hearing this, Julie chuckled warmly, No teacher isn't questioning you. My criteria for taking students is simple, they must either withstand my toxins or make me unable to withstand theirs." MOCI then turned his gaze slowly toward Xiao He standing nearby. He recalled that Xiao He's ability was the A rank, Bloodburn Armor. It could erupt into blood red, steam-like armor enveloping the entire body, with attacks that also inflicted burning damage. It seemed Xiaohe must have relied on this to withstand Julie's poison. Having finished contemplating, MOCI turned his head and gazed directly into Julie's bewitching eyes before speaking slowly. "Teacher, watch closely." Having said that, MOCI raised his index finger before Julie's eyes. A faint blue light instantly flickered at his fingertip, followed by two blue spots appearing like blood seeping through. They emanated wisps of deathly vapor. Julie's eyes flew wide open, staring obsessively at MOC's fingertips. She murmured to herself, "Bacteria that can absorb spiritual energy. I wonder how they taste?" Without waiting for MOCI to react, Julie grabbed his index finger and popped it into her cherry-red mouth. What? MOCI let out a gasp of surprise, his face instantly flushing red. He could clearly feel Julie sucking hard, her tongue continually rubbing against his fingertip, wet, slick, and warm. Suddenly, a drop of blood trickled from the corner of Julie's lips. She slowly withdrew her finger, her gaze still lingering with affection, yet her tone sharp as she murmured, "Can't absorb it, huh?" MOCI was confused, unable to figure out the situation. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and explained gently to MOCI, "My ability, toxic body, can absorb poisons and release them from my own body. Your ability, as I expected, cannot absorb it." With that, MOCI hurriedly retracted, "Corrosive bacteria," and only then did Julie's mouth stop bleeding. Gazing at MOC's boundless potential and identical combat style, Julie felt an immense appreciation for him. At this moment, Julie's only thought was to secure MOCI as soon as possible. From the spatial ring on her index finger, she retrieved a small vial containing blue liquid and solemnly declared, "MOCI, would you allow me to become your mentor? This vial of 6th tier S-grade, 1000 Zhang venomous centipede, essence blood will forge your body." Xiaohe's eyes nearly popped out as he exclaimed, "Holy shit, teacher, you're really willing to part with this essence blood?" MOCI naturally understood the immense value contained within this beast's essence blood. Essence blood represents the spiritual blood of ferocious beasts, and S-grade essence blood is exceptionally rare. In the market, auction items start at a minimum bid of 100 million, far beyond the means of most martial artists. Even Julie's own tempering bloodline was merely grade A. If consumed and refined by a martial artist, it can directly grant them some of the beast's traits and abilities, dubbed by warriors as the second awakening opportunity. What's even more terrifying is that wielders of the summoning system can have their summoned creatures inherit related traits. Perhaps I could make the corrosion bacteria evolve, gaining even greater abilities. Being instructed by you is my greatest honor. MOCI watched as Julie took out such a precious vial of essence blood. After pondering for a moment, he finally agreed. MOCI didn't agree solely because of the essence blood. What truly caught his attention was the fact that Julie had managed to transform Xiaohe, a no-name, gambling-addicted martial examinee from Nanzhou City, into a champion who shattered the 5-year unbeaten curse of the Martial Combat Academy. That was the aspect MOCI valued most. Julie nodded in satisfaction, but then her tone abruptly shifted as she added, "But I have one condition." "What's the catch? Could you let me suck on it again? I still don't believe your bacteria can really be that strong." MOC's mouth twitched as he responded, "Teacher, you're really quite perverted." Chapter 36, Julie's Gift. The Martial Arts School Street. A fiery red electric motorcycle came speeding over. After executing a spectacular drift, it slowly came to a stop before the school street's main gate. Xiaohe removed his helmet and instructed MOCI as she got off the vehicle. "MOCI, the school will hold a teacher selection ceremony for the specially admitted students at the square tomorrow at 9 a.m. Remember not to be late. I still have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." MOCI nodded lightly and expressed her thanks. "Thanks, brother he. Still calling me brother he?" A knowing smile spread across MOC's face as he grinned and said, "Senior brother." Xiaohe gave MOC's broad back a hearty pat and instructed him, "Now that we're fellow disciples, remember to tell me if there's anything you don't understand, or if anyone gives you trouble. No one would dare to bully you anyway." The two exchanged smiles, and MOCI watched as Xiaohe drove away into the distance. MOCI remained standing in place, lost in thought. He knew he was in demand, but he hadn't realized just how in demand he was. Julie's combat style perfectly aligns with MOCI's, as both revolve around poison in battle. Yet if it were merely a matter of compatible fighting styles, he wouldn't have chosen Julie so decisively. After all, the martial arts university has more than one instructor whose combat approach suits MOCI. To recruit MOCI as her disciple, Julie generously presented him with S-grade, 1000 Zhang venomous centipede, essence blood, along with her personal spatial ring. It can be said to be full of sincerity. This 1000 Zhang demonic centipede, essence blood was extracted by Julie during her battle with it. The success rate of extracting S-grade essence blood is extremely slim. Julie was overjoyed, but since she had already undergone physical tempering, she simply concealed the matter and preserved this essence blood until now. She had originally intended to leave this vial of essence blood for Xiaohe, but upon discovering their incompatibility, she swapped it for other essence blood instead. That was, until she encountered MOCI. His bacteria were something even Julie herself couldn't assimilate. If they could obtain and refine the essence blood of the thousand-jung demonic centipede, just what kind of ability would they gain? It's truly thought-provoking. MOCI raised his hand, gazing at the essence blood in the storage ring with emotion. Teacher Julie actually gifted me that vial of S-grade, thousand-jung venomous centipede, essence blood. It's truly unimaginable. However, my vitality value is currently too low. I'll need at least 100 points before I can even touch a drop of this essence blood. I must work harder. MOCI took out his phone and checked the time. He had talked with Julie for so long that nearly 2 hours had passed unnoticed. It was already close to 6 p.m. At this moment, MOCI was standing on Campus Street, waiting for Lucci. The sky was beginning to turn dusk, and the vendors along Campus Street started turning on their lights, attracting passing pedestrians. MOCI simply leaned against the lamppost, scrolling through his phone. His tall stature and handsome features, combined with the unique ambience created by the lampost's glow, drew numerous curious glances from passing girls who dared to approach for his contact details. But as they drew nearer, each one instantly recognized MOCI. That initial flutter of admiration swiftly transformed into reverent awe reserved for a true genius. In the end, I finally gave up on asking for her contact information. After all, things that are too perfect always carry a sense of distance. MOCI stared at the girl's frightened expression and mumbled speechlessly, "Come on, am I that terrifying? You're MOCI?" A sweet voice rang out, making MOCI quickly turn his head to look. An exceptionally fair and delicate little face was firmly locking eyes with MOCI. Upon closer inspection, the girl had shoulder-length hair dyed a milky tea gray, with strikingly charming features. Her loose white t-shirt and light blue jeans accentuated an air of pristine purity, while subtly hinting at her exquisite figure beneath the clothes. MOCI blinked and stammered, What's wrong?" Unlike other girls, this one showed no signs of fear. Instead, she studied his face carefully. The girl parted her rosy lips and said, "My name is Zhong Lingling. Like you, I'm a new S-class special recruit." Hearing this, MOC's eyes widened in shock. He thought he was the only S-grade special admission student, but upon closer consideration, that didn't seem right. After all, the Martial Arts Academy is also a prestigious school. If MOCI were the only S-grade special admission candidate, that would be disastrous. Without giving MOCI a chance to speak, Zhong Lingling continued, "Your conflict with Jiang Xiao from the Supernatural Academy, now the whole school knows about it, so satisfying. Honestly." MOCI scratched his head awkwardly, pretending to be humble as he said, "We're all martial arts students after all. Standing up for our own school is nothing special." Zhong Lingling fidgeted shyly, covering her mouth in embarrassment as she murmured, "It's so rare to meet an S-rank martial artist at Wudo. Could we maybe exchange contact info?" As she spoke, a faint blush gradually bloomed across her petite face. MOCI froze for a moment. He was extremely excited, secretly thinking, "See, I'm not that scary after all." After exchanging contact information, Zhong Lingling skipped away cheerfully. Before long, Lucci finally arrived. He muttered, "This martial arena is huge, it took forever to finally get here." MOCI put away his phone and said, "I've been waiting for you so long I'm starving. Let's go get something to eat first." Lucci rubbed his growling stomach and nodded in agreement. The two of them walked together deeper into the campus street. The campus street was incredibly bustling, as lively as the downtown block of a small city. Shops lined both sides of the road, restaurants, supermarkets, cinemas, you name it, they had it all. MOCI and Lucci randomly picked a shop and went inside to sit down. A server approached with menus and asked with a smile, "What would you like to order, students?" MOCI took the menu and carefully flipped through it. Most of the dishes listed were prepared using expensive and exotic beast meat, delicious while also strengthening one's physique. MOCI said, "Let's have 2 portions of Koan chicken rice." "Got it." As Lucci watched the attendant gradually walk away, he asked MOCI, "What were you doing this afternoon?" "Just now, I went to pay respects to a master." "What? You decided so quickly? What if you encounter a better mentor later?" MOCI gazed at the spatial ring in his hand, pondering silently. "This S-grade essence blood of the thousand-jung demon centipede is extremely precious. I can't reveal it carelessly. Though innocent, the mere possession of treasure becomes one's crime." MOCI replied calmly, "The mentor's fighting style is very similar to mine, so I simply chose her." Hearing this, Lucci asked with confusion, "There are plenty of mentors in the Martial Arts Academy who better fit your combat style." "There's no need to be in such a hurry. Besides, you're a highly sought-after student. There's no shortage of people eager to teach you." Lucci changed the subject and asked again, "Old mentor, did he give you any physical cultivation essence blood?" "Grade A, 100 Zarth Emperor Centipede, essence blood." Lucci's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Grade A? That's incredibly valuable. The starting bid at market auctions is at least 1 million Dragon Nation currency." MOCI remained silent. If he were to reveal the true quality of his vital essence blood, Lu Qi would probably be shocked to the point of passing out. Lu Qi's eyes were filled with envy. He knew that MOCI was the genius who broke the martial arts exam record of Jiangnan province. This A-grade vital essence blood was what he deserved. Here comes your Kuan chicken rice bowl. The waiter grinned and shouted as he served 2 steaming plates of Kunkan chicken rice. The aroma wafted into MOCI's nose, instantly revitalizing him. Lu Qi, drooling at the fragrant rice bowl before him, exclaimed, "After starving all day, I'm going to feast." The 2 scooped up spoonfuls of chicken broth-infused rice and slowly brought them to their mouths. A surge of fresh sweetness immediately spread and diffused, filling the entire mouth with an exquisite and unique sensation. MOCI could only feel his strained and aching shoulders twitching incessantly, as if continuously colliding against an impregnable iron mountain. Not only did the ache in his shoulders vanish, but it was even replaced by a tingling, comfortable sensation. The 2 of them were so shocked that their eyes flew open, and they stared at each other in stunned silence. Then he buried his face deep into the rice again, eating with unrestrained gusto. Chapter 37, The Unbelievable Impact Record. I never expected this Kung chicken rice bowl to be so delicious. Beast cuisine is always like this. Lu Qi rubbed his still unfulfilled stomach, marveling at the delectable taste of Kunkan chicken rice. At this moment, he was walking down the campus street with MOCI. MOCI gazed at the receipt and said contentedly, "A whole beast cuisine meal for just 0.01 credits, what incredible value." MOCI still had 99.99 credits remaining. If he spent all his points on mutant beast cuisine, he could still eat 9,999 more times, but there was no need. Because his dorm now had sole puppet butler, Afu, who could make anything he wanted to eat. MOCI looked around, his gaze finally settling on the bustling mall as he fell into contemplation. Right now, he still needed to buy some clothes for changing. So he patted Lu Qi's shoulder and said, "Let's check out the mall, I haven't bought clothes yet." Lu Qi gazed at the bustling mall crowds when something suddenly occurred to him. "That's right, I haven't customized my combat suit yet, we should really go take a look." Hearing this, MOCI suddenly remembered he hadn't customized his combat suit either. The combat suits distributed for the martial exam are the most basic generic versions, offering only fundamental protection to warriors. Moreover, the protective effect is minimal, virtually negligible. Custom-made combat suits, however, are entirely different. Not only do they provide superior protection, but they also help regulate a warrior's vital energy, maximizing their combat potential. If Hong Jiashan had worn custom combat armor during the martial exam, he wouldn't have been instantly knocked unconscious by the Blue Flame Tiger with a single strike. However, custom combat armor is extremely expensive to produce, far beyond what ordinary people can afford. On top of that, the manufacturing process is time-consuming. Otherwise, the martial exam authorities wouldn't be distributing the most basic generic versions. "I don't have custom armor either, let's go take a look together." With that, MOCI and Lu Qi followed the bustling crowd inside. Lu Qi shielded himself and complained, "Why is this mall so crowded?" Neither dared to imagine this was only the early enrollment for special admission students. If the regular applicants who filled out preferences were to arrive too, wouldn't the martial arts academy become even more packed? Why aren't there many people at the martial arts competition? Why is everyone crowded here instead? MOCI sighed speechlessly. It wasn't until they entered through the doors that the 2 understood why the mall entrance was packed with people. In the open space before the mall's entrance stood an enormous rectangular prism, surrounded by a circle of onlookers. MOCI instantly recognized it. This black rectangular device was an impact force detector. It could measure the impact force generated by a martial artist's full-powered strike. MOCI wondered aloud, why on earth would a shopping mall have this device lying around? Lu Qi's eyes suddenly lit up as he tugged at MOCI excitedly. "MOCI, look!" MOCI looked in the direction Lu Qi pointed. At that moment, a pure-looking girl wearing a loose white t-shirt and jeans stood eagerly before the device, ready to try. MOCI recognized her at once. She was Zhong Lingling, who had just asked him for his Green Talk information. Now, she stood together with Lin Mutong, who was dressed in a white top and black skirt. MOCI pondered silently, do those two know each other? Are they roommates? Standing beside them was a young man holding a microphone, who loudly announced to the crowd, "Challenge the Impact Force Machine. Get up to 50% off all mall merchandise." Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth. A deafening explosive roar erupted from the impact testing device. MOCI turned toward the source of the sound. Zhong Lingling had launched a devastating whip kick too fast for the naked eye to follow. At this moment, her right leg remained raised high, wisps of white smoke rising from her jeans caused by the extreme friction of her rapid movement. The impact device was emitting a faint, unpleasant burnt smell. Beep beep beep. The scoreboard was rapidly jumping. Finally, 3 numbers appeared. 832, rank 1. The host excitedly shouted, "Wow wow wow. The freshman record for a martial arts academy's 0-rank martial artist has been shattered." 832 kilograms. Congratulations to student Joan Lingling, enjoy a 50% discount throughout the venue. Yes, Joan Lingling clenched her fists and jumped for joy. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of astonished commotion erupted from the crowd. So she's Joan Lingling. Joan Lingling? Who's that? Provincial top scholar from Chuanyu. As soon as these words were spoken, another uproar swept through the crowd. Every young man present showed a flicker of terror on their faces. The onlookers whispered among themselves, "You mean that, Tyrannosaurus Joan Lingling?" Everyone nodded hastily. Despite her sweet and innocent appearance, Joan Lingling possessed fearsome strength so formidable that calling her the Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus wasn't an exaggeration. Her combat skills were peerless, and her superpower was an S-rank slaughter specialist. This ability allowed Joan Lingling to see through all the weaknesses of her opponents, growing wilder with each kill. The stronger she became. It was with this that Joan Lingling, relying solely on her combat techniques, scored 898 points in the martial exam punch by punch, kick by kick. The Tyrannosaurus, so terrifying. Joan Lingling heard the discussions around her and merely turned her head slightly to give the crowd a glance. An overwhelming surge of anger instantly filled the air, silencing everyone. MOCI stood frozen in shock. He never expected that Joan Lingling was actually Tyrannosaurus, and to top it off, she was in the same grade as him. In his past life, the moniker, Tyrannosaurus, had resounded throughout Dragon Country. This ruthless nickname had initially led MOCI to assume its bearer was a male martial artist. More importantly, 3 years later, Tyrannosaurus publicly acknowledged being the maternal grandson of Martial Supreme. MOCI pondered silently, which means Joan Lingling is Martial Supreme's granddaughter. No wonder he took an interest in me. Because the person who broke Martial Supreme's provincial martial examination record in Jiangnan province was none other than MOCI himself. MOCI was deep in thought when Lu Qi walked up beside him. "I want to give it a try too." Lin Mutong and Joan Lingling turned at the sound and finally noticed Lu Qi and MOCI standing in the crowd. Joan Lingling's eyebrows instantly lifted with excitement. "MOCI? You're here too." This shout made the crowd even more frenzied. "MOCI? He's here too? The level 0 martial artist who broke Wu Jizuan's record?" Lin Mutong froze momentarily. They hadn't expected Joan Lingling to actually know MOCI. MOCI briefly explained to Joan Lingling. Lu Qi stood poised before the device, ready for action. The host excitedly announced, "Another student is beginning the Impact Challenge. Let's all watch with great anticipation." He inserted Lu Qi's student ID into the machine, and the score refreshed. A surge of boiling vitality energy slowly erupted from Lu Qi's body. Lu Qi planted his left foot firmly on the ground, kicked back with his right, and mustered all his strength to thrust a fist forward. With a loud bang, the red cushion of the device was instantly blasted into a deep pit. Beep beep beep. The scoreboard rapidly jumped, finally stopping at 569 kilograms, ranking 1024. Lu Qi's face darkened. The crowd immediately erupted in mocking laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, just 569? Even my little brother could hit 600 kilos. Who on earth can defeat a T-Rex?" MOCI wore a grave expression. He knew 569 kilos was already an insanely impressive score. For an average rank 0 level 2 martial artist, 400 kilos would be considered excellent punching power. These people were merely sneering and mocking. The host cheerfully announced, "Student Lu Qi, 569 kilograms, eligible for a 30% discount." Next, the host turned to MOCI in the crowd and asked expectantly, "Student, would you like to give it a try?" All eyes turned to MOCI. They all wanted to witness the terrifying strength of the legendary MOCI firsthand. Some people had already pulled out their phones and started recording. Though MOCI disliked showing off, he had no choice but to act for the sake of his customized battlesuit. MOCI handed over his student ID and said humbly, "Then let me give it a try." The crowd murmured amongst themselves. "I don't think MOCI could ever surpass Tyrant, no matter how strong he gets. Tyrant primarily cultivates physical martial arts, after all." Exactly. When MOCI broke the martial exam records, he mainly relied on his bacteria. MOCI shut out the surrounding noise and took a deep breath. He silently thought to himself, "Attribute reset, max out my strength." Beep beep. Strength value has reached 341 points. Before anyone could react, MOCI swiftly threw a powerful punch, striking fiercely toward the red cushion. A loud explosive sound rang out. MOC's entire arm sank deep into the machine. The back of the impact device instantly bulged outward. A powerful gust of wind rushed through the device, violently tousling the hairstyles of the crowd standing behind it. MOCI slowly withdrew his entire smoking arm, patting off the mechanical debris embedded in his hand. Beep. The numbers leaped forward at light speed. Finally, the numbers slowly displayed 4 digits. The host stared wide-eyed and stammered loudly, MOCI has broken the freshman record again. 2,224 kilograms. Store-wide 50% off discount. Chapter 38, backed by Martial Terminus? Custom Battle Suit. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Zhong Lingling's eyes flashed with astonishment as she murmured, as expected of someone who broke the Jiangnan province martial examination records. Meanwhile, Lin Mutong's lips trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he had seen some unimaginable monster. After all, Zhong Lingling's vital energy measured 320 calories, with a strength value of 120. For her, hitting 800 kilograms was already the absolute limit. Yet this level 0 Mosai could casually strike with 2,224 kilograms and impact force of 2.2 tons, nearly 3 times that of Zhong Lingling. This means MOCI must have at least 300 points of strength value to achieve this. Yet he's merely a martial artist whose vitality hasn't even breached the 100 card threshold. This is utterly unprecedented. Unbelievable. MOCI casually flicked his wrist as he took the 50% discount voucher from the host and walked with Lu Qi towards the equipment area. Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong quickly followed after them. Zhong Lingling grabbed MOC's arm and asked, "MOCI, just how much vital energy do you have? How could you punch with 2.2 tons of impact force?" MOCI answered truthfully, "My vital energy is only 42 calories. I have no idea how I managed to do it either." Seeing that MOCI wasn't inclined to elaborate, Zhong Lingling tactfully changed the subject. "Where are you heading now?" MOCI said truthfully, "Going to order custom combat suits? Since we're headed the same way, why not go together?" Zhong Lingling tilted her head with a smile. "What a coincidence. Lin Mutong and I were just about to go order custom combat suits too." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi hurriedly said to the two sweet-faced girls, one tall and one petite, "Wait, how on earth do you two know each other?" Lin Mutong explained to Lu Qi that the facts were exactly as Mosai had guessed. The two were roommates. Mosai gazed at the tall and sweet-faced Zhong Lingling, lost in thought. The granddaughter of martial extremity sovereign Wu Jizuan could truly be called one of the legendary-level martial artists of Dragon Nation. Originally named Wu Ji, he broke through to become a 9th-tier martial artist in 2210 8 years ago. Since then, he has left Dragon Nation behind. He began slaughtering massive savage beasts near the nation's borders like a man possessed, and to this day, he still hasn't returned. This enabled the vast territory of Dragon Nation to construct various safety protection measures, and until the arrival of the apocalyptic beast tide, in 2221, Dragon Nation still hadn't suffered any large-scale beast attacks. Thus, the people of Dragon Nation revered him as the martial zenith, meaning, the venerable one who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. However, during the apocalyptic beast tide 3 years later, the citizens waited in vain for the martial zenith to appear. Rumors say he died long ago. However, MOCI refuses to believe it. After all, that man was none other than Martial Master Ji, the warrior who once swept away hordes of monstrous beasts single-handedly with just his sword. If the school found out Zhong Lingling is Martial Master Ji's granddaughter, they'd probably enshrine her like a goddess. Could it be that the school authorities don't know? Or is Zhong Lingling intentionally concealing it? The more MOCI thought about it, the more his mind became tangled. He asked himself inwardly, what would you do if a hidden wealthy heir was lurking right beside you? Of course, repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. MOCI understood all too well that for a child like him, poor, orphaned, and as good as a stray, what's needed most is context. I need a powerful backer whose mere name can strike fear into the hearts of all, making enemies flee at the sound of it. Principal Chang Nan has already given me the black card, but his strength isn't particularly impressive, and his position is merely that of a minor school principal. Besides, I still need to treat him to some beef. Although Captain Wei is a 7th-rank martial artist with a high position, he's constantly on expeditionary missions and can't look after me all the time. This will have to be dealt with later. Teacher Julie may be powerful, but her reputation isn't prominent enough. The more MOCI thought about it, the more he felt utterly isolated and unsupported. If he encountered powerful enemies hostile to him in the wilderness after becoming a high-rank powerhouse, he'd be doomed beyond recovery. If I can invoke the name of Martial Extreme Sovereign at a critical moment. MOCI had already begun fantasizing about this awe-inspiring scene. Gazing at the innocent, lively Zhong Lingling before him, he thought darkly, I must use Zhong Lingling to board the mighty ship of Martial Extreme Sovereign. Unbeknownst to them, the four had already arrived in front of the battle suit shop. Zhong Lingling blinked her big, sparkling eyes, silently watching MOCI who was lost in thought. MOCI, what are you thinking about? That sweet voice instantly snapped MOCI back to reality. MOCI shook his head and muttered guiltily, nothing, just thinking about combat suits. Then, he followed the others into the combat suit shop. MOCI looked around, mesmerized by the mannequins dressed in all sorts of combat suits. There were martial-type combat suits, designed to enhance the flexibility and speed of martial arts experts. There are also superpower combat suits, designed to regulate chi and blood, enabling warriors' special abilities to operate at peak efficiency. Without exception, they all gleam brilliantly under these warm lights. Welcome to Martial Combat Suit Shop. Would you like to order customized battle armor? A melodious and mature female voice came through. Everyone turned to look, seeing a young woman in a deep blue dress slowly walking over with a pipe in her mouth. Lu Qi enthusiastically patted his chest and smiled. We're all here to get custom battle suits made. The shop owner set down her pipe and nodded. Alright, why don't you all head to the scanning device in the fitting room first to get your body measurements taken? The crowd walked into the fitting room and looked at the white cylindrical device embedded in the wall as its hatch slowly opened. Lu Qi didn't know how to use it, but Zhong Lingling walked straight over without hesitation. She stepped right into the device. Truly worthy of a lady from a noble family, MOCI murmured to himself. Seeing this, the crowd followed suit and stepped into the device, after which the hatch slowly closed. The interior of the chamber was quite comfortable, as a blue light scanned MOCI from top to bottom, seemingly seeing right through him. All of MOC's data appeared on the screen one by one, including his attribute values. Within seconds, the proprietress's muttering came from outside the hatch. Zhong Lingling, height 169 centimeters, weight 54.5 kilograms, vital energy value 320 calories, strength 120, endurance 100, speed 100. Though spoken quietly, MOCI still heard it clearly. Damn it! This scanner can actually detect attribute point values? MOCI wanted to conceal his own attribute values. At the very least, he couldn't reveal it now. He thought to himself. System, reset attributes and distribute the vitality points evenly. Hold off on allocating the bonus attribute points for now. This was the first time MOCI had requested the system to distribute attribute points in this manner. He wasn't sure if he could succeed. Beep beep. Allocation complete. There are 299 attribute points awaiting distribution. The system's announcement made MOCI finally exhale in relief. If people were to discover that MOCI had an extra 299 attribute points, there would be no way to explain it. Lin Mutong, height 160 centimeters, weight 47 kilograms, vital energy value 248 calories, strength 70, endurance 68, speed 110. Lu Qi, height 178 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, vital energy value 298 calories, strength 100, endurance 99, speed 99. MOCI, detection error. The boss lady frowned as the machine began scanning again. MOCI, height 181 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, vital energy value 42 calories, strength 14, stamina 14, speed 14? As the scan concluded, MOCI remained shaken, and the crowd slowly stepped out of the scanner. What met their eyes was the boss lady's astonished and admiring expression as she stared at MOC's physical data displayed on the pod screen. She slowly spoke. Good heavens, an exam champion with 42k of vital energy. MOCI, you're truly remarkable. Considering the three averages, I think we'll custom make a balance type combat suit for you. All attributes will be evenly distributed without any weaknesses. His gaze synchronized with the shop owner's. Lu Qi and the others' gazes were also filled with profound disbelief. Only now did everyone realize that MOCI, whose three attribute values were all 14, had just delivered an impact force of 2.2 tons. During their time together, they had always treated MOCI as a martial artist with higher vital energy than themselves. They had completely forgotten that he was actually a level 0 martial artist with only 42 kar of vital energy. At this moment, Zhong Lingling had developed an intense fascination with the MOCI before her. Her brows slightly furrowed with confusion as she pondered inwardly. MOCI, with just 42 calories. How on earth did you generate an impact force of 2.2 tons? Meanwhile, MOCI grew slightly bashful under the scorching gazes of the surrounding crowd. The boss lady interrupted everyone. Alright, I've recorded all your data. I'll customize combat suits based on the distribution characteristics of your attribute values. You can make requests according to your special abilities and preferred colors. Just tell me what you want. MOCI stared blankly at the three unresponsive individuals for a moment. Then he asked in confusion, Why is everyone staring at me? Chapter 39, The Master Selection Ceremony, The Vice Principal's Disdain. Welcome home, Master. Ah foo. Go. Make me 2 dishes right now. Alright, Master. MOCI returned to the dormitory and handed the ingredients and clothes he was carrying to a Fu for handling. Then, taking the newly purchased pajamas, he stepped into the bathroom for a shower. The warm water cascaded over MOC's body, washing away the fatigue of the day. It'll take a month before I can pick up the combat suit, and even at half price it cost me 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. I hope it's worth it. Today was really close. How should I explain the extra attribute points? A special physique? MOCI recalled the dangerous moment during today's body scan, still feeling a lingering fear. Tomorrow is the Master Selection Assembly for specially admitted students. He decided to stop thinking about it and just wash up and sleep. After taking a shower, MOCI ate the meal prepared by Afu and brushed his teeth. Finally crawling onto the bed in his second-floor bedroom, his first day at the martial arts academy passed by uneventfully. On the morning of the mentor selection ceremony, ding! MOC's phone emitted a crisp notification tone. MOCI was brushing his teeth when he heard his phone ring. He pulled out his phone with one hand and checked the incoming message. Seeing it was Zhong Lingling, MOCI chuckled and said, "Coming to find me on your own? Couldn't be better." Message from Zhong Lingling, MOCI, "Which building are you in? Want to go together?" MOCI replied, "Sure, building 314. With that, MOCI quickened his pace in washing up. He thought to himself, only by making myself more outstanding will these girls throw themselves at me. Because human nature is drawn to strength. MOCI changed into his newly bought loose white t-shirt, paired with black distressed jeans and black sneakers, then opened the door. At this moment, Lu Qi, Lin Mutong, and Zhong Lingling were already waiting outside. MOCI shook his head with a smile. "It's only 8:20. You guys sure woke up early." Lu Qi frowned. "The venue is quite far from us. How else can we get there if we don't leave early?" No one spoke another word. MOCI and the others got on shared bikes and raced toward the square. The school square was packed with a massive crowd. What was originally supposed to be a master's selection ceremony with only about 100 participants had unexpectedly drawn a crowd of no fewer than 1,000 people. Lin Mutong gazed at the endless stream of vehicles along the main school road and asked the group in confusion, "Aren't there only about 100 specially admitted students? Why are there so many people here?" Zhong Lingling explained, "These people all look like seniors. Every year it's the same. The mentor selection ceremony is the most important moment for freshmen. The mentor you choose will determine your combat style." With that said, everyone parked their vehicles. MOCI took the lead and squeezed through the crowd gathered around the square. On the white platform of the square, several rows of expensive rosewood tables and chairs, so dark they appeared crimson, were arranged. The tiers rose progressively higher, each seated with over 50 high-ranking martial artists radiating formidable pressure. The broad display screen behind them scrolled with the title, the 2218th Batch Special Enrollment Mentor Selection Ceremony. MOCI focused his gaze and saw Julie sitting primly in the very back, on the highest row. There were 6 rows of tables and chairs, with those sitting further back having lesser seniority. Deng Feng sat in the front row, leaning close to a silver-haired old man dressed in a maroon tang suit at the very center. MOCI and his group walked into the square under the gaze of the crowd. The crowd erupted into a sudden clamor. "MOCI is here. And Tyrannosaurus too. I woke up early just to see which master MOCI would choose to apprentice under. It's gotta be Du Ziting, he's the only poison specialist among the first-rank mentors." MOCI and his group took their seats on the chairs reserved for special admissions students. It was nearly 9 o'clock, with few seats remaining vacant. The assembly would begin shortly. Zhong Lingling nudged MOCI beside her and whispered, "MOCI, do you see the old man in tang suit? What's wrong?" MOCI turned a puzzled gaze toward the elderly man. Zhong Lingling spoke again. "He is the vice principal of the Combat Academy, an 89th level peak martial artist, Lu Sanping." MOCI gazed at the old man on the stage, his pupils continuously dilating. He could clearly sense the overwhelming aura radiating from the one-eyed old man, so powerful it even distorted the air around him. Such terrifying strength. MOCI secretly lamented. The overwhelming aura was like a collapsing black hole, threatening to suck him in, making everything seem dark and chaotic. MOCI hastily averted his gaze. He could clearly sense Lu Sanping's contempt toward him. This was the first time I'd encountered a martial artist with such terrifying strength, even 10,000 times mightier than Wei Wenliang. Deng Feng spotted MOCI in the crowd and whispered softly, "Elder Lu, that's the one who I do." Before Deng Feng could finish, his words were cut off by a voice as ancient and powerful as a booming bell. Lu Sanping slowly began to speak. You could smell it from miles away. This kid's life force and spiritual energy are pitifully weak, and it's mixed with foul toxic fumes, just like a sewer rat. Lu Sanping had witnessed too many peculiar geniuses before, so he held no particular expectations for MOCI either. But this was the first time he'd seen a top scorer capable of stirring conflict between the Martial Arts Academy and Supernatural Academy, despite having such alarmingly low vital energy. That's truly fascinating. Lu Sanping slowly turned his head and said in a low voice while looking into Deng Feng's eyes, "Didn't this kid boast wildly about fighting for us and winning the championship in the martial arts tournament? If he fails, you'll have to answer with your head." The whispered words rang deafeningly loud in Deng Feng's ears. Deng Feng's mind buzzed with shock as he trembled and lowered his head to reply. Yes. He understood well, the Esper Academy had always suppressed the Martial Arts Academy at every turn. Martial students traveling outside would inevitably face constant mockery from Esper students. MOC's actions were undoubtedly adding fuel to the flames. The long-suppressed martial arts students finally began their counterattack. The conflict between the two schools had now reached an irreconcilable point. If MOCI lost the bet, the Martial Arts Academy would become a laughingstock across Dragon Country. its prestige would plummet instantly. Martial arts hadn't won a championship in the martial arts tournament for 5 consecutive years. How could Lu Sanping possibly believe that MOCI, someone with such low vital energy, could raise his energy level to 999 calories in just half a year and defeat Chi Beidou to claim the championship? The whole thing indeed sounds like a fairy tale. But Deng Feng murmured to himself, "Old Lu, the person I've set my sights on won't let me down." Boom! A resonating bell toll echoed from the distance. The time was exactly 9 o'clock. Lu Sanping slowly stood up, holding a microphone as he addressed the solemnly seated special admits and the surrounding crowd. The 114th Special Admission Mentor Selection Ceremony begins now. The entire square instantly erupted into prolonged, thunderous applause. Lu Qi widened his eyes and chuckled, "Huh? Don't they usually start with a long-winded speech before announcing anything?" Lin Mutong stopped clapping and said, "Isn't this better?" "Of course it is." Lu Sanping picked up a form and announced in a resounding voice, "Next, we will announce the assigned mentors for each special admission student based on their vital energy rankings." The large screen suddenly shifted with the announcement, displaying a string of text. Shen Mingfeng, vital energy value, 398 units. Assigned mentors, Storm Lord, Feng Jiyun, Mud Dragon, Long Ping, Sky Treading Leg, Deng Lanqing. Zhong Lingling silently marveled. 398 points? That's almost reaching level 4. MOCI said indifferently. "I've never heard of this person, but judging by the mentor's nickname, Shen Mingfeng's combat style must lean towards speed bursts or something similar. And there are actually 3 teachers competing to teach him, his abilities must be extraordinary." From the crowd suddenly stood up a tall, lean male student. Looking straight into Lu Sanping's eyes, he said without hesitation, "I choose teacher Win Still Yun of the Stormblast School." "Good." The scarred man in the tank top from the second row instantly leaped up, his emotions surging as if he'd just won some incredible competition. MOCI understood that Shen Mingfeng had already made his decision long ago, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted with such resolute determination. Lu Sanping nodded slightly, and the announcement echoed once more. Zhong Lingling, vital energy reading, 320 kilocalories. Candidate mentors, Tomb of War, Wu Zhiga, Fist of Fury, Zheng Chu, Lethal Weapon, Lan Ren. MOCI stroked his chin, deep in thought. Second place goes to Zhong Lingling with 320 calories. That means Shen Mingfeng's vitality level is truly miles ahead. Hearing this, Zhong Lingling also stood up. She declared resolutely, "I choose teacher Wu Zhiga." Wu Zhiga, dressed in a black boxing robe, stood up and clasped his hands in salute to Zhong Lingling with his bandage-wrapped hands. Zhong Lingling also smiled and returned the salute by clasping her hands. Time passed quickly, and the selection of 103 special admissions candidates was finalized one after another, with their vital energy levels reported to reach 220 calories. Just as Deng Feng had expected, Lu Qi and Lin Mutong had only one mentor candidate each, namely, Flame Fist, Alva's Guinness and Shadow Blade, Shan Liuyu. The competition had been going on for about an hour, but the crowd of onlookers kept growing. They were all waiting for the final moment when only one remained, their anticipation reaching its peak. Finally, it was MOC's turn. MOCI, vital energy value, 42 calories. Mentor candidates, Plague Crow, Du Ziting, Martial Tomb, Wu Zhiga, Storm Surge, Feng Jiyun, Flame Fist, Alphas Jenny, Muddy Dragon, Long Xianping, Nightingale, Yi Lianmei, Thousand Spider Hands, Julie. The crowd erupted into an uproar. There are a total of 7 mentors who chose MOCI, including 3 first-rank mentors among them. Julie, there's actually a 5th-level mentor competing with them for MOCI? MOCI slowly rose to his feet, his gaze locked intently on Julie's clear eyes. Chapter 40, An Unexpected Choice. Summer Special Training begins. Sitting in the second row, Du Ziting stroked his trimmed beard and then rubbed his shiny bald spot, waiting for MOCI to announce the chosen candidate. He boasted to Wu Zhiga beside him. "Professor Wu, although MOC's martial arts are once-in-a-millennium talent, he specializes in poison. Any special admission student who uses poison will be assigned to my guidance." Wu Zhiga crossed his arms across his chest. Letting out a long sigh, he murmured, "Sigh." If only his ability had been an S-grade enhancement type superpower, he definitely would have chosen me. Though Wu Zhiga desperately wanted to mentor this physical combat prodigy, there was nothing he could do about it. All he could do was cling to a sliver of hope and gamble that MOCI would select him. Feng Jiyun beside him also sighed and said, "This kid has only 42 units of vital energy, yet he can unleash such explosive power. If he could raise it to the level of a normal warrior, TSK, I can't even imagine." MOCI reached out toward the high platform, lips parting slightly. Seeing this, Du Ziting stretched his neck, adjusted his collar, and declared, "As for this gifted student, I shall take charge of guiding him." With that, he slowly rose to his feet. "I choose teacher Julie, the Thousand Spider Hands." Du Ziting's expression changed abruptly as he quickly sat back down, his face buried deeply into the desk, listening to the crowd's cries of disbelief and the mocking laughter of surrounding teachers. He burned with unbearable embarrassment. Du Zhiting's face changed colors like a traffic light, shifting hues every second. At this moment, the surrounding senior students erupted in waves of persistent questioning. What? You're not choosing Professor Du? He's a first-class instructor. Countless masters of poison arts have emerged from his tutelage. Julie, didn't she just start teaching martial arts last year? With graceful poise, Julie lifted the hem of her qipao and rose slowly under the astonished gazes of the crowd. She flashed MOCI a sweet smile, to which MOCI responded with a deep bow. Lu Sanping took a sip of tea and glanced sideways at Deng Feng, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Deng Feng understood Lu Sanping's implication. With disbelief written across his face, he turned his head to look up at Julie, who stood on higher ground exuding an air of refined elegance. He began to ponder. Julie had only just begun teaching at the Combat Academy last year, rated as a level 5 instructor with virtually no teaching experience to speak of. Although Mosai and Julie shared remarkably similar fighting styles, there were definitely better options available. Plague Crow, Du Zhiting was a far more experienced mentor. His combat style also revolved around poison techniques. But then, why did Mosai specifically choose Julie? Could it be that those two have met in private before? Deng Feng couldn't figure it out despite racking his brains, slowly turning his head to look at teacher Du Zhiting behind him. At this moment, his face was flashing rapidly like a neon light, the few remaining strands of hair on his balding head nearly trembling off. Meanwhile, Wu Zhiga and Feng Jiyun beside him were doubled over with laughter. The wind subsided as Yun puffed out her cheeks, struggling not to burst into arrogant laughter until tears welled in her eyes. Wu Zhiga patted Du Zhiting's back, wiping away his laughing tears as he chuckled quietly. My goodness, Teacher Du, you sure sat down quickly. Ah ha 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 ha. Du Zhiting clenched his fists tightly, a wave of speechless fury slowly erupting from within him. His aquiline nose was gradually transforming into the shape of a black crow's beak. To think you'd choose some newly arrived 5th-tier teacher over me, after I specially prepared the A-grade essence blood of the Blue Radiance Poison Crow, for you. What a complete waste. Wu Zhiga and Feng Jiyun instantly stopped laughing when they saw Du Zhiting's expression. Du Zhiting was an extremely vain, narcissistic man with an extraordinarily petty nature. Moreover, his superpower was the S-class transformation ability, Calamity Crow, which would uncontrollably activate whenever he suffered severe emotional turmoil. Now that he'd become a laughingstock before a crowd. But he might still do something extreme. The two suddenly said with serious expressions, Professor Du, calm down, this is the conference venue. Du Zhiting seemed to have lost his mind, silently thinking, damn it, Julie, who does she think she is? The teacher who messed things up, with his own student addicted to gambling. Who are you to lecture MOCI? Sitting in the very back row, in the highest corner, Julie also sensed a chill in the air at that moment. Lu Sanping slowly turned his head, merely glaring coldly at Du Zhiting. Suddenly, Du Zhiting felt as if he'd been hit by a silent anesthetic, instantly calming down. His expression remained calm, his eyes becoming clear once more. Teacher Du, it's time for your medicine, Lu Sanping said coldly. With that, Du Zhiting slowly shook out 2 small white pills from his spatial ring and swallowed them with a sip of tea. His nose returned to its normal appearance as he apologized sheepishly, my apologies for the scene, fellow teachers. Wu Zhiga let out a long sigh. Feng Jiyun swallowed hard, thinking to himself. Transformation-type superpowers are fucking terrifying. Although extremely rare, they're instantly rated S-class upon appearance. But the damage they inflict on a warrior's brain is too severe. Teacher Du has actually gone mad like this. Seeing the situation, Julie slowly took a seat. Lu Sanping slowly turned around, picked up the microphone, and addressed the group of special recruits. The mentor selection assembly is now concluded. For the upcoming 2-month summer break, the special recruits may freely arrange their time. Meeting adjourned. With Lu Sanping's command, the mentor selection assembly disbanded in a lively manner. Zhong Lingling followed behind MOCI and asked, MOCI, what are you going to do for the next 2 months? Of course, I'll be training. In 6 months, I must raise my vital energy value to 999 cards. Such dedication. Zhong Lingling silently marveled. MOCI continued walking toward the high platform as he spoke. Most of the mentors had already left, with only a few scattered ones remaining to converse with their students. Du Zhiting walked up to Julie and stretched out his hand apologetically. With a face full of guilt, he said, Professor Zhu, I'm really sorry. I lost control in the heat of the moment. Julie grasped his hand and replied gently, it's alright, I understand. After all, it's a shape-shifting ability. Du Zhiting patted Julie's smooth jade-like hand and nodded heavily, offering reluctant congratulations. Congratulations, Professor Julie. Then, Du Zhiting left with a despondent figure. Julie watched Du Zhiting's retreating back and silently murmured. Among this year's special admissions, only MOC's combat style aligns with both of us. He didn't get to choose any student this time. An unstable and dangerous individual, better stay away from him. A series of brisk footsteps approached, causing Julie to hurriedly turn her head away. There stood Mosai, walking with light steps, smiling as he asked, "Teacher, when will our special training begin?" Julie pondered. Time is indeed of the essence. In 6 months you need to reach 999 calories. There's so much I still need to teach you, not to mention completely refining the essence blood. Come to my training room tomorrow. Within 2 months, I'll have your vital energy reach 200 calories, plus refining 2 more layers of essence blood. A blazing determination to climb higher surged through Mosai's heart. He nodded heavily and exclaimed excitedly, "Great! To have trained Xiaohe with an A-grade ability into a champion, teacher Julie must be truly exceptional. She even gave me S-grade essence blood for my training. I absolutely can't let her down." MOCI steeled his resolve. "I must work harder to climb higher." Before his rebirth, MOCI was idle and had never undergone any training. He had fallen too far behind, but this summer vacation, he would receive more professional training. In these 2 months, MOCI would not only raise his vital energy to an average person's level but also undergo body tempering and learn more combat techniques. After completing the special training, he held absolute dominance over warriors of the same level. Du Ziting walked alone on the deserted path, cursing at the air under his breath. "Du Ziting? You just walk away like a coward after having your student snatched? Shut up! What a loser! No one has chosen you for 3 consecutive years, you're washed up now, get it? I told you to shut up." Chapter 41, Closed Door Cultivation. Soaring Vital Energy. When I raise my vital energy to 200 calories, I should be able to unlock the next new bacterial strain. I wonder what abilities the new bacteria will possess. At this moment, MOCI lay sprawled on the dormitory sofa, gazing thoughtfully at the mutation atlas before him. MOCI was well aware. His cultivation would be based on the blue blood fusion bacteria, rapidly increasing his vital energy to continuously unlock new bacteria and gain additional attribute rewards. Through this cycle, MOCI would soon surpass all warriors of his level. Among those of the same rank, MOCI would be invincible. The attribute reset ability enables MOCI to still have a fighting chance when encountering ferocious beasts 1 tier higher than himself. Gurgle gurgle. MOC's stomach suddenly let out a series of noises. After the master selection ceremony ended yesterday, Juliet had forbid him from eating for an entire day. Now he was so hungry his head was spinning. What kind of insane trial did my teacher arrange for me? I'm not even allowed to eat? MOCI complained while getting to his feet. After packing up, he hurried towards the specially enrolled students, teacher's exclusive training zone. Meanwhile, Julie and Xiaohe were setting something up in the training room. Xiaohe looked grave as he asked Julie, "Teacher, is this really appropriate for the first special training session? Won't MOCI be overwhelmed? He'll have to endure it whether he can or not. Since he dared to pledge to win the championship for Martial Arts Academy, then this is what he should do. I believe he can do it." With that, a cylindrical device slowly rose from the center of the training room. Xiaohe carried a large sack and dumped everything inside all at once. Xiaohe said with effort, 300 spirit stones, that's enough to last you 2 months, kid." Then he abruptly changed the subject and asked, "Teacher, what do you think of MOCI?" Hearing this, Julie crossed her arms in front of her chest, resting them on her ample bosom as she fell into deep thought. His talent is unprecedented. I believe he's even considerably stronger than Shi Beidou from the Supernatural Academy. And he's quite humble too. As he spoke, familiar footsteps echoed from the doorway. MOCI entered the training chamber and said respectfully, "Master, I've arrived as you instructed, haven't eaten all day." "Oh, senior brother is here too?" Xiaohe clapped his hands, walked over to MOCI inside. "Junior brother, you're in for a tough time." MOCI didn't understand why, but he could already sense that something bad was coming. After watching Xiaohe leave, Julie chuckled and said, "Good that you came. This summer vacation, I'll make your vital energy soar." MOCI followed Julie to the very center of the training room. When his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the densely packed spirit stones inside the device, he exclaimed in shock, "Teacher, so many spirit stones, this must have cost a fortune?" These were purchased overnight, didn't spend more than 8 or 900,000. Although there are some impurities that will slow the absorption rate. I've calculated it, this should still be enough to boost you by 200 calories. After all, Julie never expected she'd actually take on MOCI as her disciple. Had she known, she'd have reserved this for MOCI to absorb, it would have saved a tremendous amount of time. Julie waved her hand lightly, changing the subject as her tender lips parted to speak. "From now on, you cannot leave this cultivation chamber. You must practice without stopping for 2 whole months. Only then will your mind concentration art, cultivation technique continue to level up non-stop. This is absolutely crucial for your future spiritual energy absorption." Hearing this, MOC's eyebrows shot up in shock. Absorbing spiritual energy continuously for 2 months, how could a martial artist at MOC's current stage possibly achieve such a feat? At least 5th rank would be required? He exclaimed in shock. Teacher, are you joking? 2 months of continuous cultivation? I'd die in the training chamber, not to mention eating, drinking, bathroom breaks, sleeping. That's precisely why I'm telling you to refrain from eating and drinking. Julie gently stroked both sides of MOC's thighs and retrieved his phone, saying solemnly, "Don't worry, I have a solution. The device contains not only spirit stones but also 3 spirit-devouring incense sticks. Their spiritual energy should sustain your vital signs." MOCI asked in confusion, "What if I faint?" "You won't." She pinched MOC's cheeks and blew a violet-hued fragrance toward his face, making his eyes grow hazy from the intoxicating aroma. Julie then waved her hand and left the cultivation chamber. Beep. The cultivation chamber door slowly closed. The announcement sounded. The cultivation chamber door has been closed. The opening time is set to when spiritual energy is exhausted. The broadcast finished, and the cylindrical device erupted with a dense surge of spiritual energy. "Teacher, you're serious about this?" With that, MOCI immediately sat down cross-legged. Mobilizing all his vital energy, he silently activated the heart convergence technique and began absorbing the wildly surging spiritual energy into his body. MOCI recalled Julie's words and thought to himself, "An enhanced cultivation method. 300 spirit stones could boost my heart convergence art by at least 4 levels. I need to slightly control the absorption rate of my blood symbiosis bacteria." To improve his heart convergence art, he was willing to spend more time absorbing spiritual energy. The blood unity fungi within MOC's body also grew restless under his control. One after another, crimson spots slowly emerged across MOC's skin, ultimately covering his entire body. Viewed from afar, MOCI resembled a grand Buddha statue glowing with a dark crimson radiance, appearing supremely sacred. Outside the cultivation chamber, he seemed to recall something terrifying. He swallowed hard and asked Julie with slight apprehension in his expression, "Teacher, what kind of poison did you give our junior brother?" Julie scratched her chin and glanced upwards in thought. "To sober him up, I gave him fragrant toxin, heat toxin, sensitivity powder." All right, teacher, that's enough." Xiaohui broke out in goosebumps as he looked worriedly at the door, saying, "Back then I only used heat toxin. MOC's crimes don't deserve death." Inside the door, MOCI grew increasingly uneasy as he continued his cultivation. His heartbeat accelerated, his entire body burned unbearably, sweat poured down like rain, and his skin became hypersensitive. Even the gentlest breeze could send ripples through his heart. So he took off his clothes, revealing his sturdy chest. "Master's breath must have been poisonous. Why is it so damn hot?" MOCI complained inwardly. Like the scorching sun overhead, MOCI felt as if he were training under extreme heat, the surging energy in his body making him even more restless. His internal organs burned as if scorched by fire. Gritting his teeth, he calmly maintained the steady flow of the heart-stabilizing technique. The pulsating spiritual energy mass was gradually expanding. Unlike the first time using the mind convergence art, the spiritual energy surge struck with even greater intensity than before. It was impacting MOC's clogged meridians at an unprecedented speed. Violent pain, accompanied by waves of tingling pleasure, crashed over MOCI like a flood. MOC's entire body couldn't stop trembling. Clenching his teeth, he mentally encouraged himself. "For my own sake, for the new bacterial strain, I must do this. If I can't even endure this minor suffering, how can I possibly become a martial artist who stands above tens of thousands?" MOCI silently encouraged himself. Whether it was the relentless bombardment of motivational quotes or his body gradually adapting to the pain, at any rate, his breathing grew steadier. The exhilarating sensations coursing through his body kept him tireless. He sat quietly in the meditation chamber, blocking out all distractions, immersing himself completely in cultivation. MOC's tightly shut eyes gradually opened as he asked, "Has 2 months passed already?" Suddenly, a broadcast echoed through the room. 10 minutes have passed since cultivation began. Spirit stone consumption, 0.1 units. Upon hearing this, MOCI felt his heart turn to ashes. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Rate. Symbiospore unlocked. Early morning, the exclusive cultivation area for instructors. Xiaohui was standing in the lobby on the first floor, chatting with receptionist Sister Wu. "Sister Wu, has MOCI been making any random noises or shouts lately?" No. For the past week, that cultivation room has been completely quiet, not a single sound." "Oh, that's good, that's great." With those words, Xiaohui bid farewell to Sister Wu and slowly turned the corner. His face instantly drained of all color, his expression shifting dramatically before contorting grotesquely. Anxiety gnawed at him as he thought, "Holy shit, has my junior brother actually died?" During this month at MOC's training ground, Julie had instructed him to regularly check on MOC's condition. However, Xiaohui hadn't visited MOCI for nearly 7 straight days. If something truly happened to MOCI, Xiaohui would be done for. Xiaohui grew increasingly terrified. The elevator doors had barely opened upon reaching the floor when he shot out like a sharp arrow, charging straight toward MOC's training chamber. His rapid footsteps only slowed when he spotted the graceful figure standing before the chamber's entrance. Xiao Hao spoke with remorse in his voice. Teacher. Julie hastily made a shush gesture, then cast a complicated glance toward the cultivation chamber. Only then did Xiao He notice that the chamber's door had already been opened. A sense of foreboding rose in Xiao He's heart. This cultivation chamber's door was designed to open only when spiritual energy was depleted or when the person inside lost consciousness. Clearly, it's impossible to completely absorb 300 spirit stones within a month, because that would mean absorbing 10 spirit stones every single day. Yet for ordinary martial artists, their first breakthrough only requires 5 spirit stones, and even those take a full 24 hours to absorb completely. Absorbing 10 stones? Xiao He didn't even dare imagine such a feat. Clearly, there was only one possible outcome. MOCI must have either fainted or died. He strode forward quickly, prepared to face punishment, even death, took a deep breath, and looked into the training chamber. But the sight before him left Xiao He utterly dumbstruck. The dimly lit room no longer held even a wisp of lingering spiritual mist, as if it had vanished into thin air. At the very center of the cultivation chamber sat a handsome man with unkempt stubble and dry, shoulder-length black hair. Behind him, a ring-shaped aura of spiritual energy swirled restlessly, appearing as though it sought to break free from his body. The entire scene was like a divine miracle, utterly sacred and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, Xiao He's eyes snapped open in shock. Recognizing the figure before him, he gasped, "This long-haired man, it's MOCI?" Julie crossed her arms and nodded. His qi and blood levels surged, triggering significant changes in MOC's body. She exclaimed in astonishment. In just 1 month, he had completely absorbed 300 spirit stones. Truly unimaginable, utterly terrifying. Xiao He finally understood the complicated expression that lingered on Julie's face. With that, MOCI abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes. The circular aura overflowing from his body was instantly absorbed by him. Beep! The system's announcement sounded, lingering in MOCI's ears. Vital energy has increased from 42 chi cards to 241 chi cards. This absorption has provided the host with 38 chi cards of vital energy from the blood fusion bacteria. Heart Concentrating Art has provided the host with 161 chi cards of vital energy, and the proficiency of Heart Concentrating Art has reached 50%. Attribute points have been automatically allocated for you. Strength, 180, Endurance, 180, Speed, 180. Mutation Atlas New Bacterial Strain unlocked. MOCI ignored these announcements. He slowly rose to his feet, his long-unused limbs and torso crackling with the unparalleled sensation of surging vitality. Far from feeling fatigued, MOCI was brimming with energy. His perfectly toned muscles gleamed as he walked barefoot, his footsteps slapping against the floor as he passed the master and disciple standing at the doorway, heading straight downstairs. Julie and Xiao He made no attempt to stop him, merely following MOCI at a distance with calm expressions. After all, they too had endured this kind of devilish training regimen before. They understood exactly how it felt. It was like being locked in a prison for 10 years, no food, no water, no sleep. Every second felt like an eternity, excruciating beyond measure. Yet this cultivation method brought tremendous progress. This was Julie's unique training technique. Were it not for her nerve-stimulating toxins that kept him painfully alert, MOCI would have collapsed long ago. MOCI approached the building and lazily stretched out his arms. He bathed in the sunlight, using all his strength to inhale the fragrant scent of earth and grass, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted. Isn't that MOC's mentor? Who's that long-haired guy? He's eating way too much. Damn, what a glutton. Everyone watched in astonishment at the mountain of plates piled up in the dining hall, secretly marveling at the sight. At this moment, MOCI was devouring food like a ravenous beast. He had returned to the dormitory once, taking a shower, shaving, and changing into fresh clothes, before having lunch with Julie in the cafeteria. Julia stared at MOCI in confusion, utterly bewildered by his actions. She simply couldn't comprehend how MOCI had managed to absorb all 300 spirit stones within just 1 month. After some thought, she decided to venture a guess and asked, "MOCI, how many channel-opening spirit stones did you use?" 10 stones. MOCI answered truthfully, but he felt no joy, because MOCI knew that if it weren't for improving the proficiency of the mind concentration art, his cultivation progress could be even faster. Although MOCI couldn't break through his limits every time like during Meridian Impact when he absorbed 10 spirit stones in 6 hours, under normal circumstances using blood-merging bacteria, he could guarantee absorbing all 300 spirit stones within 2 weeks. Julie heaved a sigh of relief and said, "No wonder. Your terrifying cultivation speed is truly unprecedented. Originally, I wanted you to start body forging after the semester began, but with a whole month left, refining the essence blood of the 1,000-fathom demonic centipede should be more than enough time. You can spend the remaining time resting however you want." Hearing this, MOCI paused his meal. He raised his head, sinking into deep contemplation. Noticing this, Julie asked puzzledly, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Mosai remained silent. He had summoned the mutation atlas, and was carefully studying the newly unlocked colorful spherical bacterial strain. Parasitic spirit bacteria, special type bacteria, transmission route, contact transmission, can attach to corrosive bacteria to invade the nervous systems of organisms, briefly controlling creatures infected by corrosive bacteria, provides complete control over corpses until destruction. Infection characteristic, the eyes will display bizarre, multicolored hues. Mutation method, unlocked after corrosion bacteria devours the parasitic type beast, dazzling leech. Unlock reward, 300 attribute points. Reading this, Mosai's mouth fell slightly agape. A violent storm raged through his heart, stirring up towering waves. Holy crap, this is insane? So you're telling me, with the parasitic spirit bacteria, I could build an undead army? Mosai was utterly astonished. His mind was already envisioning that awe-inspiring scene. Tens of thousands of bloody demon beast carcasses were slowly rising to their feet, obeying Mosai's summons. One man could raise an entire army. The more he fought, the more allies he gained. Mosai's eyes changed as he contemplated inwardly. However, such an inhuman ability must surely have limitations. Just like my corrosive bacteria, I'll need to strengthen my vital energy to reproduce more of them. But this is already great. This power is more than sufficient. I need to investigate what dazzling flukes are first, then have my corrosive bacteria absorb them. The more Mosai thought about it, the more he realized time was running out. If the dazzle absorber didn't appear within Dragon Country borders, even Wudfa probably couldn't obtain it. The lands beyond the borders were perilous beyond measure. Even esteemed Black Card members would need to wait a year or more. Mosai might as well abandon all hope of mutating the parasitic spirit fungus before the martial arts grand tournament. However, within the country's borders, it would be much simpler. Wudfa can definitely be obtained, but it will take some time. Mosai could only take advantage of the summer vacation period when the Martial Arts Academy didn't restrict the movements of specially recruited students to purchase Wudfa in the downtown area of Tendu. Mosai stopped pondering. He said to Julie, "Teacher, time is of the essence. The sooner we refine the essence blood, the better. How about tomorrow then?" Chapter 43, Your Luchi? Pre-order blocked. Afu, fetch me a glass of water. Yes, master. The spirit puppet slowly walked out of Mosai's room and headed toward the staircase. Ever since parting ways with Julie at the restaurant, Mosai had been holed up at his desk on the second floor, searching relentlessly on his computer for traces of the dazzling leech. Staring at the screen displaying the intricately patterned dazzling leech, Mosai sighed regretfully. The numbers of this dazzling leech are simply far too scarce. After consulting so many materials, Mosai learned a great deal about the dazzling fluke. Dazzling fluke, a parasitic type ferocious beast. They often invade the bodies of ferocious beasts, extending snail-like eye stalks from the eyes, assuming the appearance of a ceaselessly squirming, vividly patterned caterpillar, and control their movements. Whether they're mammalian beasts, oviparous beasts, or even powerful warriors, they can all be parasitized. However, the most common hosts are demonic snails. Once they sustain any damage, they immediately detach from their host's eye sockets, swiftly seeking out the next host to parasitize while concealing themselves. Extremely cunning. This dazzling leech was originally only found in Europa and the Ganges River basin, yet now it's even appeared in the Dragon Kingdom area. Mosai furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Since the spiritual energy resurgence, some animals that could only survive in specific regions had long since evolved extraordinary adaptability. Now the distribution of ferocious beasts across the entire blue planet has become completely chaotic, resembling a jumbled mess. Every region has its share of ferocious beasts from other areas. They're just a bit rarer, that's all. The dazzling parasite, which is extremely scarce in Dragon Country, happens to be the most common parasitic beast in Europa and the Ganges River basin. Mosai murmured to himself, I wonder if there are any dazzling parasites in the wilderness near Tian capital. Master, your water. Afu handed Mosai a glass of water. Mosai took the water, drank it heartily, and continued his search. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. The search engine pinned a webpage about Guanyin Forest Wilderness Zone at the top of the results. Mosai understood that this wilderness zone must contain traces of the dazzling leech. He clicked into the page and began carefully browsing through the list of savage beasts inhabiting the wilderness area. After skimming past numerous beasts, Mosai finally found the entry for the dazzling leech at the very bottom. Dazzling leech, extremely rare, appearance probability 0.01%. Mosai didn't show excessive joy. Instead, he voiced his concerns. This is the only wilderness area near Tiandu that has them, and the occurrence probability is only 0.01%. Mosai understood that in this wilderness area, there was clearly only one dazzling sucker, and the chance of encountering it was no higher than winning a lottery jackpot. MOCI glanced at the time, 9:29 a.m. From the martial arts academy to the downtown area, the round trip only takes a few hours. Let's just get this done today. Tomorrow he still needs to refine the S-grade essence blood of the thousand-jung demonic centipede, and he even has to refine 2 layers at once. Refining essence blood is fundamentally different from absorbing spiritual energy. Essence blood is more like a highly toxic liquid spiritual energy. It actively repels the warrior's body. Even though MOCI possesses blood fusion bacteria, granting him double the cultivation speed of ordinary warriors, refining 2 layers would still take about a week. Better book the dazzling absorber now. By the time Mosai finishes his cultivation, the WTF should be almost successfully captured. Mosai opened his phone, made a reservation for WTF, then walked downstairs. Let's go discuss with WTF first. With that, MOCI slowly pushed open the door. Before him stood a robust, blonde-haired, short-cropped muscular man, currently positioned at the entrance of MOC's mansion. Their gazes locked, the air between them crackling with tension. Simultaneously, both opened their mouths to exclaim in unison, "Dude, who the hell are you? Why are you at my, MOC's, doorstep, inside?" MOCI and the muscular man suddenly froze for a moment. Hearing the familiar voice, the two locked eyes in astonishment and simultaneously exclaimed, "Lu Chi, MOCI?" Seated on the sofa, MOCI gazed at Lu Chi before him with an expression of utter amazement. He never could have imagined that in just one short month, Lu Chi transformed from a handsome young man into a muscular hunk with striking good looks. Proudly patting his bulging biceps, Lu Chi boasted, "Quite the change, huh? Thanks to Master Granny's training, my vital energy has reached 350 calories now." He then shifted the topic, pointing at MOC's hair with a puzzled expression and asked, "But how did your hair grow so long in just a month? Aren't you going to cut it?" MOCI couldn't figure it out either. He suspected it was due to his skyrocketing vital energy levels. With a laugh, he said, "This is perfect. Even you couldn't recognize me, no worries about being spotted when I go out." MOCI took a sip of tea and asked, "Where are Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong?" "They're still in special training. This summer vacation is the perfect chance to widen the gap with other martial artists." MOCI nodded in agreement. Lu Chi continued, "You two, disappearing for a whole month without telling us. But 200 units of vital energy in a month? I wouldn't even dare dream of that." Over this past month, Lu Chi had trained in a bit of everything. Not only had he strengthened his physical constitution and improved his martial techniques, he'd also increased his vital energy by 52 units. Though he thoroughly admired MOC's achievement of raising his own to 241 units within a month, he didn't feel the slightest bit envious. Confined for a month without eating, drinking, or sleeping, that's what he deserved. Hearing this, Mosai simply froze in place. He slowly opened the green bubble app and discovered Zhong Lingling and the others had indeed left him messages. For someone like Mosai who was accustomed to solitude, this left him at a loss. He took a deep breath to calm himself before responding to everyone one by one. At this moment, MOCI had already bid farewell to Lu Chi tying her hair into a bun and wearing sunglasses. She boarded the subway headed toward Tiandu's city center. Throughout the journey, she kept chatting casually with Zhong Lingling and the others. This was a sensation unlike anything she had ever experienced before. Before becoming the top scholar of Nanzhou City, he had always been the target of bullying and ridicule, with almost no friends to speak of. He had also wondered, if he continued interacting with Zhong Lingling and the others as a failure, would the outcome be completely different? But MOCI no longer cared. Returning to the status of a good-for-nothing was absolutely impossible now. Beep beep, the train has arrived at Tiandu Warrior Avenue. Lost in thought, the train had already reached the station. The doors slowly opened, and MOCI calmly stepped off the carriage with the crowd, following them out of the subway station. MOC's gaze swept across his surroundings. He found himself standing amidst a bustling metropolis, with countless towering skyscrapers reaching into the clouds all around him. These magnificent buildings stood like steel titans upon the earth, inspiring awe in those who beheld them. As expected of the heavenly capital, MOCI sighed inwardly, then walked toward the large building not far ahead. WTF. Just outside the subway station, facing the exit was WTF. Securing this prime location required substantial financial resources. MOCI slowly ascended the stairs as a short-haired sales assistant greeted him with a smile. "Mr. M.O., correct? Please come in." Since Maji was a distinguished black card holder, the veteran manager personally came forward to receive him. The two sat facing each other across the tea table as they conversed. When the old manager heard Mazi's request, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. Feeling anxious, Maji asked, "Manager, what's wrong?" "Mr. M.O., to be frank, this matter is beyond our capabilities." MOC's expression turned solemn as he asked, "Beyond your capabilities? Why is it beyond your capabilities?" The supervisor thought MOCI was losing his temper. He hurriedly explained, "It's truly unfortunate. Our beast hunting squad has already been assigned a task by another black card member, and moreover, What's more, 2 months ago someone placed an order to collect the essence blood of Dazzling Leech, but we failed to kill it. The creature managed to escape. The supervisor continued. After that it went into hiding and hasn't shown any traces since. Our hunting squad eventually abandoned the mission and we even had to compensate the client quite a sum. Hearing this, Mosai fell silent. He pondered inwardly. It seems this dazzling suction worm is truly difficult to capture. Currently, there were only 2 methods. The first, send bounty hunters to capture it. Second, go personally to the Guanyin Forest Wilderness Zone. MOCI pondered silently. If bounty hunters were dispatched yet still failed to capture it, who knows how long this dazzling leech might hide again. He decided that after refining the essence blood of the 1000-jung demonic centipede, he would personally make a trip to Guanyin Forest. MOCI waved his hand dismissively and said with relief, no problem. Supervisor, I'll make the trip myself. But, could you tell me about the characteristics of that dazzling sucker worm? Seeing this, the supervisor let out a long sigh of relief. That's all we ask for your understanding. With that, the supervisor dumped all the characteristics of the dazzle sucker and its common habitats onto Mosai in one go. Chapter 40 for the 1000-jung demonic centipede. Corrosive bacteria evolution. Teacher Du, please come in. Have you come to buy spirit incense again? The short-haired sales attendant at the main entrance ushered Du Ziting into the hall before going to notify the supervisor. 2 young sales attendants beamed with bashful smiles. Standing outside the main gate, their eyes kept darting glances inside, muttering something indistinct. Du Ziting rubbed his balding head and mused narcissistically, these girls must be seeing someone as formidable as me for the first time. Might as well eavesdrop a little. With that, Du Ziting pricked up his ears to listen attentively. Sigh, wasn't that MOCI who just came by? Yes, he even changed his hairstyle, looks pretty dashing. With a mere dozens of Ka and vital energy, he actually dares to go to the Guanyin Forest. That's seriously alpha. That's right, she scored over 1000 points. Teacher Du, the manager asks you to take your seat. Ah, yes. The sudden approach of the shop assistant gave Du Ziting quite a fright. He slowly stood up and followed the attendant into the room. A whisper reached his ears. Du Ziting, what a coincidence, don't you think? Du Ziting's expression remained calm as he said nothing. With a faint flick of his spatial ring, a vial of essence blood and a small pill instantly appeared in his hand. Du Ziting slowly placed the essence blood back into his storage ring. Without another word, he swallowed the pill. By evening, MOCI had returned to the villa. He lay on the bed, reminiscing about the events of the day. With a 0.01% probability, will I actually encounter it this summer vacation? Tomorrow I'll begin refining the essence blood of the 1000-foot demonic centipede. Even with the assistance of blood fusion bacteria, completing 20% will still take at least a week. Calculating like this, that leaves me only 3 weeks to track down traces of the dazzling sucker worm. Once school starts, leaving campus won't be possible anymore. These thoughts made MOCI feel incredibly agitated. That dazzling leech was actually so cunning. Just because it got discovered, it managed to hide for 2 whole months. If I can't catch it myself, then I'll just hire some bounty hunters later. With a long sigh, Moshan turned over and closed his eyes. Slowly, he drifted off to sleep. Time flies quickly, and soon it was dawn. MOCI sat cross-legged in his small cultivation chamber, awaiting the arrival of Julie and Xiaohe. MOCI had originally planned to use Julie's private cultivation chamber. However, since Xiaohe couldn't constantly keep watch over MOCI, the idea was abandoned. To ensure Xiaohe would dutifully stay by MOC's side, Julie had no choice but to let him stay at MOC's house for a few days. Besides, refining essence blood doesn't require a large cultivation chamber. As long as there's no disturbance, one could even sit cross-legged in the middle of the road to refine it without any issues. This arrangement proved to be quite convenient. If anything unexpected happens to Mosai, Xiaohe, as his senior brother, can handle it promptly. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, followed by the creak of the door being opened by Afu. Good junior brother. You can safely refine the essence blood now. I'll stand guard for you. Ouch ouch ouch. Julie held Xiaohe's ear and slowly walked into the training chamber. She spoke gently to MOCI, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor. MOCI, I've brought your dear senior brother this time. Just focus on refining the essence blood. With that, Julie released her grip on his ear. MOCI looked at Xiaohe's pained face and purplish ears, suppressing a laugh as he nodded. Julie said to MOCI, take out the refined blood. For now, drinking 1/5 will be enough. Hearing this, MOCI shook out the refined blood from his dimensional ring. He gulped hard, staring fixedly at the small glass vial no larger than a fist, filled with dark blue liquid. Xiaohe warned, refining essence blood is different from absorbing spiritual energy. Since your body will reject this blood, it'll trigger excruciating pain. But it'll pass, you must endure it. MOCI nodded slowly, carefully uncorking the vial stopper. A faint yet peculiar fragrance suddenly wafted from the bottle's opening. MOCI pondered internally. The lower the grade of essence blood, the more pungent its foul odor. Yet this bottle emits a refreshing aroma truly worthy of being S-grade. After this contemplation, MOCI proceeded without hesitation in front of both observers. He gently consumed about 2/10 of the essence blood, holding it in his mouth before carefully returning the vial to his spatial ring. Xiaohe and Julie nervously swallowed hard. This was the first time either of them had witnessed the live refinement of S-grade essence blood. Julie's eyes shone with a faint, fascinated glow. If she hadn't already undergone essence blood tempering, she would have been the one to consume the 1000 demonic centipede essence blood. However, giving this S-grade essence blood to MOCI was also an excellent choice. After all, this is MOCI we're talking about. The very existence who shattered Jiangnan province's martial examination record with just 13 units of vital energy. In his hand, he still held the corrosive fungus, which could even harm her toxic immunity body that was impervious to all poisons. For Julie to become MOC's mentor was truly her honor. If MOCI could grow steadily, he would inevitably surpass even the most unparalleled warriors in the future. Lost in thought, MOCI slowly swallowed the essence blood. He felt as comfortable and satisfying as if he had swallowed a glass of smooth, mellow liquor, leaving an endless aftertaste. Yet, just moments later, a scorching, burning pain quickly overwhelmed him. From his mouth to his throat, and all the way to his stomach, it felt as though a raging fire had ignited inside him, searing with pain. MOCI gritted his teeth, holding on desperately. He summoned every ounce of his surging vitality to resist the searing pain. Seeing this, Julie closed the cultivation chamber door behind him and walked to the living room with Xiaohe. Julie said, "Don't disturb him, let him pull through on his own." Xiaohe sat silently on the sofa. Refining essence blood cannot be aided by cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques only help you absorb spiritual energy, but refining essence blood depends entirely on physical strength and sheer willpower. This is precisely why the process is called body tempering. For martial artists who undergo body tempering, their physical strength becomes significantly enhanced, while also acquiring characteristics and abilities from the respective ferocious beasts. This is known as secondary abilities. Moreover, the higher the grade of essence blood obtained, the more traits one can utilize. Julie said to Xiaohe, "MOCI will definitely make tremendous progress through this physical tempering session. Moreover, this is an S-grade essence blood." Back when Julia used the A-grade essence blood of poisonous scale butterfly for physical tempering, she only acquired 2 traits. These were the ability to exhale paralyzing, toxic powder, and the capacity for flight with poisonous butterfly wings. Xiaohe's eyes were glazed with confusion as he listened to the muffled cries of agony, his gaze fixed anxiously in the direction of the training chamber, silently worrying about MOCI. At this moment, MOC's veins bulged violently across his entire body, and his skin began emitting an ominous crimson glow. The blood amalgam bacteria had already activated, desperately resisting the rejection effects of the S-grade essence blood, but it proved utterly ineffective. MOC's body and internal organs continued enduring the excruciating pain of 1,000 cuts, as if being sawed apart by serrated blades, though it couldn't shield him from the torment of refining the essence blood. Merely being able to reduce the time required for MOCI to complete the refinement process was already sufficient. An unknown length of time passed. MOCI realized that the excruciating pain he remembered so vividly was gradually diminishing. Yet, his body felt increasingly exhausted. Just as MOCI was about to lose consciousness, a crisp notification rang out. Beep. Ferocious beast traits, function unlocked. You have successfully refined the S-class essence blood of 1000 venomous centipede, 20%. Corrosion bacteria has mutated. Corrosion bacteria has acquired the trait, venom. Suddenly, the door of the cultivation chamber opened automatically. Before their eyes stood Xiaohe and Julie, utterly dumbstruck by MOCI's astonishing feat. MOCI opened his parched eyes and asked weakly, "How could you refine all the essence blood in such a short time? How unbelievable!" Julie shook her head slightly, her face gradually lighting up with joy. Xiaohe exclaimed in shock, "Junior brother, have you gone mad from training? It's only August 7th. You've completely refined 20% of your vital essence in just 7 short days." Only then did MOCI realize. The intense agony made him oblivious to the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. With that, Xiaohe stepped forward to support the weakened MOCI. MOCI slowly rose to his feet, trembling as he stood barefoot. Beneath his feet came the chilling sensation of liquid spreading. He slowly lowered his head and saw a pool of dark blue, nearly black liquid spreading across the entire cultivation chamber. Chapter 45, Veiling the Sky. The Corrosive Bacterial Tide. Martial Arts Academy, Dormitory Area. Joan Lingling stood vigil by MOC's bedside, gazing transfixed at his long, curled lashes. Who would have thought MOCI could refine the vital blood essence in just 7 short days? With only about 3 weeks left before school starts, I should start body tempering too. What kind of vital blood essence will I obtain? While Zhong Lingling was lost in thought, she suddenly saw MOCI slowly open his eyes and stretch lazily. MOCI, you're awake? Zhong Lingling hurriedly moved closer and gently helped MOCI sit up. MOCI looked at this scene with some bewilderment. The last person he saw was Julie and Xiaohe, but now, the one by his bedside was actually Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling asked anxiously, MOCI, are you okay? Hearing this, MOCI twisted his neck and clenched his fist. He only felt that his body was not uncomfortable, but instead experienced a sense of vitality and energy from the abundant qi and blood. He only remembers seeing a pool of black water before passing out. But now he's fine. MOCI scratched his head and said, maybe I was too exhausted from this round of body tempering. The teacher didn't give me any buffs this time. I powered through purely by willpower. Buffs? Zhong Lingling didn't understand. Hearing this, MOCI then explained Julie's ability to her. Teacher Julie possesses a toxin that can keep people awake. During that closed-door cultivation session, I relied on it to practice continuously for a full month. Continuous cultivation for a month? Without sleeping? MOCI nodded slightly, while Zhong Lingling's lips twitched. She couldn't fathom how someone could go a full month without sleeping, eating, or relieving themselves. When MOCI explained it to her through his phone, Zhong Lingling had assumed he simply cultivated until exhausted, slept, then resumed cultivation upon waking, leaving no time to reply to messages. Zhong Lingling exclaimed in astonishment. This cultivation method, I've never seen anything like it before. You folks are truly unique. MOCI scratched his head sheepishly. Then he asked, Zhong Lingling, why are you the one taking care of me here? Where's my senior brother? Hearing this, Zhong Lingling said speechlessly. I started visiting you regularly after you began physical training. Your so-called reliable senior brother asked me to look after you when you fainted, then disappeared who knows where. He said your teacher would arrive soon, but we've been waiting until now. Upon hearing this, MOCI gazed intently at Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling, thank you. Seeing MOC's earnest expression, a faint blush suddenly appeared on Zhong Lingling's face as she replied shyly. It's really nothing much. MOCI was thoroughly speechless at this reliable senior brother. Connecting the dots from his previous behavior, it was easy to guess that Xiaohe had gone gambling again. Though MOCI had been nothing but a penniless gambler before his rebirth, he now possessed something he desired even more. MOCI had already changed his ways. MOCI whispered to himself. Before rebirth, I couldn't even meet Xiaohe once in 3 years at the casinos of Nanzhou City. Those gamblers too, after Xiaohe became famous and won the martial arts championship, they were never seen again. Senior brother must have turned over a new leaf. Clickety-clack. Lost in thought, sudden light footsteps echoed from outside the room. Both turned their gaze towards the entrance, where Julie entered unhurriedly, wearing a crisp, loose white t-shirt paired with sexy hot pants, her high-heeled sandals clacking softly against the floor. Removing her sunglasses, Julie cooed sweetly, MOCI awake now? She glanced at Zhong Lingling who was leaning over MOC's bedside and asked MOCI, where's your senior brother? And this is? Senior brother had something to attend to and left first. This is my friend, Zhong Lingling. Julie suddenly remembered this person was precisely the special admission student that Wu Jiga had been instructing. Violent dragon, Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling gazed at Julie's curvaceous figure, momentarily transfixed and forgetting to greet her. Her proportions are incredible, such perfect curves, so big, so fair, so beautiful. Julie tilted her head slightly, looking at Zhong Lingling with puzzled confusion. Only then did Lingling realize her improper behavior and immediately stood up. Julie, hello. Julie gave a coy, gentle smile before turning her head away. She looked at MOCI and asked, after refining the essence blood of the thousand-Zhan demonic centipede, how does your body feel? MOCI clenched his fist and answered truthfully. No discomfort. Just feel like my stamina has become more abundant. With that said, both people present sensed something was amiss. Julie crossed her arms over her chest, her expression solemn as she secretly pondered. That shouldn't be possible. After body tempering, martial artists gain beast characteristics, which cause severe bodily rejection, yet MOCI shows no signs of it whatsoever? Just as Julie and Zhong Lingling were contemplating, MOCI opened his system panel. Corrosive bacteria, offensive type. Equipped beast trait, venom. Staring at the newly appeared status bar, MOCI pondered silently, venom? Could it be that pool of black liquid I stepped on before passing out? After a moment of contemplation, MOCI stopped hesitating. He spread his hands open, releasing the corrosive mold. Something unexpected happened. Tiny black droplets, imperceptible to the naked eye, were now emerging one by one from the sweat glands on MOCI's palms. In the blink of an eye, the black droplets coalesced and began flowing like a silent stream, slipping from his hands to drip onto the ground. MOCI suddenly raised his head and gazed at the two who instantly adopted defensive stances, their faces deathly pale. Julie and Zhong Lingling looked utterly shocked, their faces drenched in sweat. Yet they remained frozen in place, as if petrified by some terrifying presence. MOCI finally realized. The dark blue liquid, now flowing like quicksilver, had seeped into every corner of the room in an instant. It slowly crawled up the walls and ceiling, even blocking the windows. The light vanished, replaced by this sky-shrouding terror. The entire room, except for the area beneath Julie and Joan Lingling's feet, was engulfed by this deathly mist-shrouded black water. MOCI instantly withdrew the black water, which surged back into his skin like seawater, vanishing without a trace in an instant. The three of them remained silent for a long while, hearts still pounding with lingering fear. Only then did MOCI realize that the evolved, corrosive bacteria could now transform into a liquid state. Julie and Joan Lingling instantly let out sighs of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Joan Lingling knew that the pain inflicted by this corrosive bacteria was something even Julie, a martial artist possessing a venomous body, couldn't withstand. If infected, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fortunately, the corrosive fungus deliberately avoided spreading near Joan Lingling and Julie. Joan Lingling asked in shock, "Teacher Julie, how can MOC's body tempering alter the form of bacteria?" Julie calmed herself down, sitting by MOC's bed as she explained to both of them. Supernatural abilities are divided into 7 types: enhancement, weakening, elemental, spacetime, special, transformation, and summoning. Only the transformation type and summoning type can evolve the form of their abilities after body forging. Julie took a steadying breath before continuing. For the transformation type, body forging grants their transformed state beast features, while summoning types gain beast features that apply to both themselves and their summoned entities. As she finished speaking, Joan Lingling also sensed something amiss and immediately followed up. Why is it that only MOC's summoned creatures gain traits, while he himself shows no reaction at all? Julie couldn't understand this either. This was her first time encountering a warrior whose summoned creatures alone acquired traits. Hearing this, MOCI quickly leaped off the bed. He mobilized every muscle in his body but found not the slightest trace of anything amiss. MOCI stared at the word disassemble on the bacterial panel and suddenly realized something. Disassemble? But after being stunned for just a moment, MOCI stopped pondering the matter, because he suddenly remembered something far more urgent: the dazzling suction worm. MOCI had slept for an entire day. It was already August 8th. He turned to ask Julie, "Teacher, I want to test the new ability of corrosive bacteria. Of course you can visit the school's fierce beast breeding zone and find one to practice on." MOCI shook his head and said earnestly, "I want to try going to the wilderness zone." After pondering for a while, Julie said, "That's fine, but you can only go to the Class 0 warriors. I want to go to Guanyin Forest." Hearing this, Julie furrowed her delicate brows and crossed her hands in an X shape, saying sternly, "Da me, no no no. First-tier ferocious beasts run rampant in Guanyin Forest. It's far too dangerous." Though Julie understood that MOCI's powerful, corrosive bacteria, coupled with his quick wit and exceptional combat skills, made slaughtering first-tier beasts no problem at all. But better safe than sorry. "Please, teacher, I have the ability to protect myself." MOCI clasped his hands together, pleading desperately with Julie. Unable to refuse MOC's insistence, Julie reluctantly said, all right, I'll go get it for you, but what?" Julie licked the corner of her mouth, revealing a terrifying gaze. "I'm going to examine exactly how much you've improved." Chapter 46, Master vs. Disciple. An insurmountable gap. Wow, I never expected you to have an entire martial arts hall in your dormitory's backyard. Joan Lingling gazed at the authentic-looking martial arts hall and let out an exclamation of amazement. Although the hall was only half the size of a standard martial arts facility, it was fully equipped, more than sufficient for a duel between two martial artists. MOCI chuckled and said, "Hee, it's just SOSO." At this moment, MOCI had already led both of them to the backyard of his house. Julie looked around and exclaimed in admiration, "Impressive. It seems the school really values you. Don't let them down. Don't disappoint my expectations." Julie slowly turned her head, staring fixedly at MOCI before her. Joan Lingling tactfully withdrew, standing aside to observe the duel between the two. She gulped, her heart filled with anticipation. "Let me see just how big the gap between me and MOCI really is." Like needle meeting thread, the two stood at the center of the arena confronting each other, each unleashing an overwhelming pressure. But MOC's aura paled in comparison to Julie's. MOCI understood. If Julie hadn't restrained her strength, MOCI might have immediately buckled under the overwhelming aura of her 6,499 calorie blood chi value. MOCI asked respectfully, "Teacher, how shall we compete?" "Simple. I won't use any special abilities, and you can use whatever you want, just try to land a hit on me." "Ready to begin?" Hearing this, MOCI remained silent. He merely stared indifferently at Julie's fair, delicate feet adorned with purple manicures. Then he spoke slowly, "Teacher, you're still wearing those high-heeled sandals, is it comfortable to move around?" Julie lowered her head and sighed at her fair little feet. You're truly impossible. She swiftly took off her sandals and tossed them aside. MOCI was finally satisfied. He extended his palm face down and smiled. Let me try this new ability. My apologies, teacher. The viscous black liquid of corrosive bacteria slowly dripped from MOC's hand, like the saliva of a monstrous beast, exuding waves of malice. The moment the corrosive bacteria touched the ground, it spread with terrifying speed, surging toward Julie like an incoming tide. A faint smile curled at Julie's lips. She knew this kid's bacteria were anything but ordinary. With the spreading speed of these newly mutated, corrosive bacteria, the slightest contact would lead to infection within moments. Julie leaped gracefully upwards with remarkable agility, nimbly evading any contact with the tide of corrosion. But, at the very moment she leaped, the ferocious, corrosive bacteria tide had already covered every conceivable foothold. Zhong Lingling silently thought to herself, it's spreading too fast. This is bad. All footholds on the field have been covered by the corrosive bacteria. But there's still a chance. The corrosive bacteria has limited spreading range. It can't reach the edges of the arena. With Teacher Ju's 6,000 calories vitality, jumping there is no challenge at all. Having said that, Zhong Lingling calmed her mind and attentively observed every movement of Julie's, just like a photographer waiting to capture the perfect moment. Julie leapt into mid-air. He gazed at the distant landing spot, then glanced at MOCI before finally letting go of all his strength. Zhong Lingling was utterly shocked. Great! Now that you've let go of your strength, how are we supposed to make that jump? With that, an extraordinarily loud plop echoed from the very center of the battlefield. Under Zhong Lingling's astonished gaze, Julie laughed as she pressed her delicate, fragrant foot firmly onto MOC's face. MOCI staggered, nearly losing his balance. He quickly reacted, trying to grab Julie's ankle, but she kicked back and pushed him away. Finally, Julie landed smoothly, squatting on a safe spot behind MOCI, leaning casually against the martial arts hall's wall. Surprised, MOCI? Julie wiped the blood from her soles, sneering at MOCI. MOCI curled up his body, clutching his nose tightly with both hands, a searing pain burning across his face. He slightly loosened his grip, and 2 streaks of bright red nosebleed trickled from his nostrils. MOCI winced in secret agony. So it can be done like this. Julie covered her mouth with a giggle, coyly saying, MOCI, if you give up now, I'll let you off. No way. With those words, MOCI pivoted and stomped his right foot forcefully, splashing up a dark spray of water. Planting his right foot firmly, he launched himself into a flying kick straight at Julie. With a thunderous explosion, the devastating force of his kick instantly blasted an enormous crater into the martial hall's wall. Zhong Lingling was stunned. MOCI has truly grown. Now he can actually smash a deep crater into the martial arts hall built with S-grade memory metal. That would require at least 500 points of strength, wouldn't it? How terrifying. In this brief moment, MOCI had reset his attributes twice. With a burst of 270 points in speed and strength, he closed in on Julie before allocating all his attribute points to strength. Thus, he delivered a devastating blow. At this moment, Zhong Lingling was acutely aware of the gap between herself and MOCI. The difference in their strength was like an unfathomable chasm, utterly terrifying. Coming back to her senses, Zhong Lingling was searching for Julie's whereabouts. She looked up and spotted Julie, who had already leaped high into the air and was hovering vertically in mid-flight. Such quick reflexes. Just how high is Teacher Julie's speed stat? Zhong Lingling marveled silently to herself. MOCI quickly yanked his leg free from where it had been lodged in the wall. Gazing skyward, he shouted, planning to stomp on my face again, are you? With that declaration, he clenched both claws tightly. Void Claw, he roared. MOC's claw strike tore through the surrounding air, unleashing 10 crescent-shaped blasts of dark energy. Zhong Lingling narrowed her eyes and exclaimed with alarm, it's falling straight down. Teacher Julie can't avoid it now. No sooner had she spoken than Julie curled her lips into that bewitching smile once more. With calm composure, she then casually raised her legs and effortlessly kicked away all 10 razor-sharp gusts of wind. Her movements were utterly graceful, like a dancer performing the ballet of a swan. MOC's eyes widened in shock. He was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Then, Julie kicked away MOC's hands shielding his face, planting both feet firmly on his cheeks once more. Looking down at MOCI beneath her feet, Julie, he asked, Xiaoyi's ghostly void claw technique was taught by me. How about it, MOCI, do you admit defeat? Wolf whimper, I refuse to accept this. With that, the corrosion mold began rapidly crawling up MOC's face. Julie leaped up once more, executing an incredibly graceful backflip midair as she descended toward the center of the arena. Zhong Lingling watched Julie's bold move, utterly at a loss for words. She feared that no sooner would the words leave her mouth than she'd be proven wrong again. Yet she couldn't help but ponder. If she lands directly like this, won't she be stepping right on the bacteria? Surely she couldn't possibly have another trick up her sleeve? Julie swiftly lashed out with a whip kick midair. The air current kicked up by her strike surged like a wind pillar, continuously scouring the corrosive fungal tide beneath her jade feet until it carved out a safe landing spot. Tap! Julie landed firmly on the ground. At this moment, MOCI and Zhong Lingling deeply realized that Julie was merely teasing a cute little kitten. She wasn't serious at all. If the gap between Zhong Lingling and MOCI was a chasm, then the distance between her and Julie was like 2 continents apart. Julie clapped her hands and let out a long sigh before saying, "Well, are you giving up? You can't sustain the corrosion bacteria for this long, can you?" Just as he predicted, the larger the area MOCI covered with his ability, the shorter the duration he could maintain it. 30 seconds at most. MOCI sighed and said, "Ah, really? Promise me you can't go to Guanyin Forest anymore. Stay here obediently." Before Julie could finish speaking, MOCI wiped away the nosebleed, raised his head, and honestly declared, "Teacher, you've already lost." Chapter 47, Mutant Beast Feature Catalog. Forming teams in the wilderness. "You're saying, I lost?" Julie frowned tightly, asking in disbelief. She examined her skin, it remained completely intact, without a single trace of being struck or any signs of infection from corrosive bacteria. Julie suspected that MOCI was trying to trick her. So she spoke up, "MOCI, you've learned to deceive your teacher, haven't you?" Hearing this, MOCI smiled confidently, placing his left hand behind his back while his right hand slowly clenched into a fist. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through Julie's heart. She hastily looked down and discovered several faint blue spots had appeared on her delicate feet, barely visible to the naked eye. The spots spread rapidly, quickly covering her entire calf. Julie exclaimed in disbelief, How is this possible?" MOCI relaxed his fist and casually waved his hand. Julie's beautiful legs no longer stung, and the blue spots on her delicate feet vanished instantly without a trace. Julie looked solemn as she sank deep into thought. "In all those encounters, I never once touched the murky, corrosive fungi. So how did he infect me? Could it be, this venom is his own trait, his corrosive fungi haven't evolved at all? Or can he wield 2 different forms of corrosive bacteria?" Julie ran through numerous conjectures in her mind, yet each one seemed increasingly absurd. At this moment, MOCI stood at the edge of the field, arms crossed against his chest, lost in silent contemplation. He muttered to himself, "Who would have thought this system could actually dismantle the beast characteristics from bacteria?" As he looked at the bacterial status panel before him, waves of astonishment surged through his heart. Corrosive bacteria, offensive type. Equipped beast characteristics, none. Available for equipment, venom, S-Class 1000 Zhang Demon Centipede. While lying on the bed, MOCI had already discovered the uniqueness of his beast characteristics. The beast characteristics he obtained could function like enhancement modifiers, applying to his own bacteria. By swapping out traits, MOCI could revert the corrosive bacteria that had already acquired the E-venom trait back to a form barely visible to the naked eye, allowing for flexible adaptation in combat. The moment Julie stepped on his face for the second time, he immediately removed the corrosive bacteria's venom trait. That's precisely what allowed Julie to become successfully infected. MOCI rubbed his chin, deep in thought. This beast trait can be equipped voluntarily. What would happen if I equip the venom to the blood fusion bacteria? System, equip venom to the blood fusion bacteria. Beep, equip successful. Blood fusion bacteria ability has been updated. MOCI focused his mind and opened the panel to check the effects. Blood merging bacteria, functional type. New effect, can absorb toxins and convert them into vital energy. MOCI's heart leaped with joy as he laughed. As expected, by equipping different beast traits, we can obtain different new abilities. But a single bottle of S-grade essence blood can only yield 3 traits. Does this mean I'm not limited to just one type of essence blood? With that thought, MOCI focused his mind and commanded, "Open the beast traits panel." A blue interface instantly materialized before his eyes. Beast Traits Encyclopedia. Obtained, 1000 Zhang Venomous Centipede, Venom? Unobtained? MOC's eyes instantly widened. He never expected that he could actually unlock more than just 3 traits. In other words, by combining different beast traits, he enabled his bacteria to undergo significant evolution. MOCI couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up, secretly thinking, from this perspective, the essence blood won't be enough. MOCI. Julie's voice interrupted MOC's train of thought. He turned toward the voice and saw Julie standing there, a mix of joy and worry on her face as she asked, "Could it be that you can wield corrosion bacteria in 2 different forms?" For Julie, MOCI saw no need to conceal the truth, so he nodded lightly. Julie was astonished, silently thinking to herself, when essence blood merges with MOCI's blood, the corrosive bacteria summoned from his body will also gain beast characteristics to restore it to its original form. Only by extracting the essence blood from his body. That's impossible. How on earth did he manage to do this? Julie paced towards MOCI, her expression grave as she instructed. This matter must not be revealed to others. If you're in danger, you can use the alternate form of corrosion bacteria to attack your enemies. Do you understand? Understood, teacher. By simply publicly claiming that MOC's corrosive bacteria had transformed into a liquid state, he could use the normal form of corrosive bacteria to deliver an unexpected strike. Having said this, the two slowly turned their heads and blinked, looking at Zhong Lingling, who had been observing the battle nearby. Zhong Lingling covered her mouth and nodded hastily. Finally, MOCI got his wish and boarded the subway bound for Guanyinlin Wilderness area. The train continued to shuttle through the dark tunnel, emitting eerie, ghostly howls akin to wolves and wailing spirits. MOCI, clad in a custom-fit pitch-black combat suit and wearing an enhanced breathing mask, sat leaning against his seat, lost in thought. Scattered across the opposite seats were male and female martial artists whose eyes kept darting toward MOCI from time to time. Damn, that battle suit of his must be worth at least 40 grand. So cool, and it's custom-made too. Look at that huge martial character on the crotch flap of his suit. This kid must be a combat specialist recruit. His weapon, claw gauntlets? They look kinda familiar. Since MOCI was wearing a custom breathing enhanced mask that covered most of his face, the people seated opposite him couldn't recognize him at all. Gazing at this custom-made battlesuit, MOCI silently marveled in his heart. Truly worthy of its original price tag of 400,000 Dragon Nation coins, both comfortable and dashing. The battlesuit was entirely pitch black, made from specially processed snakeskin of the black ice python, keeping the wearer cool and well ventilated. The chestplate, shoulder armor, elbow guards, and knee pads are all crafted from glossy black grade A metal polymer alloy, lightweight yet incredibly sturdy. The pale gray skirt armor is emblazoned with a bold, martial character, lending an air of ancient Dragon Kingdom armor to the high-tech combat suit. The hem of her skirt was adorned with several first aid supplies. The black, enhanced breathing mask, extending up to her neck, paired with MOC's long dark hair, created an aura of profound mystery. Ding dong! Arrived at Guanyin Forest Wilderness Zone. The train doors slowly opened, and MOCI stepped off along with the other martial artists. Before MOCI headed to the wilderness zone, Julie had warned him about several things, which he had kept firmly in mind. The wilderness is lawless land. The most dangerous threats aren't the fierce beasts, but the people who covet what you have. It's best not to go alone. If you encounter a high-level warrior by yourself, you must be careful. MOCI recalled Julie's advice, silently thinking to himself, maybe I should find a team to join. With that, MOCI unknowingly found himself walking into the mission zone in front of the subway station. The hall was filled with martial artists recruiting and selecting their team members. A weathered, obviously older male martial artist with short hair spotted MOC's fine attire and gave him a once-over. Upon noticing the character Wu embroidered on the hem of his robe, he sidled up and struck up a conversation. Are you a special admit from the martial combat branch? Here for training? MOCI looked at this uncle who was a head shorter than him, slightly plump, and seemingly harmless, then nodded slightly. The uncle smiled warmly and said, my name is Gao Pang, but you can call me Old Gao. Our two-man team is still short one member. Want to join us? MOCI pretended to ponder and asked, what's the objective? It's quite simple really. We just need to hunt some small vicious beasts and sell them for money, though we'll have to stay out there for 7 full days before returning. Hearing Old Gao's proposal, MOCI pondered briefly. Finding those dazzle leeches won't be easy. 7 days it is then. I've got the time anyway. As for mission rewards and such, I don't particularly care. Having finished his considerations, MOCI accepted cheerfully. I agree. But what? Old Gao's joyous expression suddenly darkened as he thought to himself. Is this brat trying to demand the moon? MOCI continued. I came here to hunt for the Radiant Leech. You can split the reward money among yourselves, and if you spot any trace of it during the mission. Old Gao immediately cut MOCI off, beaming with joy as he said, I get it. Just don't make any demands about splitting the money. It's just a bug. We're all on the same team, we'll help you find it. A warrior who wants bugs instead of money. This was Old Gao's first time seeing such a thing. With that, he brought over another warrior. This warrior looked rather young, with neatly trimmed short hair, appearing to be in his early 20s. Soon after, the two began formal introductions. My name is Gao Pang, a first-tier martial artist. Special ability, partial gigantification. My name is Jiang Qipun, level 14, A-rank ability, lightning speed. My name is MOCI, vital energy value 241 calories, S-rank ability, beast taming. Having said this, MOCI extended his hand. Upon hearing MOC's self-introduction, Old Gao and Jiang Qiping's eyes widened in shock. In unison, they exclaimed, You're MOCI? Chapter 48, Want me to make a move? Mission overfulfilled. From the dense thicket came a series of rustling sounds, as if something was passing through. A small, brown, round and spiky little thing poked its head out from the rustling grass. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an adorable prickly pig. PFTHH. Without warning, a pitch-black spear suddenly shot out from the thicket, piercing straight through the creature's chest. The prickly pig didn't even have time to let out its characteristic oink-oink before meeting its end. 3 figures darted past the great tree. Another spiny hog, TSK. Not worth much, might as well roast it for ourselves. Jiang Qiping strode briskly past MOCI, who was still scanning their surroundings, and planted his foot firmly on the spiny hog's carcass. He promptly drew his spear. Afterward, the spiky boar was stuffed into the beast hunting bag, which shrank and was hung at his waist. MOCI carried a large black backpack on his back as he gazed at the damp, warm mountain forest, lost in thought. This place should be teeming with snail beasts, but after nearly 2 hours, I've only seen 3 or 4. Jiang Qiping turned his head. Looking at MOC's absent-minded expression, he couldn't help feeling angry. When Jiang Qiping first heard that MOCI was joining his team, he had been overjoyed. After all, MOCI was the top champion of Jiangnan province. The large-scale lethality abilities MOCI displayed during the live broadcast of the martial exam would undoubtedly give their beast hunting squad a tremendous boost. After a month of special training, his strength far surpassed his peers by any measure, and now he could observe MOC's combat techniques up close. Yet this MOCI hadn't made a single move since entering Guanyin Forest. In 2 hours, they'd slain over 20 savage beasts, all killed by Jiang Qiping and Lao Gao working together. As for MOCI, he'd been searching the entire time for traces of the dazzling leech. At last, Jiang Qiping could bear it no longer and shouted angrily at MOCI. MOCI, did you join our team just to find the dazzling fluke? Of course, what else? MOCI replied nonchalantly. Jiang Qiping was left speechless, because MOCI had indeed stated from the beginning that he came for the dazzling leech, and he didn't need the bonus. But this only stoked Jiang Qiping's simmering anger even more. He shouted at MOCI again. Damn you! If you wanted to find the dazzling leech, why join our team and drag us down? Couldn't you have looked for it after we completed the mission? Hearing this, MOCI had no choice but to comply. Old Gao asked him to carry the luggage since he couldn't help with anything else. Scouting for traces of snail monsters wasn't too demanding. Yet Jiang Qiping, fully aware of MOC's limited mobility, stubbornly insisted he lend a hand. MOCI understood that Jiang Qiping's foul mood stemmed from catching nearly 20 porcupine beasts without encountering a single valuable monster. He was just deliberately finding an excuse to vent his anger at MOCI. He wouldn't dare act this wild toward Elder Gao. MOCI didn't want to cause internal conflict. He simply looked at Jiang Qiping and calmly said, "Then you carry the backpack, and I'll do the hunting, how about that?" Jiang Qiping fell silent instantly when he saw the backpack that stood half a person's height. He thought in disbelief. This kid carried all 3 of our backpacks yet remained fully mobile for about 2 hours. He's truly not to be underestimated. He's already far surpassed a 0-rank martial artist. Though Jiang Qiping knew he was in the wrong, he still refused to admit it and continued. Then we must complete our mission first before we can search together with you. Stop arguing, we still need to find a place to set up camp. Old Gao's deep voice instantly cut off Jiang Qiping's words. The tension finally eased. Suddenly, a wave of cold dread swept through all 3 of them, goosebumps rising instantly. MOCI immediately threw his backpack high into the tree, then leaped up himself, grasping a branch to flip and crouched steadily before deftly catching the falling pack. Old Gao and Jiang Qiping leaped onto a neighboring large tree. The 3 exchanged glances and fell completely silent. They realized something big seemed to be approaching. Jiang Qiping tightened his grip on his spear, while Old Gao grasped the massive doorplank sword behind his back, their gazes locked in the direction of the incoming sound. MOCI also began cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Rustle rustle. Another spiny boar darted out, circling the spot as if sniffing the fading bloodstains of its kin. Just as Jiang Qiping was about to vent his anger at yet another spiny boar, Old Gao swiftly stopped him. With Old Gao's worldly experience, there must be even fiercer beasts lurking near this spiky boar. Boom, boom. The ground began to tremble slowly, causing pebbles to bounce slightly. Sure enough, moments later, a massive, razor-tusked, spiky boar king, covered with 1,000 needle-like quills appeared in sight. It exudes such a powerful aura that one can't help but feel fear. Beside it, a dense swarm of spiny boars accompanies. Looks like there must be nearly 20 of them. The spiny boar king? It must be because we've killed too many spiny boars that he's been drawn here. If we kill this boar king, we'll surpass our mission quota, Jiang Qiping said in a low voice. Hearing this, MOC's expression turned serious as he quietly asked the others, surpass? Then, should we kill it? Jiang Qiping shook his head and said, you'd need the strength to do it first. Even though your bacteria are powerful, you still need to get close to infect it, right? The two fell into silence. Their mutant abilities, one enhanced speed, the other boosted size. And this thorny boar king was a first-tier savage beast, its entire body covered in sharp spikes with thick, tough hide that made it extremely resistant to attacks. In the past, when the two of them encountered the spike boar king, they would quietly hide to avoid confrontation. Although they now had MOCI with extraordinarily powerful abilities, they still dared not take it lightly by letting a zero-rank warrior face the Spike Boar King. After all, this could cost them their lives. But as long as the Thorn Boar King was slain, the mission would be completed ahead of schedule. Then MOCI could have these two join in searching for the Dazzle Leech together. MOCI gazed at the silent pair, slowly lowering his backpack as he murmured, "If you won't make a move, then I will." With these words, MOCI leapt down. Dark Void Claws. The whistling sound of slicing wind reached the Thornboar King's ears with alarming speed. Raising its head, the beast saw 10 razor-sharp crescent-shaped black wind blades hurtling toward it. Immediately arching its back, it prepared to defend itself with its spiky protrusions. There was a sharp grating sound as all 10 wind blades were completely dispersed by the bristles. The Boar King emerged completely unscathed. MOCI landed steadily, his lips curling into a wicked smirk as he surveyed the dense formation of spiked boars around him. So many piglets. This is insane. Old Gao roared loudly, then drew his broadsword and leaped down. Old Gao and Jiang Qiping charged forward simultaneously, brandishing their weapons to attack the piglets surrounding the spiky Boar King. In just an instant, a flash of lightning, before the spiky Boar King could even react. All these piglets were completely annihilated. The thorny Boar King roared furiously, charging at them with its bloodthirsty maw gaping wide. Jiang Qiping dodged sideways, bending his spear shaft as he murmured, "Thunderstrike Spear." A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Like a bolt of lightning unleashed, Jiang Qiping thrust his spear with blinding speed toward the thorny Boar King's back. Though the damage wasn't severe, it still stung the Spinehog King badly. The Spinehog King, pained by the attack, turned and charged at Jiang Qiping, who deftly dodged using his ability, Lightning Speed, evading the impact. Battle Skill, Ocean Cleaving Blade. With a loud shout, Old Gao seized the moment to activate his ability, rapidly enlarging his arms. Then, with lightning speed, he unleashed 3 savage slashes at the spiny Boar King's hind legs, one massive cleaving strike. The attack proved highly effective as blood poured uncontrollably from the spiny Boar King's wounded hindquarters. The spiny Boar King violently swung its tail, instantly knocking Lao Gao to the ground while he was retracting his blade. The spiny Boar King was utterly enraged. It erected all the spines on its back, poised to unleash a torrential downpour of needles upon the 3 warriors. Old Gao clutched his chest in pain, gasping, "Run, run now." Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook with a deafening roar. Before the needle rain could be unleashed, the spiky Boar King collapsed with a thunderous crash. Old Gao and Jiang Qiping locked eyes. They already had a strong suspicion about who was behind this. MOCI? Hearing his name called, MOCI slowly emerged from beside the razorback Boar King. The boar's head showed no visible wounds, yet its pupils were completely submerged under MOCI's liquid corrosive bacteria, its brain saturated with the thick, murky, tide of corrosion. If it were normal, corrosive bacteria, the erosion speed couldn't possibly be this fast. MOCI extracted the black liquid from the Thorned Boar King's brain, then turned to the two of them and said, when he was preparing to shoot his needle rain, I quickly closed the distance, infected his pupils, and destroyed his brain. Rest assured, aside from the brain being a pile of mush, the rest of the body is completely intact and ready to be sold. MOCI shouldered his pack and said to Jiang Qiping, now, can we go find the dazzling fluke? Chapter 49, Zhong Lingling's uncle? The vanished Du Ziteng. Behind the Martial Arts Academy's rear mountain, tragic elephant cries could be heard echoing through the air. Amongst the surrounding peaks, a grayish-white structure stood in stark contrast to its natural environment. Upon closer inspection, the building's rooftop revealed an unusual shape, like an enormous upturned bowl. This structure seemed like an alien object descended from another world into these wooded mountains. The source of the elephant's roar was inside this very building. Following the signs, Zhong Lingling arrived before the massive grayish-white structure and exclaimed in awe, is this the fierce beast testing ground? How impressive. My uncle said he had something for me, but why summon me here? Outside the main entrance, the security guards on duty immediately spotted Zhong Lingling. He immediately stepped forward and asked, you must be Teacher Wu's student, right? Teacher Wu is waiting for you inside. Thank you. After thanking the security guard, Zhong Lingling headed towards the entrance of the ferocious beast experimental field. As Zhong Lingling moved deeper into the venue, the agonized elephant cries grew increasingly distinct, striking an oddly familiar chord, as if she'd heard them somewhere before. Zhong Lingling pushed open the large gate. The interior of this venue resembled a massive sports arena, spacious enough to accommodate an entire football field. The second-floor sidelines featured spectator seating, complete with protective glass shielding. At the very center of the field stood a solitary thunderwind elephant. The creature appeared visibly distressed, continuously emitting sorrowful trumpet-like cries, yet for some unknown reason, it never moved a single step from its position, as if fearing some formidable predator. But the storm elephant itself was one of the most terrifying beasts in the Ganges Basin. What could possibly make it feel such fear? Zhong Lingling gazed at the distant storm elephant with delight. No wonder its cries sounded familiar, it really is a storm elephant. Though its mournful wailing made it hard to recognize at first. Zhong Lingling had watched MOC's live broadcast replay numerous times and naturally recognized the cry of the Wind Thunder Elephant. During the live broadcast, the Wind Thunder Elephant's roars had always been overwhelmingly powerful. Never had there been such a cry, one filled with utter terror and despair. Narrowing her eyes, Zhong Lingling immediately realized the true source of the Wind Thunder Elephant's terror. A small black figure was currently sitting cross-legged before the Wind Thunder Elephant. The spiritual pressure emanating from this figure actually frightened the Wind Thunder Elephant into trembling fear. The stark contrast between their massive size difference created an incredibly intense sense of incongruity. This person was none other than Martial Tomb, Wu Zhiga. He was also Zhong Lingling's maternal uncle and Wu Jizuan's own son. Wu Zhiga stood majestically in black shirt and white trousers, his fists wrapped in bandages, his hands and feet covered with calluses and scars. His slightly curly black hair nearly obscured his eyes. Though his eyes were tightly shut, they seemed to contain boundless energy, radiating formidable dignity. The entire figure resembled a wrathful and immovable Vairocana statue. He abruptly opened his eyes and slowly stood up, his expression solemn as he said, "Here it comes." Then, he swiftly turned and ran toward Zhong Lingling, warmly shouting, "Lingling, why'd you keep your uncle waiting so long? Come here, let uncle give you a hug." Zhong Lingling held out her hand to stop Wu Zhiga, her face full of disdain as she said, "Teacher, if someone sees us and recognizes me later, things could get awkward." Wu Zhiga, utterly dejected, squatted to the side and began drawing circles in the dirt, murmuring despondently, "You used to stick to me like glue when you were little. You actually remember that was when I was a kid?" Zhong Lingling retorted before abruptly changing the topic to ask, "Teacher, didn't you say you had something to give me? Why did you bring me here?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhiga immediately stood up. Pointing at the distant Storm Thunder Elephant, he said, "Lingling, let me demonstrate for you my signature combat technique, Mystic Dragon Leg. Once you master this move, combined with the combat technique you absorbed at 0 rank, you'll have 2 killer strikes at your disposal." With that, he tossed a yellow S-Rank combat skill orb to Zhong Lingling, his tender expression shifting as he strode toward the Storm Thunder Elephant. Wu Zhiga said while walking, "Lingling, don't you always love watching MOC's live stream replays? I've found a Storm Thunder Elephant too. This one's even bigger than MOC's, and it's level 20. Actually, I just wanted to ask you one thing." Zhong Lingling watched her uncle's retreating figure, utterly perplexed. Wu Zhiga's footsteps were exceptionally light, but to the Wind Thunder Elephant's ears each stride carried unbearable weight. Every step seemed to trample directly upon its heart. Thud, thud, the pounding echoed. As Wu Zhiga approached step by step, the aura around him completely unleashed. The terrifying spiritual energy radiating from head to toe was nearing materialization, like a black mist enveloping the entire testing ground. The storm elephant was nearly paralyzed with fear. Battle technique, Xianlong leg. Wu Zhiga silently recited in his heart, his left foot heavily stomping the ground, kicking up a wave of shattered stones. Then, with a forceful twist, his right leg swung out in an eerily bizarre trajectory, a black, sweeping whip-like kick that resembled a dragon's tail lashing through the air. Boom! With just one deafening roar, Wu Zhiga's technique, the Mystic Dragon Kick, unleashed a violent shockwave. Even Zhong Lingling, who was standing far away, staggered back several steps, nearly getting blown away. She brushed away the wind-blown dust from her face and slowly opened her eyes to look in Wu Zhiga's direction. There, the previously motionless thunderstorm elephant. Now only the 4 pillar-like thick elephant legs remained, while its entire body had completely vanished without a trace. Looking further into the distance, one could only see large patches of pinkish flesh and blood mixture smeared across the observation room's glass. Zhong Lingling's face was filled with shock. Wu Zhiga slowly turned around and asked with utmost seriousness, "Lingling, do you have feelings for Mosai?" Hearing this, Zhong Lingling's shocked face instantly flushed with a delicate crimson. She yelled out, "Uncle, was this question your real goal all along?" Zhong Lingling swiftly stepped forward and grabbed Wu Zhiga's ear. Wu Zhiga cried out in pain. "Ouch, but you're the one who keeps watching others' livestream replays every day, and whenever they're body training, you're constantly running off to their dorms." Zhong Lingling released her grip and said, "I was just curious about their abilities, that's all. How childish can you be? You're over level 60 yourself, yet you're comparing with someone who's only level 2. That storm lightning elephant would be too terrified to even move at the sight of you." Wu Zhiga rubbed his ears and said pitifully, "Good that you don't like it." Then, he took out a vial of essence blood from his spatial ring, handed it to Zhong Lingling, and whispered in a low voice, "This is the S-grade blood essence of a Blood Fury Dragon. Keep it safe and don't let anyone see it." S-grade? Zhong Lingling received it with both hands and immediately stored it in her spatial ring. Her heart raced with overwhelming excitement and nervousness. After all, this tiny vial contained S-grade blood essence worth at least 100 million Dragon Nation coins. Wu Zhiga said earnestly, I heard MOCI has already started body tempering. Our Lingling mustn't fall behind either. If the cultivation becomes too arduous, you don't need to force yourself or tough it out like I did. Hearing this, Zhong Lingling felt ripples of emotion stir within her heart. He understood how difficult it had been for his uncle to reach this point. As the biological son of martial extreme venerable, Wu Zhiga had been under the spotlight since birth. Yet he possessed no talent, his vital energy was merely an ordinary 100 cal, with only a mediocre B-grade enhancement type ability, bone and flesh density. This ability could only increase the density of his bones and muscles, improving his explosive power and resistance to strikes. His father achieved such greatness, yet the son remained an ordinary martial artist. Mockery followed him throughout his life. But unlike other privileged descendants of martial masters, he refused to indulge in wine, women, and revelry. For the honor of his father's name, he began striving with even greater determination, until he became a 6th-rank martial artist and assumed the role of a first-tier instructor at the Combat Academy, standing as a pillar of strength. That's precisely why Wu Zhiga asked Zhong Lingling to conceal her true identity. The intention was simply to prevent her from being overexposed and burdened with too much pressure. Uncle, Zhong Lingling muttered under her breath. Wu Zhiga patted Zhong Lingling's head and was about to speak when he suddenly shouted toward the door. Who's there? Zhong Lingling quickly turned around, only to see Julie standing there with an awkward smile. The three of them sat together, and the atmosphere gradually grew awkward. Wu Zhiga silently thought to himself, oh no, did she figure out Lingling's true identity? Let's test the waters first. Wu Zhiga was about to speak, but Julie waved her hand and cut in first. I won't reveal that Zhong Lingling has S-grade vital blood, I swear. Hearing this, Wu Zhiga and Zhong Lingling immediately turned to look at Julie. Julie gazed at them and asked, what's wrong, don't you believe me? Zhong Lingling asked, didn't you hear anything else? I think I heard MOCI mentioned. You guys weren't badmouthing him, were you? Ha 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 ha. Wu Zhiga suddenly burst into laughter. He was certain Julie hadn't heard clearly, so he declared boldly, no, we were praising him. Lingling, you should head back first. Remember to practice that combat technique diligently. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingling bid farewell to the two and promptly left. Julie knew Wu Zhiga had something he wanted to tell her. Teacher Zhu, about what happened during the teacher selection ceremony, please don't take it to heart. Julie knew he was referring to Du Ziting's matter. Wu Zhiga continued, you only arrived last year, so you probably don't know. Actually, Teacher Du was an excellent teacher, but due to the influence of his supernatural ability, he's been having frequent episodes in recent years. Lately, I wanted to find him to apologize together with you, but it turns out he went to the wilderness zone a week ago and still hasn't returned. Warriors with shapeshifting type supernatural abilities all have a beast spirit in their minds. These spirits have distinct personalities and can guide warriors in battle, though some beast spirits may also deceive their hosts. Hearing this, Julie responded generously. Actually, Professor Du has already apologized to me. It's fine. Her right eyelid kept twitching, with an intense sense of foreboding lingering in her heart. For some inexplicable reason, she felt particularly concerned about Du Ziting's whereabouts. So he asked, by the way, Teacher Wu, do you know which wilderness area Teacher Du went to? Wu Zhiga pondered. His dorm is quite far from mine, so I'm not really sure about. Julie's expression began to shift into something complex. Chapter 50, The Parasitized Warrior. The dazzling leech emerges. Ha 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 ha. In this lifetime, I've never fought such an abundantly favorable battle. Brother M.O. Bottoms up. By the clear, gently flowing stream and Guanyin forest stood a large tent. MOCI, Old Gao, and Jiang Qiping were gathered around a roaring bonfire, feasting on grilled meat and singing songs. Old Gao and Jiang Qiping raised their cups in hearty toasts, drinking themselves into a merry drunken stupor. Meanwhile, MOCI sat off to the side, looking despondent as he removed his mask. Staring at the campfire, he crouched nearby gnawing on a freshly roasted spiky hog leg. Seeing MOC's low spirits, Jiang Qiping tried to console him. Brother M.O., have a drink. Don't worry about that dazzling leech anymore, it'll show up tomorrow. No. It'll appear any moment now. Just take one sip for me, come on. MOCI turned to glance at Jiang Qiping. He smiled, then took the can of beer and began drinking it heartily, gulping it down in large swallows. Now was the 6th day since he had entered Guanyin Forest. When midnight arrived, it would be the 7th day. MOCI completed their mission quota ahead of schedule. Over these 6 days, Lao Gao and Jiang Qiping followed MOCI in tracking the traces left by the dazzling fluke. Not only did they fail to find the dazzling fluke, but the rare beasts they caught kept multiplying. They nabbed 2 blood specter leopards worth 50k each, 16 night crushing carp worth 1k each, and even bagged an entire sack of black-toed beetles. The mission has been completed well beyond expectations, by 400%. Yet in the end, we didn't even catch a glimpse of a fucking dazzling leech. MOCI shook his head and sighed repeatedly, lamenting. I'm starting to suspect now, that damn manager Wardefa was lying to us. What? A parasitic snail beast that leaves behind a trail of brilliantly colored slime wherever it goes. Bullshit. MOCI raised his beer and took several deep gulps. Seeing this, Jiang Qiping laughed loudly and said, when it's time to look for bugs, focus on searching seriously, when it's time to have fun, focus on enjoying yourself. That's the right way. Everyone, keep the music playing and the dance going. With that, Lao Gao staggered to his feet and began singing cheerfully. After 3 rounds of drinking, old Gao was completely wasted, utterly incoherent, while Jiang Qiping was slightly tipsy but still relatively clear-headed. Yet Mo Si remained as fresh as a daisy, showing no signs of intoxication whatsoever. There wasn't even a trace of alcohol on him. With a tipsy curiosity, Jiang Qiping asked, Mo Si, how come you're still stone-cold sober after all this drinking? That's some impressive alcohol tolerance. Mo Si just grinned without answering. In his previous life, Mo Si had indeed been a drinking companion. Old Gao staggered to his feet, grumbling, when you're old, you can't hold it in anymore, gotta go relieve myself. Then, under their watchful eyes, he slowly walked upstream along the little creek. Hey, Uncle Gao, go downstream if you must. Tomorrow I still have to brush my teeth and wash my face. MOCI rushed over, pulled Lao Gao aside, pointed toward the downstream area, and then slowly walked back. Old Gao then stumbled his way downstream along the creek. MOCI watched his slightly bloated figure and unwittingly thought of Uncle Tang. He turned to Jiang Qiping and asked, how old is old Gao exactly? He looks really old. Why is he still making money in the wilderness at his age? Hearing this, Jiang Qiping gloomily set down his beer can. He slowly began to speak. Old Gao is nearly 53. He dyes his hair black just so his teammates won't dislike him for being too old. He works himself to the bone like this for the sake of his paralyzed son. Hearing this, Mosai fell into profound silence. My son, tomorrow I'll have you fully recovered. Old Gao stumbled his way downstream, then squinting his eyes, pulled down his pants and discharged a batch of Gao family special brew into the creek. In the area where Mosai was stationed, all the beasts and monsters had been completely eradicated, making it extremely safe. Around Old Gao, apart from the bubbling sounds and the voices of Mosai and Jiang Qiping conversing, there was nothing else. The moonlight quietly shone upon the ground, creating an exceptionally peaceful and pleasant atmosphere. A gust of cool wind made Old Gao shiver, and he instinctively pulled up his combat pants. Unconsciously, his gaze followed the direction of the wind. In the distance, on the grass beside a moss-covered boulder, faint glimmers of light twinkled. What's that? Something shiny. Gems. Old Gao muttered to himself as he slowly made his way toward the large boulder. The pale moonlight shimmered upon that luminous surface, reflecting a dazzling radiance as vibrant as neon lights. After a while, Old Gao walked up to the stone. Jesus fucking Christ. Before he could react, his foot seemed to step on something slippery, causing him to slip and fall. Old Gao's drunken mind cleared considerably from the pain. Wincing, he pushed himself up and stared at his hands now covered in glossy, rainbow-colored slime, his face instantly lighting up with excitement. Jiang Qiping picked up his beer, took a sip, and continued speaking. Uncle Gao's son is a Tier 2 martial artist. Although his future prospects aren't as bright as you geniuses, he's already far surpassed ordinary people. He endured hardships willingly, diligently hunting beasts in the wilderness zone to earn money, just like his father, Uncle Gao. But then an accident happened, his legs got bitten by venomous insects, leaving him paralyzed. At this point, the two fell into silence. Machi gulped down his beer. Jiang Qiping then continued. After that, Old Gao went back to the wasteland zones to earn money again to cure his son's leg. He's too old, hardly anyone teams up with him anymore. If it weren't for me, he'd probably have to venture into the wildlands alone. MOCI suddenly realized and said, no wonder Lao Gao cares so much about money, so this is how it is. With that said, Jiang Qiping patted MOCI on the back. He said, these few days teaming up with you, we've earned enough to treat his son's leg injury. Mosai, thank you. I'm really sorry for losing my temper with you before. Just as Mosai was about to speak, they heard rapid footsteps approaching from a distance. The two immediately stopped their conversation and turned toward the source of the footsteps. Old Gao came running, panting heavily, raising his hands and shouting, multicolored slime. I found it! The dazzling leech! At these words, MOCI abruptly opened his eyes. He immediately put on his mask, grabbed the mystic tide claw, and urgently asked, Old Gao, where is it? Follow me. Jiang Qiping's drunkenness completely vanished as he took up his spear in hand, then tossed the broad-bladed door-plank saber to Old Gao. The three rushed urgently downstream. Look, it's snail slime. MOCI crouched beside the large boulder, using his claw tip to lift a strand of the mucus before carefully rubbing it between his fingers and remarking, exactly as the old supervisor said. MOCI raised his head and looked at Lao Gao as he asked, Lao Gao, you're... Before he could finish speaking, MOCI suddenly fell silent, his face turning deathly pale as if he had seen something terrifying. The moonlight reflected in old Gao's pupils, shimmering with barely discernible bursts of color. Utterly dazzling. At this moment, old Gao was staring fixedly at Jiang Qiping, who was lost in thought leaning against his gun, while thick, glistening saliva dripped from his mouth. Jiang Qiping, look out! Boom! The massive arm swung down the door-plank greatsword with terrifying speed, smashing violently into the ground before Jiang Qiping and sending up a cloud of dust. Had MOCI not intervened, Jiang Qiping would have been split cleanly in two. Uncle Gao, have you fucking lost your mind? Old Gao, he's been parasitized by the blinding fluke. MOCI shouted with a grave expression. As the dust settled, the two crouched on the ground, looking up at Lao Gao, his arm grotesquely enlarged, gripping a door-sized broadsword. At this moment, thick, multicolored foul drool was dripping from old Gao's mouth. A semi-transparent eye stalk resembling a snail's protruded from his left eye socket, staring fixedly at the two of them. His right eye socket appeared completely normal. Under the moonlight, one could clearly see a multicolored worm lurking within his left eye stalk, wriggling incessantly. Absolutely horrifying. Chapter 51, The Hidden Second Ferocious Beast? Uncle Gao? Jiang Qiping shouted loudly, appearing utterly incredulous at the sight before him. Uncle Gao had clearly saved up enough money to treat his son's leg injury, but he had been parasitized. The two quickly retreated, standing at a distance as they faced the parasitized Lao Gao. Jiang Qiping lifted his spear, his voice breaking as he yelled, "Damn it, why now? MOCI, is there any fucking way to save him?" MOCI answered truthfully, "I don't know." Old Director Ward once told him that the Dazzle fluke could parasitize martial artists, but only mentioned it was a minimal probability issue, without specifying whether it could be treated or not. But judging by old Gao's condition, the man had likely been dead for a while. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiping immediately responded, "Don't harm Lao Gao's body for now. First remove the worms from his eyes, then we'll assess the situation. Let's give it a try." MOC's expression turned grave as he pondered. "We thoroughly inspected the campsite area, there wasn't a single savage beast around. Where could these blinding leeches possibly be hiding? Moreover, the dazzling fluke rarely infects martial artists unless they stand completely still, waiting for it to crawl into their mouths. No matter how old or drunk old Gao might be, there's no way he'd be parasitized so easily." The more MOCI pondered it, the more something felt off. He suspected there must still be another beast lurking nearby, one skilled at disguising itself and capable of immobilizing martial artists. So he turned to Jiang Qiping behind him and said, "Don't act rashly. There's more than just the dazzling leech beast around here." Hearing this, Jiang Qiping cautiously scanned their surroundings. MOCI quickly extended his pitch-black right claw and turned his head to warn, "Watch your step carefully. I'm about to activate my special ability. Wait until I locate another beast's position before we move." With that said, MOCI quickly turned his gaze back to the front. Ray-a-ioa. At this moment, old Gao was roaring like a mad demon, swinging his long, writhing eye stalks as he charged forward with his gigantic arm and massive cleaver. Facing MOCI, who was unleashing his unusual ability, he delivered an overwhelmingly powerful vertical slash. Jiang Qiping instantly erupted with an astonishingly formidable aura around him. He stepped on thunderbolts, darting before MOCI as swift as lightning. With speed faster than the eye could follow, he raised the shaft of his spear, joining MOCI in blocking the descending slash. Clang! A deafening metallic collision rang out. The shockwave from the blade spear impact flattened the grasslands with crushing force, stamping the ground beneath the three fighters like an elephant's tread, instantly creating a shallow depression. With weapon pressed against weapon, sparks flew as the spear shaft was ground against the sword's edge, the fierce friction carving shallow grooves into the wood. Jiang Qiping watched the giant hand pressing down relentlessly, breaking into a cold sweat. He gasped with effort. No wonder Uncle Gao could slash the spiked boar king until it bled, his strength is monstrous. MOCI's right claw desperately held the blade at bay. The black-tide claw, rated only as an F-grade metal, couldn't withstand this door-sized, massive and heavy blade clearly enough. A deep groove had been carved into the claw's palm. MOCI strained with effort while inwardly thinking, "This damn door-sized blade is too dangerous. If I can disarm him first, this'll become much easier." After this calculation, MOC's expression turned razor-sharp as he roared, "Corrosive fungal wave." An intense aura instantly erupted around them, though the pressure wasn't overwhelming. It carried a deadly, lingering gloom. Between the gaps of MOC's right claw, a thick, dark blue liquid rapidly spilled forth, swiftly spreading across the blade toward the gigantic mutated hand. The dazzling leech didn't seem to take this black water seriously at all, but the moment its fingers touched the corrosive bacterial tide, intense agony forced it to release its grip instantly. Arg! Controlling old Gao's body, the dazzling leech swiftly leaped backward in retreat. Blue spots were emerging on its hand, rapidly spreading across the entire arm. The deathly corrosive tide of bacteria was now creeping along the fallen broadsword, seeping into the ground. Then it swiftly expanded, completely surrounding all three present individuals. Jiang Qiping stared at the shrinking safe space beneath his feet. He turned to look at old Gao, who was howling in agony under the torment of the corrosive bacterial tide, and shouted, "MOCI, stop! Old Gao can't hold on any longer." Sigh. MOCI let out a long sigh and quickly withdrew his power, recalling the corrosive bacterial tide from old Gao's body. He had only known old Gao for less than 7 days, there naturally wasn't any deep affection between them. When he saw him die, he felt nothing but shock. But since Jiang Qiping wanted to save old Gao, MOCI couldn't very well just strike. MOCI reassured himself. Without the broadsword, those oversized hands alone pose no real threat. Better to detect any hidden beasts nearby first. With that, MOCI expanded the area of his corrosive swarm once more. The corrosive bacterial tide, stretched thin by MOCI to expand its reach, continually rippled across the surface. If the corrosive bacteria invaded a savage beast's body, MOCI would surely sense it. Through the widespread assault of the corrosive bacterial tide, MOCI could detect all the lurking savage beasts in this entire downstream area. Jiang Qiping gazed at the corrosive bacterial tide spanning the size of an entire sports field, cold sweat trickling down his back. He swallowed hard, secretly marveling in his heart. Is this an S-rank ability? This is the first time I've seen such a large-scale attack. Crouching low, he turned his head to look back at MOCI. MOCI held his left hand behind his back while extending his right claw forward, black water continuously dripping from the seams of the dark claw gauntlet. The moonlight cast upon his upright figure, lending it a touch of melancholy. His face was obscured by shadows, long hair, and a mask, leaving his features indistinct, yet his pupils emitted faint blue glows that remained clearly visible. Like a spectral apparition, his murderous aura blazed fiercely. Time is almost up. Are there truly no other vicious beasts? MOCI silently pondered within his heart. At this moment, he was beginning to suspect whether his judgment was mistaken. Suddenly, an intensely scorching gaze burned into MOC's back. He spun around abruptly, only for that scorching gaze to vanish without a trace. Something's wrong. MOCI frowned deeply, his sword-like eyebrows knitting together. At the same time, Jiang Qiping suddenly widened his eyes. With trembling hands, he gasped, "MOCI, that huge boulder, it's moving, it's alive." The corrosive sensation from the bacterial infection now surged through MOC's consciousness as well. Following both the mental alert and Jiang Qiping's pointing finger, he turned to look. The large moss-covered stone that had been lying quietly beside the mucus was now trembling slightly after being contaminated by the corrosive fungus tide. The heavily moss-grown boulder suddenly tilted sideways, revealing a pitch-black opening. A fleshy white mass of snail flesh slowly extended outward, followed by 2 long, multicolored eye stalks. Clearly, he too had been parasitized by the dazzle leech. Jiang Qiping muttered under his breath, "Moss-stone snail." MOCI said with a complicated expression, "There are actually 2 dazzle leeches." Only then did the two realize why these 2 dazzle leeches had managed to hide for 2 whole months. This moss-stone snail, it can remain motionless for up to 2 months after feeding just once. The dazzling flatworm managed to evade the hunting team's pursuit precisely because it parasitized him, transforming into a moss-covered boulder. It also slipped past MOCI and his team's inspection. With a heavy sigh, MOCI berated himself, saying, "If only we had been more thorough when setting up camp. Who would have thought the danger was right under our noses all along?" With these words, MOC's hair bristled with rage. His right fist clenched so tightly it trembled with fury as his aura erupted violently. The corrosive bacterial tide spread rapidly across the ground, speeding toward the defenseless flesh of the mossback snail. The pale, fleshy snail meat instantly withered upon contact with the black liquid. The dazzling leech, unable to withstand the pain, immediately erupted from its eye stalk and shot toward old Gao's body. The corrosive bacterial tide ended at precisely this moment, instantly flowing back into MOC's hand. "Don't let it parasitize old Gao again." Thunderbolt spear. MOCI instantly slashed out a wind blade, attacking the dazzling sucker mid-flight. Jiang Qiping also gripped his spear tightly, thrusting forward with a thunderous strike. But the dazzling sucker within old Gao's body immediately activated his supernatural ability, causing his rough hands to become enormous. Their consecutive attacks landed, sending blood gushing from the palms. But it was precisely this colossal hand that caused the slightest deviation in the attack, allowing the dazzle leech to evade it. Jiang Qiping pulled out his spear and leaped back to the safe zone, dumbfounded, his lips trembling as he muttered, It's over." TCH. MOCI watched the dazzling sucking worm burrowing into old Gao's heart, his expression impassive. Chapter 52, A Tiny Parasite. Kill. The pitch-black night was eerily silent. Moonlight illuminated old Gao's ravaged corpse. His body kept convulsing violently as scarlet blood gushed from the gaping hole in his chest. The dazzlingly colored parasite smoothly slithered its way into the gaping hole in his chest. Both men could clearly see the neon-hued, squirming parasite gradually crawling upward from the chest cavity toward Lao Gao's neck. It then proceeded to creep into his skull. With a squelch sound, another writhing eye stalk emerged from the eye socket. A large pool of blood seeped from Old Gao's bloodless lips. At this moment, Old Gao's weather-beaten eyes had completely transformed into emotionless snail eye stalks. His mouth kept making gurgle-gurgle sounds as if muttering something. MOCI and Zhang Qipeng watched this scene, their hair standing on end and goosebumps rising all over their bodies. MOCI thought to himself, well now, we're truly dead, no need to hold back anymore. If the dazzling fluke were compared to a robber, then Old Gao would be the hostage. Now that the hostage is dead, MOCI can let loose and kill without restraint. Zhang Qipeng gritted his teeth, veins bulging as he roared. MOCI, don't you dare. Leave it to me. Zhang Qipeng suddenly lunged forward, gripping his spear tightly as he channeled all the lightning in his body, roaring at the top of his lungs. Shadow Lightning Chaos Spear. Speak! Zhang Qipeng's figure abruptly vanished. He leaped high into the air. In the blink of an eye, a black iron spear pierced straight through flesh, sending blood gushing wildly. Just as the black spear was about to hit the ground, Zhang Qipeng instantly flashed behind Lao Gao and grabbed the spear shaft. Then, with a swift turn, he delivered another piercing strike straight through the chest. In just 2.5 seconds, the enraged Zhang Qipeng had already stabbed 2 gaping holes through Lao Gao's corpse. Wahaha! The dazzling leech cried out in pain, its eye stalks whipping furiously as it struggled desperately to keep up with Zhang Qipeng's speed. But Zhang Qipeng moved impossibly fast, even MOCI found it difficult to track his movements. So this is the Shadow Thunder Rapid Chaos Spear? Gazing at the flickering lightning that illuminated the night with its constant flashes, MOCI marveled in silent awe. He could tell at a glance that this was an A-grade combat technique only accessible to first-tier martial artists, and judging by its proficiency level, it had likely reached mastery. This combat technique matched perfectly with Zhang Qipeng's extraordinary speed attributes. Woo-woo! The dazzling leech controlling Old Gao suddenly let out a piercing, mournful wail. Immediately, a flood of tears gushed out from his eye stalks. Like a gushing spring, the tears surged endlessly, flooding the entire ground. Illuminated by the moonlight, they reflected a dazzling array of colors. Old Gao's torso suddenly activated, partial gigantification, swelling to a perfectly round and enormous size, just like a balloon. Zhang Qipeng cursed furiously. You think crying will help? Cry all you want, you're still going to die. Like a streak of lightning, Zhang Qipeng darted back and forth, and wherever his spear point struck, ripples of blood surged forth. Yet Lao Gao's massive frame absorbed the brunt of the damage for the dazzling leech. Zhang Qipeng gradually grew fatigued, his movements slowing down. MOCI calmly stated, Zhang Qipeng, the dazzling leech's weakness is in its head. How could Zhang Qipeng not know this? He had been attacking Old Gao's mangled corpse this whole time solely to preserve some dignity for his fallen comrade. He didn't want Old Gao to lose even his head. But after the dazzling fluke enlarged Old Gao's body, several consecutive attacks caused hardly any noticeable damage. Zhang Qipeng hesitated repeatedly, silently thinking to himself, Uncle Gao, don't blame me. This time, he leapt high into the air once more. Clutching the black iron spear tightly in his hand, his entire body enveloped in azure blue lightning, he resembled Thor grasping thunderbolts as he roared and hurled it toward the dazzle leech. The dazzle leech immediately retracted its eye stalks in fright. Boom! The thunderous roar exploded. Smoke billowed everywhere. Zhang Qipeng landed firmly on the ground, greedily gulping huge breaths of fresh air. As the smoke cleared, both MOCI and Zhang Qipeng's expressions grew solemn. The spear tip was firmly lodged in Old Gao's skull, failing to fully penetrate, and even more mucus oozed out. MOCI inwardly groaned at the ominous sight. Is this the mucus of a moss stone snail? MOCI, save me! Hearing this, MOCI swiftly turned his gaze to Zhang Qipeng, who was barely supporting himself with one hand on the slime, his face deathly pale. At this moment, he was completely immobilized by the thick, sticky mucus spat out by the luminous leech. Without his spear, he had no means of escaping this predicament. Void Strike Claw. MOCI raised the index finger of his right claw and instantly slashed out a black wind blade toward Zhang Qipeng. With unparalleled precision, it severed the mucus clean through. Attributes reset, speed maxed out. Beep beep. Then, MOCI swiftly moved beside Zhang Qipeng and immediately carried him from the marsh-like terrain up to the treetop. MOC's speed was actually not far behind his own. Zhang Qipeng was utterly shocked. He asked suspiciously, MOCI, is your vital energy really only 241 Ka? Yet your speed can actually match mine as a first-rank martial artist. During these 6 days in Guanyin Forest, MOCI had never once used attribute reset. MOCI didn't respond to Zhang Qipeng's remark. He just grabbed a handful of mucus, silently contemplating. This dazzling leech seems to have stored the moss rock snail's mucus in its stomach, only expelling it as protective measure when it was injured just now. Not very viscous, seems. It also carries venom? After a moment of contemplation, MOCI turned his head back indifferently. He said to Zhang Qipeng with a hint of regret in his voice, It seems Old Gao's remains won't even leave behind a scrap of flesh. With that said, MOCI immediately removed the Dark Tide Claw, combat boots, and mask, casually storing them in his spatial ring. He then descended from the tree barehanded and barefoot. Jiang Qipeng urgently peered beneath the tree. He shouted angrily, "MOCI? What on earth are you trying to do? You've even put down your weapon. Do you really think you can kill that dazzling leech wrapped in thick mucus with your bare hands?" Splat! Plop! MOCI struggled forward barefoot across the viscous mucus. Each step required tremendous effort. With grim determination, MOCI murmured, "System, uninstall the venom, trait from, corrosive bacteria, and equip it to, blood fusion bacteria." Beep. Equip successful. Paralysis toxin, detected. Converting to host's chi blood value, estimated detox time, 10 seconds. Plop, plop, plop 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 plop. The footsteps grew faster. MOCI, barefooted, was actually moving effortlessly through the viscous, marsh-like slime. What the hell does this mean? Jiang Qipeng was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend the shocking scene before his eyes. Just moments ago, MOCI had noticed something was wrong. While the moss stone snail's mucus was somewhat sticky, it wasn't actually that strong you could break free with just your bare hands. The reason one couldn't move was that the slime contained paralysis toxin, and MOCI happened to be immune to toxins, so he simply removed his equipment to allow the blood symbiosis bacteria to better process the toxin. MOCI lifted his head and walked casually toward Old Gao's gigantic carcass as if strolling across the street. He pushed aside the mucus and plunged his arm into the corpse. In an instant, the bloodless corpse immediately erupted in speckles of blue, which rapidly spread until they covered its entire body. Boom! With these words, the corpse, piled as high as a small mountain, immediately exploded, followed by a crimson rain of blood. Chapter 53 Obtaining the Parasitic Spirit Fungus. Du Ziting appears. The two dazzling leeches also fell to the ground after the explosion of Old Gao's corpse. At this moment, they were drenched in Old Gao's still-warm blood, writhing and curling relentlessly upon the ground. Separated from their host, these two disgusting bugs were utterly defenseless, even more pathetic than a common dung beetle. Jiang Qipeng leaped down from the tree, his face darkened as he picked up his spear. And then, furious, he thrust his spear at one of the dazzling leeches. Strike after strike. Jiang Qipeng's spear tip became covered in multicolored goo as he mercilessly hacked the dazzling leech into a pulpy mess. Beep beep. Detoxification complete. Vital energy increased by 0 calories. The blood coagulating bacteria equipped with the Yi venom trait had already neutralized MOC's paralysis toxin. However, since the detoxification process was too brief, it didn't increase his vital energy value. MOCI paced over. He bent down slightly and picked up another dazzling glowworm that kept squirming with one hand. Such a tiny thing, capable of killing even a first-rank warrior. MOCI silently thought, "Corrosive bacteria, assimilate for me." As soon as he spoke, blue spots began appearing across MOC's right hand. The spots spread, instantly dyeing the constantly squirming body of the dazzling leech a deep blue the moment they made contact. The dazzling leech's body swelled uncontrollably, before being flung aside by MOCI, exploding into another mass of deep blue mush. Jiang Qipeng turned his head and asked MOCI in confusion, "Why kill it? Didn't you say you wanted to keep one dazzling leech?" Hearing this, MOCI frowned deeply with his sword-like brows, pretending to speak bitterly. "It killed Old Gao. I hate it. MOCI has loyalty." Jiang Qipeng silently admired in his heart. Beep. MOC's mind was suddenly assaulted by the system's emotionless announcement. Mutation conditions for parasitic spirit bacteria have been met. Parasitic spirit bacteria, mutation completed. Congratulations, host has acquired new bacteria. 300 attribute points awarded. Automatic distribution completed. MOCI rejoiced inwardly. Adding the 300 attribute points rewarded by this system, I now have a total attribute value of 841 points. These 841 attribute points represent genuine strength enhancement. With a thought, MOCI immediately summoned the system interface. Host MOCI. Primary contracted beast corrosion fungus. Existing fungus species corrosion fungus, blood symbiosis fungus, parasitic spirit fungus. Existing ferocious beast traits thousand zhang venomous centipede, venom. Breathing technique mind convergence art, 50% mastery. Vital energy value 241 cal. Strength 280. Endurance, 280. Speed 280. This attribute allocation was terrifyingly powerful. When evenly distributed, it even surpassed MOC's vital energy value. Meanwhile, MOC's current cultivation realm remained at Tier 0 Level 2, yet his physical strength was already on par with a Tier 0 Level 8 martial artist, compounded by the abilities of corrosive bacteria and parasitic spirit bacteria. He doesn't even need to use attribute reset to defeat some peak 0 rank martial artists. MOCI clenched his fists tightly. His body instantly erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. He could distinctly feel that his physical capabilities had significantly improved. Even Jiang Qipeng, who had been standing nearby depressed and heartbroken, He could now sense that Mosai's aura had become somewhat stronger. Jiang Qiping sighed heavily. Now it's all over. Even a single piece of Lao Gao's flesh couldn't remain intact. Seeing Jiang Qiping's desolate figure, Mosai didn't know how to comfort him. The three of them had stayed together for less than 7 days, hardly enough time to become truly familiar. Lao Gao's death stirred no tempest in his heart, not even the faintest ripple. Upon seeing Lao Gao being parasitized, his only concern was whether capturing the dazzling bloodworm would become more troublesome. Yet Lao Gao's fate did make Moci realize one thing. He still needed to grow stronger. Jiang Qiping slowly stood up and said, "It's already 10 p.m. Moci, there's no need to stay here any longer, right? Time to clean up this mess and return to the city district." With those words, Jiang Qiping lifted his spear and trudged back to camp, head hung low in dejection. Moci reached out to block Jiang Qiping's path, his gaze silently sharpening. Staring at the tranquil forest ahead, he called out loudly, "After watching for so long, isn't it time you showed yourselves?" The forest remained pitch black and utterly silent, as if completely devoid of life. Jiang Qiping asked in confusion, who could possibly be there? Didn't we already check this area? Moci remained motionless, still on guard against something unseen. While using corrosive bacterial tide to detect traces of savage beasts, he distinctly sensed an intensely burning gaze piercing through his back. Unlike the chilling stare of savage beasts, this gaze held not a trace of hostility, and even carried a sense of delight upon seeing corrosive bacteria tide. He was certain there were warriors nearby observing their every move, and their strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Though their purpose remained unclear, Moci couldn't help feeling unsettled by the thought of being watched by something inexplicable. Goosebumps rose all over his body. Suddenly, a restless stirring emerged from the forest depths. A presence long suppressed suddenly revealed itself, startling the slumbering birds from their perches. Jiang Qiping's eyes flew open wide. Such powerful energy. I actually couldn't detect it? This person's strength can't be underestimated. As he spoke, Jiang Qiping secretly tightened his grip on the spear. Deep in the forest, a shadowy figure emerged. A gaunt man dressed all in black with the demeanor of a vulture slowly stepped out from the depths of the woods, his hands clasped behind his back. When Jiang Qiping recognized the person before him, he gradually loosened his grip on the spear. He knew this man. It was none other than Du Ziting, a first-rank instructor at the Martial Combat Academy. Trembling, Jiang Qiping greeted Du Ziting, Instructor Du, good day. Du Ziting gave Jiang Qiping an indifferent glance and nodded slightly. Then he turned to Moci with an unnatural smile. Oh hey Moci, what a coincidence. You're hunting beasts in Guanyin Forest too? Du Ziting had been lying in ambush here for nearly 2 weeks after hearing from Wadefa that Moci was heading to Guanyin Forest. This was no chance encounter, he had planned it long in advance. Moci didn't recognize the person before him, but he could guess that this individual might be the mentor of Martial Arts Academy, as specially admitted student, so he followed suit and said, "Greetings, Mentor Du." In truth, Moci didn't even know what his real name was. On the day of the master selection ceremony, he hadn't been paying attention at all. Even before his rebirth, Moci had never heard of Du Ziting's reputation. Hearing this, Du Ziting grinned faintly, then spoke in a sharp, thin voice. Good, excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being the top scorer in Jiangnan province. That battle just now was utterly exhilarating. Especially that pool of black water you summoned, it was absolutely ferocious. Moci knew people never flattered others without reason, they invariably wanted something from you. Maintaining polite vigilance, Moci nodded cautiously. Compared to Instructor Du, this is truly insignificant. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Hearing this, Moci calmly took down the combat gear from the tree and began donning it with practiced ease. Only Du Ziting remained, hands clasped behind his back with a hunched posture, standing alone in stupefied silence. And in his eyes, there was now a trace of cruelty. He never expected Moci to care so little about him. After all, Du Ziting was a first-class mentor who had nurtured 7 fourth-rank and 3 fifth-rank martial artists. The queue of people wanting to become his disciples stretched all the way to Europa. But in recent years, poison-wielding martial artists had become increasingly rare. Despite lowering his student selection criteria repeatedly, Du Ziting still failed to recruit any new disciples for several consecutive years. At this very moment, Moci, who wielded bacteria, made his grand entrance. This unprecedented terrifying ability instantly captured the attention of all poison element mentors from the 3 major academies. Not only did Du Ziting want to take Moci as his disciple, every single poison element mentor desired to recruit Moci as their student. Yet the Martial Arts Academy only had 2 poison element mentors, Du Ziting and Julie. Julie was just a newcomer who had only received one completely unwanted and trashy special admission last year, nothing more. Who could have guessed that Moci would become Julie's apprentice? Du Ziting's face grew increasingly darker. An inexplicable murmuring sound echoed in his ears once more. Du Ziting, if you've got something to say, just say it. Didn't you want to take him as your disciple? Du Ziting remained silent. Jiang Qipeng watched MOC's icy words with. He also sensed something was amiss. At first, he thought MOC's mentor must be Du Ziting. After all, throughout the entire Martial Combat Academy, the only well-known first-grade instructor specializing in poison arts was Du Ziting. Yet their current exchange sounded like two strangers making polite conversation. Even a fool could tell they didn't have a master-disciple relationship. After getting dressed, Mosai completely ignored Du Ziting and casually walked side by side with Jiang Qipeng towards the campsite. On the way, Jiang Qipeng asked in confusion, "Mosai, isn't Du Ziting your teacher?" "He's not my teacher is Julie." This whisper struck Du Ziting's ears like thunder. The murmurs by his ear grew increasingly frenzied. "Ha ha 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 ha. Du Ziting, did you hear what he said?" Du Ziting's face instantly darkened. He immediately turned around and shouted at MOCI. "MOCI, stop right there." As he spoke, a dense aura of ferocious energy abruptly erupted from Du Ziting's entire body. Chapter 54, You want me to become your disciple? What blasphemy! Jiang Qipeng was instantly stunned. MOCI appeared calm on the surface as he turned to face the furious Du Ziting, but inwardly he was thinking, What's gotten into this old ghost? What have I possibly done to offend him? MOCI whispered to Jiang Qipeng. "It seems Instructor Du needs me for something. You go ahead first. Just give my share of the mission reward to Lao Gao's son." Jiang Qipeng asked with slight concern. "You won't get into trouble, will you? They're all from the Martial Arts Academy. What could possibly go wrong?" Hearing this, Jiang Qipeng finally set his mind at ease. Without looking back, he hoisted his spear and ran off swiftly. The frenzied aura gradually subsided as Du Ziting approached MOCI. His expression shifted instantly, adopting a calm demeanor as he spoke placidly. "MOCI, with your talent, staying under Julie's command is truly a waste. Why not become my student instead?" MOCI frowned slightly. Who could have imagined that Du Ziting's ferocious demeanor toward MOCI was actually aimed at recruiting him as a disciple? Without giving MOCI a chance to speak, Du Ziting continued. "Julie is just a green young girl, without any teaching experience. Are you really willing to entrust your future to her so readily? If you come under my tutelage, I will impart my S-grade poison element combat techniques to you without holding anything back. For body tempering, I'll give you a bottle of A-grade purified blood from the Blue Glow Toxic Crow. S-grade is possible too, though you'll need to give me time." MOC's expression grew increasingly solemn. He truly hadn't anticipated that Du Ziting was completely serious about this. MOCI thought silently to himself. Martial Arts Academy strictly prohibits instructors from taking private disciples, let alone someone who's already sworn allegiance to another master. If word got out, it would be an enormous scandal. Du Ziting seemed to notice MOC's contemplation and murmured softly, "Rest assured, MOCI, this matter remains between heaven and earth, and between you and me." At this moment, MOCI dared not provoke Du Ziting either. Du Ziting was a 6th-rank martial artist, and a completely unhinged one at that. His strength currently far surpassed MOC's. However, MOCI had no intention of becoming Du Ziting's disciple either. Although MOCI wasn't exactly a good man, he still understood the importance of honoring teachers and respecting their wisdom. Taking another master would only ruin his reputation. After contemplating for a moment, MOCI came up with a scheme. He said calmly, "It wouldn't be impossible for you to become my teacher." Really? Upon hearing MOC's reply, Du Ziting's gloomy expression visibly brightened. MOCI nodded and responded, "Of course, but I have one condition." "What condition?" MOCI lowered his brows with a wicked smile and said, "To be my teacher, your poison shouldn't be weaker than my bacteria, right? How about we compare the strength of our respective abilities? Whoever gives in first loses." Hearing this, Du Ziting couldn't help but crack a smile before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Wiping tears of mirth from his eyes, he shook his head and said, "Ha ha ha ha, a measly level 2 warrior daring to compete with a level 60+ warrior in poison? If I actually lose, I'll kneel and call you master. Is this for real?" Du Ziting shook his head and said, "My word is my bond. If my poison can't even defeat a 0-rank warrior like you, then I don't deserve to be called an instructor. I won't lose, so you'd better prepare to become my disciple." Du Ziting's voice brimmed with confidence. In his eyes, MOCI was merely a 0-ranked warrior, while he himself outranked him by a full 6 levels. Hearing this, MOCI lowered his head and chuckled darkly. "Then let's begin." With those words, the two immediately sat cross-legged under the moonlight, facing each other. The spot where MOCI sat immediately used a pool of thick, blackened, corrosive bacterial tide. It frantically spread toward Du Ziting's body. Du Ziting remained calm and composed. When he saw this pool of viscous black liquid, there wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes, only intense anticipation. Staring at the wildly spreading black tide, Du Ziting thought eagerly, "Let me personally experience the power of this corrosive bacteria." The moment the black liquid touched Du Ziting, it swiftly flowed back onto MOCI. Blue spots immediately began appearing across Du Ziting's body, rapidly expanding. MOCI focused his mind and commanded, System, equip, blood amalgam fungus, with, ferocious beast trait, venom. Beep beep, equip successful. MOCI slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the composed Du Ziting sitting opposite him, and calmly stated, Professor Du, it's your turn now. In that case, I'll have to control my strength. With these words, Du Ziting erupted with a sinister aura. His sickly pale face slowly began sprouting countless tiny black dots, which then grew into glossy black feathers. A pair of wings swarming with fluttering black feathers instantly unfurled from his back. MOCI turned his gaze toward Du Ziting sitting across from him. At this moment, he had fully transformed into the complete form of Calamity Crow, with swirling flocks of tiny ravens formed from black feathers encircling his entire body. Gaping in astonishment, MOCI couldn't help but exclaim, Didn't you say you'd control your strength? How did it turn into its complete form? As pain shot through him, Du Ziting stammered, Your corrosion bacteria does have some ability. I can't underestimate you. With that, Du Ziting commanded the black feathers to fall to the ground. Wherever it touched, like an autumn leaf falling upon a lake's surface, it immediately stirred ripples of purple. Wave upon wave intermingled, and the vast stretch of grassland became poisoned, wilting instantly. MOC's entire body was also swiftly enveloped by this eerie toxin, his skin darkening to a faint purple hue. Beep. Curse poison, detected, converting to vitality value for host. Estimated detox time, infinity. MOCI screamed inwardly. What the hell? Infinity? It seems that as long as I stay in this toxin-infected area, I can't lift the curse poison. However, since the blood merge bacteria has acquired the venom characteristic, MOCI can now absorb toxins and convert them into vitality points. This renders Du Ziting's proud, curse poison, almost completely ineffective against MOCI. The sensation brought by this, curse poison, is like being licked all over by a kitten monster's barbed tongue. A shiver of warmth prickled through her skin. At this moment, Du Ziting's entire body was covered with corrosive bacteria. His eyes were tightly shut, teeth clenched as he silently endured the excruciating pain inflicted by the corrosive bacteria. This corrosive bacteria can actually cause indescribable harm to someone with a vital energy value as high as 6,000. But this kid probably won't last much longer. Du Ziting pondered silently to himself. The enormous crow's beak was now trembling violently from the pain. Only now did Du Ziting realize that these corrosive bacteria and toxins were completely incomparable. Because bacteria and toxins were fundamentally two different concepts. If we compare toxins to magical damage, then the gnawing brought by bacteria is true damage that penetrates to the marrow. When Du Ziting's vital energy was merely 200 units, the toxins from his Calamity Crow had negligible effects on creatures with several times his vitality. But this, corrosive bacteria, is completely different. Du Ziting's vital energy surged over 6,000 kilocalories, a staggering 30 times more than MOC's, yet even when combined with the complete form of Calamity Crow, he still couldn't withstand the agony inflicted by corrosion bacteria. The sensation felt as though every muscle in his body was being torn apart. His bones and organs throbbed as if relentlessly hammered by iron mallets. Especially his brain, pierced with 1,000 needles of pain, his raging fever refused to break. Damn, now I understand why that level 15 Storm and Thunder Elephant couldn't withstand the damage from corrosion bacteria. Pain. Such agony. Du Ziting clenched his eyes shut, howling continuously in his heart. No one knew how much time had passed before only Du Ziting's incoherent murmurs remained echoing through the forest. Du Ziting thought to himself, MOCI has gone quiet, he must have passed out from the venom. That guy held on longer than expected. Humph. I admit your corrosive bacteria is formidable, but compared to my hex venom, it's clearly a notch below. After a moment's contemplation, Du Ziting slowly opened his eyes. The MOCI sitting across from him was lying on the grass at this moment, legs crossed while playing with her hair, idly scrolling through her phone. MOCI had even considerately muted the volume so as not to disturb Du Ziting. She looked nothing like someone suffering from cursed poison. Du Ziting's eyes instantly widened in shock. At this moment, his Dao heart was shattered. Wah! With a howl, Du Ziting instantly cancelled his Calamity Crow complete form and reverted to human shape. He kept rolling and writhing on the grass like a worm, still shouting at the top of his voice, I quit, I quit, I concede. MOCI turned off his phone and stood up calmly, saying disappointedly, the Poison Master has no strength left, yet claims to be level 60. Beep beep. Detoxification complete. Time elapsed, 25 minutes 39 seconds. Vital energy increased by 2 calories. MOCI waved his hand dismissively. Du Ziting immediately felt his pain become less intense, finally able to catch his breath. MOCI watched calmly as Du Ziting slowly rose to his feet. If not for the effects of the blood symbiont, he might have truly been killed instantly upon contact with the curse poison. Actually, MOCI never expected his corrosive bacteria to be so terrifying, capable of tormenting a 6th-rank martial artist to the point of wishing for death. However, what he least anticipated was that someone would actually be foolish enough to withstand his corrosive bacteria head-on. If a fight had been permitted, MOCI would have stood no chance against Du Ziting at his current strength. In the end, it all came down to his own stupidity and arrogance. MOCI explained, "If I hadn't controlled the infection locations of the corrosive bacteria, there'd be nothing left of you but a pile of rotting flesh." Du Ziting gasped for breath as he gingerly touched his excruciatingly painful bones and flesh. His flesh and blood were already riddled with wounds. It seemed he would need a good, long period of rest and recuperation. Du Ziting stammered, trembling, "MOCI, let's forget about the apprenticeship for now. I have an S-grade combat skill orb in my spatial ring. What did you just call me? How dare you, you insolent brat?" Suddenly, MOC's pupils suddenly lit up like neon lights. He activated the ability of parasitic bacteria and took control of Du Ziting, who had been deeply corroded by corrosive bacteria. Du Ziting's eyes flew open, flashing with the same airy light, before his legs abruptly gave way. With a loud thud, he crashed to his knees. His mouth moved uncontrollably as he shouted, Share. Chapter 55, The Level 66 Loyal Lackey. Return to school. When Du Ziting's legs uncontrollably knelt down and he clearly heard himself calling MOCI teacher, he was completely stunned. What's going on? My legs? No, my entire body is out of control. Is this also the ability of the corrosion bacteria? Cold sweat dripped continuously from Du Ziting's forehead. He watched helplessly as his uncontrollable body, under MOC's manipulation, slowly stood up and began swaying its waist to dance. This bizarre scene made him break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, MOCI stood to the side, rubbing his chin in contemplation as he watched the 1-minute countdown above Du Ziting's head. To be honest, controlling 1 minute isn't really that short. A 6th-level martial artist can accomplish many things within a single minute. Gazing at the violet glowing, parasitic spirit bacteria in his palm, he marveled silently at its effect. The parasitic spirit bacteria must invade the enemy's brain to control their movements, but its erosion speed is far too slow. Fortunately, the parasitic spirit bacteria can mix with the corrosive bacteria, significantly enhancing its invasion speed. Just like the perfect pairing of tomatoes and eggs, they're a perfect match for each other. Moreover, with each additional level MOCI gains, he can increase the number of positions that can be parasitized and controlled by the spirit possession bacteria. Now at level 2, he can parasitize and control one more creature. MOCI secretly thrilled, cheered excitedly. What an incredibly formidable ability. With that, he turned to look at Du Ziting, who stood nearby. At this very moment, he was still twisting his aching limbs, performing that ridiculous dance. To save time, MOCI waved his hand and released the control. Meanwhile, the countdown above Du Ziting's head showed 55 seconds remaining. MOCI could still freely control Du Ziting for 55 seconds. Once the countdown ended, the parasitic spirit bacteria in his brain would be forcibly retrieved. MOCI silently thought to himself, "It seems I can't casually waste this 1 minute." Du Ziting's limbs immediately went limp. He struggled to stand up, but his arms still hung powerlessly. A deep resentment was silently emanating from the depths of his heart. Damn it! I, a 66th level warrior, a first-grade instructor at the combat academy, actually got played by a junior and made to look so pathetic. If this gets out, where will I put my face? This silent resentment, carrying traces of icy killing intent, was instantly detected by MOCI. But MOCI didn't show the slightest trace of fear. He lowered his head and said calmly, "What's wrong? Feeling too humiliated after being outsmarted by a junior, and now you want to kill me? Then go ahead and do it." With that, MOCI spread his arms, closed his eyes, and exposed every weak point on his body, waiting for Du Ziting's attack. He knew Du Ziting wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. MOCI was now the star special enrollment student of the Martial Arts Academy, a genius among geniuses. The conflicts he provoked with the Supernatural Academy concerned the entire Dragon Nation. If MOCI were to be inexplicably killed by Du Ziting, never mind what reprisals Deng Feng, Julie, Lu Sanping and others from the Martial Arts Academy could inflict upon Du Ziting. Even the citizens of Dragon Country who just wanted some entertainment could drown Du Ziting alive with a single spit from each of them. Du Ziting stared at MOC's full of flaws but still didn't dare to make a move. Yet he couldn't swallow his anger, so he turned to consult another voice deep in his mind. "Crow Spirit, what should I do?" Crow Spirit? Du Ziting suddenly realized that the normally chatty, Crow Spirit, in his head had gone completely silent. He vividly recalled how throughout those 25 minutes resisting the corrosive bacteria, the Crow Spirit hadn't uttered a single word. Could it be? Did the bacteria corroding my brain actually do something beneficial? Miracle doctor. The brain eroded by curse toxin for years had actually been somewhat relieved by MOC's use of poison to combat poison. An imperceptible smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of his lips. MOCI slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Du Ziting, who was secretly excited and grinning foolishly before him, he furrowed his brows tightly while thinking to himself, poison to stupidity? MOCI understood well the principle that a cornered dog would leap over a wall. Not wanting to push Du Ziting too far, he lowered both hands, gave a light cough, then continued speaking. I've slowed the reproduction of the corrosive bacteria in your head. If you dare cause trouble again, I'll let them spread wildly and make you suffer a fate worse than death. As for taking you as a disciple, stop joking. I'd never want a disciple like you. Just call me Brother Mo in private from now on. Despite Du Ziting's utter reluctance, he still sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing MOCI had already cultivated corrosive bacteria within his brain. The feral beasts, contracted through summoning-type supernatural abilities, immediately lose their restraints upon their master's death, reverting to their original wild state. If MOCI were to die, the corrosive bacteria in Du Ziting's brain would autonomously multiply rapidly, with unimaginable consequences. This time, even if he had 1,000 daring hearts, he wouldn't dare take action. Not only did he dare not lay a hand on MOCI, he even had to protect MOCI when others wanted to attack him. Otherwise, the bacteria in your brain will make you wish you were dead. Damn it! I never thought coming to recruit a disciple would cost me my own freedom. I'll just have to tolerate this for now. Just wait until I recover, you'll get what's coming to you. Du Ziting steeled his heart with ruthless resolve, yet bent his waist toward MOCI, gnashing his teeth as he spoke. Brother, Mo. How utterly humiliating this was for Du Ziting. His facial features twisted grotesquely, crumpled together so deeply he resembled a wretched Shar-Pei. MOCI silently observed Du Ziting's respectful demeanor, yet his gaze gradually grew complex. The corrosion bacteria could survive at most 3 days outdoors, but within a living body, they would gnaw through flesh and blood, continuously multiplying until the host perished. It was precisely to keep Du Ziting in check that MOCI had suppressed the corrosion bacteria within his mind. An ordinary martial artist would likely have died long ago if parasitized by the corrosive fungus. Only high-level warriors like Du Ziting, with their formidable 6,000-calorie vital energy, could significantly weaken the effects of the corrosive fungus. He pondered silently. Though the corrosive fungus can't easily kill Du Ziting, it still presents an opportunity to intimidate him, especially when combined with the mind parasite fungus in his brain. Although there's no need to worry, Du Ziting is just a wolf I've temporarily tethered, we still have to stay on guard. MOCI understood clearly. A 6th-level warrior like Du Ziting would never deign to acknowledge a 0-level warrior, let alone bow to MOCI as his master. Now that the two had forged enmity, who knew what schemes were brewing in Du Ziting's mind? Du Ziting and MOCI each harbored their own ulterior motives. Du Ziting sought to temporarily use the corrosive bacteria to suppress the Calamity Crow from eroding his nerves. Meanwhile, MOCI wanted nothing less than his complete obedience. MOCI opened his mouth and said, Tingzi, what do you have stored in your spatial ring? Mo. Brother Mo, there's an S-grade combat skill orb inside, along with a vial of A-grade, Azure Glow Poison Crow, Essence Blood. MOCI pretended to ponder for a moment before nodding with a wicked grin. Is that so? Then shouldn't you offer something to properly respect your elder brother here? Du Ziting thought to himself. Who the hell do you think you are, calling yourself an elder? Yet his body betrayed his true feelings as he respectfully offered both the combat skill orb and essence blood, saying, This S-grade combat skill orb and A-grade essence blood are humble offerings for you, brother Mo. MOCI took the grade A essence blood and S-grade combat skill orb, nodding with satisfaction as he said, That's more like it. Holding the grade A essence blood in his hand, MOCI suddenly realized something and turned to ask Du Ziting, How many beast traits can one obtain from low-grade essence blood? Hearing this, Du Ziting froze for a moment. That MOCI fellow was practically showered with adoration at Martial Arts Academy. He could have anything he wanted. Why would he take interest in such low-grade beast blood? Du Ziting furrowed his brows slightly, asking doubtfully, Brother Mo, why are you asking about this stuff? Just answer the question. Du Ziting then answered truthfully, Vital energy is classified into S, A, B, and C ranks, with the rest being labeled miscellaneous. Among them, S rank grants 3 traits, A rank 2, B rank 1, while C offers only a rare chance. My tempered vital blood is also an A grade, Obsidian Poison Crow, which granted me both Crow Feather and Iron Feather abilities. MOCI hurriedly interrupted and continued asking, Alright then, how much do grade B and grade C refined blood sell for on the market? World Fair pressured the price of grade B refined blood down to 11,000 per bottle to make it affordable for civilian martial artists to train their bodies. After pondering for a moment, MOCI said, Here's what we'll do when you've recovered. Help me buy 3 bottles of grade B refined blood from World Fair. and make sure they're not from the same type of ferocious beast. After spending another night at the Guanyin Forest campsite, early the next morning, Mosai safely returned to his campus dormitory. At this very moment, now lying on his spacious sofa, Mosai gazed thoughtfully at the deep blue, feral beast traits panel, contemplating carefully. I currently have 3 bacterial strains. If I want beast characteristics to evolve all of them, I'll need 9 characteristics in total. S-grade essence blood is expensive and rare. It would be better to test the waters with 3 bottles of B-grade essence blood first. After all, it's not expensive, and even if absorption fails, it won't kill me. Once Tingzi recovers, I'll have him bring it to me. MOCI knew that if he successfully obtained 3 evolved bacteria types for the martial arts tournament, defeating Chi Beidu would be absolutely no problem. Beating Chi Beidu until he cries is totally possible. Ding! As he was lost in thought, MOC's phone emitted a crisp notification sound. Julie's message: Mosai, are you back? Come to the cultivation tower when you return to campus. MOCI replies, teacher, I'm on my way. With that, MOCI immediately sprang up from the couch, silently contemplating. The cultivation tower? Surely they're not making me go practice combat techniques again? After pondering for a moment, he changed into casual clothes, took his shadow-tied claws, and left the dormitory. MOCI rode a shared bike, speeding toward the cultivation tower. Along the way, MOCI clearly noticed that there were more students on the main campus path. They all appeared to be roughly the same age as him. These were ordinary people who had passed the martial entrance exams with outstanding scores and succeeded in enrolling in the Martial Combat University. It seems the Martial Arts Academy has begun allowing students to move into campus early. With the start of term approaching soon, MOCI grew increasingly anxious. Though his strength already far surpassed that of martial artists his age, his demands on himself didn't stop there. What he wanted was complete dominance, absolute crushing superiority. The shadow of the apocalyptic beast tide still loomed over his heart. He didn't care about protecting others, he only wished to avoid dying as pitifully as he had in his previous life, perishing miserably in some filthy alley. MOCI swore silently to himself. To enter the martial arts tournament, 40 Realm Warriors, I must keep my vital energy below 999 cards. By that time, there will still be 2 years left before the apocalyptic beast tide. Within these 2 years, I must at least raise my cultivation realm to the 4th tier, even at the slowest pace. MOCI was lost in thought, and before he knew it, he had arrived beneath the training pagoda. Gazing up at the towering gray-white pagoda rising from the ground, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Just one nether void claw technique isn't enough, I need to cultivate a few more combat skills. Having said this, MOCI parked the car and strode toward the automatic sensor doors of the training tower. Chapter 56, First time at the training tower. Heart Sutra combat skills. Ding! The receptionist at the cultivation tower immediately flashed a sweet smile when she heard the door chime. Classmate, may I help you with anything? Her gaze trailed upward to follow the newcomer's movement. A graceful young man with his hair tied up in a small bun strode in, surveying the interior of the cultivation tower. The receptionist recognized him. This was none other than the currently renowned MOCI. Her beautiful eyes instantly lit up as she said sweetly, Student MOCI, your mentor Julie is already waiting for you in the lounge area. MOCI glanced at the receptionist, nodded his thanks, and, following her directions, I arrived at the first floor lounge area. The lounge was spacious, with sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows, creating an extremely cozy atmosphere. Every seat was occupied by men and women, all martial artists who had come here to train their combat skills. During their leisure time, they'd catch up on dramas while cramming knowledge from Combat Skills Encyclopedia and Dangerous Beasts Illustrated Guide. Standing at the entrance, Mosai immediately recognized Julie. Julie wore a simple white t-shirt, carried a backpack, and was sipping coffee while gazing thoughtfully at some distant point outside the window. Mosai walked straight over and sat down across from Julie, saying, Teacher, how come you arrived even earlier than me? Hearing this, Julie immediately turned her head and, upon seeing that it was Mosai who had arrived, smiled joyfully. Because I knew you'd come early. How was your training experience at the Guanyin Forest Wilderness Zone? How did your corrosive bacterial tide perform? Hearing this, Mosai began to recall those 6 days. Every morning, he would wake up and go out with the duo of Old Gao and Zhang Qiping to track down the dazzling leech. In the end, they didn't find the leech but made a fortune instead. Sadly, by the time they finally found the dazzling leech, Old Gao had already died. MOCI calmly said. The trial in Guanyin Forest was acceptable. Primarily gained considerable knowledge about the behavioral patterns of ferocious beasts. As for combat, these beasts weren't even worthy prey for my corrosive bacteria. MOCI spoke nothing but the truth. During these 6 days, he had never encountered any danger, killing any savage beast that came singly and slaughtering entire packs when they came in numbers. Throughout these 6 days, MOCI hadn't even needed to employ physical combat techniques. As long as he could get close to a savage beast, gently infusing corrosive fungal tide into its body would instantly kill the enemy. Indeed, entrusting the essence blood of the thousand-jung demonic centipede to you is the most correct choice I've ever made. His venom trait is a perfect match for your corrosion bacteria. With that, Julie covered her mouth and chuckled gleefully. She was growing increasingly fond of this extraordinarily gifted student. Julie's tone suddenly turned serious as she solemnly declared, "But, Mosai, you mustn't overuse your powers. Do you know why I brought you here?" Without hesitation, Mosai blurted out, "This is the training tower. Naturally we came to exchange combat techniques and practice both skills and physical disciplines." Julie nodded before rising to her feet, leading Mosai straight toward the elevator bank. Julie pressed the button for the second-to-last floor of the high-rise before continuing. "With so many martial artists on Blue Star, what if you encounter a fierce beast or a warrior who happens to be immune to your corrosive bacteria? How would you handle that? Or, purely by coincidence, what if you face a martial artist in the martial arts tournament whose physical techniques surpass yours and who also happens to be immune to your corrosive bacteria? If you rely solely on your special ability to fight, what then?" Hearing this, Moci fell into deep thought. He naturally understood Julie's implication that he shouldn't rely too much on the power of corrosive bacteria, but instead develop his abilities in a balanced way, since corrosive bacteria wasn't invincible after all. Moci nodded emphatically and made a pledge. "I understand my teacher's earnest intentions. I'll definitely dedicate myself to training in both physical techniques and combat skills." Ding! You have arrived at the training tower, A-Rank combat skills area. The announcement reminded the pair of their arrival. As the elevator doors slowly slid open, an elderly man wearing a traditional pure black tang suit and reading glasses was waiting in front of the elevator door. Upon seeing Julie, he slightly bent his waist, respectfully saying, "Professor Julie, you've arrived. This must be your student, Mosai, I presume?" This person is the steward of the cultivation tower, Old Wu. He has been working in the cultivation tower for over 30 years, overseeing all matters, big and small, within the tower. Julie said to Mosai, "When you arrive at the cultivation tower, if there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask Old Wu." "Right away, Professor." Moci nodded to Old Wu in acknowledgement before following Julie deeper inside. Moci looked around curiously. After all, it was his first time visiting this Class A combat skills zone, and everything felt refreshingly new. The Class A combat skills area was lined with pure white display cases crafted from anti-theft glass and anti-theft metal. Each display case was categorized by the type of combat skill sphere it housed. There are 5 major categories: offensive combat skills, defensive combat skills, supportive combat skills, movement combat skills, and weapon heart method combat skills. MOC's A-grade Phantom Void Claw is an offensive combat skill, while the S-grade Miasma Shadow Step, gifted by Du Ziting, belongs to the movement combat skills category. Among these, weapon heart method combat skills are the most unique type of battle techniques. Weapon heart method type, unlike the other 4 types of actively deployed combat skills, it functions more like a passive ability. As cultivation deepens, it dramatically alters your weapon techniques and combat patterns, imbuing every strike and stance with the distinct characteristics of the mastered heart method. Julie led Mosai to the weapon heart method specialized area. After passing displays like spear heart methods, sword heart methods, and blade heart methods, they finally stopped before the claw heart methods exhibition cabinet. Julie pointed at the display case and said slowly, "Moci, you've never studied mental techniques, have you? Your fist and claw techniques are completely chaotic, as if you're attacking purely by instinct." Hearing this, Moci frowned deeply, his sword-like eyebrows drawing together. He whispered, "Indeed. In high school, the school allowed martial arts students to choose weapons and corresponding mental techniques. But before I could learn anything, I was kicked out of the martial arts class, so I'm not proficient with any weapons." During high school, Mosai spent every day drinking medicinal brews to train, trying every possible method to raise his vital energy value. Before he could learn mental cultivation combat techniques, he was kicked out of the martial arts class. During the martial exam, he fought entirely by instinct. Yet even without mastering weapon mental cultivation, MOC's physical combat skills could overpower most of his peers. Such was his innate talent for fighting. Julie's heart ached for MOCI even more. She continued, "Zhong Lingling mastered the S-level martial arts technique, 10,000 destruction combat technique, and perfected it during high school. Now, her skills are on par with yours. However, if you learn the Yi weapon technique, you could completely surpass her in physical combat. That's why I brought you to the training pagoda." Hearing this, MOC's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the dazzling array of combat skill orbs displayed in the showcase. Each combat skill orb here was exceedingly rare. Though these combat skill orbs were extremely rare, the Martial Arts Academy had kept their prices remarkably low. If they were sold in places like WTF, they would likely be several times more expensive. MOCI stared at the price tags on these orbs, deep in thought. Grade A, 100 Claws Heart Method, 100 points to unlock, 3.25 points / 100,000 Dragon Nation Currency. Grade A, Dragon Wolf Palm Heart Method, 100 points to unlock, 3.25 points / 100,000 Dragon Nation Currency. Grade A, Cherry Claw Heart Method, 90 points to unlock, 3.25 points / 100,000 Dragon Nation Currency. Grade A, Night Claw Heart Method, 80 points to unlock, 3.25 points / 100,000 Dragon Nation Currency. MOCI turned his head slightly and asked Julie, "Teacher, the school has given me the opportunity to freely choose 5 A-level combat skill balls and 5 S-level combat skill balls. Did you bring me to the A-level combat skill area because you want me to learn only A-level combat skills?" Hearing this, Julie replied indifferently, No. You can still learn an S-grade combat technique now. That would be my weapon cultivation method, Thousand Spider Hand Technique. Chapter 57, Claw-type Cultivation Method, Thousand Spider Hand. Having said this, Julie slowly opened the white crossbody bag she was carrying. The zipper opened, and golden light burst forth. Julia single-handedly grasped this glittering combat technique orb while saying, "The progression for S-rank combat techniques takes far too long. If you simultaneously cultivate multiple S-rank techniques, your advancement rate will decrease significantly. In such a situation, you must prioritize mastering the most crucial, weapon heart method type, first. My Thousand Spider Palm technique will be more than sufficient for you until the 6th rank." MOCI accepted the combat skill sphere and began examining it carefully. The spiritual energy contained within was exceptionally dense, and even through the barrier of the combat skill sphere, MOCI could faintly detect traces of venomous intent. Absolutely ferocious. Julie introduced. This S-grade, Thousand Spider Palm technique, encompasses both claw and finger techniques. It will completely transform your disorganized moves by targeting acupoints to attack enemies, accelerating the erosion speed of venom. When perfected and combined with the corrosive bacteria in your body, your strikes will become as swift as a venomous spider's, truly achieving instant death upon contact. Upon hearing about accelerating the erosion speed, MOC's eyes suddenly glimmered faintly. He had always been deeply concerned about the speed at which corrosive bacteria eroded enemy flesh. Though after body tempering, his corrosive bacterial tide, enhanced by the characteristics of Thousand-Zong venomous centipede, had significantly increased its erosion speed. But in their normal form, if the corrosive bacteria couldn't accurately invade crucial human organs like the brain, heart, or liver, then it wouldn't be a one-hit kill. If encountering a massive, highly poisonous beast like the storm thunder elephant, MOCI would undoubtedly choose to enhance his blood symbiosis bacteria. And in those situations, the corrosion speed of the erosion bacteria would become even slower. All in all, this S-rank Thousand Spider Palm technique brought MOCI far more than just marginal improvements. For the sake of the martial arts tournament, and to prepare for the arrival of those terrifying behemoths during the apocalyptic beast tide, MOCI was determined to master this technique. With a solemn expression, MOCI declared earnestly, "Master, I swear to dedicate myself to cultivating this Thousand Spider Palm technique and live up to both your and the Academy's expectations." Hearing this, Julie smiled in satisfaction. She gently stroked MOC's face and said affectionately, "I believe in you." Next, there are still 4 types left. I'll personally select the combat skills most suited for you. MOCI followed Julie's footsteps. He wandered through this Class A combat skill zone, searching for techniques most suited to MOCI. Eventually, he selected 4 balanced skill types: offensive, defensive, supportive, and movement techniques. MOCI currently still possessed one and used S-ranked movement technique orb, but he wasn't ready to use it yet. Doing so would slow down his overall skill cultivation progress. Besides, he couldn't very well say that this combat technique sphere was a tribute from his devoted little brother Du Zitan, could he? Moreover, practicing 2 S-rank combat techniques simultaneously would indeed slow down his progress. Julie walked toward the counter with her bag slung over her shoulder, while MOCI followed behind, carefully cradling the 4 combat technique spheres. He asked with slight concern, Teacher, is it really feasible to absorb 4 A-rank and 1 S-rank skill spheres all at once?" Julie patted MOC's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've tried it before too." Then Julie shifted the topic. "Although your ability is categorized as summoning type, you can't actually use any summoning type combat skills. So the combat skills I've selected for you are all poison type abilities that function similarly to your bacteria. You just need to replace the venom with corrosive bacteria. The effects will be identical, if not even better." MOCI understood that the more rare and unique an ability was, the harder it would be to find compatible combat techniques. Take Lin Mutong's spatial type A-rank ability, Mirror Pupil, for example, which allowed her to instantly teleport to reflective surfaces. Such a distinctive ability made it exceptionally difficult to find matching battle techniques, forcing her to rely on generic combat techniques. Alternatively, she could have her personal mentor impart techniques to her, as their fighting styles were similar. On the other hand, Lucci's elemental A-class ability, Fire Magic, made it incredibly easy to find combat techniques. Fire element techniques were practically everywhere. Lost in thought, Julie walked with MOCI to the cashier's counter. There stood only a steward-type puppet at the cash register. MOCI poured out the skill orbs in a clattering heap onto the counter. After scanning them one by one, he pulled out his student ID and placed it on the red glowing sensor. Beep, beep, detected A-grade combat skill orbs, total of 4. They are A-grade attack skill, venomous hypodermic needle, A-grade defense skill, toxin-infused battle frenzy, A-grade support skill, soul-shattering spider silk, A-grade movement skill, poison lotus steps. Purchaser identified as MOCI, processing transaction. Purchase successful. The total price is 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins or 20 points, with a 100% discount, totaling 0 points and 0 Dragon Kingdom coins spent. Welcome back next time. MOCI took the 4 skill spheres packed in a large bag by the puppet and quietly marveled to himself. Free stuff feels amazing. Saved me 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Beside him, Julie couldn't help but shake her head secretly in envy. There are still 5 S-Class combat skill spheres left to choose from. These 5 S-Class combat skill spheres can exempt you from paying 1 million Dragon Nation dollars or 50 points. I really envy you Academy elites. When I was your age, I was still using B-Class combat skill spheres. Julie completely understood why the school placed such high importance on MOCI. The abilities he demonstrated during the martial examination were truly unparalleled. Without the heart method of weapons, his combat talent rivals Zhong Lingling's, while possessing an S-Class talent called Beast Mastery, and his contracted partner is the unprecedented Corrosive Bacteria, both in combat and supernatural abilities. MOCI stands at the pinnacle of existence. Had his innate vitality potential not been so low, he would have been the perfect martial artist template. The two of them walked into the exclusive martial arts hall of the Cultivation Tower. Julie pointed at the luxurious decorations and explained, "This place provides combat skill training for martial artists. Compared to the martial arts halls in the city district, ours at the Martial Combat Academy are more professional. Especially these spiritual puppets in the Cultivation Tower. They're made from upgraded S-grade memory metal. No matter how much you strike them, they'll always heal. Of course, it doesn't heal every single time." Julie walked up to the human-shaped spiritual puppet at the center of the field, patted its sturdy shoulder, and continued. His skeletal muscles and other physiological structures are no different from ordinary humans, and he can even activate Super Transformation Mode. Super, Ultra Transformation Mode? MOCI craned his neck and asked in confusion. Seeing MOC's utterly bewildered expression, Julie decided to demonstrate it herself. With both hands on her hips, Julie proudly called out coquettishly to the entire room, "Kabutak, activate Super Transformation Mode." The room's broadcast immediately began to respond. Super Transformation Mode. At the center of the field, the motionless puppet suddenly began to twist grotesquely. He stood upside down, hands turning into feet, feet into hands, crotch into head into crotch until finally, he transformed into the form of a blue flame tiger. Julie nodded, her face full of pride, and said, "This room's intelligent assistant is called Kabuta. Aside from massive ferocious beasts, if you want the spirit puppet to mimic any creature, you can just tell him." MOCI was utterly shocked. Chapter 58, Absorbing 5 Combat Skills at Once. Combat Skill Cultivation. Gazing at the spirit puppet that had transformed back into human form, MOCI thought to himself, if it can morph into other ferocious beasts, that means it can perfectly replicate their weaknesses, allowing me to become more familiar with battling those creatures. This thing is truly a good item. Julie looked at Maji, whose eyes were gleaming subtly, and said proudly, "Well, isn't this little thing useful?" And unlike those low-level spirit puppets that can only detect physical damage, Kabuta can sense attacks containing spiritual power, meaning it can detect your bacteria too. With that, Julie tossed the bag of combat skill spheres to MOCI and abruptly changed the subject, saying, "No more idle chatter. Your assignment from the teacher today is to absorb all 5 of these combat skill spheres, then use all 5 skills to spar with the spirit puppet. After you've fought for at least 2.5 hours, you can return to the dorm to rest." MOCI's eyes widened as he picked at his ear and exclaimed, "How much? 2.5? Although the duration wasn't excessively long, sparring with spirit puppets is exceptionally draining, because spirit puppets never tire. Even if MOCI desperately used Attribute Reset to recover endurance value, it was impossible to not feel even a hint of fatigue. On top of that, the combat puppets in the training tower were crafted from an upgraded version of S-grade memory metal, making their restorative abilities far superior to the lower-grade puppets made of B-grade memory metal at the South Joe Martial Arts Academy. 2.5 hours was already an impressively long time. MOCI gazed at Julie's sweet smile, feeling nothing but sheer terror, as if the king of hell himself were smiling at him. Julie immediately pushed MOCI to sit on the ground while saying, "Let's not waste any time, start absorbing now." With that, she opened the 4 red and white A-rank combat skill orbs, and 1 golden S-rank combat skill orb, arranged directly in front of MOCI. The 4 sphere covers popped open one after another, unleashing a torrent of blue spiritual energy stored within the combat technique spheres, surging forth like tidal waves in an endless stream. They floated above Maji's head, intertwining with each other to form a massive cloud-like cluster of spiritual energy. Gazing upward, Maji turned to Julie with confusion and asked, "Teacher, since they're all tangled together now, won't something strange happen after absorbing them all?" "Oh dear, just relax and absorb it." Hearing this, Mosai quickly arranged his posture, sitting upright with his eyes tightly shut. He then employed the heart concentration technique and began absorbing the memory aura, floating above his head. Julie leaned against the martial hall's wall, quietly watching Mosai comprehending the combat technique as she explained. The combat skill orb was only invented about 70 years ago. Before that, warriors had to rely on combat skill books to comprehend combat techniques. These books were not only obscure and hard to understand, but the progress in mastering them was also slow. Even executing a move for the first time was a huge challenge. MOCI kept his eyes closed as he listened to Julie's explanation, remaining completely unaffected as he continued calmly absorbing spiritual energy. Julie paced around MOCI and continued speaking. This battle technique sphere, although single-use, can simulate the technique hundreds of times in your mind, forming preliminary muscle memory. By repeatedly practicing their techniques, martial artists can improve their proficiency. The difference between the two learning methods is like comparing reading technique manuals to flipping through comics, while absorbing technique spheres is like physically crossing into the anime world. MOCI tightly closed his eyes. A pure white space kept flashing in his mind, where a familiar, graceful figure stood before him, performing the 1,000 spider palm technique. MOCI's hands also rose uncontrollably as he followed the figure's movements, executing a set of extremely fierce and agile plot techniques. As the memory spiritual energy was completely absorbed by MOCI, a sudden announcement echoed in his mind. Beep, beep. Host has successfully learned 1,000 spider palm technique, beginner, venom injection needle, beginner, bathing in poison to fight, beginner, soul-shaking spider silk, beginner, poisonous lotus steps, beginner. After the announcement finished, MOCI slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, 5 new combat skill memories had surfaced in his mind. System, open the combat skills panel. MOCI willed it, and instantly summoned the system. A deep blue panel slowly unfolded before MOC's eyes as he swiftly examined the details of the new combat skill. 1,000 spider palm technique, 1/100 levels, novice. Practitioners of this technique strike with ruthless precision, swift, unpredictable movements targeting the 108 fatal meridians of both humans and savage beasts, each strike lethal. Venom injection needle, level 1 out of 100, novice. This martial skill concentrates all the warrior's toxins onto their fingertip, injecting them like a syringe into the enemy's flesh within 0.099 seconds. Poison-infused combat, level 1 out of 100, novice. This martial skill envelopes the warrior's entire body with toxins, slightly boosting defense and poisoning any enemy that makes contact. Soul-shaking silk, 1/100 level, beginner. Can transform its viscous venom into a silk strand to bind enemies, also used for repositioning. Venomous lotus steps, 1/100 level, beginner. The warrior moves swiftly while laying hidden venom traps along their path, restricting opponents. The maximum level for combat techniques is 100 levels, and one must cultivate to level 100 to achieve perfection. This is no easy task. MOCI also noticed. His Void Claw was currently at level 15, still in the beginner stage. Having finished his contemplation, MOCI slowly stood up and turned to look at Julie beside him, saying, "Teacher, I'm ready." Hearing this, Julie, who was standing beside Mosai, gradually retreated to the dojo entrance before saying, "Kabuta, activate level 19 spiritual puppet, set time limit, 2.5 hours. Julie shouted toward Mosai, who was inside the private dojo. "Remember, you must train for at least 2.5 hours before you can finish." Having said that, Julie slowly closed the martial arts hall's door. Beep! The spirit puppet's eyes suddenly emitted a red glow. The announcement echoed through the room. First tier, level 19 spiritual puppet activated. 150-minute, record holder, Gubowen, score 314,103. When the puppet's eyes flash green, combat begins. Go forth, warrior. Staring at the motionless hulk of a spiritual puppet, MOCI nervously swallowed hard. As he equipped the Dark-Tide claws, he silently thought to himself, "Last time at the South Continent Martial Arts Hall, I was only fighting level 9 spirit puppets. Never thought I'd be facing level 19 ones now. With 842 attribute points, it should still be quite effortless if I utilize attribute reset skillfully. Not to mention I now possess 5 combat techniques." Having finished his contemplation, MOCI readied himself for battle. The spirit puppet's eyes glowed green as they charged toward each other. The puppet swung its heavy left fist directly at Mosai's face, but he nimbly ducked low to evade. In that instant, Mosai detected the puppet's flaw. 2 vulnerable pressure points beneath its ribs were exposed. Mosai didn't hesitate, relying on instinctive muscle memory as he swiftly pressed his index and middle fingers together into a sword gesture and stabbed toward the puppet's meridian point. Crack, crack. With a crisp sound, Mosai's black-tied claw-adorned fingers plunged deep into the puppet's ribcage, the wound faintly glowing blue. Beep. The spirit puppet is injured under the ribs, points increased by 62. In an instant, the spirit puppet swung its heavy right fist and slammed it with force toward Mosai before it. Fighting through the poison. A faint blue glow emanated from Mosai's body as the corrosive bacteria swiftly covered his entire surface, instantly boosting his defensive capabilities. He raised his left fist, instantly blocking the puppet spirit's heavy punch. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Beep. Puppet spirit's right fist infected, score increased by 13. Immediately, Mosai activated toxic injection needle, then transformed his right hand into a blade and plunged it with lightning speed into the spirit puppet's body. Corrosive bacterial tide wildly surged into the spirit puppet, instantly bloating its body to grotesque proportions. Mosai withdrew both hands and leaped back swiftly, putting distance between himself and the puppet. The spirit puppet's belly had swollen to an enormous size, and from within came gurgling noises like bubbling sludge. Mosai raised his claws dripping with black water and clenched his fist. Boom! The bloated metal belly of the spirit puppet exploded instantly, spraying black liquid all over the ground. Beep. The spirit puppet's internal organs are severely damaged, spine fractured, venom eroded, score increased by 425. With all these buffs stacked together, it actually earned a whopping 425 points. Before the announcement even finished, that spirit puppet rapidly healed as if nothing had happened. Mosai glanced at the timer on the wall. Time has passed 10 seconds, but his score has reached a terrifying 500 points. 10 seconds for 500 points, that means 3,000 points in just 1 minute. At this scoring rate, Mosai could reach 450,000 points in 150 minutes, surpassing the previous record by a whopping 140,000 points. Mosai had no time to think further and charged again toward the still unsteady spirit puppet. Julie stood outside the entrance to the exclusive training hall of the cultivation tower, gazing through the long observation window at Mosai with a complicated expression in her eyes. Silently, shock surged through her heart. This kid's physical strength far surpasses an ordinary warrior's. Though his vital energy is only around 200 units, the intensity he displays is closer to a warrior with 900 units. While deep in thought, the warriors who had come to purchase combat skills from the A-grade combat technique area gradually stopped and gathered to watch. Isn't that Mosai? Yeah, our top special admissions student. His current strength is a full 10,000 times beyond what it was during the martial exam. Fighting Chi-Beidu would be like beating a dog to him. Hard to say. Chi-Beidu has grown too, he's already hit 700 units now. As time passed, more and more people stopped to watch. They all seemed to forget their original purpose for coming to the training tower, crowding around instead to watch Mosai's training session. Beep. With the announcement echoing, the agonizing 2.5 hours finally came to an end. The spirit puppet reformed again as Mosai leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to sit on the floor, throwing his head back while gasping for breath in great heaves, sweat pouring off him like rain. He silently recited in his mind. System, show me the combat skill panel. Beep. S rank, 1000 spider palm technique, 4 out of 100 levels, beginner. A rank, venom injection needle, 3 out of 100 levels, beginner. A rank, toxic combat frenzy, 2 out of 100 levels, beginner. A grade, soul shaking spider silk, 2 out of 100, novice. Grade A, poisonous lotus steps, 2 out of 100 levels, novice. Staring at the combat skill panel, Mosai silently murmured to himself. Improved by 3 levels across the board, not bad. Beep. The broadcast sounded again. Congratulations to Mosai, successfully breaking the 150-minute record against a level 19 puppet. Score reached 434,313. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A seductive smile played at the corners of Julie's lips. She opened the gate, walking toward Mosai with a water bottle and nodding approvingly as she said, Mosai, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. Go rest in the dormitory. Remember, you must come again tomorrow. Mosai took the icy water and drank it heartily. Chapter 59, Combat Skill Upgrade. Grade B Essence Blood arrives. Beep. Congratulations, Mosai. Successfully broke the 150-minute record for level 19 puppet. Score reached 455,314. The exclusive martial arts hall in the Class A combat skill sales area once again broadcasted an earth-shaking announcement. This marked Mosai's 5th consecutive record-breaking achievement. He had been coming here daily for 5 days straight to train in combat techniques. Each time spectators arrived, they were met with the deafening announcement proclaiming his latest shattered record. The crowd of martial artists gathered before the training hall's entrance had grown far larger than when MOCI first came here to practice his combat skills. Their gazes fixed on the training hall interior were filled with profound shock and awe. As for the 150-minute score record MOCI had just set, they could only look upon it with admiration, finding it utterly unbelievable. MOCI is simply a monster. Perhaps our martial arts academy can really win the championship at the martial arts grand tournament. Chi Beidou? He's nothing but a piece of shit. That piece of shit Chi Beidou insult is absolutely brilliant, damn it. Inside the private training hall, the spirit puppet that had transformed into a vermilion-scaled water buffalo had already been beaten beyond recognition by MOCI. After 5 days of torture by MOCI, this spiritual puppet worth over 1 million Dragon Kingdom currency had lost a significant amount of its spiritual energy and could no longer be restored to its pristine condition. They would need to find a repair technician and place it in a spiritual energy resonance device before it could be used in the martial arts hall again. MOCI sat atop the dismembered remains of the spiritual puppet, carefully studying his combat skill panel. S-Rank, 1000 Spider Palm Techniques, 20 out of 100 levels, Proficient. A-Grade, Venom Injection Needle, 15/100 levels, Novice. A-Grade, Toxic Battle Frenzy, 10 out of 100 levels, Novice. A-Grade, Soul Shaking Spider Silk, 10 out of 100 levels, Novice. A-Grade, Poison Lotus Steps, 10 out of 100 levels, Novice. Combat skills advance to the next tier every 20 levels. There are 5 tiers in total: Novice, Adept, Master, Perfection, and Completion. The tier of a combat skill typically requires specialized detection equipment to measure accurately. However, MOCI possesses a system that allows him to check anytime and anywhere. Looking at the significantly improved combat skill levels, MOCI felt deeply satisfied. He silently thought to himself. The teacher said the progress in mastering these 4 A-grade combat skills doesn't need to be too high, since they'll eventually be replaced by superior S-grade combat skills. The main focus should be on the S-grade weapon cultivation method that must receive priority training. MOCI could break records every day and push his limits, not just because his combat skills had leveled up. There was another reason. After finishing his training at the martial arts hall each day, he would return to his luxury villa and claim the 10 spirit incense sticks gifted daily by the school to boost his vital energy. Each stick of this spirit incense costs 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. MOCI can claim 10 sticks daily just by signing in. Over these 5 days, MOCI managed to dedicate 6 hours each day to cultivation, gaining approximately 9 calories of vital energy per day. Among these gains, the cultivation and auto-battle benefits from blood bond bacteria contributed 50 calories, while Heart Convergence Art provided 14 calories. So far, MOC's vital energy has reached 307 calories. With the additional attribute points, his stats at rank 0 level 3 had reached a terrifying 906 points. Strength, 302. Endurance, 302. Speed, 302. MOCI stared at his attribute panel, lost in thought. If it weren't for the support from Martial Arts Academy, there's no way I could afford spending 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins every day like this. MOC's remaining assets total just over 900,000 coins if spent entirely on Holy SH*T, spiritual incense sticks. It would only buy him 180 sticks. Factoring in other miscellaneous expenses, his fortune could be depleted in an instant. So for a poor kid like MOCI without money or influence, if the academies don't favor him, his only path is to remain an ordinary person. After all, the martial arts exam isn't something ordinary people can afford to participate in. As he was deep in thought, Old Wu, the cultivation tower manager, pushed open the doors and walked through the crowded crowd. At the same time, behind him followed a swarming group of uniformed maintenance workers. Old Wu was holding a cold drink and a towel in his hands. When he saw the shattered remains of the spirit puppet on the ground, he couldn't help but push up his reading glasses, widen his eyes, and tremble his lips. He knew that such a spirit puppet would only break under extreme metal fatigue. Though there had been incidents of spirit puppets being damaged before, the ones responsible for such accidents usually possessed far greater cultivation levels than the puppets themselves. MOCI had only just over 300 units of vital energy, yet the spirit puppet he dismantled was calibrated for as much as 1,900 calories. This is unbelievable. Old Wu waved his hand and said to the maintenance staff behind him, "Go, take these spirit puppets for repairs, then put up a sign to temporarily disable this room." Hearing this, MOCI stood up and took the towel and cold drink handed to him by Old Wu, watching as each maintenance worker struggled to carry the wreckage out of the martial arts hall. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and then drank heartily. Mo Xiqing said apologetically to Old Wu, "Manager Wu, we've really caused you trouble." Hearing this, Old Wu waved his hand grandly and said boldly, "Oh no, not a chance. Such incidents happening in the academy are actually good. It means our combat academy students are growing stronger and stronger. Julie would be guiding Xiaoyi's training for these 2 weeks and wouldn't have time to look after MOCI, so she let him spend these last 2 weeks cultivating on his own. During these past few days, whenever Mo Sifu encountered any issues, he would go to the front desk to consult Old Wu. Old Wu was quite considerate towards MOCI. Not only did he prepare energy drinks for him every day, but he also had towels ready and patiently explained any questions MOCI had. Ding! MOC's phone suddenly emitted a clear notification tone. He took out his phone, frowning slightly as he checked it. Tingzi's message, the essence blood has arrived. MOC's message, thanks, Tingzi. MOC's transfer, 30,000 Dragon Country dollars, pending receipt. MOCI transfer, 30,000 Dragon Nation currency, refunded. MOCI message? Tongzi message 30,000 is still within my means. MOCI message right. How could I let big bro here pay up? Tongzi's message. MOCI grinned, stuffed his phone back into his pocket, and immediately thanked Old Wu. Manager Wu, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. My summer vacation combat training ends here for now. There's something I need to attend to in the dorm, so I'll take my leave first. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Student MO, go ahead and deal with your matters first. With that, MOCI strode briskly toward the martial arts hall's entrance, vanishing without a trace after squeezing through the crowd. Old Wu gazed at MOC's retreating figure and murmured under his breath. Talented, courteous, his future is incredibly bright. Before long, MOCI had already returned to his dormitory doorstep. At the door, Afu noticed that Mosai had returned home and immediately opened the door, saying, Master, you have a package. Mosai casually took the exquisitely packaged parcel, glanced around, and then closed the main gate before heading to the cultivation chamber. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Du Ziting, asking, MOC's message, what kind of essence blood are these 3 vials? Latest intel breath turtles, rage bats, bloodhound trackers. Seeing this message, MOCI frowned deeply. These 3 monsters are the most common vicious beasts in Dragon Country. The breath tortoise is just a larger turtle with a longer lifespan, the rage bat is essentially an oversized bat, and the blood sniffer hound is basically the pro version of a wild dog. MOC's message, Tang Zi, what kind of bullshit are you looking for? Tang Zi's message, the low-grade essence blood of rare fierce beasts, all snatched up. MOCI was speechless and decided not to scold Tang Zi further. He then used his phone to look up the beast characteristics of these 3 vials of vital blood. Breath turtle, breath holding, rage bat monster, frenzy, bloodhound, scenting blood. MOCI opened the package and stared at the 3 vials of turbid, blackish vital blood, utterly at a loss for how to consume them. His sword-like brows furrowed tightly as he sighed and said, forget it, I'd better try Tingzi's A-grade, blue radiant poison crow, first. Chapter 60, The Bacteria Evolve Again. Summer special training concludes. MOCI placed the 3 slightly foul-smelling essence blood vials before him, then slowly retrieved the A-grade essence blood of blue radiant poison crow from his spatial ring. Gazing at this vial of light blue, odorless essence blood, MOCI secretly recalled something. Du Ziting's vital essence bloodline was that of a black glow poison crow, a mutated version of the cyan glow poison crow, larger in size and higher in rank. Both shared 2 common ferocious beast characteristics, crow feather and steel feather. Crow feather can manipulate feathers. Steel feather, feathers as hard as steel. The essence blood of the obsidian poison crow has one additional feature, toxic feather. Poison feather, capable of imbuing feathers with potent toxins. However, Du Ziting's tempered vital essence was only grade A, without the poison feather mantle. He possessed only the raven feather and steel feather. Thus, Du Ziting's calamity crow evolved, with its fallen feathers transforming into small crows that could be controlled, while the feathers covering its body became as hard as armor. MOCI opened the lid, silently thinking to himself, refining S-grade essence blood takes too long, just 1/10 of progress requires at least 3 days. I might as well refine these essences that take less time first and complete the 1,000-fathom demon centipede later. S-grade essence blood, due to its spiritual energy purity reaching 99%, requires 3 full days for every 10th portion absorbed. To obtain the first, fierce beast trait, one needs to absorb 2 layers of essence blood, the second requires 3 layers, and the third demands 5 layers. Absorbing them all would take over a month. However, essence blood below S rank is much faster to refine. A rank takes only a week, while B rank and C rank require just a single day. MOCI now had only a week left. After refining these new vials of essence blood, it would be time for school to start. I wonder what kind of ferocious beast traits this azure glow poison crow can bring me, and what evolutions it will grant my bacteria. After pondering, MOCI stared motionlessly at the drop of blue flame poison crow essence blood in his hand. He seemed to be steeling himself with great resolve, encouraging himself as he said, Anyway, refining the 1000 demonic centipede can only yield 3 traits, enough to fully evolve just 1 bacterium. The other essence bloods would have to be consumed sooner or later anyway. Forget it, I'll go all out. Go all out, don't overthink it. MOCI immediately poured the grade A essence blood of the Azure Glow Poison Crow into his mouth, downing half of it in one gulp. This A-grade refined blood had no peculiar taste at all, as bland and tasteless as drinking a glass of plain water. But suddenly, that familiar searing, burning pain came rushing toward him again. Sliding from his mouth down his throat until it reached his stomach, every organ felt like it was being scorched by flames. However, MOCI had long grown accustomed to this kind of pain while refining the essence blood of the 1000 demonic centipede. The burning sensation from this A-grade essence blood was far less intense than that brought by S-grade essence blood. Compared to his last body tempering session, MOCI felt nothing at all this time. It was like drinking a strong liquor with a delayed kick. He simply treated it as if nothing had happened. MOCI remained completely focused, utterly unaware of the passage of time. Beep. You have successfully refined Blue Glow Poison Crow, A-grade essence blood, Tier 5, and corrosion bacteria has undergone mutation. Corrosion bacteria has acquired the trait Crow Feather. The system's voice notified MOCI that 3 days had passed. His eyes snapped open as he summoned the Beast Codex. With a flick of his consciousness, corrosive bacteria, Raven Feather, can generate small blue ravens composed of corrosive bacteria, autonomously controllable within a 10-kilometer radius of the host, 1 raven per 1 unit of chi blood energy, maximum 9,999. Reading this text, MOC's pupils suddenly glimmered with an eerie light. His gaze locked onto the phrase, within a 10-kilometer radius. A pea-sized drop of cold sweat involuntarily trickled down. Inside, MOCI was astounded. This is exactly what I need, a way to enhance the infection vector. MOCI's corrosive bacteria could only infect enemies at close range. Now with the addition of the Crow Feather, Beast trait, he could freely spread the corrosion bacteria within a 10-kilometer range using little blue crows. Moreover, the more vital energy he has, the more little blue crows he can generate. Currently, MOC's vital energy stands at 307 calories, allowing him to summon 307 little blue crows. If deployed all at once, they could infect 307 enemies. And that's not counting the contagious spread between enemies themselves. I dare not imagine. MOC's heart remained unsettled for a long time. He walked briskly out of the cultivation chamber with small, hurried steps. Under the bright sunlight in the backyard, he immediately raised his right palm. As his vital energy began to boil, his entire right arm became covered in a layer of black liquid. Then, one after another, ravens with jet-black bodies faintly shimmering with blue light emerged in a continuous stream, flapping their wings as they surged forth from MOC's right arm. Under the scorching sun, they circled above MOC's head, emitting mournful and piercing shrieks akin to lamentations. To prevent others from noticing the anomaly, MOCI swiftly withdrew them. Like arrows descending, the flock of ravens plunged down and merged seamlessly back into MOC's right arm, until only one small blue crow remained. MOCI looked at this little blue crow with its glowing red eyes, somewhat plump and cute in appearance, yet undeniably handsome, with great delight. He muttered to himself, I need to find someone to test this little blue crow's power. At this very moment, Du Ziteng lay sprawled across the large couch in his dormitory, staring at his phone with a face full of melancholy. The television was broadcasting news about foreign monstrous beasts, but he showed not the slightest interest. His vacant eyes gazed at his own reflection on the phone screen as he muttered to himself, why must someone as handsome as me suffer hair loss, while someone as ugly as MOCI gets to keep all his hair? Ding! A text message arrived on the phone. Du Ziteng saw that MOCI had coincidentally sent a message at this very moment. His heart gave a sudden jolt. Damn, disappears for 3 days without a word, then sends a message right after I curse it. Does this little bastard have ears that stretch 1,000 miles? MOCI's message, are you in the dorm? Du Ziteng's message, I'm here, what's up? Cold farewell message, what's the house number? Go to the backyard, I'll deliver something to you. Du Ziteng's message, number 1103. Well, this little bastard actually brought me something. No wonder he disappeared for 3 days, was off preparing a thank you gift for me. But why go to the backyard? After his exclamation, Du Ziteng quickly got up and shuffled leisurely toward the backyard in his slippers. Under the blazing sun, he looked around but found nothing. He cursed inwardly, damn it, is this bastard messing with me? Du Ziteng was about to pull out his phone when he spotted a dark, fast-moving blob perched on his backyard wall, tilting its head as it watched him. Narrowing his eyes, Du Ziteng muttered softly, a blue glow poison crow? No, darker than that. Must be some savage beast I've never seen before. He quietly approached the little blue crow. Unexpectedly, the small blue crow actively flew onto Du Ziteng's shoulder and nestled against him. Du Ziteng grinned and said, this little thing actually has more spirit than MOCI. With that, the little blue crow rapidly melted into a pool of menacing black water that merged into Du Zitang's shoulder. Du Zitang paled in shock as a wave of familiar, excruciating pain instantly shot through his shoulder. Yet the pain vanished just as abruptly. The familiar pain instantly drained the color from Du Zitang's face as he trembled and muttered, "Is that bird corrosive bacteria?" Ding! 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 MOCI was currently sitting cross-legged in the training room, his phone continuously buzzing, no doubt from Du Zitang's messages. Paying it no mind, MOCI thought joyfully to himself. This little blue crow can connect with my thoughts, so remarkably useful. Staring at the 3 bottles of grade B essence blood before him, MOCI had come to understand one truth. Low-grade essence blood isn't worthless, it's about proper combination to unleash bacteria's greatest potential. With that, he uncorked all 3 slightly foul-smelling grade B essence bottles and downed their contents in one continuous gulp. 3 bottles of essence blood, refined in one go. Although these 3 bottles of essence blood were of low grade, the pain they caused was far less than that of S-grade essence blood. But the putrid stench and the slimy, sticky texture made MOCI nauseous. Beep. You have successfully refined the B-grade, max, essence blood of the breath turtle. Your corrosive bacteria has mutated. Corrosive bacteria has acquired the trait, breath holding. You have successfully refined the B-grade, max, essence blood of the rage bat. You have obtained the trait, berserk, which has been placed in your trait warehouse. You have successfully refined the B-grade, max, essence blood of the bloodhound. You have obtained the trait, keen scent, which has been placed in your trait warehouse. For 4 consecutive days without sleep, MOCI still showed no signs of fatigue. System, display the Ferocious Beast Trait Atlas. With a focused thought, he instantly summoned the Ferocious Beast Trait Atlas, again, noticing a new trait vault button had appeared in the title bar. Once ferocious beast traits exceed 3 in number, they are automatically stored in the vault. MOCI opened the warehouse and carefully examined each feature. Breath holding, corrosion bacteria, parasitic soul bacteria. When equipped by corrosion bacteria, it significantly reduces their attacking desire while extending survival rate and incubation period. When equipped by parasitic soul bacteria, it gradually increases control duration over non-deceased hosts by 2 seconds every 24 hours. Frenzy, corrosive bacteria. When equipped, corrosive bacteria significantly increases its aggression and accelerates reproduction/infection rates. Spiritual scent, blood-bond bacteria. When equipped, blood-bond bacteria enables the host to detect nearby spirit energy-rich blessed lands. MOCI gazed at these 3 traits, his heart filled with astonishment. Stealth breath, as a B-grade trait, is simply divine in nature. Not only can it be equipped on 2 bacteria, but both uses are immensely valuable. The infectiousness of corrosive bacteria isn't strong enough precisely because the infected beasts die too quickly. If corrosive bacteria were equipped with stealth breath and crow feather, they could transform into small birds, silently and rapidly infecting a wide range of beasts. They could then spread among themselves and remain dormant within the beasts' bodies for extended periods. As long as these vicious beasts come into contact with one another and the infection succeeds, MOCI could effortlessly control the corrosive bacteria, instantly wiping out the entire beast tide. Extending the control duration of the parasitic spirit bacteria was also highly useful. After all, MOCI was currently controlling Du Zitang. After a moment of contemplation, MOCI decided to equip the stealth ability onto the parasitic spirit bacteria. Frenzy, equipped to corrosive bacteria. Spiritual scent, equipped to blood symbiont bacteria. MOCI thought to himself. Spiritual scent is also a useful trait that can help me locate areas with dense spiritual energy. When the opportunity arises, it will surely be of great assistance. The start of school is just a few days away. These 2 months of summer vacation have truly allowed me to make significant improvements. I've solidified my foundation in vital energy, body tempering, and combat techniques. MOCI began recalling his progress during this summer break. Within 1 month, he elevated the heart concentration art to the 5th level. In 2 months, he increased his vital energy value from 42 cards to 307 cards, unlocked new bacteria, spirit-bound fungus, and increased attribute points to 906. Learned one S-Class mental cultivation combat technique and raised it to level 20 proficiency, while upgrading 4 A-Class combat techniques to levels 10 to 15. Refined 2 layers of S-Class, 1000 Fathom Centipede, Essence Blood, 5 layers of A-Class, Sapphire Poison Crow, Essence Blood, 10 layers each of B-Class, Breath Turtle, Fury Bat Monster, and Blood Sniff Hound, while acquiring 5 powerful traits. What MOCI called consolidating foundations effortlessly crushed all genius martial artists of his generation. At the September 1st opening ceremony, the school will assess the various abilities of specially recruited students, from attribute values down to combat skill levels, and MOCI will reappear before the public with an utterly unrivaled presence. Chapter 61, The Wild Opening Ceremony. Personal Data Assessment. September 1st, 7 a.m., Martial Arts Academy. A rich, fragrant aura of spiritual energy wafted from dormitory number 314 in the luxury residential area. At this moment, MOCI sat bare-chested in the meditation chamber, legs crossed in cultivation posture. A faint crimson glow suffused his entire body as he burnt 10 spirit incense sticks simultaneously, creating an exceptionally dense swirl of spiritual energy around him. He absorbed this energy slowly and smoothly, ultimately converting every wisp into vital essence values. Beep. Vital energy has increased from 333 calories to 346 calories. This absorption has yielded 9 calories of vital energy from blood symbiosis bacteria, including 3 calories from idle gains. Heart Converging Art has contributed 4 calories of vital energy. Heart Converging Art proficiency has reached the 6th level. Even in the few hours before the opening ceremony, MOCI was still cultivating. MOCI slowly opened his eyes. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he stood up casually. As his tense body moved, his bones, tendons, and muscles produced a series of crisp, rhythmic symphonic sounds, which were extremely pleasing to his ears. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and the butler Alfred went to open the door. Several familiar voices sounded from outside. MOCI instantly recognized them as Joan Lingling, Lu Qi, Lin Mutong, and the others. MOCI, the opening ceremony, is about to begin, we're coming in. Holy shit! Why is there a spirit doll here? Where's MOCI? Right at that moment, MOCI happened to walk barefoot and bare-chested out of the cultivation chamber with effortless calm. His rock-solid, perfectly sculpted physique was instantly exposed before the 3 people's eyes. Joan Lingling and Lin Mutong's faces instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment. The 2 hurriedly covered their faces with their hands, but couldn't resist peeking through tiny gaps at MOCI as he dressed, drooling uncontrollably. Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He rushed over and poked MOC's pectoral muscles, exclaiming loudly, "Whoa, haven't seen you in a month, and you've built some pretty nice muscle there. But compared to me, he's still a bit lacking." Having said that, Lu Qi hastily struck a double biceps pose, then shifted into a crab stance, positioning himself between Joan Lingling and Lin Mutong. The 2 girls were instantly rendered speechless. Joan Lingling and Lin Mutong were utterly shocked by MOC's transformation, especially Lin Mutong, who hadn't seen him for 2 months. He didn't even notice he had grown long hair. But what shocked everyone most was Lu Qi. After 2 months apart, he was no longer that fair-haired youth with flowing locks. No one knew what Mentor Alfs had done to Lu Qi, but he transformed into a dark-skinned beast of a man. "Your arms are almost bigger than my head, who can compare with you?" MOCI said speechlessly. He wore a pure white uniform on top and black dress pants on the bottom, looking quite formal. He glanced at the other 3 people. Lu Qi was dressed similarly to MOCI, though his clothes looked like they were about to burst at the seams. Joan Lingling and Lin Mutong were dressed in similar outfits. They also wore pure white uniforms on top, slightly tight, accentuating their perky busts, paired with playful little ties that looked utterly enticing. Though both wore black and white checkered pleated skirts on the bottom, the difference was that Joan Lingling paired hers with black stockings, while Lin Mutong went bare-legged. Not bad, each has their own charm, MOCI silently admired to himself. Joan Lingling walked towards MOCI, tugging at his sleeve and saying, "Alright, hurry up and go to the opening ceremony. If we're any slower, we'll be late." Okay. After pushing MOCI out of the door, the 3 of them boarded the driverless bus and headed towards their destination, Building A1 conference room. The lights in meeting room A1 were blazing brightly. On the large screen displayed the bold red characters, Martial Arts Academy 2218 grade opening ceremony. Anyone entering this place for the first time couldn't help but marvel at its sheer scale. It could easily accommodate over 1,000 people for meetings. And now, nearly every seat was already occupied. The first few rows were almost entirely filled with mentors, followed by specialty enrollment students, then teachers from regular classes, and finally the ordinary students. Meanwhile, beside the podium stood a dense crowd of reporters. What they were all eager to capture was none other than MOCI. Lu Sanping sat right at the center. Observing the reporters clustered around the podium, he turned to Deng Feng beside him and asked, "Deng Feng, how much improvement do you think MOCI will show after these 2 months of special training?" "Well, he should probably increase his vital energy to nearly 300 kilocalories." Deng Feng had been constantly busy throughout this summer vacation and never found the chance to talk with MOCI. If given the chance, he still wouldn't bring it up, as he didn't want to put too much pressure on MOCI. Lu Sanping let out a long sigh, as if remembering something. The weathered voice spoke in a low tone. "These reporters are all armed with their long and short lenses. If MOC's training progress is a bit slow, he'll be in big trouble. If only I'd been a bit more humble and less arrogant, I wouldn't have to bear such enormous pressure now." The students behind suddenly grew restless. Hey, the special admissions students are here." With a sudden exclamation, a group of students turned their heads to look at the special admission student standing at the entrance. After carefully scrutinizing each individual, they still failed to locate MOC's figure. Where'd he go? Where's Mosai? I don't know. Combat Academy places great emphasis on student privacy. Forget about paparazzi, even unidentified stray dogs passing security would get kicked. Thus, the vast majority of people outside had no idea Mosai had grown his hair long. This explains why the outside world was so eager to see what changes Mosai would undergo during these 2 summer months. Deng Feng stepped onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and said, "All special admissions students, please find your respective mentors' locations and take your seats behind them." Hearing this, MOCI scanned the seats ahead, and immediately spotted Julie in her black uniform, tilting her head while grinning and waving. After MOCI took his seat, Julie turned her head and asked, "Why did it take so long?" "I was cultivating just now." Julie widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "The opening ceremony is about to begin, and you're still cultivating? Aren't you afraid of being late?" MOCI scratched his head and chuckled. "I started cultivating in the middle of the night, timed it perfectly to arrive right on schedule." Julie raised her delicate brows and teased, "A few days ago, when the teacher couldn't accompany you, did you make any progress in your cultivation?" Hearing this, MOCI chuckled slyly and said mysteriously, "You'll know after testing the data later." With that said, MOCI looked around, trying to spot Tingzi's figure. At last, he was spotted alone in a corner, his expression utterly dejected, without a single student behind him. Hey, hey, hey! The microphone suddenly emitted a burst of static noise, immediately silencing everyone. Deng Feng picked up the microphone, tested it a few times, and then began to speak. "Respected leaders and distinguished guests, dear teachers and fellow students, good morning to everyone." A moment later, thunderous applause erupted. Hearing this classic opening line, Lucci immediately leaned forward with a chuckle and said to his mentor Alves, "Teacher, this opening spiel is way too cliched. You're not planning to drone on for hours again, are you?" Hearing this, Alphys, the golden-haired, blue-eyed man with thick upturned mustaches, calmly turned his head, raised his heavily veined fist, and declared, "No, no, no. Lucci, haven't you heard? Our Combat Academy S opening ceremony is the wildest of them all. Question mark. Bang! A sudden gunshot from the stage startled Lucci greatly. Deng Feng's demeanor abruptly shifted drastically as he brandished a still-smoking spiritual energy gun and suddenly shouted, "If you want a martial battle, we only do 3 things. Stronger, stronger, and goddamn stronger." The students below the stage roared with fervent shouts. "Stronger, stronger, stronger." Boom! Another gunshot rang out from the stage as Deng Feng shouted again, "Enough talk, let's see what our special admission students have achieved after 2 months of intensive training at our Combat Academy." The doctrine of martial supremacy is simple: power reigns supreme. This wild opening ceremony abandoned dull formalities, directly showcasing the progress made by the special admission students within just 2 months. For those striving warriors who desperately want to become stronger, this is the best admissions brochure. Only then did Lucci's eyes notice the ceiling right above the lectern was riddled with bullet holes. He murmured under his breath, "Truly, truly wild." Chapter 62, One of a Kind. A heaven-defying numerical monster. Deng Feng stretched his hand toward the large screen, shouting with fiery enthusiasm, "The first one, Shan Mingfeng." Hearing this, the freshmen below the stage immediately erupted in whispers. Why wasn't MOCI the first one? Who is this guy? I don't know. However, there were also a few freshmen in the audience who successfully recognized the Shin Mingfeng. Shin Mingfeng, 3rd place in the heavenly capital Mingyi district examination, martial arts score, 888 points. Shin Mingfeng performed exceptionally well, but unfortunately, he shared the same examination hall as Qi Beidu. The only one remembered by the crowd was Qi Beidu, who claimed the title of top scholar in Tiandu. No one remembers the runner-up, let alone Shin Mingfeng, who came in 3rd. Standing behind Feng Jiyun of Tempest, Shin Mingfeng rose slowly with a deadfish stare in his eyes. Hearing this, MOCI thought silently to himself, "It seems they're following the ranking from the Master Selection Assembly for the order of testing, so that means I'll still be last?" MOCI ceased his pondering and gazed quietly at the stage. When Shin Mingfeng stepped onto the platform and saw the blue glass-like device concealed behind the podium but visible on the floor, he immediately recognized it. This device is the Super Spiritual Energy Detector, which only requires standing on it to immediately scan and display all of a warrior's attributes. Shin Mingfeng slowly stepped forward and stood on it. Beep beep, scanning current warrior. The device beneath his feet immediately emitted a beam of blue light that pierced through Shin Mingfeng's body, as if capable of seeing straight into his marrow. Behind him, the large screen slowly began displaying a series of numbers. Name, Shin Mingfeng. Ability, Grade A, Windblade Sovereign. Vital energy value, 498 units. Attribute values, Strength 200, Endurance 150, Speed 148. Cultivation method, Harmonic Resonance method, Yellow Grade, Tier 2. Body refinement, S rank, Frostwind Direwolf, Tier 2. Battle Techniques, S-Grade Crane Song Sword Heart Method, Level 15, Novice, A-Grade Twin Phoenix Sword Slash, Level 8, Novice, A-Grade Ripple Wind Steps, Level 10, Novice. Click click. The shutter sounds kept snapping incessantly. The audience erupted in waves of murmurs instantly. Holy shit, a 100-calorie gain in 2 months? A-Grade Essence Blood? I remember he only knew a single A-Grade combat skill before. To raise an S-Grade combat skill to level 15 in just 2 months. The crowd was utterly astonished by Shen Mingfeng's cultivation speed, but in MOC's eyes, it was still utterly pathetic. Shen Mingfeng walked off the stage with sluggish, dejected steps. Deng Feng picked up the microphone again and shouted loudly, the second contestant, Zhang Lingling. At this announcement, the students from Sichuan-Chongqing province and the crowd immediately erupted in surprised exclamations. Holy shit! The Tyrannosaurus is coming! The mightiest T.Rex! MOCI turned his head impassively, gazing at the murderous Zhang Lingling beside him. It was clear she utterly despised this moniker. The murderous aura sent cold sweat running down Wu Zhige's back as he stood before Zhang Lingling, forcing him to quickly turn around and reassure her. Lingling, stay calm. Hearing this, Zhang Lingling took a deep breath and gradually composed herself before stepping onto the stage with cheerful strides. The blue light shone brightly once more, completely enveloping Zhang Lingling within its glow. Beep beep. Scanning current martial artist. The large screen transformed again. Name, Zhang Lingling. Ability S-Rank, Slaughter Expert. Vitality value 414 Cal. Attribute value Strength 190, Endurance 112, Speed 112. Cultivation Method Boiling Blood Art, Yellow Rank, Tier 3. Body Forging S-Rank, Blood Explosion Dragon, 5 layers. Combat Techniques S-Rank Annihilation Combat Art, Max. Perfected, S-Rank Mystic Dragon Leg, Level 10, Beginner, A-Rank Violent Blood, Level 10, Beginner, A-Rank Dragon Scale Armor, Level 1, Beginner. Click 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 click. When they saw these statistics, the reporters clearly became excited, and the sound of camera shutters kept repeating. Looking at these perfect stats, Wu Zhiga nodded in satisfaction. His heart swelled with joy as he thought. In these 2 months, Lingling's vitality has improved rapidly, just a tiny bit slower than Feng Jiyun's students. Her combat skills are coming along nicely too. The newly taught, Mystic Dragon Leg, technique has already reached level 10. And the progress in body tempering is also fast, already reached the 5th level. Lu Sanping looked at Zhang Lingling and inwardly nodded in approval. He silently praised in his heart. This little girl's cultivation speed is impressive. The attribute distribution perfectly suits her combat style, and her special ability is S-Grade. All in all, her future looks promising. The crowd gasped in shock once more. Even some specially admitted students began silently lamenting the gap between themselves and Zhang Lingling. Damn, a perfected S-Grade mental cultivation combat technique. Has Zhang Lingling been training since childhood? Another S-Grade Essence Blood, how ridiculously extravagant. Let's not call me tyrant too often from now on. Zhang Lingling stepped off the stage with her head held high, casting a light sidelong glance at those who had cheered the loudest. The crowd immediately averted her gaze, some looked elsewhere at once, while others pulled out their phones, nervously flipping through their home screens without purpose. Humph, let's see if they dare say anything now. Zhang Lingling sat down with evident satisfaction. The 3rd, Zhang Guanyang. The 13th, Lu Qi. The 33rd, Lin Mutong. 57th contestant, Gu Jiusheng. 88th contestant, Xiu Wanxia. As several more martial artists took the stage one after another, the fatigue on the faces of the crowd below became increasingly evident. Though the shutter clicks from the reporters' cameras still rose and fell intermittently, you could sense they too were growing impatient. Reporters whispered among themselves. Don't tell me MOCI is going to be the last one to make an appearance? Of course, the protagonist always makes his grand entrance last. Julie turned her head and whispered to MOCI. Number 102 is up next. Get ready. Show everything you've improved in these past 2 months, hold nothing back. MOCI nodded, tying her hair into a small bun as she said, Teacher, I understand. As warrior number 102, Zhang Wei, stepped down from the stage. Deng Feng clenched the microphone excitedly and shouted loudly to the mentors and classmates below. 103rd, MOCI. The crowd immediately erupted in uproar. Finally, it's MOC's turn. Get the shutter ready. Keep the camera steady. No matter how much improvement we achieve, we must release the news immediately. With complete composure, Mo Xifeng stepped onto the stage before an audience of over 1,000 students, his heart utterly undisturbed. At this moment, he secretly thought to himself, there's no need to hide those attribute points anymore. Lu Sanping stared at MOCI on the stage, unconsciously crushing the armrest of his chair. Come on, MOCI, show me what qualifies you to boast about winning the championship through martial combat. Down below, Julie's expression also began to brim with anticipation. In the corner, Du Ziting wore an amused smirk. A tall young man with black curly hair was lazily sprawled across the luxurious couch in the special admissions dormitory of the Supernatural Academy, silently watching MOCI on the television. He murmured under his breath, "So that's MOCI. Ding! Zhang Qiao's message, Chibedu, where are you right now? Zhang Qiao's message, the opening ceremony has already started. Hurry up and get here." His phone kept buzzing with notifications, but he paid them no mind. MOCI glanced at the cameras positioned below the stage, then stepped onto the testing platform without hesitation. Beep beep, scanning current warrior. A faint blue light slowly emitted, penetrating MOC's entire body. The device seemed to encounter some difficulty, taking an unusually long time to load data, but eventually displayed densely packed black characters. After seeing the words on the screen, Lu Sanping's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his mouth hanging open in shock and refusing to close. A bead of fragrant sweat rolled down Julie's forehead as her delicate crimson lips began to tremble. Meanwhile, Du Ziting's face instantly paled, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Name, MOCI. Ability, S-Rank, Beast Taming. Contract Beast, no information found on this ferocious beast. Vitality value, 346. Attribute values, Strength 315, Stamina 315, Speed 315. Cultivation technique, Heart Concentration Mantra, Yellow Tier, 6th layer. Physical training S-Rank 1000 Jang Venomous Centipede, 2 layers, A-Rank Blue Brilliance Poison Crow, 5 layers, B-Rank Breathing Tortoise, Max, B-Rank Rampaging Bat Monster, Max, B-Rank Bloodhound, Max. Combat Skills S-Rank 1000 Spider Palm Technique, LV.20, Proficient, A-Rank Phantom Void Claws, LV.20, Proficient, A-Rank Lethal Injection Needles, LV.15, Beginner, A-Rank Poison Bathing Battle Frenzy, LV.10, Beginner, A-Rank Soul Shaking Spider Silk, LV.10, Beginner, A-Rank Poison Lotus Steps, LV.10, Beginner. Chapter 63, The Capital of Arrogance, Chi Beidu's Contempt. The journalists below the stage, after a momentary daze, frantically pressed their camera shutters. Crack 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 crack. Ha! Even Deng Feng standing nearby was dumbfounded. He hurried to the podium and started operating the computer. He kept refreshing and retesting repeatedly, but the final measured value remained the same as the initial reading. Exactly the same. Deng Feng gasped sharply, unable to contain his overwhelming excitement. Trembling as he looked at the crowd below the stage, he uttered, "The data isn't wrong. These are MOC's actual readings." The moment Deng Feng finished speaking, the crowd below the stage suddenly underwent dramatic changes in expression, erupting into waves of endless exclamation. Holy shit! He improved his chi and blood by 300 units in just 2 months? 315 points plus 315 points plus 315 points, that's 945 attribute points? What the fuck? Wait, seriously? What's with that densely packed body tempering, listed there? He refined 5 vials of essence blood? How did he not explode from overload? Deng Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, cheering inwardly. We actually have 2 special physiques. Our martial arts faction has truly struck gold. Du Ziting sprang to his feet with a whoosh, staring at the densely packed body tempering displays, unconsciously murmuring under his breath. I knew it. I knew it. This kid can refine multiple types of essence blood. When MOCI asked him to purchase grade B essence blood at Guanyin Forest, he still didn't understand MOC's intention, but after Du Ziting was poisoned by MOC's little blue crow, he immediately realized that MOCI had already refined his grade A essence blood. At that moment, he saw through it at a glance. During the 3 days when MOCI showed no movement, his corrosive bacteria had already been enhanced by the beast characteristic, Crow Feather. Du Ziting had once boldly speculated that the reason MOCI purchased the B-grade essence blood was precisely to refine all of it. Who would have thought such an outrageous thing would turn out to be true? Du Ziting slowly sat down. Although he had long suspected MOCI would refine all the essence blood, he still couldn't believe it, until now. Du Ziting broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. This kid actually had another S-grade, 1000 Jang Venomous Centipede, essence blood. Julie must have given it to him. No wonder he didn't choose me at the master selection ceremony. Historically, no one has ever absorbed multiple batches of essence blood. This is truly terrifying. When a martial artist attempts the second body tempering, the essence blood in their body will inevitably repel each other, causing the martial artist to explode and perish. Yet MOCI remained completely unharmed, utterly inconceivable. After checking MOC's ability values, Julie wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling nothing but immense pressure. She never expected she'd actually recruited such a terrifying student. Looking at the attribute points that were 3 times higher than her vitality value, Julie muttered under her breath. No wonder MOC's combat skills are so fierce, his attribute points are this high. Just as Deng Feng said, MOCI truly has special physiques, and not just 1, but 2. When Julie heard that MOCI would be joining the Martial Arts Academy, she immediately developed a keen interest in him. Because although Mosai had awakened an S-grade, beast taming, ability, the ferocious beast he contracted turned out to be unheard of bacteria. She reviewed Mosai's martial exam recordings overnight and was astonished to discover how exceptionally skilled his combat techniques were. As for the explanation given by Deng Feng, MOCI possessed a rare and previously undiscovered, special constitution. Moreover, the combat techniques and weapons MOCI used all belonged to her student, Xiaohe. This made Julie feel that she and MOCI shared a profound connection. To take MOCI as her disciple, Julie didn't hesitate to part with her treasured S-grade, Thousand-Jung demonic centipede, essence blood that she had hoarded for years. The facts proved Julie had struck gold. Attribute points are calculated based on a warrior's physical metrics. So MOC's special talent is having physical attributes far exceeding normal people? But this difference is outrageous. A combined total of 945 points across 3 metrics equals 945 units of vital energy for an ordinary martial artist. The most crucial point is, this kid's been secretly body training. At this thought, Julie's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly. A trace of resentful anger appeared on her face, looking somewhat adorable. Julie was utterly furious, silently thinking to herself, "Such a big matter, and you didn't tell your teacher? Very well, just wait till I get back and stomp you to death." MOCI stared coldly at the stage below. He revealed all his numerical values without a trace of fear. Because he had researched it, special constitution was a mutation of flesh and organs caused by spiritual energy. So far, there was no specialized instrument to detect special constitution. Whether you can distinctly detect the spiritual energy emanating from a person, possess muscle density surpassing ordinary humans, or even have arms longer than your knees, all these qualify as special physiques. In short, if a dog were to take the test, it would most likely be diagnosed with a special constitution. Special constitution affected by one's own vital energy. The higher the vital energy value, the stronger the mutation traits become. Previously, Mosai only had 3 calories of vitality energy. It was perfectly reasonable that his special constitution showed no distinctive features at that time. But now, the sum of Mosai's strength, endurance, and speed exceeds his vitality energy, which could be said to indicate that his muscles, cardiopulmonary function, and brain reflexes have been enhanced. Being able to refine multiple batches of essence blood suggests that his digestive and absorptive capacities have been strengthened. Mosai silently thought to himself, might as well make a grand spectacle in front of others since it'll be exposed sooner or later anyway. Lu Sanping was currently staring dumbfounded at MOCI on the stage. What kind of talent is this? In his 70-plus years of life, from cultivating himself into a peak 8th-rank martial artist starting as a nobody to serving as the vice principal of the Martial Arts Academy, he had seen all sorts of geniuses. Those young warriors who became complacent and arrogant just because they possessed some talent, he had seen far too many of them. And in the end, those warriors would inevitably fall behind others due to their pride and arrogance. Eventually, they would lose their desire to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts and gradually sink into decline. Without exception, this had held true up to now. Therefore, when he learned that Mosai had made a bet with the Superpower Academy to win the championship of the martial arts tournament for the Combat Academy, he felt a strong aversion toward Mosai. In his mind, he had already lumped Mosai together with those arrogant martial artists from before. When he watched Mosai's live broadcast footage, he simply scoffed and said, all he did was contract some novel bacteria, and his physique is just slightly stronger than the average martial artist. What's the big deal? Even his vital energy is merely 3K, and he was expelled from the martial arts class at Nanzhou No. 1 High School. Deng Feng, this kid is too arrogant, you've misjudged him. Only now did Lu Sanping truly realize he had been wrong. In just 2 short months, he had managed to increase his vital energy from 42K to 346K, simultaneously advancing his cultivation method to the 5th level while repeatedly mastering combat techniques and upgrading them all beyond level 10. His attribute points were even 3 times his vitality value, along with the ability to undergo multiple rounds of body forging. To say his talent far surpassed ordinary people would still be an understatement. MOC's martial arts talent was so extraordinary that even Lu Sanping, who had lived for over 70 years and witnessed countless arrogant geniuses, couldn't help but gasp in awe. Compared to MOCI, who shone as brilliantly as the sun, all those so-called geniuses were nothing but faint, flickering stars by contrast. This is the source of Mosai's arrogance. If Lu Sanping had this talent, he would be even more arrogant and conceited than Mosai. Mosai slowly descended the platform, drawing the gazes of all the martial artists present. Even the students collectively referred to as geniuses among the special admissions group found themselves drawn to MOC's unique aura at that moment. They couldn't help but exclaim, to be called a genius alongside MOCI? How could I possibly deserve that? Lu Ji, Lin Mutong, Shin Mingfeng, and the other specially admitted students gazed at MOCI with a trace of barely perceptible fear in their eyes. MOCI is terrifyingly strong. Zhong Lingling's gaze towards MOCI carried a hint of sudden realization. No wonder his impact force reached 2.2 tons, turns out his physical constitution surpasses ours by so much. As MOCI stepped off the stage, Deng Feng also picked up the microphone and said, "In the Martial Arts Academy, time is money. The specially admitted students who undergo our Martial Arts Academy intensive training show remarkable progress in their cultivation. Remember this, your only task at the Martial Combat Academy is to grow stronger. Finally, I won't delay your training in study time. I wish you all smooth sailing on your martial arts journey." Dismissed. Oof, is the Martial Arts Academy starting to fake things now? A measly 300 points of chi and blood per month, triple the attribute points, and only 5 body tempering sessions? Oof. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chibeidu's face was full of disdain as he snorted contemptuously. He immediately turned off the live broadcast of the Warrior Academy, and slowly lay down, hugging his pillow. He closed his eyes, silently thinking to himself, "MOCI? Humph, see you at the Martial Arts Tournament." Chapter 64, Martial Arts Tournament Trials. Bounty Mission. The opening ceremony has officially concluded. In Conference Room A1, nearly all the mentors and students had left, with only the 103 special admission students remaining alongside Deng Feng and Lu Sanping, who still lingered in the room. The mentors of the special admissions students had already explained the reasons to them. Vice Principal Lu Sanping will personally inform them about the upcoming selection process for the martial arts tournament in January next year. The wild excitement had gradually faded, leaving behind only a heavy atmosphere for the special recruits. After all, this concerns the selection for the martial arts tournament. As the most anticipated large-scale martial arts competition in Dragon Country, its significance in the hearts of warriors goes without saying. For ordinary family warriors, just making it to the martial arts grand tournament is enough to earn them their own dedicated page in the family genealogy. However, for each realm's competition, each school can only send 10 participants. The Martial Arts Academy has 103 special admission students, yet only 10 can remain. The selection process alone eliminated a full 9/10 of martial artists, utterly ruthless in its cruelty. Everyone's heart was filled with tension and anticipation, except for Mosai. He knew that whether it was selecting just 10 martial artists, or 5 martial artists, or even choosing only one competitor, it made no difference. He knew for certain that he would be the one chosen. Lu Sanping slowly walked onto the stage. Though already in his 70s with graying hair and age spots marking his skin, his back remained straight, and his steps were still firm and powerful. He took the microphone from Deng Feng's hand, then swept his hawk-like sharp gaze across the crowd. The crowd averted their eyes in fear under that terrifying gaze, only a few daring to meet his stare directly. Finally, his gaze settled in Mosai's eyes, and the two locked stares. This time, MOCI didn't notice Lu Sanping's hostile gaze during the master selection ceremony. Lu Sanping closed his eyes and looked away. With a voice weathered yet resolute, he spoke calmly. "I'm sure you all know why we stayed here. That's right, it's for the selection of next year's martial arts tournament." Hearing this, everyone swallowed nervously. Lu Sanping continued. The martial arts tournament is basically just a nationwide competition where schools across the Dragon Kingdom select 10 representatives to duel each other. So our Martial Arts Academy selection tournament will have you special recruits fight each other one-on-one, and the competition lasts the entire month of October. Hearing this, Lu Chi fell into deep thought, murmuring to himself. Just 1 month later? MOCI murmured in a low voice. Can't be helped, zero-rank warrior participants are usually freshmen. If I don't choose quickly, there won't be enough time to prepare for the competition. Of course, there might be sophomores who deliberately suppress their vital energy levels to participate in zero-tier tournaments, but our academy doesn't allow such individuals to compete. Lu Chi nodded in sudden understanding. Lu Sanping continued. The rules of the selection tournament are straightforward. Each day, the Martial Arts Campus app will randomly assign you opponents and publish the matches, no repeat battles against the same opponent. If you're still itching for more after the fight, you can keep choosing to duel up to 4 matches per day at most. The school will rank the candidates based on their number of victories and win rates from highest to lowest, then select the top 10 martial artists to compete. Hearing this, MOCI lowered his head. Beating them 4 times a day. That means he could go through all 102 special admission students within a month. Though, it also depends on their stamina recovery rate. After all, I can reset my attributes to restore mine, but they might not be able to keep up with me. Lu Sanping observed everyone's reactions and continued speaking. However, participating in the selection tournament also has its requirements. That would be finishing this semester's final assignment ahead of time, by taking on bounties. Hearing this, everyone's faces showed astonishment. The semester assignment at the Martial Arts Academy is to accept bounties. Both internal school bounties and external bounties are acceptable. You can complete either 3 S-rank missions, or 10 A-rank missions, or even 30 B-rank missions, or as many as 100 C-rank missions. All options are valid. It wasn't really that difficult, because there was an entire semester to complete it. But for those warriors wishing to participate in the martial arts tournament, time was running out. The school's selection trials for the martial arts tournament begin in October, leaving them limited time to complete their final assignments. It was just a short month. If the final mission is not completed by September, then you will not be qualified to participate in the selection tournament. MOCI lowered his head, lost in deep contemplation. Bounty missions. You can form teams on your own, and the difficulty isn't really that high, is it? There are 3 major types of bounty missions in total. The first type is mass beast slaughter missions. For such bounties, employers typically require collecting large quantities of vicious beast corpses. Since they involve prolonged battles against beasts, these missions are extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive, earning them the nickname Devil's Bounty among martial artists. However, there was also an advantage, because the risks associated with such bounties were exceptionally high, their ratings and rewards were correspondingly immense, mostly classified as S-Rank or A-Rank. The second type is resource scattering. Unlike the first type, such bounties are incredibly relaxed and enjoyable, heading into the wilderness to gather herbs, spirit stones, and ores. Unless stumbling upon a major resource site, it's extremely rare to encounter any large ferocious beasts. However, there are also drawbacks. Since such bounties carry minimal risk, their ratings are extremely low, generally only B rank or C rank at best. The third type involves hunting colossal beasts. These are the most dangerous bounties. Within the wilderness areas of the country, hunting such massive beasts requires forming a team of at least 4 members. These creatures must be level 30 or above, making them too perilous for ordinary elite recruits to attempt. Most of these bounties are classified as S rank. However, exceptions do exist. If an ultramassive beast around level 60 appears, the bounty escalates to SS rank. This bounty mission's difficulty level means virtually no one dares accept it without those high-ranked martial artists stepping in. Among these 3 bounty types, the one that suits me best is undoubtedly the first mass slaughter of beast tides. MOCI silently thought to himself. Now, MOCI has already acquired the beast characteristics of crow feather and breath concealment, which massively enhances his contagiousness. This type of beast tide extermination bounty mission suits him perfectly. He could simply infect the bounty target beast, then lie at home sleeping soundly. By the time the corrosive bacteria spread through the entire population, the bounty would be effortlessly completed. MOCI stared at his palm, inwardly thinking, now this is what you call a real plague. On stage, Lu Sanping spoke up again with instructions. Bounty missions can be completed in teams. If your mentors haven't assigned you specific teams, you're free to form groups with your classmates. Of course, you could also hire professional warriors outside the school. So, how about it? This semester's tasks aren't too difficult, right? All the specially admitted students shook their heads in unison. For them, the difficulty was indeed negligible. Lu Sanping nodded slightly, then announced to the crowd. All right, from today onwards, we can start taking on bounties. Meeting adjourned, everyone. Hearing this, the crowd below immediately grew restless and began surging toward the main entrance. Better find someone to team up with. What about Zhang Lingling? Wu Zhiga seems to have only taken her as his student. It'll be a good opportunity to build connections. MOCI murmured inwardly. He scanned the surroundings and turned around, accidentally running straight into Zhang Lingling's arms. MOCI immediately steadied her. Zhang Lingling's face flushed pink as she smiled awkwardly. MOCI, do you have a team yet? I was actually just about to look for you too. Their eyes met, and beneath MOC's earnest gaze, Zhang Lingling's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Zhang Lingling stared at MOC's face, silently thinking to herself. MOCI definitely likes me. Lu Sanping watched as everyone left, with only Deng Feng remaining by his side. He asked aloud, Deng Feng, is this testing device broken? Actually achieving 5 temperings, what kind of special constitution is this? A big eater's physique or something? Deng Feng shook his head and whispered in a low voice. This junior also doesn't know what kind of constitution it is. MOCI not only underwent 5 rounds of body tempering, but his 3 attributes are incredibly strong. His attribute points have already far exceeded his vital energy value by 3 times. Lu Sanping calmly looked at the Ultra Spirit Power Detector on the ground, then stepped forward onto it. Beep beep, scanning current warrior. Name, Lu Sanping. Ability, A-Class Lightning Possession. Vital energy value, 8,911 calories. Attribute values, Strength 2911, Stamina 2000, Speed 4000. Cultivation technique, Thunderclap Reversal Method, Heaven Tier, Max. Body Forging S-Rank Thunderwing Celestial Crane, Max. Battle Techniques S-Rank Thunderous Blade Art, Max. Perfected, S-Rank Heaven Rending Thunder Slash, Max. Perfected, S-Rank Thunder Armor, Max. Perfected, S-Rank Celestial Thunder Net, Max. Perfected, S-Rank Instant Lightning Flash, Max. Perfected, etc. LV Sanping furrowed his brows and murmured under his breath. Nothing's wrong here either. That kid's got really good fortune. Both his special physiques are stronger than mine, especially his spiritual energy scent ability. Deng Feng hastily shook his head and said, Old Lu, with your spiritual energy scent ability, you can already track ferocious beasts from 1,000 miles away. What use is that? Still can't break through to the 9th tier. With that, Lu Sanping slowly left the meeting room. Chapter 65, S-Class Missions? Accepted all. Inside Martial Arts Metro Station, the crowd bustled with lively activity. Beep, beep. This train has arrived at Martial Arts Academy Station. Please mind your safety, all passengers. As the broadcast faded, the train doors slid open gradually. The crowd on the platform began boarding the train in an orderly manner. Among them were many Combat Academy students, carrying backpacks and wearing specialized combat suits, their expressions brimming with excitement. Most of these students were sophomores, though there were also some specially admitted freshmen. At that moment, Zhong Lingling and MOCI sat side by side on the subway station bench, their bulging bags resting at their feet. Inside the bag were all the essentials for exploring the wilderness zone. A tent, sleeping bag, portable cooking gear, medical supplies, even combat armor was packed inside. Zhong Lingling wore a simple white t-shirt, yet looked anything but ordinary. Her delicate, petite features paired with those milk tea gray shoulder-length locks made her strikingly beautiful. Meanwhile, MOCI sported a stylish top-knot bun, a black baseball cap atop his head, an oversized shade shielding his eyes. He sat with his legs crossed, constantly refreshing the screen of his phone, seemingly searching for some bounty mission on the Bounty app. Ding! Message from teacher Julie, MOCI. Secretly practicing body tempering without telling me, huh? Message from MOCI, teacher, I'm already on the subway, heading out for bounties. We'll talk later, apology emoji ×2. Message from teacher Julie, be careful, you're dead when you get back. MOCI shook his head helplessly. Turning to Zhong Lingling, he said calmly, our final stop this time is Mount Fulong, our destination. It's a wild zone where ferocious beasts run rampant. We might have to stay there for 10 days to half a month. Zhong Lingling and MOCI had discussed and decided to go to Mount Fulong for the bounty mission. The two had already decided to take on an S-rank mission, and the place with the most S-rank missions was Dragon Vein Mountain. MOCI handed his phone to Zhong Lingling and said, these are all the bounties I've accepted. Take a look and see if you want to pick up more. Zhong Lingling took the phone, her brow furrowing deeply. The app displayed nothing but S-rank, massacre swarm type, bounties. After a quick calculation, she realized the total number of beasts to be slain across all missions amounted to over 2,000. Zhong Lingling exclaimed with shock evident on her face. 9 S-rank bounties? And all of them, devil contracts? MOCI, couldn't you have just taken 3? Since we're dealing with them anyway, might as well earn more for better equipment. Zhong Lingling knew MOC's corrosion bacteria were well suited for these types of missions, but even she wouldn't have imagined MOCI would take on 9 S-rank missions all at once. Exterminating such a tsunami-like beast tide was both time-consuming and exhausting. While MOC's corrosion bacterial tide could rapidly infect large areas, it couldn't possibly spread this quickly across so many targets. This involved nearly 2,000 savage beasts. Tracking them down group by group would be utterly exhausting. This short period of 1 month would definitely be extremely difficult to accomplish. MOCI noticed the worried look on Zhong Lingling's face. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, don't worry, I have the ability to eliminate them all. I might not even need a full month. In about 15 days, I can complete all 9 S-rank bounties. Zhong Lingling wanted to say something when she saw MOC's confident expression, but she suddenly remembered that MOCI had already refined his essence blood 5 times, and whispered, MOCI, could it be you've already obtained 5 ferocious beast traits? Don't tell me your corrosive bacteria can still evolve? As she spoke, the image of that skyblotting, corrosive bacterial tide, instantly flashed through Zhong Lingling's mind. The shadow of that day still lingers over her heart at every moment. Hearing this, MOCI smiled without speaking. After a while, he said lightly, my corrosion bacteria did indeed obtain an opportunity for evolution. Zhong Lingling swallowed hard and exclaimed excitedly, that means as long as you absorb enough essence blood, your corrosive bacteria can evolve infinitely? Your constitution is ridiculously overpowered, not to mention you even have 2 special physiques. To this, MOCI responded with a faint smile. He followed Zhong Lingling's lead and continued speaking. Even if you can undergo multiple tempering sessions, the maximum number of beast traits you can obtain is still 3, right? In that regard, we're the same. Moreover, I've tried all 3 vials of grade B essence blood, none of them gave me any traits. It seems only grade A and S can grant them. MOCI didn't even need to prepare his lies in advance to completely bamboozle Zhong Lingling. MOCI continued, if you don't have any objections, I'll go ahead and accept these 9 S-rank missions. Zhong Lingling nodded, her eyes brimming with trust as she said to MOCI, I believe in you, go ahead and take them. Upon hearing this, MOCI lightly tapped the screen of his phone. Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area, Bounty. Filter, S-Class Bounty. S-Class Bounty Collect Ironfang Wolf Iron Fangs times 200 has been accepted by Zero Rank Warrior, MOCI. S-Class Bounty Exterminate Dragonhorn Peak Spiked Boars times 300 has been accepted by Zero Rank Warrior, MOCI. S-Class Bounty Collect 100 Hookhorn Snake Gallbladders has been accepted by Zero Order Warrior, MOCI. The supply station in the Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area was eerily quiet, with only a handful of people scattered about. This was because the Fulong Mountain Wilderness Zone was not only the farthest wilderness area from Tian capital but also overrun with savage beasts. As a result, ordinary warriors dared not come here to hunt. However, this remote, Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area, still has a few regular hunters who frequent the place. I really have to go pick up a mission today. If I don't do it now, it's game over. A familiar, carefree voice drifted faintly from the subway entrance. The receptionist ladies at the supply point front desk, hearing this somewhat lewd shout, immediately sighed and rolled their eyes exaggeratedly. Even the security personnel holding long spears and guarding the supply station clenched their fists upon hearing this disgusting voice. Two martial artists, one tall, one short, one fat, one thin, slowly emerged from the subway entrance. The fair-skinned and beautiful Lu Rulin instantly became dejected upon seeing these two who looked like Oxhead and Horseface, underworld enforcers. The other sales assistant beside her muttered under her breath in frustration. Damn it, this is the 4th day in a row. Doesn't do shit, just comes here to annoy us. And they're fucking ugly too, I can't stand it. The taller one was named Chang Shou, and the shorter one was called Duan Pang. The two were sophomores at Superpower Academy, both around level 19 with A-grade superhuman abilities. 4 days ago, they completed all 9 S-grade bounties assigned by the Superpower Academy. When it came to the final S-grade mission, they chose this remote, Dragon Vale Mountain, wildland area precisely because it was so rarely visited, allowing them to slack off. If they stayed in the Tiandu urban district without any wildland clearance records, the academy would notice. The supply room had everything: a dining area, a lounge perfect for slacking off. Bored and tired of playing video games, they started pestering their guide Lu Rulin, showering her with cheesy pickup lines every day. Not only did it disrupt her normal working hours, but it also delayed the other warriors. Oh Lu Rulin, why do you roll your eyes the moment you see me? Chang Shou plopped down onto the reception chair and resumed his flirtatious antics. Lu Rulin rolled her eyes and said plainly, if you don't have any bounty-related business, don't disturb our normal work. Duan Pang slowly settled into a chair and glanced at the electronic bounty display screen nearby before announcing loudly. Who said there's no problem? Of course there's a problem. We were actually planning to go, to Dragonhorn Peak to kill Spineboars today, that S-Class bounty mission. Duan Pang was telling the truth, as they genuinely came here for the school assignment involving that S-Class bounty. But due to laziness and being distracted by beauty, they ended up teasing Lu Rulin for 4 straight days. With that, Chang Shou tapped on the screen, but a pop-up window appeared instead. This bounty has already been accepted. Chang Shou's brows furrowed into a deep frown as he muttered under his breath. What the hell? This bounty's been sitting here for 4 damn days. Why the hell did someone take it today of all days? Then let's take another one. That's not possible either. Chang Shou kept clicking through the bounty listings. To their astonishment, they discovered that all S-ranked bounties in the Fulong Mountain Wilderness Zone had already been claimed. Nervously gnawing at his fingernails, Chang Shou muttered to himself. It's over. Today is the last day of the mission. If I can't complete it, I'll definitely be punished by the teacher. Duan Pang frowned with displeasure and said loudly, Lu Rulin, help us check who accepted these 9 S-Class bounties. Yes. Lu Rulin responded listlessly while searching on the computer for the martial artists who had taken the missions. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed in shock. All 9 of these bounties were accepted by the same zero-rank martial artist.